Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1713 to Chapter 1797. Flying Sky? When Luo Tian changed the system, there were 3 kinds of cultivation method: prison break, and the damage of the cultivation method had been increased. The Dragon God Forbidden Technique's original 1 move, Dragon Transformation, became 3 moves. The second move, Flying Sky. The third move, Soul Shock. When the Dragon God Ancestor mentioned it, Luo Tian suddenly thought of it. It was just that, Luo Tian had never used Flying Sky before. Could his current body withstand it? He wasn't sure. Since the Dragon God Ancestor asked him to open it, then he did not hesitate at all. That was the sentence: he would die with his eggs facing the sky. If he didn't die, then he would die for tens of thousands of years. Luo Tian's heart sank. All right, I'll listen to you. As soon as he finished, the Dragon God Ancestor immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, wait for me to wrap around that giant elephant." At this moment, the giant elephant was infuriated and incomparably irritable. The aura on its body swept out wave after wave, causing the entire demon abyss to tremble. This guy was simply terrifying to the extreme. Luo Tian wanted to have such a beast martial incarnation more and more. That would definitely be very awesome. Roar, the ancestor roared, and his huge body rushed down. The giant elephant roared, and its 2 legs crazily trampled on the ground. The surrounding ground was uneven and cracked, and countless cracks were torn apart. The 2 elephant tusks fiercely pierced towards the ancestor. The ancestor did not dodge. He used his dragon head to forcefully collide with it. Rumble. 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 The moment of impact, a wave of power shot out tens of millions of kilometers, directly enveloping half of the demon abyss. Countless demons were scared out of their wits, countless demon beasts' minds were broken, and the entire demon abyss was emitting explosive sounds. A powerful energy shock wave swept out, and the surrounding plains could feel it. Even the divine realm was shaken. However, this was a place of exile, a place of sin, a place that even ghosts were not willing to come to. Who would care about this place? Who would care that this place was making a difficult resistance in order to protect the divine realm? No one knew. Boom! The long trunk of the elephant was like a huge stone pillar as it smashed towards the old ancestor's head. The old ancestor's body sank, and the scales on his head flew up. Dark red blood dripped out. Luo Tian could clearly feel the pain. If this kind of power hit him, he would instantly turn into meat paste. Roar, the great ancestor roared. His huge body suddenly rolled up and wrapped around the giant elephant like a flash of lightning. At this moment, with a thought, he superimposed all the dark energy on Luo Tian's body and shouted, "You can now use the fairy Apsaras." Rumble, Luo Tian's body was enveloped by a powerful dark energy. It was as if he was in a sea of energy. This kind of energy was too powerful. Supported by the power of the Dragon God Patriarch, Luo Tian frowned. Flying heavens! Crack! Just like the gears of a huge machine, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the gears spun faster and faster, more and more violently. In the end, they spun like the wings of a helicopter. Woo, wah, the giant elephant was roaring and struggling. The Dragon God Patriarch laughed maniacally and said, "You'd better behave yourself." His body continued to shrink, tightly coiling around it. At this moment, the giant elephant slowly rose into the air. Bound by the ancestor, it floated up. Flying heavens? This is flying heavens? Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. Flying heavens was simply flying into the sky. The second move of the Dragon God's forbidden skill was actually so weak. The dragon transformation was so fierce that it wanted to die, but flying heavens was actually so weak, it had to be said. At this time, Luo Tian was a little disappointed. Simply bringing an object into the sky, what kind of damage was that? What kind of meaning was that? He really didn't know why the Dragon God Patriarch would let him use the second move, flying heavens. He couldn't understand, however. Luo Tian did not understand, but the Dragon God Patriarch was incomparably excited. He continued to endure the heavy blows of the giant elephant as he laughed arrogantly. "Is that all you have? Is that all you have? It's not enough. Where's the master of your time and space crack? Let him give you even more power. Little bastard, play with me, I won't play you to death. Luo Tian really didn't know why he was so excited and arrogant. Wasn't it just flying in the sky? Could it be that he wanted to fly high up in the sky and kill the giant elephant? The ancestor knew what Luo Tian was thinking, and said slightly, it's to fall him to his death from high up in the sky. Huh? Luo Tian was startled, and said, how could such a powerful demon beast like the giant elephant fall to its death? The old ancestor smiled and said, not now, but later I will. Wait. Unknowingly, Luo Tian and the others had already flown to 1,000 meters in the air, and were still flying upwards. The giant elephant was still attacking the ancestor, but the ancestor did not loosen his grip, and was still desperately trying to restrain the giant elephant. 1,000 meters in the air was of no use to the giant elephant. However, what about 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, even 1,000,000 meters? What was flying heavens, above the sky? This was called flying heavens. Half an hour passed. Luo Tian was still flying upwards. An hour passed. He was still flying, and because of the support of the dragon god ancestor's dark power, Luo Tian did not feel any discomfort. This hour was too boring. Luo Tian could not help but ask, how much longer do we have to fly? The dragon god ancestor said, just fly to the height it wants to fly to. Who is it? Luo Tian asked. The ancestor replied, of course it's this little brat I'm holding back. Huh? Why is it the height it wants? Luo Tian was still puzzled. The ancestor sneered and said, because flying heavens will calculate the height according to the person or demon beast I've tied up. Reaching the height where they will definitely die is the height of flying heavens. The height where they will definitely die? F***ck. This is an instant kill. Luo Tian understood. In a sci-fi movie in his previous life, he had seen an iron pillar blasting from the moon to Earth, and it could destroy Earth. The giant elephant was awesome, 10,000 meters tall and huge. I'll turn you into mincemeat later. 2 hours passed. He was still flying upwards. He broke through the atmosphere. He was still flying in the darkness of nothingness. A full 3 hours, suddenly. The dragon god ancestor stopped. Luo Tian immediately became excited, and asked, is it the height of death? The dragon god ancestor grinned and said, now that you've grasped it, the moment you land on the ground, you will turn back into yourself. My body can't take it anymore, damn it, I've been lazy all these years, I haven't been cultivating, I didn't expect to be bullied by an elephant today, I'm so angry. At this moment. It was already hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. Then. Luo Tian reacted, what the heck, you're throwing me down as well. Whoosh. He began to fall, if there is enough time tomorrow, there will be 5 chapters. Then, the brothers of the old cow's new book Tyrannical War God, read it on QQ and search for it. F***ck. Luo Tian let out a bitter cry, this is the rhythm of being tricked to death. It began to fall, his speed gradually increased. Hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. What kind of concept was this? A fist-sized iron ball could pierce through a 100-story building. This, with such a huge elephant falling down, this was the rhythm of the demon abyss being blasted through. The most important thing was, Luo Tian would quickly change his original body the moment he landed, then wouldn't he be the same? Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. Ancestor, can you not play like this? My little heart can't take it. However, at this moment, the dragon god ancestor was only left with his physical body, and his idea had already returned to the ancient lands. Walala, the speed of the fall was too fast, this feeling of free fall was like a plane crash, it was simply too bad. Although Luo Tian was still in the body of the dragon god ancestor, he could clearly feel the feeling of falling. His heart was about to be unable to take it. Walala, whoosh. Whoosh. The giant elephant was howling and struggling, and at the same time, its huge body was rubbing against the air. In less than a few seconds, its body was on fire, and its entire body spontaneously combusted. The same was true for the dragon god's body, but there was a layer of smooth dragon scales on the ancestor's body that slightly resisted the friction. Ha ha ha, continue being arrogant. Luo Tian could feel that the giant elephant was afraid, and could not help but become excited. How much experience can this big guy have? Wow, what kind of awesome item will it drop? I'm looking forward to it. Then Luo Tian's expression tightened again. F*ck, F*ck, I still want to drop something. If it dies, I want to turn into a pile of meat paste. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Tian asked himself frantically. At the same time, he was also thinking crazily. According to the dragon god ancestor, the moment the giant elephant fell to the ground, he would also transform into his original body. Even if he could release the conqueror body at that time, it would probably be useless. The speed of the fall was too fast, and the impact was too strong. Even the conqueror body wouldn't be able to withstand it. What should we do? Luo Tian's heart calmed down. Feeling the flames on the giant elephant's body, he frowned. Damn, I almost forgot about the flaming fruit. Isn't the flaming fruit considered a Logia type? Since it's a Logia type, why should I be afraid? Thinking of this, Luo Tian was excited. Ha ha ha, now, he couldn't wait to blast it down. Ace's burning fruit turned his entire body into flames. If he fell to the ground like this, nothing would happen and he wouldn't receive any damage. My lord, look. A fireball is falling from the sky. Everyone in the demon abyss looked up at the sky. They watched as Patriarch Dragon God swept the giant elephant into the sky for a full 3 hours. Many people thought that he would not return, but in the turbid sky, a flame suddenly entered their line of sight. Everyone's expression tensed up. At this moment, Fatty Lay clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Boss is back." Those dazed fiend lords immediately protected their minds, afraid that the giant elephant would crush their minds again. At the same time, they were also shocked. Just what is the origin of that kid? How did he become a dark dragon god? How did he possess endless power of darkness? Many people didn't know. But a few people knew. Dark dragon god, dark fighting power, dark overbearing master, inheritor? Is he the man who withstood 999 strikes of God's punishment? How did he come to the demon abyss? Was he exiled? Or is there some other reason? They didn't think about the threat of the space cracks. Instead, they were thinking about why Luo Tian had appeared here. Why was the inheritor of the dark overbearing master here, back to the space cracks? The man's eyes flashed with the green light of a ferocious beast. He looked at the sky and was slightly angry. The sector beasts around him were all crawling on the ground, shivering. He was only slightly angry. These extremely powerful sector beasts were so scared that they curled up their bodies like frightened kittens. Hua la la, hua la la, hua la la, it was like a comet hitting Earth. It's coming. It's coming. It's breaking through the atmosphere. At this moment, Dragon God's body was slowly curling up. Luo Tian could feel that Dragon God was changing. He could feel the power of free fall more and more. This speed was crazy. A few minutes later, Dragon God Ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Kid, don't summon me again for a while. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to cultivate. The ancestor was irritated. He had never been as embarrassed as he was today. He was almost crushed by a giant elephant. This was too much of a stimulus for him, so, he, who had been sleeping for tens of millions of years and hadn't cultivated at all, wanted to work hard and go into seclusion to cultivate. Luo Tian was stunned at first, then he said excitedly, I'm going to look forward to when you come out. Dragon God Ancestor let out a roaring dragon roar and then laughed wildly. When I come out, I'll crush everything. He became serious. I'm even scared of myself. As soon as he finished, Dragon God Ancestor said solemnly, now, everything is up to you. Remember what I said, if you want to activate all the power of the Dark Lord's inheritance in your body, you can only enter hell and find the source of darkness. That is your strongest source of power, and only then can you activate the power of the overbearing Dark Lord. Kid, you must live. Immediately, Dragon God Ancestor's voice slowly disappeared. Following that, his body also slowly disappeared. A few seconds later, Luo Tian changed back to his original body. It was also at this time that the giant elephant let out a roar and heavily smashed into the ground. Burning fruit. Profound meaning. Burning, rumble. Rumble, Luo Tian's entire body turned into flames, and fell down together with the giant elephant. The moment the giant elephant landed on the ground. Crack. Kacha, kacha, kacha. As if lightning had streaked across the sky, the bones of the four thighs had all shattered into powder. Blood spurted out, and the huge body landed on the ground with an incomparably violent explosion. The explosion directly resounded throughout the entire divine realm. The shockwave covered the entire demon abyss. An incomparably huge crater was smashed out. It was exactly the same as a meteorite crater. At this moment, the giant elephant turned into a pile of meat paste. The flesh and blood all over its body exploded, densely covering the entire crater, like a spider web connecting together. At this moment, Luo Tian turned into a flame and suddenly retracted. Standing at the edge of the crater, he closed his eyes slightly and said excitedly, "Explode for me." Ding. The first chapter has been delivered. There should be 5 chapters to be updated today. In the new week, brothers, let's count the recommendation tickets. Ding. The system beep sounded. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and his expression became excited. What can this kind of giant elephant drop? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chaos Giant Elephant for obtaining 90 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 10,000 original source strength points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Chaos Giant Elephant Blood Essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Chaos Giant Elephant Stomp. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. A series of notifications sounded. Luo Tian did not care too much about the rest, but when he heard the word chaos, his heart trembled. Chaos Giant Elephant? Could it be that the other side of the time crack is the chaos realm? This is not the first time that this has appeared in other novels. In many Xuanhuan, Xianxia novels, there is a plane called Chaos World. Could it be the chaos realm? Of course. This was only Luo Tian's guess. Moreover, he did not have the mood to care about what was on the other side. The only thing he was concerned about now was whether or not the beast martial system could change this Chaos Giant Elephant. Ding. Do you wish to absorb the Chaos Giant Elephant? Luo Tian was excited, and could not wait to say, change. At this moment, the system seemed to be stuck. A buffer appeared in Luo Tian's mind, buffering bit by bit. The Chaos Giant Elephant is too strong, it will take time to successfully replace it. It must be like this. Luo Tian comforted himself, looking at the buffer bit by bit. This kind of waiting was too torturous. Damn it, let's do it quickly. A few minutes passed. Ding. Replacement failed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why? Luo Tian immediately scolded, isn't the beast martial system able to replace any demon beast? Why don't you replace it? Explain it to me. No. You have to compensate me. In the past, no matter how Luo Tian complained or scolded, the system would not respond at all. This time, he was a little surprised. The system explained, and a mechanical voice sounded out, the Chaos Giant Elephant is not a demonic beast of the divine realm. It is beyond the replacement scope of the beast martial system and cannot be replaced. Huh? Luo Tian was somewhat surprised, but since the system had given an explanation, then he had to properly argue. I don't care which world you are from, as long as you are a demonic beast, then you have to replace me. Isn't this the beast warrior system? Now that we meet demonic beasts from other realms, you're telling me that you can't replace them? Do you take me for a fool? The system was speechless. No one knew if it was silent or if it had disappeared. Luo Tian shouted again, don't kill me, I know you can hear me. If you have the guts to create the beast martial system, you should have thought of this situation. I spent so much effort to kill this Chaos Giant Elephant, and you're telling me that it can't be replaced? Are you toying with me? He was very unhappy. This Chaos Mammoth was too ferocious. The mammoth stomp shook the entire abyss of fiends like an earthquake, crushing the minds of all living creatures. It was too fierce. Luo Tian wanted it too much. The silent system responded, in order to make up for your loss, we will definitely give you a devil fruit. This fruit can be used without activating. No way. One won't do, at least 10. Luo Tian said firmly. However, the system did not buy it at all, and said, there is only one, I will give you 3 seconds to consider. If you are not sure within 3 seconds, the system will automatically determine that you have given up. Please make a choice, do you want it or not? Your mother. Luo Tian said in a bad mood. The moment the system finished speaking, he immediately said, yes, I want it, okay? A devil fruit was better than nothing. Moreover, it took him a lot of time to activate the burning fruit, so activating a devil fruit for free could be considered an unexpected gain. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Immediately, the demon tree in his mind began to spin. Those strange devil fruits with strange patterns shone brightly at this moment, as if they had all matured. A few seconds passed. A devil fruit fell from the demon tree. This was randomness. Luo Tian secretly prayed in his heart, and said, *******, I don't know if you are still on earth, but please bless me. You must give me the dark fruit, I want the Blackbeard's dark fruit. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Tremor fruit. The system beep sounded. Soon after, the system sounded out again, compensation complete, beast martial system repair, in the future, can only replace demon beasts within the divine realm, unable to replace demon beasts or other creatures from other realms. Tremor fruit, Whitebeard's earthquake fruit. Your mother. Whitebeard's father is my idol. Luo Tian was excited, but this was not the time to be excited. Seizing the moment when the system was still there, Luo Tian immediately asked, System Big Brother, can you tell me if the other side of the spacetime crack is the Chaos Realm, and if the Earth plane is within the range of the Chaos Realm? I want to know. I really want to know. The system was silent for half a second, and finally replied, yes. Then it disappeared. He could no longer sense it. Yes? It really is. Luo Tian was excited. He didn't know why. He was especially excited because he felt that he was so close to his hometown for the first time. He was like a wanderer who had been wandering outside for many years, and he wanted to return to his hometown. Earth. Chaos Realm. I will definitely go back, I will definitely go back, *****, you must wait for me. Luo Tian said to himself. In the past, he wasn't sure if he could return to Earth, and he wasn't sure if there was still Earth in this world. Now he was sure. It was on the other side of the spacetime crack. It was within the range of the Chaos Realm. Phew. Luo Tian's breathing became a little rapid. If the Earth was in the Chaos Realm, and if the Chaos Realm had such a powerful sector beast and advanced technology, then would the system implanted in his mind also be implanted by a strong person in the Chaos Realm, who was the creator of the system? What shocked Luo Tian the most was the sudden appearance of the system just now, which meant, the creator of the system was monitoring him all the time. Otherwise, he couldn't have reacted in the first place. Who was it? Where was it? Was it the Chaos Realm or somewhere else? Why did it choose him? What was the reason for all this, at this moment? Luo Tian was a little confused. Looking at the turbid sky, he secretly said, one day, I will find the answer. Now, let me feel the power of the Tremor fruit first. Chapter 2. Item, Tremor fruit attribute, Paramecia ability, can cause vibration at will, moderate adjustment can cause tsunamis, has the power to destroy the world, is the strongest devil fruit in Paramecia. It was once known as the devil fruit that could destroy the world. Looking at the introduction of Tremor fruit, Luo Tian was excited. It's exactly the same as the devil fruit that Whitebeard ate. It has the ability to destroy the world, create earthquakes, cause tsunamis, ha. This power is too powerful, Whitebeard, your will be inherited by me, ha. Excitement, indescribable excitement. Immediately, Luo Tian moved his mind, devour. Gudong. Tremor fruit disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian could clearly feel that there was a strange power in his body. This power did not conflict with the burning fruit, and his body did not have any side effects from swallowing the two fruits. that is to say. He could completely devour 2 or more fruits without thinking about the consequences of death that appeared in one piece. Who? Luo Tian took a deep breath, then his eyes moved, and his fists suddenly grabbed towards the void. Ka-cha-cha, creak creak, cracks appeared out of thin air on both sides of his body. It was as if a huge glass was shattering. It was also at this time. Luo Tian roared in his heart, "Shake for me." Boom. 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 A harsh roar sounded from the depths of the Earth's core, and then a powerful earthquake rolled up. The ground swept out like a wave, rushing directly in the direction of the space-time crack. The ground was rolled up, and rocks protruded out. It was heavily crushed in the direction of the space-time crack. Because Luo Tian could control the earthquake at will, there was no impact behind him. The earth was shaking. It was shaking violently. Even standing behind Luo Tian, they could clearly feel the violent vibration, and unlike the tremor fruit that Luo Tian swallowed, the earthquake power released by Luo Tian also had a crushing power. Just like the power released by the chaos giant elephant just now. My lord, what is that? The mountains are moving. The earth's crust is moving. Oh my god, so many mountains are rising from the ground. They're roaring like waves. Can the earth be like this? What kind of power is this? Oh my god. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the mountain move. Fatty Lei was the only one who stood there without any shock. He kept smiling foolishly like a fool. To him, the appearance of Patriarch Dragon God was not a shock. Fei Tian was not shocked. Killing the chaos giant elephant was not shocking either. Now that Luo Tian released this kind of earthquake power, he was still not shocked at all. The reason was simple. Because his name is Luo Tian, that was how it was. To Luo Tian, to his boss, anything shocking that happened to him was normal. From the profound sky continent to the divine realm, he had seen far too many shocking things. Upon seeing Luo Tian's earthquake power, Fatty Lei laughed foolishly. He secretly said to himself, "Dopey, boss has become stronger. Just wait. Soon, he'll go to the infernal realm to save you." I'm so happy. Today, I, Fatty Lei, am so happy. This is the happiest day I've had in the past few centuries. This is too mother ** king awesome. He felt depressed. The anger that had been building up in his heart all these years. The torment he had suffered in the infernal realm. The crushing of the 3 chief sovereigns of the profound sky continent. All sorts of scenes flashed through his mind. Fatty Lei felt extremely unhappy. He had been working hard this entire time, risking his life to become more powerful, so as to help Luo Tian shoulder more of the burden. Now that Luo Tian had become stronger, even a 6-star fiend lord wasn't capable of this. It wouldn't take long. Luo Tian would bring him back to the divine realm and crush fate, luck, and the chief sovereigns of the star. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He couldn't even remember how many years it had been. Far away. The fiend lords were all stupefied. A power that can control the mountains and the earth. What sort of power is this? Why do I feel as though it is a bit similar to the power of that giant elephant? No matter what sort of power it is, in the future, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the Lord Demon King? He is the king of the fiend abyss, a 6-star fiend who is infinitely close to becoming a 7-star fiend lord. No matter how powerful that kid is, what can he do? The Fiend King. The Thunder King. At this moment, he was standing atop a fiend palace, sensing the earthquake power that Luo Tian had unleashed. He frowned slightly. Darkness-type battle chi, to have this sort of earthquake power, is this the power of the legacy of the dominating darkness? Regardless of whether or not this is the legacy of the dominating darkness, I can now confirm your identity. Luo Tian. The recipient of 999 streaks of darkness, and the person chosen by the dominating darkness. Hee. The Thunder King's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. He said softly, "You can send a letter back to the adjudicator. Tell them that the person they are looking for is here, and that he is under my control. My conditions are very simple. Release me from the shackles and let me return to the divine realm. I will hand this kid over to the adjudicator. Every person exiled to the Fiend Abyss would have a shackle placed on them. These shackles were to prevent them from escaping the Fiend Abyss. If these shackles were not released, they would never be able to leave. Many Fiend Lords did not know about this. However, the Thunder King knew, because he had tried to escape several times, and there were even a few times when he was about to succeed. However, the shackles on his body caused him so much pain that he wished he was dead. He had no choice but to return to the Fiend Abyss. Understood. A black shadow behind him moved slightly, then disappeared. Back to Luo Tian. The powerful earthquake swept up mountains and rivers towards the spacetime rift. Those sector beasts were roaring. They were afraid. However, just as the mountains and rivers were about to block the entrance of the spacetime rift, a strong light burst out from the dark spacetime rift, just like a laser cannon. Rumble. 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 The thick mountain was penetrated. In the depths of the spacetime rift, the man waved his hand gently, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. He did not take the earthquake fruit's power seriously at all. In his opinion, this was child's play. He was shocked. Luo Tian was shocked, and his eyebrows tightened. Is this the power of a strong being from the chaotic world? All the worlds in the universe. The divine realm was just a very low-level world. Even the strongest was like an ant in front of a strong being from another world. Therefore, the man in the spacetime rift was unusually disdainful. Immediately, his eyebrows moved, and he made a strange sound. Those sector beasts began to move again. Chapter 3. There will be an update tonight. Brothers, support this wave. The sector beasts started to move again. A pair of ferocious eyes stared at Luo Tian, and the original fear was swept away. This was all because of the man deep in the spacetime crack. A very powerful man, Luo Tian was shocked. The power of the tremor fruit was defeated in one move. How powerful is he? At this moment, Fatty Lei also rushed up, and the brothers behind him also rushed up. Boss. Fatty Lei looked at the restless sector beasts coming out of the spacetime crack, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the axe. Boss, you go down and rest. I'll stop them. Boss. 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 Right at this moment, all those people who had looked down upon Luo Tian before now respectfully called Luo Tian boss. They were like that. Strong, admired. Weak, looked down on. Luo Tian's power made them all admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Luo Tian smiled and didn't resist. A great being should have the aura of a great being. He said to Fatty Lei, I'm fine. The spacetime crack is so big that it can't be repaired in a short time. You can't stop these sector beasts, either. Luo Tian had gained experience from killing the Chaos Giant Elephant. He had leveled up by 2 levels, and now he had a 6th-tier divine wheel. His divine origin value was restored. Except for his body, which couldn't withstand the dragon god transformation, everything else was fine. If he retreated, Fatty Lei and the others couldn't stop the attack of the sector beasts. Fatty Lei said, the spacetime crack takes too long to repair. It will take at least 100,000 years for such a big crack to be repaired. But I don't think they have any sector beasts with shields to tear the crack apart, so we can only wait. We're not afraid. The spacetime crack wouldn't expand, so it would be difficult for the sector beast army to rush out in large numbers. Besides, the man in the spacetime crack couldn't step into the demon abyss. Because of the law restrictions, his ability wasn't strong enough to break the law power of the god zone. He could only attack through the sector beasts. However, he was somewhat afraid of Luo Tian and that dragon god ancestor, because the sector beasts were no match for him. Charging blindly would only cause a large number of casualties, which was very undesirable. Drag this out? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. Then, both of his hands made a grabbing motion, vibration. Rumble. 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 It was as if a huge stone pillar was rolling under their feet, madly crushing in the direction of the spacetime crack. Bang! A towering stone pillar shot out from the depths of the Earth's core and into the sky. Bang! Bang, 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 then, countless stone pillars rushed out of the ground and formed a natural barrier around the spatial rift. Rumble, rumble, Luo Tian controlled the tremor fruit and moved the earth's crust to form a line of defense. He used the mountains to form a line of defense, leaving only a very narrow area where he could see the movement of the space crack. That man could indeed ruin everything. However, his strength was also limited, so it was not worth it for him to consume too much of his energy. A towering stone pillar hundreds of meters thick appeared from the spacetime crack, and every one of them was incomparably hard. After doing all this, Luo Tian's forehead was sweating. The tremor fruit consumed too much divine essence, and coupled with the exhaustion of his body, Luo Tian could not bear it anymore. Watching this natural line of defense being established, the surrounding people relaxed, and they admired Luo Tian even more. Such power. It's even stronger than a 5-star fiend lord. Ha ha ha. From now on, who dares to look down on us? Boss is mighty. At this time, those sector beasts suddenly quieted down and did not intend to charge out. They should be taking a rest. That man would definitely not give up. Luo Tian said faintly, collect that giant elephant in the pit. It's all food, and the essence blood of this chaos giant elephant contains a lot of power. It's a very good tonic for you. Other than the chaos giant elephant, there were a few other sector beasts. These were all food, sources of energy. He could not let them go, while talking. Luo Tian handed the essence blood that exploded from the chaos giant elephant to the fatty and said, your favorite. Fatty Lei broke through with the power of sucking blood. Although they were beasts from different worlds, Fatty Lei was different from him. The essence blood of this chaos giant elephant would definitely be of great help to him. Fatty Lei looked at the drop of essence blood, and his eyes flashed. The devil Buddha on his body shone with red light, and before he could take it, it was absorbed. Then, a Buddha light appeared above Fatty Lei's head. It could not be said to be a Buddha light, because ordinary Buddhist aura was golden and radiant, just like the sun. But the light of Buddha emitted from the top of his head was scarlet, like the light reflected from blood when it was illuminated by a strong light. It gave people a strange feeling. Fatty Lei sat cross-legged. He was crazily refining the blood of the chaos giant elephant. Luo Tian did not disturb him. He knew that Fatty Lei should be about to break through, so he said to the guards, the sector beast should not attack for a while. Go and collect the meat of that giant elephant and the corpses of those sector beasts. Everyone dispersed. Luo Tian stayed by Fatty Lei's side to protect him. An hour later. Boom. There was an explosion inside Feng Lei's body, and the scarlet Buddha light shone for thousands of miles, and then it suddenly shrank. His eyes were wide open. His eyes flashed with bloody light, and the aura from his body was several times stronger than before. Fatty Lei laughed excitedly, boss, I broke through, ha ha ha, after 50 years, I finally broke through again. For Star Fiend Lord Realm, he was incomparably excited. He had used a total of 50 years, and this was because of the blood essence of this chaos giant elephant. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Luo Tian laughed as well, not bad. Fatty Lei clenched his fists, and a burst of red light shot out from the gaps between his fists. His body also erupted with a burst of scarlet power, and his every movement seemed to be accompanied by illusions. This feeling is too good. Ha ha ha, not only that. Besides breaking through, the demon Buddha in his body also increased by a level. The blood pill in the depths of his dantian also became thicker. Fatty Lei shouted loudly, let's go back and celebrate. Luo Tian glanced at the depths of the spacetime crack. At this moment, that man was also looking at him, and his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Luo Tian grinned, and said faintly, you should be the final boss of the spacetime crack, right? Just wait. Chapter 4. There was one more chapter at night. In the tribe led by Fatty Lei, a bonfire rose. The barbecued meat crackled in the flames, and the aroma filled the air. Everyone was eating heartily. They were eating happily. It's so delicious. This barbecued meat is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. I almost swallowed my tongue. If I could have another pot of wine, I would die right now. Ha ha ha, third fatty, look at how round your stomach is. You look like a woman who has been pregnant for 10 months. Can't you eat less? Damn, if I eat less, you guys will eat more. Won't I suffer a great loss? In the tribe, men and women, old and young, everyone was given delicious barbecued meat, and they could eat until they were full. This was the first time in more than 1,000,000 years that this had happened. In the past, they would never let go of the sector beasts they killed. They would give them to the other demon lords as protection fees. Then, the other demon lords would not interfere or provoke Fatty Lay and the others to hunt sector beasts. It was a very funny reason. They had lived like this for more than 100 years. Everyone had a ball of fire in their hearts. Angry flames of anger. But today was different. All the sector beasts and chaos elephants they killed belonged to them. They did not give them to any of the other demon lords. Lord, you don't give them to others, but you don't want the 6-star demon lord, Thunder King? He is the strongest in the demon abyss. If he gets angry, I'm afraid. A deputy frowned. Fatty Lay's mouth was full of oil. He tore off a large piece of barbecued meat, chewed, and swallowed it. He took a big gulp and said, I'm not afraid. I've had enough in the past year. Now that my boss is here, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. In the past, he was not afraid. Instead, he had something he wanted to protect. He had to protect the spacetime crack. So, all this time, he had been swallowing his anger. In terms of anger, no one in the tribe was angrier than him. He had worked so hard to kill sector beasts, but he had to give them to others for no reason. And they did not even treat him nicely. How could he be happy? Today's events made him even more unhappy. So many sector beasts had rushed out, yet not only had they not come to help, but they had even mocked and sneered. It was fine if they had mocked him, but they had even mocked his boss. That was unacceptable. Now that Luo Tian was here, Fatty Lay would not compromise. Luo Tian also had a general understanding of the situation. He looked at the deputy general and said, from today onwards, we don't need to pay any protection fees. Fatty promised you. After today, I'll teach them a lesson one by one. Luo Tian was also suppressing the anger in his heart. Not because she was mocking him. Instead, it was because Fatty Lay had been bullied all these years. Now that he, the boss, was back, if he didn't even take revenge for this, then what kind of boss was he? Fatty Lay laughed out loud and said loudly, brothers, quiet down. My boss said that from tomorrow onwards, whoever dares to cause trouble for us, we'll make sure they won't be able to return. Long live boss. Long live. Long live the Lord. Long live. Everyone began to cheer. Today, they had all seen the power Luo Tian had exploded forthwith. With Luo Tian protecting them, who would dare to come? Even if they did, they wouldn't let them have an easy time. Fatty Lay said softly to Luo Tian, boss, there are quite a few experts in the Fiend Abyss, especially the #1 expert, the Thunder King. He has reached the 6-star Fiend level, and is just one step away from becoming a ruler. In addition, he is the ruler of the Fiend Abyss. All of the Fiend Lords must obey him. Otherwise, they will be killed. The Thunder King had stood in the Fiend Abyss for 10 million years. Aside from the fact that a 7-star Fiend had been born here, he had the highest level of cultivation here. For him to be able to reach such a high level despite having his body restricted was indeed quite extraordinary. Luo Tian trembled slightly and said, you're only a step away from becoming a sovereign? Fatty Lay murmured, we don't need to worry too much. The Thunder King rarely cares about the affairs of the Fiend Abyss. He has supported us several times in resisting the invasion of the sector beasts. He should be a decent person. At the very least, he won't just stand by and watch like the other Fiend Lords and mock us. Luo Tian laughed calmly. I hope it is as you say. They celebrated late into the night. Everyone in the tribe ate until their stomachs were about to explode. At night, Luo Tian stood on a tall mountain outside the tribe, staring in the direction of the spacetime rift. As he thought about what had happened today, he couldn't help but think of Earth and his home. Primal Chaos Realm, what kind of plane is that? A plane even more powerful than the Divine Realm? Is Earth there as well? I really want to go back and take a look. How many years had it been? Luo Tian couldn't remember clearly. He had passed through the profound sky continent, the primordial continent, and then the divine realm. He had left Earth for who knew how many years. In the past, he had only thought about returning to Earth, but he didn't know how. But now, things were different. The system had clearly told him that Earth was on the other side of the space-time rift. It was the first time he was so close to Earth. How could he not think about it? It's just that, Luo Tian looked up at the sky. There were a few stars in the turbid sky. He muttered to himself, Shui Chun Chun, Xian wait for me to save you. Wait for me to bring you Tang Tang, and the others out from hell. Yunmeng, Yaya, Xianxian. I will definitely bring you back to Earth to see my home. Wait for me. He had read many novels. He had also fantasized about becoming the main character, killing everyone in the other world, and becoming the strongest person. Then, what he wanted to do was to bring back a large number of beautiful wives from the other world to Earth, buy an island, and live like a god. How pleasant that would be. Now that he knew the passage back to Earth, the only thing he lacked was to gather these people together. And this was very difficult. At least, Luo Tian was still unable to do it. He needed to break through in time. 150,000 years. There were still 130,000 years left. He didn't know if it was enough, but he would do his best in these 130,000 years. Luo Tian lay down and quietly looked at the night sky. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. Early morning. The tribe was suddenly thrown into chaos. Someone from the tribe had arrived. It was a middle-aged man whose entire body was filled with a domineering aura. His muscles were so bulky that they were about to burst out of his clothes. The man had white eyebrows and white hair, and was incomparably coarse. His eyes were like the eyes of a Vajra, making it so that no one dared to look at him directly. The most terrifying thing about him wasn't his fiendish gaze. Rather, it was that his entire body was covered with dense amounts of lightning. The Thunder King, 6-star Fiend Lord, the Thunder King, the most powerful expert of the Fiend Abyss had arrived. A disciple hurriedly ran over to Luo Tian's side, frantically saying, Boss, not good. The 6-star Fiend Lord, the Thunder King, has suddenly arrived. His lordship won't be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 5, Delivered. Good night, brother. The tribe. The central plaza. Bang. 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 2 consecutive collisions of power. The two sounds overlapped, colliding against each other, and then bouncing back. The air was filled with the sounds of collisions of power, each stronger than the last, each fiercer than the last. The surrounding people, seeing this, were all stupefied while also beginning to worry. The newcomer was the most powerful expert of the Fiend Abyss, the Thunder King, an expert who was infinitely close to the sovereign level. The other person was the 4-star Fiend Lord, Feng Lei. The difference in power between the two was extremely clear. Even though the Thunder King had controlled his power to the 4-star Fiend level, Feng Lei still found it extremely taxing. In terms of power, he had never feared anyone, but now, he discovered that the Thunder King was even more ferocious than him. In that instant, you are going to lose. As soon as the Thunder King's words came out, his fist sank, covered with lightning, and then he took a step forward. Bang! The air around him exploded. The power of lightning around his fists suddenly expanded, and in the end, it was like a move from a certain anime, Thunder Cutter. Crackle, 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 the sound of thunder rang out. Fatty Lei wasn't afraid. His fists met the attack, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared. A collision. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Thunder King's forehead trembled, and his eyes turned slightly cold. In that instant, his power suddenly rose to the level of a 5-star Fiend Lord, and the Thunder Cutter completely surrounded Feng Lei. In that instant, swoosh. Feng Lei was knocked flying. Bang! He smashed heavily into the ground, causing it to cave in. Feng Lei vomited out a mouthful of blood, but he crawled to his feet with difficulty. Clasping his fists, he said, Thank you, Lord Thunder King, for showing mercy. The Thunder King's lips curved upwards, revealing a smug smile. Only, when he saw a person, that smug smile immediately disappeared. He hurriedly went forward, asking in concern, "Brother Feng, are you injured?" Feng Lei chuckled. "I'm fine. This bit of injury is nothing." Actually, his internal organs had all been displaced. His stomach had suffered a heavy blow. If he hadn't flown out just now, he probably would have been crippled by the lightning that had pierced through his body. However, Fatty Lei didn't say anything. He couldn't say it either. After all, he was the Thunder King, the strongest expert in the demon abyss. This was especially true when Luo Tian was present. The Thunder King laughed loudly, then patted Feng Lei on the shoulders like a close brother. "Not bad, not bad. Your body is quite tough. At first, I didn't believe it, but now, I do. You really have reached the level of a 4-star Fiend Lord. Our Fiend's Abyss has gained yet another expert, ha ha ha, no one was a fool. Was there anyone who tested a person's strength like this? Was this a test? This was the rhythm of crippling someone." The guards in the tribe all looked gloomy. Feng Lei also smiled and said, "May I know why Sir is here today?" This was definitely not a simple test of his strength. Fatty Lei was very clear about this. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Can't I come here to take a look at you warriors when I have nothing to do? All these years, you've been leading these warriors to fight on the front lines. If it weren't for your protection, the demon abyss would have been occupied by the sector beasts. I've wanted to visit you many times, but I've been in closed-door training. Today, I've come out and heard about what happened yesterday. Naturally, I have to come and take a look. As the manager of the demon abyss, I have to show you some concern." The word overseer was heavily emphasized. Fatty Lei said, "Thank you for your concern, Sir Thunder King. Everything is fine here." The Thunder King took a few steps and observed the guards around him. He paid attention to their cultivation and said, "I heard that you hunted quite a few sector beasts yesterday?" Fatty Lei's eyes tightened. The expressions of the surrounding deputies changed instantly as well. This time, they hadn't shared any of the sector beasts they hunted with the other lords, not even the Thunder King. They didn't expect him to come and cause trouble for them today. If this was really the case, none of them would be able to resist him. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking." Feng Lei said, 16 sector beasts. Because of the heavy casualties and lack of manpower, we didn't have time to share the sector beasts with the other lords. He could only say this tentatively. The Thunder King smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's why I'm here. From today onward, you don't have to share the sector beasts you hunted with the other demon lords, including me. It wasn't easy for you to hunt them. You risked your lives. Every sector beast is extremely powerful, and you still have to share the sector beasts with the other demon lords." What he said was very reasonable. The people around him were also dumbfounded. This didn't seem like the Thunder King. Fatty Lei was the same. He was secretly shocked. "If you're not here for the sector beasts, then could it be boss?" The Thunder King asked. "I heard that a superhero appeared here yesterday." "Feng Lei, won't you introduce him to me?" As expected. Fatty Lei was shocked. He said, "Every one of us here is a hero. We guard the abyss of demons. We are heroes of all the worlds in the divine territory. Which one are you talking about?" The Thunder King's eyes darkened, and he looked unhappy. He stared at Luo Tian in the crowd and said, "Feng Lei, are you playing dumb with me? Luo Tian, you should come out as well. Let me see the true face of the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator." "Eh? What? The inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator is here with us? Luo Tian? Isn't that the Lord's boss? He is the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator?" The Dark Tyrant Dominator is the only 7-star Fiend Lord in the Abyss of Demons. His inheritor is also here? Everyone was shocked. They immediately began to discuss. Feng Lei was secretly shocked as well. The Dark Tyrant Dominator was a mythical existence in the Abyss of Demons. He had been exiled here by the Adjudicator, but he had been able to break through his imprisonment and comprehend the Dark Tyrant Dominator's power. He had become an overlord, and in less than 100 years, he had become the #1 expert in the divine territory. It was just that, for some reason, the experts of the divine territory had joined forces to hunt him down. Because of the weakness of his origin energy, he had been killed by 3 godly kings. In other places, the dark tyrant dominator might have been an extremely evil person. But here, he was a godlike existence. Because, the abyss of demons was his first stop, but of course, there was something else they didn't know. The space-time rupture had appeared because of him, however, at that time, it was just a small opening. But now, it had become 100-meter wide rift. In the crowd, Luo Tian was slightly stunned as well. He hadn't expected that the Thunder King would know his name, or that he was the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator. In other words, he wanted his own power as well. Still not coming out? The Thunder King's voice rang out once more. Luo Tian laughed as he walked out from the crowd. As he walked, he said, "I didn't expect that Lord Thunder King would know of a minor character like me. I am truly overwhelmed by your favor." The instant Luo Tian walked out, the eyes of the deputy generals and guards of the tribe were filled with even more worship. Originally, the power that Luo Tian had displayed yesterday had already convinced them. But now that they knew that Luo Tian was the successor of the tyrannical Dark Sovereign, that admiration in their hearts immediately turned into worship. It really is the boss. The successor of the tyrannical Dark Sovereign. No wonder he was able to crush that giant elephant yesterday. He is too powerful. Ha ha ha, in the future, the Fiend Abyss. No one dared to continue. Every single one of them was filled with excitement. Because of Luo Tian. Because of Luo Tian's identity. After being oppressed for so many years, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts. In the past, they had no way to resist or vent it. But now, they finally saw hope. They also finally knew that the words that Luo Tian had said to their lord on the battlefield yesterday weren't just for show. The Thunder King looked at Luo Tian, frowning slightly. His eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. Imperceptibly, his aura was also sensing Luo Tian, as though he wanted to see through Luo Tian. Only, in the instant that his aura wanted to enter Luo Tian's body, it was instantly crushed by the darkness aura. For some unknown reason, the darkness aura seemed to be particularly disgusted by the lightning aura on the Thunder King's body. It was simply to the point of disgust. In fact, Luo Tian could sense the restlessness and anger of the darkness aura, as though it wanted to kill the Thunder King. The Thunder King also felt it and sneered inwardly. Dark Dominator. Hee. You fell into my hands once in the past. Who would have thought that after tens of millions of years, you would fall into my hands again? This time I will definitely not let you off. Definitely not. Without revealing any expression, the Thunder King retracted his lightning aura, then laughed as though he had just seen a good friend. Ha ha ha. I've finally met you. I've finally met you. You are the legend of our Fiend's Abyss, the one and only 7-star Fiend Lord. Every corner of this place is filled with legends regarding you. Am I right? The Thunder King concealed himself extremely well as he looked at the people in the tribe and asked. The people around them couldn't help but get excited. Chief Sovereign of Darkness. Lord of 7-star Fiends. God of the Fiend Abyss. The #1 expert in the divine realm. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's actually the successor of the Dark Lord. Everyone was excited. His excitement was indescribable. Their worship of the overbearing Dark Dominator had reached a state of blindness. Luo Tian couldn't understand it at all. This was because he didn't know that the Fiend's Abyss was known as the Land of Exiles. Over the course of countless years, only the overbearing Dark Dominator had ever walked out of this place, and had turned the tribunal and the divine realm upside down. He was hailed as the #1 fiend in the history of the divine realm. Fatty Lei was extremely excited as well. Boss, you are too awesome. You don't even know how awesome you are. I worship you so much. Ha ha ha, the Thunder King laughed. Do you see how much the people here worship you? The legend you left behind has given everyone hope, the hope to walk out of the Fiend's Abyss. In the past, you did it. Now, you can do it again. As soon as his words came out, everyone looked at Luo Tian. They were filled with excitement and hot-bloodedness. This move of the Thunder King, had instantly pushed him to the peak. It was true that he had received the legacy of the overbearing Dark Dominator, but Luo Tian was Luo Tian. He wouldn't become the overbearing Dark Dominator. However, seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, Luo Tian didn't want to disappoint them. "I'll do my best." "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? He said that he will lead us out of the Fiend's abyss." The Thunder King immediately changed the meaning of Luo Tian's words. In his heart, he was sneering. "In the past, it was because you broke through the shackles to become a dominator. This time, you are just a small divine will expert. How much of the legacy of the overbearing Dark Dominator have you comprehended? You won't be able to comprehend the power of the legacy of the overbearing Dark Dominator here. Before you get the source of darkness, you are nothing. How dare you dream of leaving this place? Ha ha ha. This is simply a dream. However, I really have to thank you. Your appearance is the opportunity for me to leave this place." Ha ha ha, the Thunder King was extremely pleased. He couldn't remember how many years he had been in this godforsaken place. Even the overbearing Dark Dominator didn't arrive earlier than him. He watched helplessly as the overbearing Dark Dominator left. He didn't know how much despair and regret he felt. The heavens had given him another chance. This time, he would definitely grasp it firmly. "If you have any problems in the Fiend's abyss, feel free to look for me. I will do my best to help you." The Thunder King smiled and said to the crowd, "He is the hope of the Fiend's abyss. You must take good care of him." With the Thunder King's strength, capturing Luo Tian was a piece of cake. However, he couldn't make a move now. He had to wait for the people from the tribunal. He had to know the tribunal's intentions before he could make a move. Therefore, he used Feng Lei's men to see Luo Tian. This was because there was no one in the Fiend's abyss who didn't want to leave this place. Luo Tian was their hope. They definitely wouldn't let Luo Tian slip away easily. They wouldn't give him any chance either. After that, the Thunder King left. He left behind the people around him who were boiling with passion. In the tent, Luo Tian asked, "What exactly is the background of this Thunder King?" It was very obvious. He didn't come with good intentions. There were only two reasons for the Thunder King's appearance. One was Luo Tian himself. Another was the power in his body. There was another reason. It was to exchange with the tribunal, to use his call to lead the Fiend's abyss. Fatty Lei said, "I'm not sure either. I only know that he is one of the earliest exiles in the Fiend's abyss, even before the Dark Overbearing Dominator. There is a legend that I don't know if it's true or not. The Thunder King and the Dark Overbearing Dominator were originally brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, for some reason, they turned against each other and the Dark Overbearing Dominator left the Fiend's abyss alone." It's just that, Luo Tian asked. "It's just that what? Fatty, when did you become so long-winded? If you have something to say, just say it." Fatty Lei gritted his teeth, and said, "It's just that. In the legends, the reason why the Dark Overbearing Dominator was able to comprehend the Dark Overbearing power and step into the Dominator realm was because he entered the space-time crack, and he entered the space-time crack because of the Thunder King's trap." Entered the space-time crack? The space-time crack already existed at that time? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. This was something he hadn't expected, but the space-time crack contained another kind of power of law. Even if the Dark Overbearing Dominator had broken through to the Dominator realm, he would have been crushed into powder by another kind of power of law. This was why the man who controlled the sector beasts didn't dare to enter the Fiend's abyss. Why was that? Thank you to Sober1888 for your support. Thank you to the other brothers for your support. Thank you, there will be an update tonight. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. He didn't like to burn his brain cells, but he really wanted to know the answer to this question. During this process, Fatty Lei slowly told Luo Tian about the various myths and versions of the Dark Overbearing Dominator in the Demon Abyss. He also used the time he spent in hell to tell Luo Tian about the Dark Overbearing Dominator and the source of darkness. A full 6 hours passed. Luo Tian frowned, and his eyes shook. Could it be, the Dark Overbearing Dominator is also from the Chaos Realm? He was the one who tore the space-time crack? Or, He knew from the beginning that the demon abyss was the edge of the divine territory and that it was connected to another huge realm, which was also his hometown, the Chaos Realm. If that's the case, if he really did enter the space-time rift and enter another world that belongs to his origin continent, then why doesn't he cultivate the power of origin in his body? If he did cultivate the power of origin, then why is it that the three God Kings are no match for him? It was getting more and more complicated. However, Luo Tian felt more and more that all of this had something to do with him. It was as if he was in the eye of a huge whirlpool. He didn't seem to feel anything, but he was surrounded by a huge whirlpool. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed eternally. Fatty Lay muttered, could it be that the dark overbearing dominator didn't tear the space-time crack on the other side? Maybe he broke through to the dominator realm in the space-time crack, so he didn't cultivate the power of origin? It was an unintentional sentence. Luo Tian's mind went boom. There's only one explanation. No. I want to enter the space-time crack. Suddenly, Luo Tian made a bold decision. Fatty Lay's face changed immediately. No. Regardless of how many sector beasts and great beings were hiding in the space-time crack, just the chaotic laws of nature in the space-time crack alone would crush anyone who entered it. Even great beings at the Dominator realm wouldn't dare to enter, let alone those at the Divine Wheel realm. As far as he knew, Thunder King once wanted to enter the space-time crack, but when he stepped half an inch into the space-time crack, he was sent flying by the chaotic laws. His soul was almost destroyed. He had to recuperate for 100 years to recover from that serious injury. So, from then on, he no longer had any thoughts of entering the space-time rift. In the Fiend's Abyss, there was no one who wanted to enter the space-time rift more than him. This was because the tyrannical sovereign of darkness had comprehended the true meaning of darkness within the space-time rift, becoming a sovereign with a single thought. Luo Tian stood up. Fatty Lay stopped him and said, "Boss, no, we really can't, we really can't." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Please believe in me, I can do it." He was certain now. Like him, the Dark Dominator did not belong to the myriad worlds of the God domain. It was very likely that they were all transmigrators. Furthermore, they might have come from the same realm, which was the Chaos realm on the other side of the space-time crack. If that's the case, then, they had one thing in common, the physical body of the myriad worlds in the divine realm and the soul of the Chaos realm. In other words, he could withstand the nomological power of the myriad worlds in the divine realm and could also withstand the nomological power of the Chaos realm. That was why the Dark Tyrant Dominator hadn't died after being trapped by the Thunder King in a space-time rift. If he didn't die, he wouldn't die either, of course. These were all Luo Tian's bold guesses. He believed, very much believed that these guesses were correct. "Boss, it's not that I don't believe you, but you don't know the chaotic nomological power within the space-time rift. You can only withstand the nomological power of the God domain, but you can't withstand the nomological power of the other realms. I've seen with my own eyes what happened when the sector beasts dragged me into the space-time rift. My entire body exploded, and there wasn't even a trace of my physical body. I instantly evaporated." When Fatty Lay thought of that scene, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. During the million years of resisting the invasion of the sector beasts, he had seen countless sector beasts dragging his brothers into the space-time rift, but the moment they stepped into the space-time rift, they instantly turned into nothingness and evaporated. This was the power of the chaotic nomological power of the space. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Anyone, whether it was a sovereign or a godly king, they didn't dare to enter the space-time rift. No matter what, he wouldn't let Luo Tian go in. It was too risky. Luo Tian said, "I know everything you said. Fatty, please believe me. I'll be fine. I'm the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator." Back then, he comprehended the true meaning of darkness in the space-time rift and became a sovereign. I can do the same. He didn't mention that he was a time traveler. He wanted to tell Fatty that he came from the other side of the space-time rift. But he didn't say it. Because, even if he said it now, Fatty wouldn't believe him. Fatty was stunned. He wanted to dissuade him, but he knew very well that once Luo Tian decided on something, he had to do it. However, The moment Luo Tian opened the tent, outside the tent, there were people of all ages kneeling. Lord Luo Tian, please cherish yourself. Yes. How can you enter the space-time rift just because you want to? Don't go in. You are our hope. Whether or not we can leave the demon abyss depends on you. Lord Luo Tian, please cherish yourself and don't take any risks. Thunder King had achieved his goal. Using Fatty Lei's own men to monitor Luo Tian. Making Luo Tian their hope, making it impossible for Luo Tian to leave their sight. This way, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to do anything, much less escape. This move was extremely brilliant. Luo Tian was stunned. What are you doing? Get up. Hurry up and get up. I promise you that I won't enter the space-time rift. Fatty Lei was also stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, his heart sank. That King Thunder King. Hearing that Luo Tian wouldn't enter the space-time rift, they stood up and said, Lord Luo Tian, you should focus on your training. Don't worry about anything else. Whether or not we can leave the demon abyss depends on you. They had placed all of their hopes on Luo Tian. They were a bit blinded. Luo Tian felt rather vexed. In his heart, he laughed coldly. Thunder King, you really are brilliant. However, no matter what, he would find a chance to enter the space-time rift. When the dominating sovereign of darkness entered the space-time rift at the 6-star fiend level, I've also reached the 6-star fiend level. If he can enter at the same level, then I definitely can as well. Right now, his main goal was to level up. The Thunder King's residence. Lord Thunder King, we just received word that Luo Tian wanted to enter the space-time rift, but he was stopped by the people of Feng Lei's tribe. The Thunder King laughed calmly. Luo Tian is their hope. There's no way they will allow Luo Tian to enter the space-time rift. However, is he going to enter the space-time rift again? The center of the God Territory, Holy City, Ruling Institute. Lord Star, we just received news from the Abyss of Demons that the successor of the Dark Dominator is in the Abyss of Demons. A man in a black robe with a blood-soaked sword embroidered on it gave off a sense of death. Huh? The middle-aged man who had been flipping through an ancient book suddenly closed the book, a glint flashing in his cold eyes. The successor of the Dark Dominator? Isn't he dead? The Time Dominator wouldn't let him go, and the Time Dominator clearly said that the kid called Luo Tian is dead. Why would he appear in the Abyss of Demons? The black-robed man bowed and said, this subordinate doesn't know. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The Abyss of Demons, the Land of Exile, the Thunder King, the former Dark Dominator, and now the successor of the Dark Dominator. Interesting, interesting. He pondered for a moment. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. Pass down my order, send the Star Emissary. She must bring back Luo Tian. If the Thunder King has any conditions, kill him. Yes, the black-robed man's voice was a little doubtful. Lord, the Star Emissary comes from the Xianxia continent. She is an indispensable power for your star source. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to send her? Also, I heard that she and Luo Tian are lovers. If that's the case, he didn't dare to continue. He knew very well who the Star Emissary was and what her identity was. Luo Tian's identity was no longer a secret after he endured 999 lightning bolts. Therefore, he was puzzled. What would the consequences be if the two met? The ruling institute's director was the Star God. He was also the Star Dominator. His cultivation was at the peak of the dominators in the God Territory. Moreover, his ability to sense the stars through Li Shuer had greatly increased his cultivation, and his star source was slowly forming. Without Li Shuer, the fusion of his star source would be much slower. The Star God smiled. That's why I sent her. There are probably not many people in the God Territory who can bring Luo Tian out of the Abyss of Demons. The Fate Dominator and Fortune Dominator's figures appeared in his mind. In the meantime, he also thought of Chun Chun, the Lady of Luck, and Xianxia, the Lady of Fate. What had become of them in these millions of years? It's decided then. Remember, we need to be fast. He also wanted the power of the Dominator of Darkness, so he had to be a step faster. Otherwise, things might go awry in the God Territory. Any ruler would want the power of the tyrannical ruler of darkness. In the meantime, they also wanted to kill Luo Tian and get rid of this hidden danger. Once the inheritance of the tyrannical dark ruler was fully activated, Luo Tian would no longer be Luo Tian, but the tyrannical dark ruler. At that time, everyone who had chased after him would die. Right now, Luo Tian was nothing more than a sprout. His cultivation base was simply too low. Before he entered the infernal realm, everything was still under his control. In addition, this was the perfect opportunity to strip away the power of the hegemon of darkness legacy. At this moment, at least 10 rulers were still chasing after the time ruler. There were also many rulers guarding Wilderness City. They were guarding Lin Yu and Enai Shang, waiting for Luo Tian's return. They all desired the power of the tyrannical dark ruler. It was even their chance to enter the God King realm. In another place, Destiny Heavenly Palace. The Destiny ruler frowned. He's indeed still alive. How could the successor of the tyrannical dark ruler die so easily? If that's the case, he wouldn't be the dark ruler. He once rose up in the demon abyss. To think that this time. It won't be so easy this time. The Destiny ruler moved 2 fingers, releasing a stream of destiny power. He then smiled. Star Paragon, you're really fast. I didn't think you'd send out the star emissary of the Xianxia continent. If that's the case, then let's see who has a bigger card. Pass down my orders. Release the shackles on the Destiny emissary and seal her memories. Plant a command in her mind. Bring back the successor of the tyrannical dark ruler at all costs. Use my Destiny heavenly ship to reach the demon abyss. After doing all this, the Destiny ruler looked up at the sky and smiled. Star Paragon, let's see who's faster. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The Thunder Sovereign wasn't stupid. He had been tricked by the Judgment Hall once. This time, he wouldn't be so stupid as to only notify the Judgment Hall. The Star Paragon, the Destiny ruler, and the Fortune ruler had notified him. Other than them, the Thunder Sovereign had even notified a God King expert. Luck City. And Chen carried her luggage and stepped onto the ruler heavenly ship. She was a little lowly in the past. Now, she had grown into a beauty that could topple countries. Even God Kings would fall in love with her. She was a natural beauty of the fox demon race. Furthermore, she exuded an irresistible charm. Every man near her would have their hearts racing. Just like the Empress in One Piece, she was irresistible and dangerous. Brother Luo Tian. I'll definitely bring you back. Unlike the Star Paragon and the Destiny ruler, and Chun's memory wasn't sealed. This was the uniqueness of the Fortune Goddess. Of course, among the 3 of them, the Fortune Goddess hadn't made things difficult for Chun. Let's go. Suddenly, the number of heavenly ships from the God territory to the Devil Abyss was more than the number of times in the past million years. Their target. The inheritor of the dark overbearing ruler, Luo Tian, the scene returned to the Devil Abyss. Achoo! 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 Luo Tian sneezed 3 times in a row. Damn, who missed me so much? Early in the morning, Luo Tian felt refreshed. He walked out of the tent and saw that there were very few people in the tribe. The few important deputies weren't there. He immediately shouted, Fatty Lay? The fatty didn't respond. An old man hurried over and said, Lord Luo Tian, the sector beasts are attacking. The Overlord has brought people to stop them. What? Why didn't they call me? Luo Tian's heart sank. He had already experienced the ferocity of the sector beasts. Feng Lei and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. He immediately rushed toward the space crack. However, the old man stopped him and said, Lord Luo Tian, you can't leave here. The Overlord said that you can't leave the tribe. They'll take care of the defense against the sector beasts. You don't have to worry. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He was extremely fierce. He coldly spat out a word. Scram. Luo Tian was really angry. This was different from yesterday. This time, Fatty Lei was in danger. He had to go. Stop him from saving his brother? It would be strange if he wasn't angry. What is Lordship's orders? This was nonsense. Without a doubt, this was someone arranged by Thunder King. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go when most of the people in the tribe went out to fight against the sector beasts? The old man was also frightened. He didn't dare to stop him anymore. He didn't dare to say anything. Luo Tian quickly rushed in the direction of the spacetime crack. The old man's eyes darkened. After Luo Tian disappeared, he immediately ran in another direction. They're here. They're here. My lord, they're here. I've never seen so many sector beasts. Can we stop them? A deputy general's voice was trembling. Seeing sector beasts walk out of the spacetime crack one after another, his mind was crushed. In one night, the defense line that Luo Tian had created using the tremor fruit collapsed. It turned into an empty plain. Luo Tian forgot a very important thing. These sector beasts were even more ferocious than Tao Tai. They ate everything, including rocks. They ate everything here. This was something that Luo Tian didn't expect. Fatty Lei let out a heavy breath and said, "We have to stop them even if we can't. Don't forget that behind us are the myriad worlds of the divine territory. The people from the abyss of demons are all exiled from the divine territory or from hell. But our origin planes are all in the divine territory. If we fall, what about them?" At this moment, he was more worried about his boss, Luo Tian. The dark overbearing dominator was once a 6-star fiend, so he was fearless. But Luo Tian was only a 6th-tier divine wheel now. He was too weak. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from the spacetime rift. Fatty Lei's eyes were fierce. He said to himself, "Is it the chaos elephant from yesterday again?" He was really frightened by that giant elephant. If it was, then they didn't need to stop it at all. It was useless. Rumble, my lord, look. A golden sector beast. Suddenly, golden light flashed from the dark time and space crack, and 10 golden sector beasts walked out. They were twice as strong as ordinary sector beasts, and their bodies seemed to be made of gold. They were heavy and sturdy, and their entire bodies exuded a godlike defense. Roar, 10 golden sector beasts appeared, and the sector beasts lined up neatly on the plain roared toward the sky. Boom. Wah, the 10 golden sector beasts stomped their feet, causing the ground to shake. Then, they let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth at the same time. The screams carried sound waves. Walala, walala, sound wave attacks that were visible to the naked eye shot out. The sound wave attack directly hit Feng Lei's line of defense. The eyes of the golden sector beast were filled with disdain and disdain. Boom. Ah, on the defensive line, dozens of people were blown away by the sound wave attack. The armor on their bodies was cut by the wind blades. Feng Lei tilted his head slightly, and his cheek was hit by a wind blade. He touched it gently with his finger, and there was a wound. Blood flowed out, and his eyes were ferocious. He said to himself, "It's 10,000 meters away, and the sound wave attack can still hurt me. How strong is this golden sector beast?" The roar was just a deterrent. Next was the attack. Feng Lei had been fighting sector beasts for so many years, so he was very familiar with their tactics. After the sound wave attack disappeared, the giant battle axe in his hand shook violently. His voice was as loud as a bell as he roared, "Brothers, for our home, for our family in this world, kill. Kill. Kill, kill, kill." His voice shook the sky. For a moment, his momentum soared. If a man dies, his bird will face the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Brothers, charge. Fatty Lei picked up his axe and rushed down first. The tribesmen behind him also disregarded their own lives and rushed down as well. In the face of the gigantic sector beast, they were like ants. Such an attack was like seeking death. The moment they rushed out, there was a strange sound in the time and space crack. At this moment, the golden sector beast let out a loud roar. The army of 1,000 sector beasts started to attack, like thousands of soldiers and horses rushing out. For a moment, sand and dust filled the sky, and the earth shook. Murderous intent filled the air. Luo Tian rushed forward with all his might. When he heard that the roar of the golden sector beast was different from the roar of the sector beast yesterday, his heart sank. There's a new species. How many sector beasts are hiding in the time and space crack? How many monsters from the chaos world are there? Fatty Lay. You must hold on. He had died once. He could appear in the abyss of demons because he was exiled here from hell. If he died one more time, his soul would disappear forever, and he would never be able to enter hell again. There would be no reincarnation. He was Luo Tian's first brother in this world. Absolutely nothing could happen to him. In the distance, there were roars everywhere. The battle had begun. Luo Tian went crazy. He wished he could have 18 more legs to rush over. In another place. Thunder King's residence. He's going too? Thunder King frowned, and he looked unhappy. The old man said, trembling, I wanted to stop him, but, when he heard that Feng Lei went to the front line, his expression changed. I stopped him too. Thunder King snorted. Useless thing. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from his body. With a crackling sound, the old man behind him was reduced to ashes. He completely disappeared, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The Thunder King didn't even frown. He took a step forward, looked in the direction of the space-time rift, and laughed coldly. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, could it be that you want to copy the Dark Dominator and enter the space-time rift? Hee. Your current cultivation is far weaker than his at that time, and your body is different from his. If you enter the time and space crack, you'll be crushed into powder by the chaotic power of law. Do you dare to enter? No one would joke about their own life. He believed that Luo Tian wouldn't either. He was even more convinced that Luo Tian wasn't the dark overbearing dominator. He was only the inheritor of the dark overbearing dominator, so Luo Tian's body couldn't survive in the time and space crack. Thunder King was not in a hurry. His face revealed a pleased smile. As long as Feng Lei's tribe is destroyed, where can you go? Which lord in the demon abyss would take you in? Besides, the people from the ruling institute should be arriving soon, right? He hadn't finished speaking. A guard hurriedly ran in. His voice was somewhat hurried, but he was also very excited. He said, Sir. He was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. He swallowed heavily and continued, There is a heavenly warship approaching the abyss of demons. Thunder King smiled and said, They're here. At this moment, another guard rushed in. His voice was urgent and excited as he said, Sir, there are more than a dozen skyships approaching the port, and a skyship battle team is at the western port. What should we do? Should we stop them? Skyship battle team, were they going to invade? Hearing this, Thunder King was very excited, and he became excited as well. He said, No need. Open all the ports and let all the skyships dock. I'm going to greet them myself. Finally, they're here. Ha ha ha. They're finally here. Thunder King was very excited. He didn't expect the Dominator of Darkness ability to be so tempting. The news he spread had caused such a big commotion that even the skyship battle team had come. Ha ha ha, he was excited just thinking about it. This was his chance. He had been waiting for this chance for tens of millions of years. He definitely wouldn't miss it. Let's go, come with me to greet them. The Thunder Sovereign glanced in the direction of the spacetime tear. There, the flames of war blazed, illuminating half the sky. The corners of the Thunder Sovereign's lips curled up as he smiled coldly. Tyrannical Dark Sovereign, you are truly my fortuitous encounter. This time, I definitely won't miss it. Hee. In Luo Tian's direction. The moment he sensed the battlefield, his expression changed. This wasn't a battlefield at all. It was a slaughterhouse. More than a dozen sector beasts killing one warrior. The number of warriors in the tribe had decreased from over 1,000 to less than 100. This was only the first impact, the power gap was too big. Luo Tian's heart suddenly became heavy. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by sector beasts. They were constantly trampling on the ground. Because their bodies were too big, he could not see them at all. All he could hear was constant screams. Don't die. Don't die. Luo Tian's voice deepened. He looked up and shouted, Fatty. His voice was like thunder, spreading quickly, with a trace of the Dark Overlord's aura. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. The sector beasts also stopped attacking. They looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. Their eyes were burning with anger. It was this brat who had killed their own kind the day before. The moment they saw Luo Tian, all the sector beasts started to get angry. At the same time, amidst the group of sector beasts, a battle axe was waved, and Fatty Lei, who was covered in blood, woke up from his coma. He shouted, Boss, I'm still alive. He shook his head. Fatty Lei's mind also gradually became clear. Looking at the corpses around him and hearing the painful screams around him, his heart ached incomparably. I'm sorry, Feng Lei, have let you all down. In an instant, Fatty Lei's eyes turned ferocious. He flew up and stepped on the head of a sector beast. He held his battle axe with both hands and hacked down on the head of the sector beast. He roared, Die. However, his battle axe hadn't struck yet. A golden sector beast blinked its eyes, and suddenly, a golden lightning shot out of its mouth. Crack! Rumble, Luo Tian's eyes widened. Cannons? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Golden sector beast? His entire body is made of gold? Wasn't gold very valuable? Could it be that Earth has changed too? Gold has become trash and is being used to create sector beasts? Luo Tian was shocked, but he still moved. At this moment, there was only one way to save Fatty Lei, which was to change the position of the sector beast. Creak, creak, Luo Tian clenched his fists and grabbed the void. Countless cracks appeared around him. Then, his glabella sank. Tremor fruit, shift the earth's crust. Shake for me. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, deep in the core of the earth, the ground was like a giant snake moving. A huge vibration rolled out, and the place where Fatty Lei was suddenly caved in. So. Rumble. Just above his head, a golden light pierced through in a straight line. It directly blasted a huge mountain 10,000 meters away into flat ground. Luo Tian's heart sank. What the F asterisk CK, this golden sector beast is too awesome. It feels like Kizaru, the owner of the Fruit of Light, but isn't Kizaru nothing in front of my Tremor Fruit of Whitebeard? Because the golden lightning released by the golden sector beast was too similar to the ability of the Fruit of Light. It's just that its power was too strong. Yesterday, it was the Chaos Giant Elephant. Today, it's the golden sector beast. How many demons and ghosts are hiding in the time and space cracks? Might as well. I'll go in and find out today. As soon as he finished speaking. Rumble. His arms burned, and his whole body burned. Then, he became a flaming man and rushed forward. Fatty Lei pulled out a battle axe from the head of a sector beast. Seeing the direction where Luo Tian was rushing, his heart sank. He shouted, Boss, no. All the sector beasts around gave up on the people in Fatty Lei's tribe and rushed toward Luo Tian. Dark Flame Emperor. Boom. Swish, 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 a huge fireball suddenly spun around Luo Tian's body. The fireball soared into the sky like a scorching sun. 9 dark fighting auras were released, entangling Dark Flame Emperor. Luo Tian pressed down again. Braised sector beast, burn UF asterisk curs. Walala, woo, woo, rumble, 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 black flames spread, and the sector beasts in the flames were roaring. Bright red numbers kept floating above their heads. 309,888, 419,887, 500200, all of them were damage values of hundreds of thousands. The braised sector beasts were running around. Luo Tian shouted excitedly, Does it feel good? Even if he had 100 million HP, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Woo, hell, woo, hell, woo, hell. At this moment, the golden sector beast moved. It made a sound that even the space law of the god territory couldn't withstand. Within a few seconds, Luo Tian's Dark Flame Emperor was shattered. It was a giant fireball that was 10,000 meters tall. But in the end, it was crushed to the size of a fist. The 9 dark fighting auras were like 9 little tadpoles swimming on it. At the same time, they made a sound. They jumped up and landed heavily. 2 huge eyes looked down at Luo Tian, who was like an ant on the ground. F***ck. Luo Tian raised his head slightly. Looking at the 10 golden sector beasts that surrounded him, he cursed, F***ck, this is really big. At the same time, at the port of the demon abyss, the flag of the ruler of destiny heavenly ship was the first to arrive. This surprised the Thunder King. What surprised him even more was, a beautiful woman walked down from the heavenly ship. Her eyes were extremely cold. Before he could praise her, another heavenly ship descended. A woman walked down from the other Fortune Dominator heavenly ship. When the Thunder Emperor saw her, his heart almost couldn't take it. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? He was a 6-star fiend, but he couldn't withstand the beauty of a woman. And Xianxia, who used to be a little lowly. Now, she was the #1 beauty in the god territory. They were all here. Large breasts were lethal weapons. Beautiful breasts were even more lethal weapons. If they were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of nations, then they would be supremely invincible weapons. Foxes were born with a devilish charm. Their bodies, their looks, their words, their actions, every single aspect of them gave all the males in the world a unique charm that made them unable to extricate themselves. This was the reason why the chief sovereign of luck hadn't sealed her memories. Because, she believed that Luo Tian would definitely be brought back by Xianxia. There was no man in the world who could resist her charm. The Thunder King continued to use his power, constantly using his 6-star fiend level of cultivation to suppress and defend. He used all his power to prevent himself from thinking, to prevent himself from looking at Xianxia. Just like that, he nearly went berserk. His back was covered with cold sweat. My mother! How could there be such a beautiful woman? The Thunder King's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Only then did he say respectfully, "Welcome, envoy of luck." However, Xianxia didn't even glance at him. She skipped like a happy little rabbit, walking to the side of the chief sovereign of fate's skyship. She said with incomparable joy, "Big sister Xianxia, I finally meet you." Xianxia's eyes were filled with ice. She completely ignored Xianxia. She said coldly to her subordinates, "Let's go." "Big sister Xianxia, what's wrong? You don't recognize Xianxia?" And Xianxia was rather frantic. Although millions of years had passed, she was still able to recognize Xianxia at a glance. This was because her appearance hadn't changed at all over the years. The only change was that hint of coldness in her eyes. An incomparably unfamiliar coldness. Xianxia walked on by herself, paying no attention to Xianxia. She walked to the Thunder King's side, her voice as cold as ice. "You are the 6-star fiend lord, Thunder King?" The Thunder King felt rather unhappy. In the fiend abyss, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, when he thought of why he had called them here, he said slightly, "I am." Xianxia said, "Take me to see Luo Tian." "Yes, yes, yes." And Xianxia thought of the purpose of her visit and immediately rushed forward, saying, "Quick, take me to see big brother Luo Tian. I miss him so much." The Thunder King frowned. And Xianxia's excitement made him a little suspicious. "You know Luo Tian?" However, he didn't have time to think too much. Instead, he said, "It's not difficult to see Luo Tian, but where's the thing I want?" Xianxia said, "When I see Luo Tian, I will naturally release the shackles on your body. This way, you will be able to leave the demon abyss. Can you bring me to see Luo Tian now?" The Thunder Sovereign rejoiced in his heart and said, "Sure." Xianxia followed the Thunder King out. And Xianxia stood behind them and watched from afar. Xianxia gave her a strange feeling, as if she didn't know her at all. And her purpose. And Xianxia's heart trembled. "I have to find brother Luo Tian first." He formed a seal with both hands. He made a strange movement. Subsequently, Xianxia closed her eyes, and an invisible lucky perception spread out. In less than half a second, it covered the entire demon abyss. Suddenly, and Chun's eyes widened. Not good, Brother Luo Tian is in danger. It was more than just danger. It was simply too dangerous. Bang! 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 The golden sector beast was completely trampling on Luo Tian. The sharp claws turned into palms, and one palm after another came down. The dark doqi on Luo Tian's body was crushed back before it could be released. The tremor fruit and the flaming fruit could not release their power. They were completely crushed. This feeling was too uncomfortable. The power of the dark overbearing dominator's inheritance was too little. Luo Tian had only obtained 2 inheritances. Without the support of the source of darkness, the dark doqi could not be released. No. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian panted heavily. His whole body was dripping with blood, and there were dozens of serious injuries on his body. If it were not for the Overlord's body protecting him, he would have been smashed into meat paste. If this goes on, I will really be killed. I have to find a way to separate them. Let's do it one by one. Let's break out first. He made up his mind. Luo Tian moved his right hand and directly locked onto a golden sector beast. He suddenly roared, "Come on, come and kill me. You bastards, you have been attacking me for so long, but you still can't kill me. You are so weak." Roar, one of the golden sector beasts was angry. It was obvious. It understood what Luo Tian was saying. Then, it opened its huge mouth, and a golden light flashed from its throat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lightning cannon again? Luo Tian's heart sank. He summoned the green dragon crescent blade and lowered his right hand. Divine fire, come out. Boom. The flame on his right palm rushed out. That golden sector beast slapped hard, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, the divine fire directly penetrated its huge claw and exploded on its chest. It was also at this moment that it fainted for a short while. Its power was suppressed by the instant killing power of the divine fire. Rumble, a fire dragon shot out from the green dragon crescent blade. Swish. Luo Tian's figure moved. He was instantly carried by the fire dragon and landed at the feet of that fainted golden sector beast. He grinned and laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Let me go out for a breather first. When I come back, I will kill you all one by one. It was just that, Luo Tian wasn't done being complacent. Boom. The lightning cannon directly exploded in front of him. Rumble. Luo Tian didn't have the slightest chance at all. He was directly blasted back and fell heavily on the ground. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Luo Tian's face was pale. He raised his eyes slightly and burst out a curse, asterisk asterisk asterisk. The strength of these golden sector beasts was really too strong. Luo Tian wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, there was some kind of connection between them, as if they were telepathic. No matter which direction Luo Tian escaped in, they could support him at any time. At this moment, the 10 golden sector beasts all suddenly stood up. They looked down from above. Just like 10 mountains surrounding Luo Tian was as small as an ant in their eyes. Halala! 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 A series of strange sounds rang out, as if a cannon was being charged with energy. Don't tell me the 10 of them are firing the lightning cannon at the same time? Luo Tian was stunned. Boom. The golden light scattered and slowly rose up in his throat as if it was gathering energy. What are you talking about? It's just the rhythm of blasting through the demon abyss. Luo Tian wasn't afraid because he wanted to go to hell, so this time he wasn't afraid of death at all. However, defense was still necessary. Overlord's body, come out. Come on, you beasts. Just when his life was hanging by a thread and the golden sector beasts were about to shoot the lightning cannon, a star flashed in the turbid sky and a fairy-like woman walked out of the star. Star confinement. Starlight fell. Bits of starlight fell from the cloudy sky. It seemed to have no power. However, the starlight fell on the golden sector beasts, and suddenly there was a strong impact sound. Then, the golden sector beasts couldn't move at all. Their bodies were confined by a huge starlight cage. All 10 sector beasts were the same. Luo Tian was stunned. Completely stunned. Even the man in the spacetime crack had a change of expression. He looked up at the sky of Demon Abyss and murmured, "Since when can we see starlight here, restrained? They can't move?" Luo Tian tried to move the golden sector beasts a few times. He found that not only could they not move, but the power in their bodies was also suppressed. "Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian immediately released the Overlord Battle Fist. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you while you're sick." Luo Tian would never miss such a great opportunity. What he needed now was to break through and level up. As long as he broke through to the Dominator realm, he could return to Wild City in advance and meet Lin Yuer, and Ai Shang, and the rest in advance. Rumble. 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 Luo Tian had to admit that the HP of these golden sector beasts was a little scary. They had actually reached 1 billion HP. Luo Tian's fists were about to be smashed into smithereens, but he had only managed to reduce 600 million HP. However, Luo Tian was not worried. Dark Flame Emperor. Braised Golden Sector Beast. Rumble, flames burst out. Tremor Fruit. Earth Spike. Swish. Swish, an earth spike pierced the ground, seriously injuring those golden sector beasts. Luo Tian was also tired and panting. He had to admit that in the face of monsters with such high blood points, killing them was also a shocking job. After giving it his all, one of the golden sector beasts only had a few 100,000 blood points left. He only needed 2 more punches to finish it. At this moment, Luo Tian was secretly pleased. "I've been killing monsters for so many years, but I've never felt so good before. They're just standing here and letting me kill them. Ha ha ha. These golden sector beasts are also golden bosses. What can they drop? If its HP is 10 times that of an ordinary sector beast, does that mean its EXP is also 10 times higher? One golden sector beast is worth 1 billion experience points, and I can level up immediately. 10 golden sector beasts are worth 10 billion experience points, and I can level up at least 10 times. After a few more waves of golden sector beasts, I can break through the Dominator realm." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian was laughing in his heart. He was smiling smugly. However, just as he was feeling smug, a woman descended from the sky. Before he could react, she was already standing in front of him. Her eyes were like stars, her skin was as white as snow, and her hair reached her waist. There was a faint trace of sadness on her face that could not be erased, and her body emitted a kind of cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. "Who is it?" Luo Tian's eyes widened. When he saw the woman, he immediately said, "Xianxia, you also came to the God domain?" At the same time, when Luo Tian saw the starlight in the woman's eyes, his body suddenly staggered and trembled. His heart felt as if it had been struck by hundreds of millions of lightning bolts. He immediately rushed forward, as if he was going to protect the star fairy in front of him. Schwer, is that you? Is it really you?" The person in front of him was Li Schwer. Li Schwer with the Star Phoenix bloodline. Li Schwer, who had been captured by the Star God and brought to the God domain, however, she was no longer the Li Schwer of the past. The moment Luo Tian rushed forward, a trace of cold light flashed in her eyes, and her right hand moved. Buzz, a stream of star power instantly imprisoned Luo Tian. She glanced at Luo Tian and said coldly, "You are Luo Tian?" Very unfamiliar, very unfamiliar. Luo Tian felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He was sure, 100% sure, that she was the Li Schwer that he had yearned for day and night. She was the Li Schwer that had once threatened to marry him when she was still a little lowly. However, why was it so unfamiliar? Why? Luo Tian was imprisoned, and struggled with all his might, saying, "Schwer, it's me, your big brother Luo Tian, don't you remember?" "Do you really not remember?" Li Schwer was unmoved, and did not even blink. "It's good that you are Luo Tian. Your identity has been confirmed, now please follow me." As soon as he finished, a stream of star power appeared on her palm, directly connecting to the star cage on Luo Tian's body and fiercely tugged. Bam! Luo Tian fell to the ground directly. The star cage on his body was the same as the one on the golden sector beasts. It was bound, and his power seemed to be sealed. He could not exert any strength at all, and he fell to the ground after being pulled by her. His forehead hit a stone, and it was bleeding. Luo Tian acted as if he could not feel the pain, and he said loudly, "It's me, Sister Schwer. It's me, Luo Tian. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Did someone do something to you? Who threatened you? Tell me." He was panicking. Luo Tian had never been so panicked before. Even when facing the bombardment of the lightning cannons of the 10-sector beasts, he was still calm, and he did not panic at all. But now, his heart was in a mess, and he was completely panicking. Besides, his heart was throbbing with pain. However, Li Shuer did not even look at him. Whether he fell or hit his head, she acted as if she did not see him. She kept dragging Luo Tian to an area where the starlight was scattered. "Shuer! Shuer!" Luo Tian screamed at the top of his lungs. It was as if she did not hear him at all. She did not feel anything at all. In Li Shuer's mind, there was only one purpose, which was to bring Luo Tian back to the sacred city. "What's wrong? Did the star god do something to you?" Luo Tian's heart felt as if it was pierced by 10,000 swords. Looking at Li Shuer's back, it was really painful. It was indescribable, and it was more painful than being torn apart alive. Luo Tian was roaring and going crazy. At the same time, he hated himself. He hated himself for being too weak. He hated himself for not being able to protect his own woman. Looking at Li Shuer dragging him away, his heart felt even more dead. At this time, Fatty Lei got up from the ground. Seeing Luo Tian being dragged away, he was instantly furious. He chopped down with a battle axe. Luo Tian exclaimed, "Fatty, no." Li Shuer's body paused slightly. Her eyes darkened, and her expression became ferocious. Her 5 fingers formed a claw, and a big starlight net directly bound Feng Lei, who was in midair. Fatty Lei fell down, and his eyes darkened. Big sister-in-law? Boss, yes, sister-in-law." Fatty also reacted. Looking at Luo Tian's roaring expression, he was stunned. "Boss, what happened?" "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Schwerer, he's the boss." "I'm Fatty Lei, don't you recognize us?" Feng Lei shouted loudly. Li Shuer was still the same, indifferent. Her body was still the same, cold. What's going on? Feng Lei's eyes turned sinister, and then he thought of the moment when the Star Divine Venerable brought Li Shuer away. Fatty Lei clenched his fists tightly, and the demon Buddha on his body erupted with waves of blood light. "Star Divine Venerable, F***CK your 18 generations of ancestors. Boss, Star Divine Venerable must have done something to sister-in-law. It must be some son of a bitch." At this moment, Li Shuer frowned, and turned to look at Feng Lei who was trapped by the star net. Her 5 fingers moved, and suddenly clenched into a fist. Kacha, the star net was shrinking rapidly. Fatty Lei, who was more than 250 kilograms, was directly crushed into a ball. His face was completely red, and his entire body felt as if it was about to be cut into countless small pieces by this invisible net. However, Fatty Lei did not make the slightest sound of pain. Because, she was his sister-in-law. No matter what she did, she was his sister-in-law. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, and the killing intent in his heart continued to attack the black divine deity in his sea of consciousness. The anger, killing intent, and hatred in his heart continued to intertwine, producing a violent rumbling sound. 10 minutes later, Li Shuer stepped into the place where the starlight scattered, coldly looked at Luo Tian who was not far away, and pulled hard. Whoosh whoosh, *bam. Luo Tian's head heavily hit a rock, and his head was bleeding non-stop. He looked at Li Shuer's cold eyes. It was completely different from the look in his eyes when he was in the profound sky continent. Unfamiliar, cold, Luo Tian was incomparably furious in his heart. "Star Divine Venerable, I must kill you, I must kill you." His heart was roaring. It was roaring. Looking at Li Shuer's cold and unfamiliar eyes, his heart twitched in pain again. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He owed Li Shuer too much in his heart, so much that he didn't know how to repay her. Even if Li Shuer asked him to die, he would definitely not frown. "Get over here," Li Shuer said coldly. His right hand pulled fiercely. Once again, she dragged Luo Tian up. Standing under the starlight, Li Shuer moved her hands and began to form a seal. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body began to be lifted up by the starlight. Li Shuer's body also slowly floated up. Just at this moment, fall, buzz, rumble, a ray of destiny power came crashing down from the sky, and a figure turned into a wheel of destiny, directly cutting off the scattered power of the stars. The only power that could cut off power in the entire divine realm was the power of destiny. Luo Tian fell down heavily. Not far away from him, a beautiful and incomparably familiar figure appeared in front of him. Xianxia. Luo Tian's heart shook once again. Destiny Xianxia. Xianxia, you came too? Luo Tian became excited, but when he saw Xianxia looking at him with a strange gaze, his heart felt like it was about to be torn apart. He gritted his teeth and roared towards the sky, "Why? Why? Ah!" Rumble. 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 Thunder suddenly rumbled in the turbid sky. At the same time, Xianxia said coldly, "You can leave, but you have to leave this person behind." Li Shuer also had an ice-cold expression. She did not say anything, but a ray of star power attacked Xianxia. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the stars and the power of destiny continued to collide. They were locked in a fierce battle. The demon abyss also let out a deafening sound of power colliding with each other. The man in the time and space crack watched everything with interest, his face revealing a cold smile. Seeing Luo Tian on the ground, the sneer on his face became even more complacent. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting." Fatty Lei was still tied up. Seeing Xianxia and Li Shuer fighting, he shouted with all his might. However, it was completely useless. The two women were fighting to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. The sisters from before had now become life and death enemies. Former lovers. Now, they had become strange enemies. All of this made Luo Tian unable to bear it. He had thought of countless bad scenarios, but he had never thought that they would not recognize him and that they would fight together. At this moment, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness felt like it was about to explode. Hatred, anger, and killing intent, these three forces became even stronger, constantly attacking the dark divine deity. At the same time, the inner demon quietly grew in the depths of Luo Tian's mind. The more irritable he became, the more he couldn't control himself, and the faster the inner demon grew. The dark divine deity was in turmoil. The will of darkness could not protect the dark divine deity. At this moment, the divine deity in his sea of consciousness seemed to be about to split open. "Sister Xianxia. Sister Shuer. Why are you guys fighting?" And Chen had rushed over, her face was extremely anxious, and when she saw Luo Tian on the ground bound by the power of the stars, her eyes became wet, and she immediately ran over. Brother Luo Tian, what's wrong, what's going on? Why are Sister Xianxia and Sister Shuer fighting?" Luo Tian would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. He still remembered the scene of the ghost dragon carrying in Chen out. Hearing this voice, Luo Tian looked over and was somewhat stunned, because Chen was simply too beautiful. In the past, she was just a little lowly, but now, she had grown into a peerless beauty that could make people forget about the world with just a glance. Although Chen had grown up and changed a lot, Luo Tian could still recognize her at a glance. What made Luo Tian most gratified was that there was finally a woman who could recognize him. Chen. Luo Tian should have been happy, but he couldn't. And Chen looked at Luo Tian's body covered in blood, and she couldn't help but cry, "Brother Luo Tian, what's going on? What's going on, woo-woo?" Chen doesn't want to see the two sisters fighting. Chen doesn't want to see Brother Luo Tian injured, don't. Tears streamed down her face like a waterfall, dripping onto Luo Tian's body. Buzz. Buzz. The binding force of the stars on Luo Tian's body was removed. Moreover, The wounds on his body had all healed. Looking at Xianxia, tears gushed out of her eyes, and then looking at the strange light emitted from her body, is this the power of luck? Is this Xianxia's power of luck? Immediately, Luo Tian couldn't care less, and comforted her. Xianxia, don't cry, Xianxia, be good, we'll make them stop later. At this moment, the port of the demon abyss. The heavenly ship squadron docked. The two words Heavenly Dao were written on the chess piece hanging on the sky ship. The Crown Prince was here too. Good night. No one had expected this. The Star God from the Judgment Institute did not expect this. The two sovereigns of fate and luck did not expect that the Thunder King would attract so many forces. What they did not expect was that the Thunder King would place all his bets on the Heavenly Law Divine Lord. After the Heavenly Ship battle team docked, the Thunder King immediately welcomed them. The Crown Prince went straight to the point and said, "Is everyone here?" The Thunder King smiled and said, "Everyone is here, and they have already started fighting." "Very good." The Crown Prince smiled faintly. After taking 2 steps, he said to the Thunder King, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. After capturing Luo Tian, I will bring you out of here. As for the plain shackles on you," as he spoke, the Crown Prince's palm moved, and a strange power rose. The Thunder King's eyes widened as he looked at the power. He became extremely excited and said, "Thank you, Crown Prince. Thank you, Sir Divine Lord. I will do my best to cooperate with the Crown Prince and help you capture Luo Tian." The Crown Prince smiled. Luo Tian must be captured, but the emissary of stars, the emissary of fate, and the emissary of luck must also be captured. I need their unique powers. This was the purpose of his visit. The power of stars, the power of fate, and the power of luck were unique in the divine territory. They were also powers that his father had not fused. As for him, he also needed them because he was only one step away from the sovereign realm. By fusing these 3 powers together with the power of the heavenly law, he would be able to comprehend his own unique power and step into the sovereign realm in one step. As for Luo Tian? Death, because he had dealt with Luo Tian before. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Luo Tian was a huge threat. He was extremely terrifying. His potential was limitless. He had reached the spirit will realm in such a short period of time. If he was given more time, the divine domain would definitely be turned upside down by him, just like the ancient continent. Therefore, his thoughts were different from the other sovereigns. Luo Tian had to die. Moreover, it was the kind of death where he would never be reincarnated. Moreover, he had already prepared this power, on Luo Tian's side. The star shackles on him were released. It was the same for Fatty. And Xianxia threw herself into Luo Tian's arms and clamped her legs around Luo Tian's waist. Her whole body hung on Luo Tian's body, just like when they were young. "Brother Luo Tian, I miss you so much. I miss you every day. I finally get to see you." Woo-woo, she started sobbing again. This was the first time in millions of years that she had cried. In the past, when the chief sovereign of luck had made her cry or even hit her, she hadn't shed a single tear. But now, she was crying. And Xianxia was now 1.7 meters tall. Her long hair was slightly curly, and her figure was indescribably good. When she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms, a strange fragrance rushed into his nose, and his body trembled slightly. He couldn't block it, he really couldn't hold on anymore. And Xianxia's entire body was filled with evil charm, and this kind of temptation towards male creatures was not under her control. The demon fox race was born like this. Luo Tian pushed Xianxia away with all his might. If he did not push her away, he was worried that the killing intent between his legs would soar to the sky, and said, "Xianxia, be good, come down first, I have to think of a way to separate the two of them." Fatty Lay's expression was wooden. It was very surprising. He was not tempted by the evil charm on Xianxia's body at all. Instead, he scratched his head and said, "The little girl has grown up, and is still so beautiful, haha," and Xianxia stuck out her tongue at Fatty Lay and said, "Brother Fatty. Good girl." Fatty Lay laughed happily. Luo Tian walked forward and watched as Xianxia and Li Shuer continued to fight with their lives on the line. Fortunately, the two of them had similar cultivation levels, otherwise, one of them would have died long ago. However, if this continued, someone would definitely die. No way. We must not let them continue fighting like this. Luo Tian's brow sank, and said to Xianxia, "Can the power in your body separate them?" And Xianxia shook her head, and said, "Big sister Xian and big sister Shui are both infinitely close to the Dominator realm, my strength is simply unable to do so. Big brother Luo Tian, quickly think of a way, if this continues, something will happen to them. What's wrong with them? Why would they kill each other? It must be the Star Ruler and the Destiny Ruler who did something." Fatty Lei also said angrily, "These two sons of bitches, they won't die a good death." Luo Tian's mind started to think crazily. Xian and Li Shui's power was several realms higher than Luo Tian's. He couldn't even enter their battle. Moreover, the two of them didn't even know who he was. If he rushed in, he would be crushed. What should we do? There must be a way, suddenly. Luo Tian looked at the spacetime crack, and secretly clenched his fists. Suddenly, he turned and ran toward the spacetime crack, shouting, "Don't you all want to catch me? Come on, catch me. Big brother Luo Tian, what are you doing? Boss, there's a spacetime crack, you must not go in." And Chen looked at Fatty Lei in confusion, "Big brother Fatty, what's a spacetime crack?" Feng Lei hurriedly said, "It's a place where the laws are in chaos, a place where the laws of two realms collide in the crack, and humans can't withstand it. Only special sector beasts can withstand it. If boss enters, he will be crushed to death instantly." "Ah," and Chen exclaimed, "then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him." Fatty Lei was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly chased after her. At the same time, Xian and Li Shui looked at each other and immediately stopped, chasing after Luo Tian. As expected, Luo Tian's heart trembled. Right now, they just want to have two computers. Their goal is to bring them back, just like a program. Okay. Since your cultivation is so strong, since you like to fight, then I'll make you tired and then we can talk slowly. Luo Tian secretly planned in his heart. There were thousands of sector beasts here, and 10 golden sector beasts, enough to consume the divine origin aura in their bodies. As long as they were tired and lay down, naturally they wouldn't fight. Then he would slowly think of a way. At the same time, Luo Tian roared at the man in the spacetime crack, "Come on, don't you want to swallow the abyss of demons? If you have the guts, come on, you little b*tch, come on, crush me." The man in the spacetime crack didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. However, he was very cooperative and got angry. His eyebrows sank, and he suddenly shouted. Boom! Hong Long Long, the star confinement of the 10 golden sector beasts was broken, and those sector beasts became more ferocious, and they all pounced on Luo Tian. Their target was Luo Tian. They wanted to take Luo Tian away. So, it was very simple. Luo Tian could not die. With this conclusion, things would be much easier. If Luo Tian was caught in a dangerous group of sector beasts, they would naturally help him. Furthermore, they would be helping Luo Tian kill sector beasts. With the experience gained from killing sector beasts, wouldn't Luo Tian's leveling speed increase by several times? First, it could consume their strength and divine essence. Second, Luo Tian could also level up and break through. That was why Luo Tian had rushed into the group of sector beasts and angered the man in the crack of time and space. At the same time, he moved his body and snapped his fingers. A flame rose from his index finger, and then flames shot out from his body. Hong. Long. Long, Hong. Long. Long, Hong. Long. Long, Flame Emperor. Braze! Luo Tian roared. A giant fireball exploded in the sky. Countless flames shot down and landed on the sector beasts. They didn't dodge because they didn't need to. 129-inch, 98, 109, the damage was so low. He couldn't even hurt a hair of the sector beasts, but Luo Tian didn't want to kill them. All he wanted was a little bit of damage. Even if it was a -1 damage value, it would be enough. He couldn't kill them, but someone else could. After doing all this, Luo Tian opened his arms and put away all his aura. He smiled and murmured, "Tremble in front of my wife." He didn't care about the sector beasts around him. He was just like a madman. Brother Luo Tian. And Chen formed a seal with her hands. She frowned. Suddenly, a strange power came down from the sky and formed a defense around Luo Tian. Around Luo Tian's body, sand was stirred up by this power. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Lucky Shield. The Lucky Shield lasts for 1 minute. Subsequently, and Chen thought of what had happened to Luo Tian in the profound sky continent and released another wave of energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving the Blessing of Luck. Lucky Blessing lasts for 1 minute. Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. Lucky Shield and Lucky Blessing. Is this in Chen power? Is this her unique power? Just as these two forces were about to land, Xianxia and Li Shuer, two domineering women who were infinitely close to the sovereign realm, also made their moves. Swish swish swish, rumble. Rumble. He was exceptionally valiant. The harvest of fate power and the restraint and suppression of star power instantly killed all the sector beasts that were about to pounce on Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. I was right. Of course. This move of his was extremely dangerous. If he guessed wrong, he would be slapped out of the sector beast. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing sector beast. You have gained 15 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 100 points of the power of the origin. Ding! Integration of the power of the origin successful. Ding! Beast warrior system replacement failed. A sector beast had been killed in an explosion. Luo Tian expected this, but what he didn't expect was the experience points. There was an extra 50 million experience points. His heart tightened, and he thought to himself, is this the blessing of luck? Wow, I forgot that Chen has the power of luck. Back then, when I saved her mother, I got 100 points of luck, and her drop rate was off the charts. Although the luck value was taken away by the lucky dominator when I ascended to the ancient continent, it feels so good to have full luck. I didn't expect that, her power can be increased by experience points. So cool, ha ha ha. He felt so happy all of a sudden. 50 million experience points, which was an increase of 0 points. 5 times the experience points. What did this mean? It felt so good. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing sector beast. You have gained 15 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 100 points of the power of the origin. Another notification sounded. Once again, there was a confirmation. Luo Tian said loudly to Chen, keep the blessing of luck going. Huh? Oh, brother Luo Tian, don't worry. Leave the blessing of luck to me. And Chen smiled happily. As long as Luo Tian wanted it, she would give it to him. Anything. At the same time, Luo Tian walked toward the group of sector beasts step by step. He was fearless. Xianxia and Li Shuer chased after him like crazy. They were like two demonic beast harvesters, crazily killing the sector beasts. For them, killing sector beasts was not a difficult thing. Their experience points shot up like a rocket. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Divine Will level 6. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Divine Will level 7. Continuous advancement. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. Luo Tian turned to look at Xianxia and Li Shuer. The two of them were still filled with energy. Luo Tian murmured to himself, it seems as though the star divinity and the chief sovereign of fate have given you enough power. I can see that too. They are determined to catch me. It's just that, Luo Tian smiled bitterly. Looking at Xianxia and Li Shuer's cold expressions, his heart ached again. Xianxia, I have no choice but to let you kill sector beasts to exhaust me. When you are exhausted, we can talk about it. I will find a way to undo the seal on you. He had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, no matter what, Luo Tian would not exhaust them to help him. The sector beasts were crushed. The man in the crack of time and space was extremely angry. He gave orders, and the golden sector beasts became extremely ferocious. They attacked the three of them crazily. Luo Tian stood among the sector beasts. None of the sector beasts were able to hurt him. They were completely blocked by his powerful wife. In another place, the crown prince was standing on a cliff with a large group of people. Looking at Luo Tian, who was in the midst of the group of sector beasts, his eyes turned extremely cold. His eyes were ferocious as he said coldly, "Luo Tian, we meet again." Thunder King said respectfully, "Crown Prince, shall we make a move? Now is a good time." The Crown Prince smiled and said, "No hurry. Luo Tian is exhausting the energy of the Envoy of Fate and the Envoy of Star God. I can see that these two women are very important to him. They should be his lovers when he was in the Xianxia continent. This is the best. When they have exhausted their godly essence, I can make a move and take them down easily." His target was the envoys of the three masters. He wanted to capture Luo Tian for his father. Of course. Death was fine too, therefore, there was no need to rush. He would make a move when the Envoy of Fate and the Envoy of Star God were exhausted. Ha ha ha, kill, kill. You two will be mine soon. The Crown Prince laughed proudly. The killing was still going on. His experience was skyrocketing. Xianxia and Li Shuer were still protecting Luo Tian. As for Luo Tian, he kept moving forward, getting closer to the spacetime crack. Since these sector beasts couldn't hurt him, he wanted to see who the man in the spacetime crack was and how many sector beasts were there. However, Luo Tian had only moved less than 10 meters after an hour. It was really too difficult. Those sector beasts were indeed too strong. Even though Xianxia and Li Shuer kept killing them, there were still sector beasts who weren't afraid of death. Under the command of the golden sector beasts, the sector beasts started to change their target. They were also here to fight a war of attrition. 2 hours passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a sector beast. You have gained 150,000 experience, 0 divine essence, and 100 origin power. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. You are now at Divine Will level 9. Haha. One more level and I'll break through to the God level. The sector beasts here should have no problem leveling up a dozen more levels. With 10 more golden sector beasts, I might reach the peak of the God level. As long as I integrate a unique power, I'll break through to the Dominator level. By then, Luo Tian was furious. Star, Destiny, you two Dominators, just you wait. I'll kill you first. How dare you bully my woman? 5 hours later, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a sector beast. You have gained 120,000 experience, 0 divine essence, and 100 origin power. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. You are now at Divine Spirit level 1. D*MN, that was fast. 1 level in 3 hours. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the Dominator level in a few days. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was secretly excited. As his level increased, his experience gradually decreased. However, within Chun Chun's blessing, the experience was still considerable. At this moment, Xianxia and Li Shuer were still full of energy and didn't look tired at all. While they were killing the sector beasts, they were absorbing power at the same time. Such a battle of attrition could last them for a very, very long time. It was ridiculously long. However, Holy City of the Divine Realm. Star Hierarch furrowed his brows. He couldn't see what was happening in the abyss of demons, but he could feel that Li Shuer's star power was surging and being consumed. It's impossible for a mere Luo Tian to be so strong. Could he have met another sovereign's emissary? Even an ordinary emissary of the sovereign wouldn't be a match for her, unless she encountered a few perverted disciples or emissaries. In that case, right at this moment, a thought was transmitted into his sea of consciousness. Stardust, give Luo Tian to me. Name your price. As long as I have something, you can give it to me. The chief sovereign of fate sent mentally. Star Divine Venerable smiled and said, I was wondering who was obstructing my disciple. So it's you. The dark power is of no use to you. How about this? Name your price and give him to me. The chief sovereign of fate smiled and said, that's no fun. What do you mean the dark power is of no use to me? You, on the other hand, don't absorb the star power in the sky. Why are you competing with me for the dark power? Brother Star Divine Venerable, give him to me. I'm willing to exchange my Wheel of Fate for it. Wheel of Fate, the supreme artifact of the chief sovereign of fate. Even a sovereign great being could only dream of it. Thus, the chief sovereign of fate's price was so high that it was shocking. However, Star Divine Venerable didn't buy it. He smiled and said, Brother Fate, you'd better put away your Wheel of Fate. I'm not interested in that thing at all. You and I both know what the dark overbearing sovereign's power is. If I give it to you or you give it to me, we might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the God King realm. You want it, and so do I. Since that's the case, let's let our disciples fight it out. Who didn't want the dark overbearing sovereign's power? They were supreme beings in the sovereign realm, so they wanted it even more. However, none of them would do it themselves. Because, once a sovereign made a move, it would immediately attract other sovereigns. At that time, it would very likely cause chaos. They could only send out their disciples. This was a tacit understanding formed by the sovereigns of the God realm. The chief sovereign of fate smiled and said, since that's the case, then so be it. However, Brother Star Divine Venerable, the result might disappoint you. Star Divine Venerable smiled and said, we still don't know who will win. The power of fate had its own uniqueness. The power of stars had its own strength. No one could completely suppress the other. Demon Abyss. Thunder King's expression changed as he said, Crown Prince, his cultivation has broken through again. This is the third time. In a short 10 hours, he has already broken through to the God realm. He didn't do anything. In this demon abyss, the aura of God origin is very thin. It's impossible to break through. How did he do it? And, if this continues, I'm worried that his cultivation will become stronger and stronger. At that time, I'm afraid, Thunder King saw the Crown Prince's expression turn cold and didn't continue speaking. The Crown Prince didn't take Luo Tian seriously at all. However, to break through 3 times in 10 hours, no one in the entire divine plane had ever done so. His heart started to waver, but he still held it in. His target was the 3 powers of fate, star, and luck. Luo Tian was his father's target. The 2 emissaries of fate and star hadn't consumed much of their god origin. Without enough confidence, he wouldn't act rashly. He was waiting. 1 day passed. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Current level, level 2 God Spirit. Luo Tian's aura changed again. After reaching the God Spirit realm, the experience of sector beasts decreased, and the leveling up experience increased greatly. Luo Tian wasn't satisfied with it, but this was a speed that no one else could achieve. The Crown Prince couldn't help it. The 3rd day. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Current level, level 3 God Spirit. The 10th day. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Current level, level 4 God Spirit. At the moment of this breakthrough, Luo Tian suddenly heard the voice of Dragon God Ancestor in his mind. Kid, break through 1 more level, and you'll be able to comprehend a stronger dark power. My power will also increase because of your breakthrough. Dragon God Ancestor and Luo Tian were connected. The stronger Luo Tian was, the stronger the dark power would be, and so would Dragon God Ancestor's power. Dragon God Ancestor's voice made Luo Tian tremble slightly. He thought Dragon God Ancestor was in seclusion and wouldn't come out for 8 to 10 years. He didn't expect Dragon God Ancestor to come out so soon. Luo Tian said excitedly, 1 more level, right? Let's see if my wife is good enough. At the same time, the Crown Prince frowned. He couldn't help it. He fixed his eyes on Xianxia, who kept giving Luo Tian luck blessings. The crown prince always thought he was patient. He trained slaves from the lower plains. He cultivated the power of the heavenly path. He was patient in all aspects, but this time, he couldn't help it. It wasn't because he couldn't wait. It was because he couldn't tolerate Luo Tian breaking through and becoming stronger right under his nose. At the same time, he felt the pressure in his heart, the pressure coming from all heaven. In a short 10 days, all heaven had broken through 5 times. This was a speed that no one could achieve. Even the overbearing ruler of darkness, who was known as the #1 genius of God's domain, couldn't achieve such a fast speed. More importantly, Luo Tian didn't have to do anything to break through. He ran here and there, and then he broke through inexplicably. He had been watching for 10 days. He wanted to see how Luo Tian broke through, but he couldn't understand it all. There was no fluctuation of God essence aura, and there was no other inheritance of the Dark Master. The only thing he saw was Destiny Envoy and Star Envoy killing sector beasts. But did that have anything to do with Luo Tian? He didn't participate in the battle, and there was no possibility of him breaking through in the battle. He was like a loafer, wandering around, and then he broke through. Comparisons were odious. He thought of himself in seclusion all year round, cultivating the power of the heavenly path in a secret room, and comprehending the artistic conception of the realm. Looking at Luo Tian, the crown prince felt extremely unbalanced. Why, looking at the 3 beauties beside Luo Tian, he felt even more unbalanced. Why, all these made the crown prince lose his patience. So, he decided to take action. First, catch the fortune envoy woman. Remember, don't hurt her. Do you understand? From the moment he saw Xianxia, his heart had been pounding. Xianxia was so beautiful that he lost control. He couldn't wait to hold Xianxia in his arms. The Thunder King nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The general in the Sky General Palace behind the Crown Prince followed the Thunder King and approached quietly. The other group of people remained where they were, awaiting orders. The Crown Princess continued, "Don't bother about Luo Tian. You must not attack Luo Tian. Just focus on capturing Fate and Constellation's emissary. As for Luo Tian, leave him to me." Understood. At the same time, the Crown Prince moved. Danger was approaching. Luo Tian did not know, he was still chatting with the Dragon God Ancestor. Jumping left and right, he dodged a few attacks from the sector beasts. Then, the system beeped in his head. "Ancestor, didn't you say you were going into seclusion? It's only been a few days, how come he's already out? Don't you know that the plane I'm in is different from the plane you're in? To you, it's just a few days, but to me, it's tens of thousands of years. What the hell do you know?" The old ancestor started bragging. Actually, he wasn't in seclusion at all. She had been sleeping soundly. Seclusion was too boring for him. In the ancient plane, he was the only dragon there. Who was he going into seclusion for, moreover? It was useless for him to go into seclusion. To him, it was too difficult to increase his strength. Without 100,000 or 80,000 years, it would be useless. Of course. The reason why he recovered his vitality so quickly and walked out of the shadow of the Chaos Mammoth's crushing was all because Luo Tian was breaking through. Every time Luo Tian broke through, his strength would become stronger, and his understanding of the dark force would become more thorough. In just 10 days, he had broken through 5 or 6 times, and his cultivation level had also increased by 5 or 6 levels. This made him even more unwilling to go into seclusion to comprehend. Just like Luo Tian, he was running around, tossing his ancient plane around until it was about to fall apart. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. "You're bragging. Only a ghost would believe you." The old ancestor laughed and said, "Don't doubt me. If I meet that Chaos Mammoth now, I can beat the shit out of it. Do you believe me?" He looked very imposing. Moreover, he was very confident. Luo Tian still wanted to say something. Suddenly. "Ah, you dare to touch Chen? Thunder King, you're King tired of living." 2 voices came out. All of a sudden, Luo Tian looked over and realized that the Thunder King had made his move, and Behind him was a group of people from the heavenly law city. His heart sank. Natural law divine lord also sent people? At this moment, the crown prince descended from the sky and sneered, Luo Tian, how have you been? Rumble. 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 The turbid sky suddenly sank, and the pressure that filled the sky came crashing down. Luo Tian's mind sank, and his sea of consciousness began to fluctuate. However, in that instant, the darkness divine deity released a ray of dark Do Qi, shattering the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Luo Tian's mind recovered, and he looked at the sky. The crown prince's face was extremely familiar, just like the crown prince in the ancient continent. The killing intent in his heart suddenly rose. Crown prince, you son of a bitch, you finally came out. The crown prince's gaze was gloomy, and he let out a cold laugh. In the ancient continent, if it hadn't been for the chief sovereign of fantasy pleading on your behalf, you would have died back then. Today, I want to see who can save you. In the distance. Bang. Fatty Lei was heavily flipped over and sent flying 10,000 meters away. The Thunder King let out a cold snort. A 4-star fiend dares to fight against me? Are you worthy? As they spoke, he looked towards Xianxia. His heart was thumping wildly as well, and he couldn't help but want to pounce on her. Right at this moment, he viciously bit himself, forcing himself to calm down. Laughing wickedly, he said, Lucky emissary, are you going to obediently submit, or do you want me to make a move? And Xianxia looked at the distant Feng Lei, then called out urgently, Big brother Fatty, seeing the Thunder King's perverted look, and Xianxia's forehead sank. She said coldly, You dare to harm Big brother Fatty? I won't forgive you. She had a very weak look on her face. She didn't give off a threatening feeling. She was cute, adorable. The Thunder King couldn't help but laugh. Given your weak body, why won't you let me off? Little beauty, I think you should just obediently submit to me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Luo Tian's rage soared to the heavens. He bellowed, Thunder King, if you dare to touch a single hair on Xianxia's head, I'll make it so that you won't even be able to become a ghost. As they spoke, he was about to charge forward. Bang! Bang! But as soon as he took a single step, his body was knocked back by a powerful force, as though there was an invisible wall in front of him. The crown prince laughed. Why are you in such a rush to leave? In the primordial continent, I wasn't able to do what I said. Here, I'll do it one by one. All of your women will become my playthings, ha ha ha. Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Staring at the crown prince in midair, he clenched his fists. Play with your 18 generations of ancestors. In that instant, power surged, but the dragon god ancestor suddenly shouted, You are not his match. Brat. Hurry up and break through. Just one more level will be enough. If you don't want to see them bullied, you can only break through. Hurry. The ancestor's voice kept ringing. But Luo Tian didn't listen at all. He had lost them once in Tianxian continent. He wasn't there, so he couldn't change that. Now, if he was there, how could he watch them disappear from his sight again? No, absolutely not. If that was the case, Luo Tian might as well die. Hung, Lin Dao kept hitting the wall of heavenly Dao. Each time, he used all his strength. The ground shook. The crown prince, who was floating in the air, laughed wildly. With your god spirit level, you want to break the wall of heavenly Dao that I set up? Ha ha ha. You overestimate yourself. His cultivation level was infinitely close to the dominator level. His purpose here was to seek the power of fate, stars, and luck. He wanted to use these 3 powers to break through the shackles and become a dominator. Once he broke through, he and his father would be the only father and son dominators in the entire god realm. Besides, when his father got Luo Tian's dark power and combined it with the power of other dominators, he would definitely become a god king. By then, the scene would be too beautiful. The crown prince didn't even dare to think about it. By then, he would be the crown prince. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, does it feel good to see the woman you love being ravaged? Ha ha ha, weren't you very arrogant in the ancient continent? You want to steal my woman? Today, it's my turn to steal your woman. Ha ha ha. Look at the lucky emissary. She's naturally seductive and evil. You don't know yet, but she's the #1 beauty in the entire god realm. Even dominators can't control themselves when they see her. Ha ha ha. The crown prince was extremely excited. Luo Tian ignored him. He kept hitting the wall of heavenly Tao. Right at this moment. Hong. Long. Long, Hong. Long. Long, Xianxia and Li Shuer were also surrounded. At the same time. The sector beasts in the spacetime crack immediately retreated to one side and didn't attack any of them. The man in the spacetime crack had a smug sneer on his face. People's greed is always stronger than anything else. In the face of invasion, they still choose to kill each other for benefits. There's no need for such a world to exist. Ha ha ha, God is helping me. As long as I conquer the devil abyss, I can quickly integrate the power of laws of this world and create even more ferocious sector beasts. I can use this place as a springboard to devour the entire God Zone to make up for the lack of spirit energy in the Wonton world. Boom, boom, a few muffled sounds of impact rang out, and Xianxia and Li Shuer were knocked back with heavy injuries. The crown prince once more laughed delightedly. Luo Tian, they're your women as well, right? Only, they don't recognize you. They've been sealed by the star divinity and the chief sovereign of fate, so they'll never be able to recognize you. However, they'll soon be my women. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? It must be very satisfying. Seeing Luo Tian in pain, the crown prince was extremely excited. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, the heart demon in his mind once again grew, crazily absorbing the anger in his mind. Even the aura of darkness was absorbed by it. The dragon god patriarch suddenly roared. Roar. The dragon's roar shook. However, the heart demon didn't restrain itself and swallowed his dragon's roar. It couldn't be suppressed at all. The dragon god patriarch's heart sank. I didn't expect to have a heart demon in just a few days. Kid. Calm down. If you don't calm down, you'll be controlled by the heart demon. The patriarch's power couldn't be unleashed in Luo Tian's body. The only thing he could do now was to remind Luo Tian. He wanted him to calm down. He had to calm down. Heart demons in the Divine Dominions plane and in a low-level plane were two completely different concepts. The stronger the power in one's body and the more powerful the plane, the faster the heart demon would grow. Its power would also become stronger. Moreover, once controlled by the heart demon, one would become a killing machine. One's temperament would change drastically, and one would lose oneself. Bang! 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 Luo Tian was still crazily hitting the wall of heaven. He didn't care about the heart demon at all. Even if he was controlled by the heart demon, he would be willing to kill the crown prince and save him. When he saw Li Shuer and Xianxia's cold eyes, his heart was in extreme pain. The suffering they suffered was all because of him. He had lost them once. There definitely wouldn't be a second time. Ah, Luo Tian roared, his fists were like thunder, Overlord's war fist, boom. Rumble. 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 The wall of heaven trembled slightly, but there were no signs of it cracking. The crown prince's face shook slightly. The power of the Tao of heaven on his body suddenly moved, once again strengthening the defense of the wall of heaven. He laughed loudly and said, "You can't break through, haha. Luo Tian, just watch your woman suffer in front of you. Don't worry, I won't kill them. I'll turn them all into my playthings, wahaha." Again and again, it stimulated Luo Tian's mind. The heart demon became stronger and stronger. Hearing Luo Tian's roar, and Chun, who was retreating step by step, couldn't help but worry. Suddenly. Use your purifying power to calm him down. Hurry, you're the only one who can help him now. The Crown Prince's heavenly Tao power can't resist your purifying power. You have to purify his mind, or he'll be taken over by his inner demons. When that happens, he'll go on a killing spree, including all of you. The voice of the dragon god ancestor. And Chun's heart became even more worried. At this time, she didn't even think about it, completely ignoring the Thunder King. Her brows furrowed, her hands formed a seal, and her mouth muttered an incantation. Then, a force from her body surged into the sky. Buzz buzz, a sound like the sound of nature came. The turbid sky suddenly became clear. The crown prince's eyes slightly raised, and his heart sank. The purifying power of the fortune overlord. As expected, father was right, this woman has the purifying power, ha ha ha, boom. A force was poured down. Penetrating the wall of heaven, it directly entered the depths of Luo Tian's mind. Rumble. 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 Luo Tian's mind was in turmoil. The heart demon struggled crazily, but it was still crushed. Luo Tian also quickly regained his composure. At this moment. Bang! The Thunder King made a move and sent Xianxia flying with a punch. Xianxia had blood at the corner of her mouth, and her face was extremely pale. Using the purifying power had exhausted all of her essence, and now she didn't have a trace of strength. Seeing this, Luo Tian said, "Ah," with a roar. The moment the wall of heaven purified, he didn't rush toward Xianxia, but toward the golden sector beast that only had a few 100,000 HP left. Thank you to And Bad Child for the 1888 reward. Thank you to Zweli Ji for the 588 reward support. Thank you, I watched the competition last night and didn't write. Today, 5 chapters will be updated, making up for yesterday's 2 chapters. If you have a ticket, please support me. Thank you. The purifying energy was the most powerful energy of the chief sovereign of luck. It could instantly purify all energy, including the demon heart which had swelled up in Luo Tian's mind. However, this sort of purification was only a temporary suppression. Once Luo Tian lost control, the demon heart would still be born. This was because the purifying energy was simply too powerful. And Xianxia could only use it once, and that was her limit. Given that she had just been attacked by the Thunder King, her entire body seemed to have collapsed, and her face was ashen and powerless. Big brother Luo Tian, you have to be fine. Seeing the enraged Luo Tian, and Xianxia said weakly, and then fainted. In another place, the crown prince was instantly enraged. A surge of heavenly law energy swept out, knocking the Thunder King to the ground and smashing him into the ground, unable to move at all. Who told you to harm her? Didn't you understand what I said just now? If anything happens to her, I'll definitely make you regret ever being born into this world. Incomparably savage. The Thunder King was a 6-star fiend lord, equivalent to a peak godbreak expert. In other words, he was infinitely close to the chief sovereign level, but in front of the crown prince, he wasn't even able to resist. This was the power of the heavenly law. Unshakable power. In addition, this was also the power of chief sovereigns. At the same level, if one had the power of a chief sovereign, one would be able to crush the other. The Thunder King lay there on the ground, incomparably furious. However, he didn't dare to offend the crown prince in the slightest. Sorry, milord. Please spare me this once. Humph. The crown prince let out a cold snort. With a thought, he set up a barrier of heavenly law energy to protect Xianxia. He also drooled over Xianxia's beauty, and after she had unleashed her purifying energy, he wanted to obtain her even more. Thus, nothing could happen to Xianxia, he needed her purifying energy, in the deity realm. The chief sovereign of Luck's face suddenly sank. Purifying energy. I didn't expect that this girl, after all these years, would be able to silently train in purifying energy. However, her current level of cultivation isn't able to withstand the backlash of the purifying energy. It seems something is about to happen. Holy City, Tribunal. The star god's eyes turned ferocious. His will was like thunder as he arrived above Tiandao City. He snorted coldly and said, "Brother Tiandao, aren't you being too unkind by doing this?" At the same time, the chief sovereign of Fate's voice rang out as well. "Brother Heaven, what exactly are you trying to do?" "Ha ha ha, I don't want to do anything. The Luo Tian is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. It belongs to the strong. If you can send a disciple to the demon abyss, why can't I?" The heavenly Tao Divine Lord's voice exploded in the sky, and it was filled with madness. Just yesterday, he fused the power of the fantasy sovereign into the power of the heavenly Tao. He had already obtained the power of 4 sovereigns. They had all fused together. If he could fuse the strength of the three sovereigns of fate, star, and luck into the power of the heavenly Tao, then his cultivation would take another step forward and he would reach the unsurpassed God-King realm. At that time, if he could strip Luo Tian of the inheritance of the tyrannical darkness sovereign, he would become the strongest powerhouse in the realm of the gods, a peak God-King. What a good move! The star god snorted coldly. I was the one who discovered Luo Tian first, but you came to interfere. Could it be that you also want the power of darkness? Don't forget, the tyrannical darkness sovereign was killed because of your betrayal. Others might not know why you betrayed him, but I know very well. It was because you couldn't fuse with the power of darkness. Of course, it was because you hated the fact that the tyrannical darkness sovereign was stronger than you and was a threat to you. Luo Tian is now the inheritor of darkness. Could it be that you want to try again? The chief sovereign of fate said angrily. If you want to capture Luo Tian, then so be it, but you actually attacked our disciple. Could it be that you want to start a war with us? With your mere power of the heavenly Tao, do you dare to fight against my fate? The chief sovereign of fate, the chief sovereign of star, and the chief sovereign of luck were known as the three strongest sovereigns in the realm of the gods. They were all peak sovereigns. They had stood in the realm of the gods for hundreds of millions of years, much earlier than the heavenly Tao Divine Lord had become a sovereign. In the realm of the gods, they were the strongest existences below the God-King realm. They could easily crush any sovereigns. The chief sovereign of fate didn't care about Xianxia being crushed, but Luo Tian would also lose him because of Xianxia being crushed, causing him to lose his best chance to advance to the God-King realm. He should be angry. Of course, he should be angry. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled. What? Only you are allowed to covet the power of darkness on Luo Tian, but I am not allowed to have it. What do you mean by starting a war? Brother Fate, do you think you are a match for me now? Impudent. The chief sovereign of fate angrily rebuked. Suddenly, the wheel of fate spun, as though the sky was about to be split open by the wheel of fate. The wheel of fate was a divine artifact in the realm of the gods, its power was boundless. The star god was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the chief sovereign of fate to suddenly take out the wheel of fate. Was he going to crush the heavenly Tao Divine Lord, however? The heavenly Tao Divine Lord didn't panic at all. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Fate, you are old. Boom. Heavenly Tao Divine Might. Rumble. In the sky above the heavenly Tao city, a huge spear pierced through the void. Without waiting for the wheel of fate to crush down, it blocked it. Rumble. The force wreaked havoc, spreading for millions of kilometers. The wheel of fate was blocked, the chief sovereign of fate's face turned gloomy. Not long ago, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord was just a weak junior in front of him. He didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of him. Now, he actually had the power to match him. Killing intent rose in his heart. Shake for me. Swish 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 swish, the power of destiny released the might of the divine artifact and became even more ferocious. The divine power of destiny also wreaked havoc crazily at this moment. However, the heavenly Tao divine artifact was calm and composed. With a disdainful sneer on his face, he said, "Break for me." Rumble. The 4 types of ruler's power were released from his body. Crack. Crack. Boom. It directly shattered the wheel of fate. The divine artifact actually shattered? Furthermore, the will of the chief sovereign of fate was sent flying for tens of millions of kilometers. Although it was only a clash of wills, the will represented everything. To be able to defeat the will of the chief sovereign of fate, it could also defeat the chief sovereign of fate. The star god's face turned sinister, it actually fused 4 types of ruler's power. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled and said, "Brother Star's eyesight is not bad. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" He didn't put the star god in his eyes at all. The star god frowned and coldly snorted, "Heavenly Tao, don't be too arrogant." With that, he disappeared from the sky above the heavenly Tao city. He escaped. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord laughed wildly. It's time for the situation of the divine realm to change. The 2nd chapter has been delivered. Thank you Uncle Yang for your support. When a person had ambition, their desires would gradually expand. During the era of the dark overbearing ruler, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord wanted to fuse the powers of the various rulers. At that time, he was still an unremarkable ruler, the weakest among the rulers of the divine realm. When he failed to fuse with the power of darkness, he was jealous and thought that the power the darkness dominator gave him was not the power of darkness at all. Because of this, he hated him and betrayed him, causing the darkness dominator to be hunted down endlessly. If not for his betrayal, the dark overbearing ruler's ending might have been different. In these tens of millions of years, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord had been secretly plotting. On the surface, he kept a low profile, but in his bones, he had the ambition to dominate the divine realm. He gradually succeeded in fusing the powers of the Sea Region ruler, the Dragon Sky ruler, and the Fantasy ruler. Besides the failure of the dark overbearing ruler's power, he now had 4 kinds of ruler powers. Unknowingly, he had risen from the lowest level of sovereigns to the peak of sovereigns. The fact that he had 4 sovereigns was why he was so high profile. The most important thing was not just these. He could sense the Crown Prince's actions in the demon abyss. He knew that it would not be long before his son brought back the envoy of luck, envoy of fate, envoy of stars, and the inheritor of the dark overbearing ruler, Luo Tian. After fusing the 4 kinds of powers, he would directly break through and become a god king. Moreover, after he fused with the power of darkness, he would become the strongest in the divine realm. Ha ha ha. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord laughed wildly. The entire divine realm became turbulent. The era of chaos was about to begin, the demon abyss. Capture the 2 of them for me. The Crown Prince released 2 heavenly Tao barriers, binding Xianxia and Li Shuer. He immediately used a special heavenly Tao Divine Lord chain to lock them up. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, your 2 women are in my hands again. All 3 of them are in my hands. You can't even protect your women. Tell me, do you have the nerve to live in this world? Ha ha ha, wild laughter, wild laughter. He vented all his anger from the primordial continent. The Crown Prince watched as Luo Tian killed a golden sector beast and then rushed into the crowd of sector beasts. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He went on a killing spree without caring about anything else. The Crown Prince couldn't help but find it funny. Gone berserk? Turn into rabid dog mode? Ha ha ha, the Crown Prince landed next to Xianxia. Looking into her cold eyes, he laughed. Aya, I forgot. You have the Sovereign Lord's seal on you, so you don't recognize Luo Tian at all. Now, Luo Tian is just a target for you. It's a pity you can't see what's going on. Even he couldn't undo the Sovereign's seal. Otherwise, the Crown Prince would definitely release the seal on their bodies and let them have a good look at Luo Tian's rabid appearance. At the same time, Crown Prince sneered, Yunmeng, you be *tch. You should really regret your choice back then. Now look at the man you like. Look at what a dog he has become. Ha ha ha. Ancient continent. Cloud Mist Divine Palace. Wah wah wah, wah wah wah, wah wah wah. The baby fell to the ground and cried loudly. It's born, it's born. Yaya is born. It's a girl. Look, she looks too much like him. Yunmeng hugged the baby and looked at her struggling expression. Huang Fuya was sweating profusely, but she was extremely excited. She thought to herself, Luo Tian, I gave birth to a daughter for you. Do you know that? Rumble. 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 The sky shook violently. The louder the baby cried, the louder the thunder in the sky. The entire ancient continent was trembling. What's going on? What happened? The heavenly lady rushed into the room and felt the endless pressure from the sky. Even she, who was in the divine realm, couldn't withstand it. Seeing the baby in Yunming's hands, she frowned and sent out a thought. Bam! Rumble! Her entire body was sent flying by the impact. The window turned into a hole, and the heavenly lady's body was sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Her entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The heavenly lady, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, struggled to get up. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and she was in extreme pain. However, she had an excited smile on her face as she rushed back. Ruler. Ruler, Xianxia and the others were puzzled. What's going on? What ruler? The heavenly lady flew out of Cloud Mist Divine Palace and no longer dared to use her thought to spy on the baby. She said, she was born with the body of a ruler and has the power of a ruler. She's too strong, simply too strong. I just wanted to use my thought to sense her, but I didn't expect my thought to be shattered instantly. I was also sent flying by the power that rushed out of her body. It's too shocking. Luo Tian must have become stronger in the divine realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been born with the body of a ruler. Everyone was still puzzled. What exactly is the body of a ruler? Yeah, you have to explain it more clearly. The heavenly lady said excitedly, it's the strongest person under the divine king. All the girls were stunned. Yunmeng looked at the baby in her hand. At this moment, she was quiet, and the sky was quiet as well. She never thought that the baby would be born with the strongest person under the divine king. What was going on? The body of a ruler was born in the ancient plane. It was unbelievable. Huang Fuya said anxiously, then why was she crying so sadly just now? Did something happen to Luo Tian? All the girls' hearts tightened again. Xianxia secretly clenched her fists and said, no, I have to go through the tribulation. I have to go to the divine realm to find him. Me too. That bastard, I really miss him too much. At this moment, the ancient continent plane was being watched by several supreme experts. What was that sound just now? The body of a ruler was born? How could it be born in such a low-level plane? Where is it? Who is it? Countless great beings were wondering, but the aura just now had disappeared too quickly. Even peerless great beings like them couldn't sense it. Otherwise, the Cloud Mist Divine Palace would have been covered in blood. The shock of the ancient continent was not as strong as that of the divine realm. Even the divine king was moved. Born with the body of a ruler. Unbelievable, unbelievable. There has never been such a thing since the birth of the divine realm. Go and find him. Demon Abyss. Luo Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but his heart suddenly throbbed. Hong. Long. Long. Go to hell. He crushed a sector beast with one punch. At the same time, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Whoosh, instantly, Luo Tian turned around and stared at the crown prince in the distance. Give me your life. Level up, Dragon God Ancestor's voice sounded, good boy. In that instant, Luo Tian roared in his heart. The moment he leveled up, the suppressed anger in his heart burst out as he roared, Dragon God Ancestor, appear for me. Kid. I'm also suppressing a stomach full of fire. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. All heaven flew up into the air, whereupon a vicious-looking dragon god patriarch appeared, glowing with black light. Then he opened his gaping mouth and roared at the crown prince. What are you waiting for? All heaven shouted. Roar, the dragon's roar shook 10,000 miles. The crown prince's face retreated rapidly, his eyes turning sinister as he said solemnly, Luo Tian, is this your trump card? The dragon race is not a high-level race in the divine realm. Moreover, I'm not a clone from the ancient continent, this place. Divine realm. This is my territory. As soon as the crown prince finished, the mighty power of the heavenly Tao was unleashed, forming a barrier. The barrier turned into a corporeal power that crushed down on all heaven like rolling thunder. There is only one outcome for being so arrogant in front of my dragon god ancestor. Die. He swung his tail, previous chapter next chapter boom. A tail smashed onto the barrier of the heavenly energy. Ka-ka-cha, bam. The heavenly Tao barrier shattered. Then, with a crash, it fell to the ground and collapsed in an instant. It was also at this time. Luo Tian bellowed in his heart, Ancestor, didn't you say that you would become stronger after I leveled up? Didn't you say that you would be in seclusion for tens of thousands of years? Is that all you have? Ah? I want him to die, immediately, I want him to die. I can't wait for even a second. Unhappy, he was exceptionally unhappy. He hated touching his woman the most. Back in the ancient continent, he didn't manage to kill the crown prince. His heart was filled with resentment. At that time, he couldn't kill the crown prince either. Xianxia city was destroyed, and the Lin family was annihilated. His heart was filled with resentment. He fled to the demon abyss. But, the crown prince still did not let him go. Daring to touch his woman, he had touched Luo Tian's reverse scale. Originally, Xianxia and Li Shuer's memories had been sealed. When they saw that he was like a stranger, they suppressed the anger in their hearts. Now that the crown prince had actually come to provoke him, the anger in their hearts became even more vigorous, rising to 100,000 feet. Proud? Arrogant? Arrogant? Then let him be arrogant enough. Luo Tian was infuriated. He was extremely dissatisfied with the dragon god patriarch. Don't worry, this brat is dead for sure. The ancestor was shaken as well. He could clearly feel the anger in Luo Tian's heart. In an instant, the dragon god ancestor rushed into the turbid sky and kept tumbling. His body crushed the clouds, creating endless thunder and lightning. His whole body was covered with dark dou qi, which carried the power of thunder and lightning that could destroy everything. It was headed straight for the crown prince. The crown prince's eyes darkened as he shouted, "Where is the heavenly general?" Ha! The general of the heavenly general hall rose from the ground, summoned a powerful Xian weapon and charged forward. Crack! Bang! Crack! Rumble! Before they could get close, they were all crushed into powder by the aura emanating from the dragon god ancestor. He was too powerful. The fusion of the power of darkness and the power of thunder and lightning. Crown Prince! Don't be arrogant again. How dare you? I've warned you in the ancient continent that if you provoke me, I'll be your eternal nightmare. Luo Tian's body appeared in midair. He was furious. Ancestor, I want him dead. Ha ha ha, the dragon god's might filled the sky and crushed the entire abyss of demons. The sector beast was roaring. The golden sector beast was fleeing. The man in the spacetime crack was shocked. In just a few days, this dragon's cultivation has become so powerful. How can this be? Who is this brat? Is he that man? No. Impossible. Even that man can't do this. The dragon head was ferocious, as if the sky was collapsing, and it crushed toward the crown prince. Heavenly way barrier. Rumble. Heavenly way barrier. Rumble. Heavenly way barrier. Rumble. Every time the heavenly way barrier was released, it didn't last for more than a second. It couldn't resist the suppression of the ancestor at all. At this moment, the crown prince was finally scared. He looked at the bound messenger of fate and messenger of fortune. He grabbed the void. Luo Tian, play with me. I'll play you to death. Ha ha ha, before you kill me, kill your women first. Ha ha ha, just as the crown prince's power was about to grab Xianxia and Shuer, the dragon tail moved. Flying. Swish, 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 before the crown prince could grab Xianxia and Li Shuer, they were rolled up by the dragon tail. They rose up from the ground. Rumble. Like a rocket, they instantly rushed to a height of 10,000 meters. Swish, swish, they were still rising. The crown prince was tied up and couldn't move. Under the pressure of the dragon god ancestor, he couldn't even release his power. Looking at himself getting higher and higher, he couldn't help but sneer. You brought me so high. Do you want me to fall to my death? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you can't kill me. My father is the natural law divine lord. I have thousands of clones, can you kill me? Ha ha ha, he wasn't worried at all, because he had countless clones, and as long as his father used a little of the heavenly way's power to cast a spell on these clones, he would be able to come back to life. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all, and was even mocking Luo Tian. Divine realm is my territory, you really don't have the qualifications to fight with me, ha ha ha, higher and higher. In less than half a minute, he had already rushed out of the atmosphere and was still flying out. In the pitch-black outer space. The crown prince's expression secretly changed as he said, Luo Tian, what exactly are you trying to do? Luo Tian sneered, fall to your death. Fall to my death? The crown prince was startled, I am the son of the heavens, how can you fall to my death? I advise you to be tactful and let me go. If you dare to kill my clone, my father will make you disappear forever. My father has fused 4 types of rulers' power. Not a single ruler in God's domain is a match for him. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down endlessly, living in endless nightmares. Ha ha ha. You're still laughing? You'll have something to laugh about later. At this moment, Luo Tian asked, Ancestor, is the height not enough? The ancestor replied, it's about time. I didn't expect this guy to have 1731 clones, and each one of them is in a different plane. He really put in a lot of effort. If we don't kill one of his clones, it would be equivalent to doing nothing. The crown prince's face darkened. How do you know that I have 1731 clones? What exactly do you want to do? Luo Tian and the ancestor said at the same time, fall to your death. The 4th chapter was delivered, and there was another chapter at night. Fall to your death, fall to his death, really fall to his death. The crown prince's brain was not enough. He was the son of heavenly Tao. How could he fall to his death? Impossible, no matter how high it was impossible. He did not believe it. But, he was about to believe it. Gotcha. In the pitch-black outer space, a force fell. Swoosh, the dragon god ancestor's body suddenly shrank, directly wrapping around the crown prince tightly. Then, a powerful dark force began to surge into the depths of the crown prince's mind, and at this moment, he began to fall. The dragon god ancestor accelerated. He fell vertically. Moreover, the crown prince's head was at the forefront. Boom, in less than half a second, the crown prince's body began to burn. However, he was the only son of heavenly Tao divine lord, and an expert infinitely close to the sovereign realm. This little bit of friction, even if his cultivation was suppressed, could not hurt him. This kind of flame was too weak. The crown prince roared, Luo Tian, you can't kill me. Knowing that I have so many clones, you should know this even more. You can't kill me, wahaha, is that so? Luo Tian did not speak. The dragon god ancestor sneered unhappily and said, do you think I have nothing better to do than to censure clones in the myriad worlds of the divine realm? Since I know you have clones, of course I have to kill all of them. Humph. Kill all of them? With just you, a big bug? The crown prince was disdainful. It was impossible. No one could kill all of his clones in an instant. As long as one clone was left, he could be reborn. There was no need to worry at all. Motherf ****. You called me a big bug? As the dragon god ancestor, he had an arrogance that no one could compare to. He was unusually unhappy to be called a big bug. Boom, he was instantly furious, his body tightened again. Gotcha, gotcha, the crown prince's bones were all broken, and his internal organs were bleeding from the pressure. He spat out blood continuously and screamed in pain. Call me that again. You son of a bitch, how dare you be arrogant in front of your grandfather? The dragon god ancestor was extremely angry. His furious look was like a little blonde bullying a primary school student on the streets. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh, Ancestor, calm down, calm down. Just tell him how you killed so many of his clones, so that he can die in peace. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died. The dragon god patriarch snorted coldly, flying heaven. The crown prince didn't know what the old ancestor was talking about. Fly my ass. That temper of mine, said the patriarch arrogantly. His dark fighting aura entered the crown prince's sea of consciousness and began to devour the godhood. Keep shouting. Keep shouting, he said. Luo Tian asked despite knowing the answer, how can flying heaven kill all of his clones? If you just say the name of a move, he definitely won't believe it. If it was me, I wouldn't believe it either. The old ancestor laughed sinisterly and said, you didn't break through just now, so flying heaven's power shouldn't be able to kill his 1731 clones. Now that you've broken through, my strength has also reached a certain level. Flying heaven is different now, he can kill all of his clones. How can he kill so many clones? It's very simple. Every clone has a trace of connection with the main body, whether it's the will or the soul power. As long as it's the power released from the main body, everything will be killed by flying heaven. The so-called main body. It should be in the highest plane. There are 10,000 worlds in the divine realm, and the divine realm is naturally the highest plane, and you are naturally the main body, so all of your clones died in an instant. You can't even be a ghost, so you can't enter the cycle of hell. Even if you have a divine king as your father, it's useless, because you will disappear from this world forever. Ha ha ha, brat, continue being arrogant for me, ha ha ha. Luo Tian continued, Crown Prince, do you understand? Do you want me to repeat it for you? The Crown Prince was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. My father told me that no one can kill all of my clones in an instant. Even divine kings can't do it. You are just divine spirits, it's impossible for you to kill me. His voice trembled. It was obvious that he was afraid. Moreover, this kind of fear grew in his mind, slowly turning into fear. In the end, his mind trembled, impossible, impossible, at this moment. His mind was occupied by fear. The Crown Prince was so scared that he peed his pants. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Father, Father, come and save me, Father, Father, come and save me, come quickly, come quickly. The power of the heavenly Tao could not be released. His voice could not travel more than 100 meters. However, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord was definitely not an ordinary sovereign expert. Heavenly Tao City. A loud sound rang out. A figure soared into the sky, Luo Tian, if you dare to touch a single hair on my son, I will consign you to eternal damnation. He turned into a stream of light. In an instant, he was 1,000,000 kilometers away, rushing towards the direction of the demon abyss. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streams of light rushed out. The anger in the Destiny Sovereign's heart soared to the sky, old bastard heavenly Tao. The Star God also rushed out, even if you destroy Luo Tian, you can forget about obtaining the inheritance of the dark overbearing sovereign. The Fortune Sovereign also moved, injuring my disciple, I'll take your dog life. There was one more person, the Fantasy Sovereign of the Fantasy Divine Palace, Luo Tian, I'm coming, no one can hurt you. The Thunder Sovereign did not send her a message. She had discovered it not long ago when the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and the Fate Sovereign were fighting. She could have ignored it, but the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had already made his move. If he appeared, Luo Tian would definitely have no chance of survival. Everyone. She moved out without hesitation, the 5 sovereigns rushed toward the demon abyss. The divine realm was even more chaotic. Even the power of the laws was fluctuating greatly. A Luo Tian can actually stir up 1,000 waves. Whether or not he is the reincarnation of the dark overbearing sovereign, he can't live in this world. I absolutely won't allow anyone to destroy the laws of the divine realm's myriad worlds. I absolutely won't allow anyone to destroy the divine realm's myriad worlds. The dark overbearing sovereign back then couldn't, and now you, a mere ant like Luo Tian, are even more so. Divine King Palace. A divine king was furious. With a slight step forward, the myriad swords in the divine realm trembled, swish swish swish, swish swish swish, it was constantly falling, the Crown Prince was constantly calling for help. The instant he left the ground, the Dragon God Patriarch disappeared, and Luo Tian returned to his original body. Upside down. Die for me. Crack. In an instant, the Crown Prince's head shattered into powder, and the dark fighting aura that had surged into his body crazily erupted, rushing into the 1,731 planes like a meteor. In this instant, all of the Crown Prince's clones were dead. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thanks to Always Awakened from a Good Dream? Black face white teeth, no pounds also holding hands, Kai Hai and I Hui Yu, tipping and supporting. Thank you, brothers, for your support. There are still 2 hours until a new week. If you have a ticket, please help me out. Thank you. The power of darkness of the Dragon God Ancestor continuously burst out from the Crown Prince's body, exploding into the air. Immediately after. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crown Prince for obtaining 190 million experience points, 200,000 God Essence points, and 0 original source strength. Hahaha, I'm rich now. Luo Tian became excited, 1,731 clones, if one is worth 100 million experience points, that would be more than 170 billion. This is the rhythm of directly breaking through the Dominator realm, ha ha ha. He didn't care about what the Crown Prince dropped. But, he wanted experience. At this moment, experience was more important than any treasure. He had to break through the Dominator realm as soon as possible and have the strength to contend against those Dominator experts. Only in this way could he protect them well. He wouldn't let Li Shuer and the others suffer. He wouldn't let them treat him like a stranger. However, Luo Tian's beautiful dream was shattered in a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crown Prince for obtaining 1 experience point, 1 God Essence point, and 0 original source strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really F asterisk king bullshit. It's just a little experience, and you still have the nerve to come out and play. Crown Prince, you're too trashy. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He was still thinking about the 170 billion experience points, but the Crown Prince's original body naturally had a lot of experience. However, his clones were in other planes, and they were all low-level planes, so he only had 1 experience point. On the way to Demon Abyss. No, my son. No, no, no. Ah, Tian Dao Divine Lord roared furiously. Not only did he feel the fall of the Crown Prince, he also felt that the Crown Prince's clones in the other planes of the Divine Realm had all died in an instant, and not even the remnant soul was left behind, not to mention divine sense and will. In other words, his son was dead. Unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, unable to enter hell, he had disappeared forever. He only had this one son, how could Tian Dao Divine Lord not be angry? Ah, with an angry roar, he increased his speed. Luo Tian, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Ah, the only power that could kill the Crown Prince was the power of darkness, because darkness was everywhere. It could seep into any plane. As long as it caught the main body, it could kill all the other clones. The reason why Heaven Dao Divine Lord had told Crown Prince that no one could kill him was because the darkness overbearing ruler was already dead. He never expected that Luo Tian, who was only at the deity realm, could stimulate the darkness overbearing ruler's strength to such a powerful extent. He had actually killed more than 1,700 avatars in an instant. He hated it, abnormally hateful. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Dao, you can get angry too? Isn't your son very awesome? Didn't you announce that he would be the first person in 1,000,000 years to reach the sovereign realm? What happened now? Ha ha ha. The chief sovereign of fate began to laugh mockingly. His will had been defeated, and he was extremely displeased. Now that he had the chance to strike Tian Dao Divine Lord, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Star God couldn't help but laugh. So what if you fused 4 types of sovereign's power? If you can't even protect your own son, I think you might as well eat 4 bowls of sh*t, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter of the sovereigns resounded in the air. The anger in Tian Dao Divine Lord's heart rose even higher as he coldly said in his heart, Destiny, Star, just you 2 dogs wait for me. After I deal with that bastard Luo Tian, it will be your turn. Whoosh! 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 Streams of light shuttled back and forth, their speed several times faster than the sky warship. They all rushed towards the Demon Abyss. At this moment. Demon Abyss. Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he stared at Thunder King and said coldly, if you want to find a backer, you should find a bigger one. Of all people, you just had to find the Crown Prince. Aren't you sending him to his death? Thunder King's face was pale. He believed that he was the strongest person below the sovereign. However, he realized that he was wrong. The Crown Prince could kill him with just 1 finger. Now, the Crown Prince was killed by Luo Tian, who was only at the Divine Spirit realm. Although he did not believe it, he saw it with his own eyes. He hated it in his heart. He hated that the same thing was happening to his life force again. Last time, it was the Dark Dominator who bullied him. This time, it was his inheritor. He hated it, extremely hated it, however. Hatred was useless. Saving his life was the most important thing. Looking at Luo Tian's sinister eyes that were filled with killing intent, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother Luo, all of this is the Crown Prince. I was forced by him. You are our hope from now on in the Demon Abyss. How could I do anything to you? Please spare my life. I swear, I will never do it again. I'll spare your 18 generations of ancestors. Suddenly, a fat figure landed heavily on the ground. Holding a battle axe, he hacked down. Rumble. 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 In a huge pit, Thunder King was lying in the center. Fatty Lay stepped on his head. F***ck, if you beg for mercy now, I won't agree. While they were talking, Fatty Lay smashed down with his axe again. He was even more unhappy and suppressed a bellyful of fire. Moreover, he had suppressed this fire for over 1,000,000 years. If he didn't vent it out, he was afraid that he would go crazy. Thunder King didn't dare to resist because Luo Tian was really staring at him. All of a sudden, his eyebrows twitched, and he immediately said, Luo Tian, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord is coming. The Fate Dominator, the Luck Dominator, the Star Dominator, and another Dominator are only a few minutes away from the Demon Abyss. If you kill me, they will definitely suspect you of the Crown Prince's death. This is the Demon Abyss, and I'm the manager here. Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. They're all here? Immediately, Luo Tian smiled and said, thank you for reminding me, but you don't know what kind of hatred I have with the Crown Prince. So, you have to die too. At this moment, the blood sacrifice on Fatty's body opened. A red light flashed on the battle axe. It was like an axe that was raised to the top of his head. He hacked down heavily. Rumble. It directly hit his head. Fatty looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian moved his finger, and a flame exploded on Thunder King's body. Die. Fatty's arms exerted strength and directly chopped off Thunder King's head. This time, the red light on his body shone brightly. He directly broke through. Immediately, Luo Tian felt a chill down his spine. Xianxia and Li Shuer stared at him coldly, thanks to Soda Powder Era, Flying Bear, Love, Confusion Castle. Old Bull was very grateful for the rewards and support from his brothers. He had killed the Crown Prince, but there were still two bigger problems. At this moment, Luo Tian already felt a chill on his back, and suddenly shivered. He turned around and looked at Xianxia and Li Shuer's cold and unfamiliar eyes, and once again cursed the ruler of fate and star gods' 18 generations of ancestors. Stars binding, suddenly, Li Shuer took the lead and a ray of star power descended. Conqueror body. Break for me. Rumble. Luo Tian could not be restrained anymore, otherwise, Xianxia and Li Shuer would fight over him again. At this time, he could not fight anymore. The moment the conqueror body appeared, it was able to slightly withstand the crushing power of the stars. However, Li Shuer's cultivation realm was much higher than Luo Tian's. In that instant, Luo Tian's 9 dark doji's rushed up, and under the huge pressure, Luo Tian suddenly flew out, landing dozens of meters away. Fate control. Just as Luo Tian landed, Xianxia's fate-binding power came again, not giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. Whoosh. Rumble. Luo Tian rolled on the ground, dodging in an extremely sorry state. Stars binding. Fate control. I'll dodge again. Luo Tian moved quickly, and was almost crushed several times. As long as he was bound, it would be extremely difficult for him to break free. Damn, this isn't the way to go on. Xianxia, Shuer, wake up. I am Luo Tian, your man. Rumble. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, the power became even stronger. Damn, you're trying to murder your husband. Luo Tian was in an abnormally sorry state, and said, Fatty, look at Chen Chun's situation. And Chen Chun fainted from the exhaustion of releasing the purifying power. Feng Lei immediately rushed forward to check. Boss, you have to hold on. Sister-in-law, you have to be merciful. He's Luo Tian's boss. Sigh. Xianxia and Li Shuer didn't react at all. There was only one goal in their minds, Luo Tian. Catch Luo Tian, therefore, they didn't hold back and attacked Luo Tian. They continuously used the binding power, but they still couldn't suppress Luo Tian. In an instant, Li Shuer suddenly stopped. She looked up at the sky, spread her arms, and muttered something under her breath. Suddenly, a large amount of starlight fell from the turbid sky, penetrating through the turbid clouds and shooting directly at Luo Tian. Each beam of starlight was like a sharp sword piercing towards Luo Tian. Oh my god! Luo Tian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Schwer, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have abandoned you and entered the ancient plane alone, but, I wanted to find the antidote for the soul poison for you. I really don't want to leave you. So, a spinning power of destiny appeared in Xianxia's hand at some point, and then shot out with boomerangs. Xianxia, I was wrong too. Luo Tian could only run. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Of course, even if he could fight back, he wouldn't, because they were his, Luo Tian's, women. He definitely wouldn't attack his own women. But if this continued, even if he wasn't caught by them, he would die of exhaustion. The most important point was, Thunder King said that several rulers were rushing towards the demon abyss. Was that true? If it was true, then, if Heavenly Tao Divine Lord really comes, the consequences will be terrifying. Luo Tian didn't dare to think about it. His idea sank. Ancestor, do you have any ideas? I can't keep hiding like this. Also, I have a serious question for you. Dragon God Ancestor said, ask. Luo Tian asked very seriously, can you beat a ruler? Dragon God Ancestor said very domineeringly, yes. Luo Tian was overjoyed and said, then there's no need to worry. The old ancestor then continued, I haven't finished speaking yet. What are you so happy about? I said that I can. I didn't say that you can defeat a dominator expert if you take on my appearance. You're only at the god realm right now. You can't even use the third style of the Dragon God Forbidden technique, Soul Shock. What else can you do? I advise you to ignore everything else when you encounter a dominator expert. Luo Tian cursed, and said, can you say it all at once? You made me happy for nothing. Following that, Luo Tian did not give up and asked, is there really no way at all? Dragon God Ancestor said, no, unless. Luo Tian seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw, and said, unless what? The ancestor said, unless you can break through to the ruler realm, it's impossible. *CK your sister. Luo Tian immediately cursed. Breaking through to the ruler realm, how was that possible? He was still more than 20 levels away, even if he used a rocket, it would still be impossible. Moreover, if Heavenly Tao Divine Lord really came, then he wouldn't have the time. Let's not worry about this for now. Do you have a way to make them stop? Luo Tian was knocked over by a wave of energy, and fell flat on his face. Before he could even stabilize himself, another wave of energy attacked him. His heart was filled with annoyance. Dragon God Ancestor grinned, it's nothing. Then let them stop first. Luo Tian said anxiously, and then said, you must not hurt them. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Dragon God Ancestor disdainfully snorted, and then the power of darkness in Luo Tian's body suddenly surged, and the 9 dark dochies on his body suddenly became thicker and bigger, shooting into the sky and condensing into the shadow of an ancestor. Next. Roar, roar, a loud dragon's roar rang out, and the power of darkness completely erupted, forming a gigantic pressure. It heavily crushed Xianxia and Li Shuer's minds. Their sea of consciousness was trembling, their divine deity was shaking, and they were completely crushed. The two of them instantly became motionless, as if they were made of wood. Dragon God Ancestor said, alright, but I can only suppress them for a few minutes. After a few minutes, they will wake up. If you let me hurt them, no way. There was no room for negotiation when it came to hurting them. He couldn't even bear to do it himself, so how could he let others hurt them? Huff, Luo Tian sat down on the ground, a few minutes is fine, let me catch my breath. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, Luo Tian's heart ached again. Xianxia, Schwer, I will definitely think of a way to undo the seal on your bodies. I will definitely think of a way. Right. Let me see what good things the Crown Prince dropped. Maybe the things he dropped will be able to undo the seal. Thinking about the pile of things the Crown Prince had dropped, Luo Tian's heart trembled. He immediately opened the system to check. The power of the heavens, the God breakthrough realm, is useless. Heavenly Tao armor, 10,000 points of defense? Wait a minute. I'm here to find the magic treasure that can undo the seal on their bodies. Huh? What is this? Heart of the heavens? Heart of heavenly law? This, Luo Tian was a little excited. He immediately checked the heart of heavenly law's attributes. If he didn't check, he wouldn't know. Once he checked, Luo Tian looked like he was struck by lightning. I got lucky, I definitely got lucky. My luck is off the charts, no, it should be. He looked at Chun Chun in the distance, who was being helped up by Fatty. With this girl by my side, the drop rate is surprisingly high. Item, Heart of Heavenly Law Power, Heavenly Law Description. This item is the Heavenly Law Divine Lord's Heart of Heavenly Law. What was the Heavenly Law Divine Lord? Every Dominator had their own unique power when they broke through. The former Dominator of Darkness was because of the Darkness Divine Lord. Fate was because of the Fate Divine Lord. Star God was because of the Star Divine Lord, and so on. It was all because they comprehended these special powers that they could break through and become Dominators. These powers were the source of the Dominator's power. It was second only to the Dominator's Godhead. It could be said that having it was equivalent to having a Dominator's power source. It was simply off the charts. This was something that every Dominator wanted. However, who would have thought? Luo Tian would never have dreamed that the Heavenly Law Divine Lord would place the Heavenly Law Divine Lord's crown prince. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord was the same. He only wanted his son to break through as soon as possible. He only had one son. Of course, he would treat him like a treasure. Who would have thought he would actually be killed? It didn't matter if he was killed. As long as he still had one clone, the heart of heavenly law wouldn't explode. However, he never would have thought that all 1,730 clones would die in an instant. It caught him off guard. Moreover, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord had rushed over because of the heart of heavenly law. If he lost the Heavenly Law Divine Lord's Godhead, his power would quickly dry up. Even his Dominator's Godhead would degenerate. This kind of thing had happened in the Divine Realm before. Without the Heavenly Law Divine Lord's Godhead, he would be crippled. What the heck, this is really great. Luo Tian was so happy that he almost jumped up. Fuse. Without another word. Fuse at first. Fusing with the heart of heavenly law's power might be able to borrow the seal on Carton and Schwerer. Buzz, the heart of the heavens disappeared, then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Fusion failed. Player Luo Tian has yet to fuse with the heart of the heavens. Unable to fuse. The heart of the heavenly Tao will be nurtured in my sea of consciousness for now. Huh? F***CK, what's going on? The fusion failed? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sent his will into his sea of consciousness. The heart of the heavenly Tao was a peerless treasure. It was the lifeblood of the heavenly Tao Divine Lord. He could not lose it. In the sea of consciousness, the heart of the way of the heavens floated quietly above the sea of consciousness. Just like the Godhead, it floated quietly above the sea of consciousness, quietly nurturing power. However, the moment the darkness divine spark's aura touched the heart of the heavenly Tao, Luo Tian's head suddenly sank, as if it was about to explode. Oh no, the darkness divine spark contains the will of the tyrannical ruler of darkness, while the heart of the heavenly Tao is the source of the divine sovereign's power. When these two powers are put together, wouldn't that be like fire and water? You want to blow my head off? But, what Luo Tian did not expect was, not only were they not incompatible, but the two powers had also fused together in an instant. Furthermore, the darkness divine spark was using the power of darkness to help the heart of the heavenly Tao to nurture it. In the depths of the heart of the heavenly Tao's power, Luo Tian felt a power that he had never felt before. It was very powerful. At the same time, it was also very special. It was as if, Luo Tian frowned, it's as if I'd been struck by the heavenly tribulation, and my sea of consciousness is condensing my divine deity. Could it be that the heart of the heavenly Tao is also going to give birth to a heavenly Tao divine deity? If that's the case, dual divine deity? What the hell? Ancestor, come out quickly. Something big has happened. The dragon god ancestor said impatiently, I just dreamed of being entangled with a female dragon, and I'm about to have sex with her. You woke me up, I really owed you in my previous life. Luo Tian immediately said, Ancestor, do you know anything about the dual divine deity? What is it? Dual divine deity? The ancestor was startled, and then his idea directly entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, causing his body to tremble. Incredible, truly incredible, you actually brought the natural law divine Lord's heart of the heavenly Tao over. Where did you get this? Oh my god. The ancestor was so excited that he was in a mess. Luo Tian said, Don't ask about this first, just tell me, is the dual divine deity a good thing or a bad thing? The heart of the heavenly Tao is being nurtured in my sea of consciousness. Why do I feel like he will become another divine deity? The dragon god ancestor wished that he could give Luo Tian a knock on the head, and said, Of course it's a good thing, 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years, no, no, no. This is a peerless good thing that only exists in legends, and no one in the entire divine realm can do it. No. In the ancient legends, the person who created the divine realm was also a supreme expert with dual divine deity, but after establishing the divine realm, he used his unparalleled divine power to determine the power of the ancient code. Everyone can only have one divine deity, and cannot fuse with a second one. In other words, even if you devour 10,000 divine deity, you can only absorb the power of the divine deity, and cannot let your sea of consciousness nurture two divine deity at the same time. Luo Tian said, Don't talk to me about these useless things, I just want to know right now, are the two divine deity harmful to me? The ancestor fell into deep thought, and paused for a moment before slowly saying, According to my understanding, the supreme expert who created the divine realm only issued the power of law for one person and one divine deity, and did not say what the consequences of two divine deity being nurtured at the same time were. I knew that he was the owner of two divine deity, brat. You're lucky, ha ha ha. Maybe in the future, you can also create a plane. Your sister. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, is it good or bad? System, you're too much. If the fusion fails, then don't fuse. What are you doing? You actually put it in my sea of consciousness to nurture it. What if something goes wrong and my brain explodes? Will you accompany me? The ancestor laughed and said, Brat, don't worry, nurturing dual divine deity is a very long process. You have enough time to understand whether it's good or bad. Of course, I think it should be very cool, ha ha ha, cool your sister, feelings aren't nurtured in your head. Luo Tian exhaled heavily, it's going to die, right? Anyway, it's already started to be nurtured, and I can't take it out, what can I do? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a boundless and powerful pressure came crashing down, causing the sky to explode. Luo Tian, return my son's life. The natural law divine Lord had arrived. Thank you Spirit Armor 588 for your support, thank you brother. He's here, natural law divine Lord is here. The pressure of the heavens and earth came crashing down like a flood from a dam. Rumble. 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 Deafening sounds of crushing could be heard in the air. Luo Tian, he had no power to resist at all. In almost an instant, his body was crushed to the ground with a bang. His head was buried in the ground, and his entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart. The pain was incomparable. The attack he hated the most in his life was pressure. He cursed in his heart, natural law divine Lord, F***ck your ancestors. Ancestor. Think of something. Being crushed was too unbearable. Even the divine deity in his sea of consciousness was trembling. He couldn't take it. It was as if the divine deity was about to crack open. Natural law divine Lord's cultivation was too strong, so strong that Luo Tian couldn't contend against him at all. The dragon god ancestor roared in Luo Tian's heart. He did not transform into a dragon, but Luo Tian's entire body was covered in dragon scales. The black dragon scales released a tyrannical dark aura, which fiercely rushed forward, forming the shape of a dark aura dragon, and roared in the sky. Roar. Creak creak, the space above Luo Tian's head seemed like it was about to shatter, but it could be considered as slightly resisting natural law divine Lord's pressure, and was barely able to stand up. The dragon god ancestor said slightly, I can't hold on for long. Hurry up and think of a way to escape, he will kill you. At the same time, Luo Tian stood up, but Xianxia was crushed to the ground. Li Shuer was lying on the ground. And Chen and Fatty Lei were also lying on the ground. Their bodies were almost buried in the ground, and they couldn't move at all. It was extremely uncomfortable. Cluck, cluck, Luo Tian gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart rose to 100,000 feet with a boom. He suddenly shouted towards the sky, "Natural law, Divine Lord, I will King 18 generations of ancestors." He once again cursed. At the same time, Luo Tian walked step by step to Shuer's side. Dark Doqi surged from his body, and he struggled to lift Li Shuer up from the ground. He discovered that Shuer had already fainted from being crushed. Xianxia was the same. And Chen and Fatty Lei were even more so. The ruthless aura in his heart began to spread out again, and the heart demon in his mind began to grow. The patriarch immediately shouted, "Luo Tian, calm down. You must calm down. If you don't calm down, you won't be able to control yourself. Do you hear me?" The stronger one's inner strength was, the stronger the inner demons would be. Now that Luo Tian possessed the darkness divinity and the heart of the heavenly Tao in his sea of consciousness, he would be doomed eternally if he were to be controlled by his inner demons. Patriarch Dragon God was extremely worried. Luo Tian didn't care at all. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the sky and roared, "Ah!" Boom, a wave of air rushed out from his feet, and his body turned into a black shadow that shot straight into the sky. Just now, it was only the pressure of the heavenly Tao Divine Lord, so his men didn't arrive immediately. This time, it was different. Seeing Luo Tian rushing into the air, a huge hand slapped down, "Get the hell down." Bam! Rumble, rumble, the power of the heavenly Tao instantly engulfed the entire demon abyss. Luo Tian couldn't resist at all. He was heavily blasted down. An incomparably huge crater was smashed out. Pfft! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, F*CKU. Whoosh! Once again, he charged forward. This time, he released the Overlord War Body. The power of the dark overbearing ruler was released to its greatest extent. Once again, he charged into the sky and punched the heavenly Tao Divine Lord who was descending from the sky. Bam! Rumble, it was as if Buddha's palm had come crashing down. Luo Tian was slapped down again. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord's might was unparalleled. He said in a deep voice, "You dare to be impudent in front of me?" Pft, pft. In another huge crater, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes turned red like blood. The murderous intent on his body was extremely strong. Just as he was about to charge forward again. Boom! 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 3 consecutive waves of ruler's power fell. The Fate Sovereign suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Tao, if you can crush Luo Tian, then you can crush Luo Tian. Why do you have to attack my disciple?" The Star Sovereign also shouted in a deep voice, "You don't take us seriously?" The Fortune Sovereign released a wave of power and undid Xianxia's suppression. He said with heartache, "Child, are you okay?" And Xianxia woke up and looked at the Fortune Sovereign. He immediately knelt on the ground, "Master, please save Big Brother Luo Tian. I beg you, please save him." Although she was unconscious, she knew what had just happened. Moreover, she could no longer release the power of purification. If Luo Tian continued like this, he would definitely go berserk. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Fortune Sovereign looked at Luo Tian, then looked at the furious heavenly Tao Divine Lord, and frowned. She was not a match for the heavenly Tao Divine Lord. After fusing 4 types of ruler's power, she was even less of a match for the heavenly Tao Divine Lord. She did not speak. And Xianxia knelt down and grabbed the chief sovereign of Lux's trousers. She cried and begged, "Master, I'm begging you. In the future, I promise that I'll listen to everything you say. Please save Big Brother Luo Tian." Huff, the Fortune Sovereign's expression was cold. She allowed Xianxia to cry and beg. She did not have the slightest intention of saving Luo Tian. This time, she said even more directly, "My purpose of coming here is not to save him, but to take the power in his body. The reason I sent you here is to let you take him away. I need the dark power in his body." And Chen was dumbfounded and said, "No, no, master, you won't do that, right?" The naive Chen could not understand. At the same time, she turned to look at Luo Tian and shouted, "Big brother Luo Tian, run, run." Run, where could he run to? The divine realm was so big that there was no place for Luo Tian. Moreover, Luo Tian did not want to run. And Chen knelt on the ground to beg the fortune sovereign for him. At first, he thought that the fortune sovereign would be better than the fortune sovereign and the star god. At least Chen still remembered him. However, he realized that the fortune sovereign was the same as them. She was also here for the dark and domineering power in his body. Their hearts were united. "Master." Li Shuer woke up slightly and walked in front of the star god. "Pa. Useless thing." The star god frowned and slapped Li Shuer's cheek. Bang. Li Shuer was slapped to the ground. The 5-finger marks on her cheek were clearly visible. She spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately stood up. She did not dare to show any disrespect on her face. Just like her. Xianxia also slapped her face. They did not dare to resist in the slightest, and their eyes were cold. Luo Tian's anger was burning, and his inner demons were expanding crazily. Anger, hatred, helplessness, powerlessness, and that extreme unwillingness, extreme mania, all these emotions caused the heart demon in Luo Tian's mind to grow crazily, and it quickly spread. Luo Tian's eyes turned dark red, like the eyes of a demon. The scales on his body shone with a red light. The manic power in his heart was stimulated bit by bit. The dragon god ancestor continued to crush him, but his power was unable to form a substantial suppression in Luo Tian's body, and the heart demon was suppressed by the purification power last time, and this time, it erupted even more strongly. Unless it was suppressed by the power of a ruler realm expert, if it continued to expand like this, Luo Tian's nature would lose control, and he would become a murderous demon. Heavenly Law Divine Lord didn't care about what the other rulers were saying, and coldly said, "Luo Tian is mine. If any of you dare to fight with me, then don't blame me for being impolite." While he was talking, the power in Heavenly Law Divine Lord's hand suddenly moved, and a 4-colored power appeared in his palm. Others didn't know. But the 3 rulers were very clear that this was a new power formed by the fusion of 4 rulers' powers. They didn't believe it before, but now they had no choice but to believe it. Their faces sank. However, without waiting for them to speak, Luo Tian leaped heavily, flying out of the deep pit, laughing wildly, "Bastard Heavenly Law, do you want my dark tyrannical ruler's power, or do you want your heart of the Heavenly Law back?" Wahahaha. Suddenly, the star ruler's eyes turned sinister. "Heart of the Heavenly Law? The source of the Heavenly Law? Luo Tian. The heart of the Heavenly Law is with you?" The Fate ruler suddenly became excited. This was the source of power, and once they obtained it, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was something that all sovereigns would want. It was also their opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm. Gulp. Even the Luck ruler couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The dark tyrannical ruler's power plus the heart of the Heavenly Law, that is to say, you have 2 sources of power. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the dark tyrannical ruler, he would be able to find the location of the source of darkness. So, Luo Tian had 2 sources of power. Shock, it was extremely shocking. Originally, they had been intimidated by Heavenly Dao Divine Lord, but now, their eyes revealed a hint of greed. Tian Dao Divine Lord frowned and shouted coldly, "Do you believe everything he says? He killed my son. I will use the cruelest means to take his life." "Ha ha ha," Luo Tian interrupted him and said, "Then why didn't you just kill me? Using the cruelest means? Ha ha ha, you might be able to fool others, but can you fool the 3 great sovereigns?" Right at this moment, the chief sovereign of Fate stared angrily. He had an extremely unique ability that allowed him to see what had happened here not long ago. The crown prince was indeed killed by him. In addition, all 1,731 of his clones were insta-killed. Wait. Heart of Heavenly Law? As expected, the chief sovereign of Fate retracted his gaze and stared at Luo Tian. He said solemnly, "It is indeed the heart of Heavenly Law." Luo Tian couldn't take out the heart of the Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, he would have taken it out. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "You are the three supreme sovereigns of the divine realm. You are the strongest among the sovereigns. I will follow whoever can kill him. I am only at the god realm. I won't be able to escape from your palms." The star god looked at Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. The chief sovereign of fate and the chief sovereign of luck also looked at Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord was not flustered at all. Right at this moment, the four sovereigns looked at Luo Tian at the same time. The chief sovereign of fate laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, this move of yours is really vicious. You want us to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits? Do you think we are all fools?" The star god laughed coldly and said, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but we don't want the heart of heavenly law. The power of the sovereign of darkness in you is ours." "Ha ha ha," the chief sovereign of fate said, "You don't understand, do you? It's very simple. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord will take back the heart of heavenly law, and the power of the sovereign of darkness in you will be divided among the three of us. As for which one of us can fuse with it, that will depend on our luck." In just a few short seconds, they did not kill each other. Instead, they joined forces. The change was too fast. Luo Tian did not expect the three sovereigns to compromise. If four sovereigns joined forces, then, even 10,000 lives would not be enough for him to die today. The hatred in his heart surged again. He was very unhappy. "You three sovereigns need to be afraid of him? Judging from your expressions, you are probably afraid. Once you kill me and that bastard heavenly law takes back the heart of heavenly law, do you think you can still live? Once he fuses with the power of the sovereigns in you, he will be able to reach the godly king realm and even become the strongest in the godly realm. As for you, you can only watch from hell." Luo Tian did not give up. His sovereign's temperament had been cultivated to an indestructible state, but he still did not give up. Everyone had selfish motives. Sovereigns were humans, and so were they. However, it was completely useless. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that other than the power of the sovereign of darkness in you, they will also obtain the technique I gave them to fuse with other sovereigns." "Luo Tian, do you still think they will be angered by you? Will they deal with me? Then you are truly too naive." "Enough. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it myself?" The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord stared at Luo Tian as if he was a fish on a chopping board. To him, Luo Tian was a fish on a chopping board. "A fish on a chopping board," the star god smiled and said, "Brother Heavenly Tao, why go through so much trouble?" Just as he was speaking, he grabbed Li Shuer's hair and threw her to the ground. He formed a seal with one hand and then smiled coldly. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "When you escaped to the ancient plane, I shouldn't have let you live. She is your woman, right? I have already removed the soul poison for her. Now, let her recover her memories and see you." Ha ha ha, the star god's power moved. The mark on Li Shuer's forehead released a ray of light. Wang. Li Shuer's eyes flashed and then her memories were unsealed. She suddenly said loudly, "Brother Luo Tian, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I really couldn't control myself. I really couldn't control myself," she started crying. It was heart-wrenching. The memory seal on Xianxia's body was also unsealed. Xianxia also shouted loudly, "Luo Tian, run, run." And Chen Chen cried, "Sister Shuer, Sister Xianxia. Ah. Who will save Brother Luo Tian?" At this moment, Luo Tian's inner demons directly rushed into his sea of consciousness. The Dragon God Patriarch's heart sank. It's over. His heart was bleeding. Anger was burning. Violent killing intent was growing crazily. Luo Tian gradually lost his temperament. The moment the heart devil entered his sea of consciousness, Luo Tian's pupils changed again, from dark red to black. His entire eyes turned black. Moreover, black flames were emitting from his black eyes. Black flames were emitting from his 7 orifices. Black flames were constantly being released from his body. It was incomparably strong. He couldn't control it, he couldn't control it at all. Luo Tian didn't want to control it. Instead, he released it to his heart's content. His heart was roaring, roaring, huff. The dragon god ancestor let out a deep breath. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Ancestor, thank you for accompanying me all these years. Today, no matter what, I will kill them all. Even if I die, I will not regret it. Let me go berserk, let me lose my temperament. I also beg you for one thing. No matter what, you have to help me protect the four of them. Help me take care of my relatives on the ancient continent. To be able to live until now, to be able to muddle along to this extent, to have so many women who love me, to have so many brothers, all heaven, am satisfied. It's 10,000 times better than my muddle-headed life in my previous life. I, Luo Tian, have lived long enough." He threw caution to the wind. In his previous life, he was just an otaku. Every day, he would sit in front of the computer, play games, squat on the streets looking at beautiful women, and smoke the cheapest cigarettes. He had no relatives or friends. Every day, he could only have sex with a blow-up doll. Every day, he could only mentally rape the goddesses in his mind in front of the computer. This was his previous life. In this different world, he had had enough. Women, brothers, things that didn't exist in his previous life, they all existed in this different world. Recalling the days in this different world, Luo Tian only had happiness. He had the happiness of women and brothers. Really, Luo Tian was satisfied. If he could kill these four sovereigns with his berserk state, then he would be able to die in peace, no matter what. Luo Tian could tell how powerful the inner demon was from the moment it entered his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, Luo Tian said to him, "If you can kill the four of them, I will cooperate with you completely, even if I have to become your slave." Hee hee. Ha ha ha, the heart of the heavenly Tao, the power of the tyrannical darkness legacy, and the darkness divine spark. Release it. Release as much as you want. Let me control everything. Let me end everything. From now on, I am you. I will take your place and turn this world into hell. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed wildly. At that moment, his power quickly filled every corner of Luo Tian's sea of consciousness and frantically replaced the control of Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian did not defend himself. He allowed his inner demons to do whatever they wanted. He couldn't find any other way to deal with the four juggernauts, because they were simply too powerful. Luo Tian had been desperately training and leveling up, but he still couldn't break through to become a ruler. He still couldn't protect his woman. The crown prince was dead, and the only enemies he had left in the divine realm were the four rulers. Now that they were dead, Luo Tian didn't have to worry about anything else. Come on. Come on. Ha ha ha, devour to your heart's content. Luo Tian seemed to have gone mad. The four juggernauts looked at him. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord frowned, inner demon. This guy. He actually didn't control his inner demons at all, allowing him to expand crazily. They were all very clear. The stronger one was, the higher the chance of developing an inner demon. Moreover, once an inner demon was formed, if there was no power to suppress it, it would be controlled by the inner demon and turn into a killing machine. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord wasn't worried that Luo Tian would be controlled by the inner demon. The only thing he was worried about now was that his Heavenly Tao spring source had been contaminated by Luo Tian's inner demon. This way, even if he took back the Heavenly Tao spring source and cultivated again, he might be invaded by Luo Tian's inner demon. Star Divine Lord's expression turned sinister as he kicked Li Shuer's body and shouted, "Tell him to stop everything." The Master of Fate also did as he was told and said, "Luo Tian, do you still want her to live?" When the inner demon controlled Luo Tian, the dark overbearing ruler's power would also be contaminated. They did not dare to easily fuse with it, because they were always on guard against the inner demon. The black smoke on Luo Tian's body burned like flames. Wahaha. Are you guys afraid? Now, let me control Luo Tian, all of you. His voice became extremely low. He hadn't finished his words yet. Suddenly, rumble. A ray of ruler's power came crashing down. It directly smashed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. A melodious, incomparably familiar voice sounded, "Luo Tian, it's me, stop." Rumble, a huge amount of ruler's god power exploded in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's mind suddenly woke up. Fantasy girl? The inner demon that entered the sea of consciousness was crushed by the fantasy ruler's power and struggled frantically. Ruler's god power? Get lost, get lost. Luo Tian, didn't you want to save your woman? Give me the heart of the heavenly Tao and the dark overlord's power. I will let you dominate the entire divine realm. The fantasy ruler descended from the sky and stood in front of Luo Tian. Looking at the black flames rising from Luo Tian's body, her heart ached. She gently stroked Luo Tian's cheek. Her eyes were wet and tears flowed down. She said softly, I'm here, I'm here. Sorry, I'm late. Fantasy fairy, it was exactly the same as the one in the ancient continent. Luo Tian's heart sank. Looking at Fantasy Fairy and feeling the gentleness on her hand, his heart was bleeding. He didn't expect Fantasy Fairy to be a ruler realm expert. But, at this moment, the inner demon was still roaring and struggling frantically. Luo Tian, she is just a fantasy ruler. She can't win against the 4 rulers. She will die. If it wasn't for me today, all your women and that fat brother of yours would die. Let me take control of everything. You'd better stop. Rumble, Luo Tian roared fiercely. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the heart demon. The heart demon trembled violently. This power was too strong. In an instant, it was so suppressed that it didn't dare to make any sound. The black flames on Luo Tian's body disappeared. Luo Tian recovered and quietly looked at Fantasy Fairy. He smiled bitterly and said, Fantasy girl, I finally see you again, but... Luo Tian looked at Li Shuer, Xian and Chun Chun. His heart ached. At this moment, Fantasy Fairy turned around slightly and said to Star God and the other 2, what you want is just the technique to fuse the power of the master. I know about this technique. You are very clear about the heavenly law divine lord's ambition. If he takes back the heart of the heavenly law, you will be killed by him. In addition to the technique to fuse with the ruler's power, I can also give you my fantasy power source. As she spoke, Fantasy Fairy's palm moved, and the power of the fantasy power source rose. Give me some recommendation votes. Fantasy Fountain, the power of fantasy danced wantonly, and the air was filled with this power of fantasy. This was only secondary. More importantly, she also knew how to fuse with the power of rulers. The Star God looked at the Fate God and Luck God. The Fantasy God continued, I will also give you the heart of the heavenly Tao in Luo Tian's body. In other words, the 3 of you can obtain 2 sources of ruler's power. In addition, I will provide the fusion technique. No matter how you look at it, it is more worth it than you helping the heavenly Tao divine lord. For Luo Tian, she could sacrifice everything. In the ancient continent, she sacrificed herself to protect Luo Tian. In the divine realm, she could do the same. The heavenly Tao divine lord's face darkened, and his gaze became cold. He said solemnly, Fantasy God, if you know how to fuse with the power of rulers, then why didn't you fuse with it? The 3 rulers of stars, fate, and luck are not fools. Do you think they will believe you? The Fantasy God smiled and said, fusing with the power of rulers is actually very simple. It is to slowly transform your own power into the power you want to fuse with. The 2 powers nurture each other and form a tacit understanding. Then, use the source of power to forcefully fuse them. It is that simple. However, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, I am afraid it will be very difficult for you because you no longer have the spring of Heavenly Tao. You can no longer fuse with other rulers' power. Moreover, with the loss of the heart of the Heavenly Tao, your Heavenly Tao power will slowly dry up. If you cannot find a replacement for the ruler's power source, your ruler's godhead will degenerate, and you will eventually be reduced to the God breakthrough realm. She knew everything. The Star God immediately looked at the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's eyes were sinister and filled with killing intent. The Fantasy God's words touched his reverse scale, the deepest reverse scale. The Fate God smiled and said, what the Fantasy God said should be true, right, brother Heavenly Tao? If that is the case, then it is really not as good as the conditions she gave. The Luck God also laughed. However, the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord did not panic at all. He smiled and said, if the Fantasy God can give it to me, I can also give it to her. Isn't it just the fantasy spring? Just kill her. Before he finished speaking, The heavenly Tao Divine Lord's figure had disappeared. In an instant. Boom! A black fog attacked, and the power of the heavenly Tao crushed over like an avalanche. Rumble, the fantasy dominus blocked it. Her body sank slightly, and her feet sank into the soil of the trap. Fantasy power burst forth from her body as she blocked the attack. Humph! A mere fantasy overlord is like an ant in front of me. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord moved his right hand, and the four-colored sovereign power spun in his palm. It circulated continuously, and the powerful force swept up the entire abyss of demons. Fight with me? You're still too young. Boom! Heaven Tao Divine Lord smashed down with his palm. The fantasy dominus immediately used his fantasy wellspring to block the attack. Bang! 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 Endless explosions rang out in the void as the collision of forces shattered the surrounding space. So, the fantasy dominus was sent flying. The power of four sovereigns was simply too powerful. Woo haha, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord laughed maniacally. You don't even have the qualifications to fight me, do you understand? Fantasy Dominator. Die for me. Flying up into the air, two huge heavenly Tao Divine wings burst out from his back. Furthermore, the power of the sea region, the power of the dragon sky, and the fantasy power were all released and condensed on his palms as he heavily blasted towards the fantasy dominus. Too strong, an unshakable strength. The star dominus, fate dominus, and luck dominus were shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord's four-colored sovereign power was simply too powerful. The fantasy dominus was no match for him at all. And they knew in their hearts that they were no match for him either. All these years, they had been constantly searching for an opportunity to break through. They only wanted to cultivate their own power, but they had never thought of fusing with other powers. If the heavenly Tao Divine Lord continued like this, he would definitely be the first person to advance to the God-King realm in these billions of years. They were unwilling in their hearts. But, they didn't dare to step forward to resist. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Luo Tian exploded, the heart devil, which had been suppressed by the power of fantasy, swelled up again and instantly occupied Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Strong black flames burned on his body. He was in a state of nothingness, 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 and nothingness. Roaring towards the sky. Black flames were emitted from his eyes. He laughed extremely wildly, Wahaha. Wahaha. All of you have to die, all of you have to die, ha ha ha, his figure moved. He directly turned into a cloud of black mist and instantly stood in front of the fantasy fairy. Looking at the heavenly Tao Divine Lord in the sky, he laughed coldly and said, "You will be the first to die." As soon as his voice fell. Boom! Black flames shot up into the sky from Luo Tian's body. His right hand moved, dark divine fire. Boom! Black flame shot out from Luo Tian's palm. It was faster and more powerful, bringing with it an endless dark overbearing power. This was the upgraded version of the divine fire. Bam! The heavenly Tao Divine Lord waved his right hand and a force pressed down. It directly collided with the dark divine fire. At the moment of collision, the power released by the heavenly Tao Divine Lord was completely devoured by the dark divine fire. Luo Tian, who was possessed, laughed wildly and said, "Little friend heavenly Tao, have you forgotten that the power of darkness has the ability to endlessly devour? Ha ha ha. Tremble under my divine fire. Rumble." The dark divine fire exploded on the heavenly Tao Divine Lord's body. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord continuously defended, but it was completely useless. Because, the divine fire was omnipotent. No matter how the heavenly Tao Divine Lord resisted, as long as the target was locked on, it was an existence that could not be defended against. Wang, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord's mind suddenly sank and let out a bell sound. Following that, he actually felt dizzy and fainted in a tenth of a second. No instant kill? Bullshit, divine fire is really useless. The demonized Luo Tian snorted in disdain. However, a tenth of a second was very short, but to a ruler realm expert, it was too long. It was long enough to do anything. The demonized Luo Tian instantly teleported to the side of the heavenly Tao Divine Lord, grabbed his hair, and pulled fiercely. The power of darkness was like a spider web that bound him, and then flipped in the air and smashed down heavily. Grabbing onto the heavenly Tao Divine Lord's hair, he fiercely smashed him to the ground. Bam! Rumble, a huge crater that was hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord was half dead. Thank you to Bamboo Husu, Woodman, Turn Around, Smile, Confused Reality, Southern Yuan, Northern Sea, How Elegant is a common web name for your support. Thank you to Confusion Castle for your 10,000 plus 1888 book coins reward. Thank you, brother, for your generous support. Tomorrow, I will add a chapter for you. Thank you. Half dead, one move. Furthermore, this was not the end. Demonized Luo Tian grabbed Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's leg and smashed down on another area. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's strength was completely suppressed and he could not resist at all. Rumble. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as though the sky was about to split open. Another 100-meter-wide crater was smashed out. Demonized Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Aren't you good at fighting? Isn't it the four-colored sovereign power? Come, let this demon lord see your strength. Ha 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 ha. Crushing. It was a complete crushing. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord fell into the crater, his face pale and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. He stared at the demonized Luo Tian. He did not expect Luo Tian's mental demons to release such a powerful force. Suddenly, his heart sank. Could it be? Infernal Queen Luo Tian could tell what he was thinking and laughed maniacally. That's right. I've devoured your heart of Heavenly Tao as well. Ha ha ha. Old dog Heavenly Tao, come, come. Let me see your four-colored sovereign power. Too powerful. The Fate God, Luck God, and Star God all turned pale as their hearts trembled. Was he still human? They had seen mental demons before, but they did not expect it to be so powerful. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord slowly flew out of the pit, and with a thought, he sent a voice transmission to the three gods. All of you have seen it for yourselves. With the mental demons erupting, Luo Tian has become so strong that not even I am a match for him. There's only one way left for us. Star God was the first to speak. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, this is all your fault. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to kill him, go ahead. I won't get involved in this mess. Fate God immediately said, that's right. Luck God sneered and said, I completely agree. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's face turned sinister and cold as he stared at Luo Tian, who was covered in black flames. His heart was also trembling. He was too powerful. He was caught and his strength was rapidly devoured by the dark battle aura. He could not use it at all. Furthermore, what he didn't expect was that the source of his power had been devoured by him. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, however. There was nothing he could do. When the infernal Queen Luo Tian saw that none of them were making a move, her black eyes flickered and she snorted coldly. Supreme Star God, you're known as the supreme ruler of the three divine regions. Does that mean you're very good at fighting? Star Divine Venerable's expression changed as he immediately retreated to the side and said, Luo Tian, the one who wants to kill you is Heaven Tao Divine Lord. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill him. While speaking, the Star God grabbed Li Shuer from the ground and grabbed Li Shuer's hair. He placed her in front of him and said, your woman is still in my hands. You don't want to see her die, do you? She didn't wait for him to speak. A chill ran down his spine, and an icy voice rang out. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Black flames rose to the sky. A huge Luo Tian face appeared in the sky. He looked down at the Star God from a high vantage point. At this moment, he felt that the Star God was as small as an ant. Without waiting for the Star God to speak, the black flames moved again and spewed out from his right hand. Dark God Fire. Ha ha ha. Star Ruler, tremble for me. The evolved version of the God Fire did not need to cool down. The Star God's face turned sinister. Stars in the sky, for my power, open for me. Buzz buzz. A slight explosion sounded in the sky. The turbid sky scattered countless starlight rays, forming a thick star defensive shield. At the same time, a golden shield appeared in the hands of the star god. Divine artifact, star shield, infusing the power of the stars, the might of the divine artifact erupted. However, it was useless. The dark god fire ignored all defenses and heavily crushed down. It penetrated the star shield and exploded on the body of the star god. F***ck. It's not an instant kill. What's the use of this bullshit? The demonized Luo Tian said disdainfully. Then, he looked up at the sky and sneered, the power of the stars, right? I want to see how you can absorb the power of the stars after covering the sky. Dark Lord. Demonic flame soaring to the sky, open for me, rumble, rumble, the sound exploded. Luo Tian's body erupted with a torrent-like dark flame that rushed into the sky. In less than half a second, it spread out, blocking all the starlight in the sky and covering the sky of the demon abyss. It was completely dark. The sun's rays could not penetrate. The light of the stars could not shine in. Everything was shrouded in darkness. The astral shield required the power of the stars to display its strongest defense. Without the stars in the sky, the astral shield immediately dimmed. It was also at this moment that Devil Empress Luo Tian leaped into the air and said with a deep smile, "Divine artifact. I love to shatter divine artifacts the most." As soon as he finished, with a move of his fist, the dark flames that filled the sky were drawn by him and gathered on his fist. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The defensive power of the star shield was constantly being crushed, and the sight of the star god continued to press down. In the end, half of his body was stuck in the ground, bitterly holding on. Break for me. With a move of his left fist, he once again punched down heavily. Bam! Rumble, kacha. Kacha kacha, shattered, the star shield of the divine artifact could not hold on for more than half a second before it shattered into powder and completely disappeared under the dark flames. Even the divine artifact had been shattered. Under the power, a punch landed on the star god's head and directly smashed him into the ground. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Was he still human? How could a complete Devil Empress unleash such a powerful force? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if it was fused with the heart of the heavens, the strongest explosion of two types of rulers' power would not be so powerful. Even the overbearing ruler of darkness was not so powerful. Why was that? When the Devil Empress entered the group, Luo Tian demonized. The Devil Empress stimulated the dark divine spark and the heart of the heavens, causing Luo Tian's most powerful potential to erupt, which was Luo Tian's peak strength. The reason why he was so powerful. That was because the heart of the heavens was not fused, but evolved by Luo Tian into a divine spark, which was a double divine spark. Two types of rulers' power and two sovereign divine sparks were completely different. Strength was completely on a different level. That was why Luo Tian was so powerful that he could easily crush a ruler. The Devil Empress Luo Tian sneered and snorted at the star god in the ground, "You can't even withstand a single blow." At this moment, the ruler of fate moved. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. "Want to leave? It's your turn next." There was still one more chapter. "You want to leave? It's your turn." While they were talking, the fate god's figure had already disappeared. The fate god's speed was too fast, close to the speed of light. In an instant, he was nowhere to be seen. The fate god laughed wildly in his heart. "Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, you can't catch up to me. My speed is the fastest amongst the fate gods." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Bang! Without waiting for the fate god to react, demonized Luo Tian slapped down, accurately hitting the fate god's face. Boom! An energy shockwave shot out in midair. The fate god's body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Without waiting for him to react, Luo Tian kicked him again, as if he was shooting. Swoosh! The fate god's body was directly burned by the friction with the air. He screamed continuously. Finally, he smashed a hole in 4 mountains and accurately rolled back to his original spot. He was half dead. The moment he fell, demonized Luo Tian also landed and floated in midair. The black demonic flames on his body burned wildly, and his two cold black eyes were like that of a great demon king. They were extremely ferocious and suppressed everything. "Who's next?" a cold voice sounded. The chief sovereign of luck fell to his knees with a thud sound. "All heaven, I've never mistreated Xianxia. I've treated her as my own disciple. I didn't even seal away the memories in her mind. Please spare me." "Luo Tian? Ha ha ha. I'm no longer Luo Tian. My name is Shura." "Yes, Shura. That's a good name." Demonized Luo Tian laughed wildly. The fate god immediately changed his words. "Emperor Shura, please forgive me." Before he could finish, demonized Luo Tian's cold voice sounded. "Forgive your sister. Don't you know what the word Shura means? Today, I'll tell you. It means death. Ha ha ha. All of you must die. Everyone here must die." "Waha," he laughed wildly. Li Shuer's heart sank again and again. The man she had missed day and night, all the time, had become her today because of her. She hated herself. Tears flowed down from her eyes as she said faintly, "Brother Luo Tian, kill me." Xianxia also had a calm expression as she smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you are the Luo Tian or not. To be able to die in your hands, I can rest in peace." And Chen cried her heart out, "Sister Shui Sister Xianxia, what's wrong? Luo Tian Gij, what's wrong with you? Don't you love Sister Shui and Sister Xianxia? Don't you love Chen anymore? So sad. Chuan's heart really hurts." "Woo woo," she cried heartbreakingly. It was as if heaven and earth were touched. Demonized Luo Tian's pupils slightly changed, "So, sorry. Boo-ha-ha-ha. You will also die." He couldn't control it anymore. Luo Tian was completely unable to control his inner demons. Looking at Li Shuer, Xianxia, and in Chen, the three girls' tears, his heart was filled with incomparable pain, but at this moment, he could no longer control himself. The inner demons had completely erupted and controlled him. "Luo Tian is already dead. Your brother Luo Tian is already dead. Ha 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 ha. Now it's me, Azura." Demonized Luo Tian laughed maniacally. And Chen said, "You scoundrel, return brother Luo Tian to me, hurry up and return brother Luo Tian to me." Fatty Lei's heart was also bleeding. He knew the reason why Luo Tian didn't control his inner demons. He didn't have a choice, he didn't even have the slightest chance to choose because the four juggernauts were too powerful. It's all because of the four juggernauts. Then Fatty Lei said, "Boss, demonize. Dying in your hands today is the most honorable thing in my life. Come." Fantasy Dominator stood up and walked forward. Looking at the demonized Luo Tian in the sky, he smiled faintly, "I'm ready too." All heaven was struggling. His lifebound will was struggling. "Luo Tian, you can't beat me, everything you have is mine, only I can help you kill the four dominators, only I can stand at the peak of the divine realm, only I can become the #1 person in the divine realm, ha ha ha. Just stay here obediently." Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, Lucky Dominator suddenly flew up and said to Natural Law Divine Lord, "Didn't you want to join forces to kill Luo Tian? Now is the time." Star Divine Venerable also flew up from the mud, his body flickering with starlight, and said, "Hold on, he's struggling, this is the best time." Destiny Dominator also climbed up, summoned the Wheel of Destiny, and said solemnly, "Kill." At this moment, the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord no longer cared about retrieving the heart of the Heavenly Tao. If they didn't kill Luo Tian, they would be the ones to die. The strength of the mental demons was beyond what they could withstand. In that instant, the four of them communicated with each other. In less than half a second, Destiny Dominator's Wheel of Destiny was the first to attack Luo Tian, accept the punishment of fate. Walala, the Wheel of Destiny rotated and crazily crushed forward. Power of the stars, bind. Power of luck, curse. Natural Law Divine Lord's hands turned sinister, and a huge four-colored ball of Dominator's power appeared on his palm. The power expanded and spread out in the sky, and finally, he roared, "Luo Tian, go to hell." His voice was like thunder. The four dominators released their strongest power. At this moment, inside Luo Tian's body, Azura laughed coldly. Luo Tian, don't you want to kill the four dominators? If you continue to struggle and resist, you and I can only perish together. Once I die, your woman, your brothers will all die. Only I can save you, only I can help you complete everything you want to do. Let go, let me completely control you. I promise you, I will definitely not hurt your woman or brothers. The attacks of the four dominator experts arrived. Luo Tian's will was still resisting, and Azura became nervous. The dragon god ancestor's voice also sounded. Luo Tian, he is lying to you, don't listen to him, his heart is a heart of slaughter, he lives to kill, you must not, old thing. Scram to the side. Azura suddenly shouted. The dragon god ancestor was instantly crushed. At the same time, the ancestor's forehead turned sinister, and the power of the dragon god's soul essence began to circulate. He thought to himself, no matter what, I will protect you. Because you saved my child. Release. Suddenly, Azura roared, completely crushing all heaven's lifeblood will. As he faced the attacks of the four sovereigns, his eyes darkened, and he cackled. Is this all you've got? F***ck, this chapter was written last night and I forgot to update it. Sorry. Including this chapter, there will be 5 chapters updated today. Brothers, the new book is now updated twice a day, the collection is really too miserable. We have more than 320,000 collections, 320,000 brothers, do you dare to help this old cow collect a new book? Tyrannical war god, let's collect a wave. Demonized Luo Tian was really arrogant. Even if he was arrogant, he had to have the capital. Facing the strongest power of the four juggernauts, he did not defend at all. Instead, he laughed wildly. The devil flames emitted from his 2 black eyes were incomparably terrifying. He opened his hands and slammed them together. I'll let you see the power of my Azura. Boom. In a flash. The moment the 4 juggernauts' power fell, they were tightly clapped by demonized Luo Tian's hands. Rumble, 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 the muffled thunder almost destroyed the demon abyss. Demonized Luo Tian kept retreating. The space under his feet shattered. The 4 powers were still attacking him. Demonized Luo Tian became more and more fanatical and ferocious. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the 4 juggernauts of the god realm? You're too weak, ha ha ha, break for me. Suddenly, with the control of his hands, his body suddenly stopped. His 5 fingers turned into sharp claws and directly grabbed the 4 juggernauts' power in his palms. He crazily twisted, ravaged, and then pressed down. Crack. Puff. It was like the sound of a fire extinguishing. It was directly crushed by his palms, and disappeared like a fart. Shocking, too shocking. Destiny ruler, star ruler, luck ruler, and heavenly Tao divine lord could definitely be called the 4 juggernauts of the god realm. Their power was definitely the strongest among the juggernauts. But, in front of demonized Luo Tian, they were too weak, too weak. Woo-ha-ha. Luo Tian laughed violently, weak as a mess. I think you don't need to be juggernauts. Give me all your juggernauts and I'll grant you death, woo-ha-ha, everyone's heart trembled. Star ruler looked at heavenly Tao divine lord and asked, Brother heavenly Tao, why is this guy so strong? What power does your heart of heavenly Tao have? Even the dark overbearing ruler wasn't this strong at his peak. Incomprehensible. 2 sovereigns couldn't possibly be this strong. If the 4 of them worked together, they would barely be able to resist a god king. Could it be that Luo Tian's strength would be comparable to a god king after the eruption of his inner demons? Absolutely impossible. A hegemon was a hegemon, and a god king was a god king. They were on completely different levels. Heaven Tao divine lord could not understand either. He was filled with regret. I should have killed him back in the ancient continent. I never imagined that a trash with a shattered dantian and unable to fuse with the origins would be this powerful. The chief sovereign of fate felt even more regret. We should have killed him back in the profound sky continent. They all had the opportunity to kill Luo Tian. However, at that time, Luo Tian was not even an ant in their eyes. Who would have thought that they would be crushed like this now, the Star Divine Venerable said, now that you're talking nonsense, we should think about how to deal with him. Today, if he doesn't die, then we will. Once he obtains our sovereign divine deity, this crazy devil will definitely devour all of my power. In other words, the power of the dominator of the six paths. At that time, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, the chief sovereign of fate grabbed at the air and directly grabbed Xianxia. He looked at the demonized Luo Tian who was laughing wildly in the sky and said, "Come, Luo Tian, come and kill your woman, ha ha ha." Xianxia was held in his hand as if he was holding a little chick. Xianxia's face was pale. She couldn't say a word. However, she didn't want to say anything. Dying in the hands of Luo Tian was worth it. The Star Sovereign immediately did as he was told. He grabbed Li Shuer in his hand and laughed coldly. "Luo Tian, I know you can hear me. Your lives will still exist. Now that your women are in our hands, if you don't want them to die, control your inner demons and let me leave. I will let your women go." Li Shuer directly shouted, "Big brother Luo Tian, don't worry about us. Kill them, kill these bastards." The chief sovereign of fate also grabbed In Chun Chun and said to In Chun Chun with a cold face, "Isn't he your big brother Luo Tian? Call, I want you to call him." Pa. The chief sovereign of fate slapped In Chun Chun's face and shouted, "Who told you to call him by his name?" In Chun Chun's cheeks were red and swollen, but there was a smile on her face. She said, "Kill me, big brother Luo Tian, kill them all." The heavenly Tao Divine Lord also found a protective talisman and grabbed Feng Lei. "Luo Tian, your brothers and women are in our hands. Now, as long as you disturb the inner demons and give us a minute, we will leave. Your brothers and women will live." The inner demons were laughing maniacally. As they expanded even more crazily, they said to Luo Tian, "Do you see how hypocritical and despicable these rulers are? Using your women and brothers to threaten you, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, can you still hold it in? Do you think they will let your women and brothers go? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, erupt. Hand over your strongest power and let me become the #1 person in the divine realm. I will kill all these hypocritical and despicable gods in your place. I will make them tremble under my demonic might." Ha 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 ha, the more the four rulers were like this, the happier the inner demons were. Because, this would greatly infuriate Luo Tian, causing the hostility, killing intent, anger, and resentment in his heart to reach its peak. And this was the power of the inner demons, completely controlling Luo Tian's power. Hula, the inner demons laughed and said, "I will let your women and brothers go. I am different from them. I, the demon lord, always keep my word. How is it? What are you waiting for?" Boom. Luo Tian was released. The inner demons laughed. Then, the devil flames on his body were released even more unscrupulously. He closed his eyes slightly, looked at the sky, and muttered, "Power, power, this is the power I want, wahaha." As soon as he finished, his black eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. The black flames moved, previous chapter next chapter boom. He directly grabbed the Star Lord's throat and said gloomily, "I, Azure Demon Lord, hate it when others threaten me. Dark absorbing stars great art. Give me all of your power, ha ha ha, boom." With a loud sound, demonized Luo Tian's 5 fingers crazily absorbed the power of the star god. At the same time, demonized Luo Tian transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, instantly grabbing onto the Fortune Lord, the Fate Lord, and the Natural Law Divine Lord. "Give me all of your power. Ha ha ha, the ultimate version of the absorbing star's great art." Moreover, along with In Chun Chun, Li Shuer, and Xianxia, their powers were being absorbed together. At this moment, a ray of divine light fell down heavily. Demonized Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were ferocious as he looked up at the sky. "Divine King?" The second chapter had been delivered, and there were 3 more chapters today. "Divine King?" Demonized Luo Tian, who was absorbing the power of the 4 sovereigns, was interrupted by a ray of divine light. Destiny Sovereign, Heavenly Law Divine Lord, and the other 2 quickly retreated. In just a few seconds, they couldn't bear it any longer. Their fists were weak, their faces were pale, and their hair was disheveled. They looked like sickly old men. Looking at all heaven's raging devilish flames, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The feeling of being drained of power was too unbearable. At this moment, in the divine light, a middle-aged man slowly descended. The place where the divine light fell was filled with the crushing power of a divine king. Star God's face turned cold. Ignoring the discomfort, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Welcome, divine King Xianxia." Immediately after, the other three sovereigns' faces changed. They all knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Greetings, divine King Xianxia." This man was divine King Xianxia. He was also the youngest of the god kings. Several tens of millions of years ago, it was because he had slain the ruler of darkness that he received the favor of a god king. He was given an opportunity, allowing him to break through to god king. He became the ninth divine king expert in the divine realm, divine King Xianxia. Divine King Xianxia's face was cold. He did not even look at them. He stared at demonized Luo Tian and said, "If you're dead, then you're dead. Why do you need some successor? Dark overbearing dominator, don't you think so?" Demonized Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "What great divine power. A little brat dares to be presumptuous in front of me? You're courting death." Boom. There was a loud noise. Divine King Xianxia was enraged. A ray of divine light pressed down like the sky. Crack. Bang, 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 above demonized Luo Tian's head, there were continuous explosions. His body bent slightly, and the demonic flames on his body were crushed to nothing in an instant. A divine king expert was too powerful. Demonized Luo Tian's face turned ferocious. His body was trembling, but he still laughed wildly and roared, "Divine king? Is that all you've got? You want to crush me, the divine king? Darkness devour, mad demon technique. Explode." He formed a seal with both hands. He continued to press on his acupoints. In an instant, the suppressed demonic flame rushed out and broke through Xianxia deity king's suppression. Then, it soared into the sky and slapped down on Xianxia deity king who was in midair. "How dare you use the power of my palm?" Ha ha ha, his right hand formed a palm and slapped down. Dark demonic flame swept up like a hurricane, forming an incomparably powerful dark impact. Xianxia deity king frowned and looked unhappy, but his body did not move at all. His eyes turned ferocious, and a golden divine light appeared on his body, bursting out like a shock wave. Buzz buzz, rumble, rumble, the two forces collided. A violent explosion was heard. The god king's body trembled slightly. Demonized Luo Tian was sent flying thousands of meters, and the sovereigns were sprawled across the ground like dead dogs. Bang! Bang! After smashing a few mountains into ruins, demonized Luo Tian crawled up from the ruins. Mother *Ker, the divine king is indeed the divine king. His defensive divine power actually has a recoil force. Interesting, interesting. While they were talking, demonized Luo Tian had already attacked once again. Landing in front of Xianxia deity king, the corner of his mouth raised slightly as he grinned and said, "Dark god fire." Boom. Demonized Luo Tian was already very clear about the attributes of the divine fire. It couldn't be killed instantly. However, it could cause dizziness. As long as he was given a little bit of time, even a tenth of a second would be enough. However, Xianxia deity king's body moved, and instantly transformed into a clone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for instantly killing Xianxia deity king's clone for obtaining 1 million experience points, 1 million Xinyuan points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, level 6 divine spirit. F***CK. Instant kill. It's just a clone. Demonized Luo Tian was a little shocked. He did not expect it to be an instant kill, but he did not know that clones were the nemesis of divine fire. He had prepared all his strength, but it was an instant kill. While he was still in shock, Yizichen suddenly opened his mouth. Xianxia deity king moved. Whoosh! A big hand directly grabbed onto demonized Luo Tian's throat. Xianxia deity king stared coldly at Luo Tian, and said, "A mere ant dares to be impudent in front of me." Power of the deity king. Buzz. With a move of his left hand, a golden light emerged from his palm. As the golden light circulated, a hexagram seal appeared and slammed down, hitting demonized Luo Tian's abdomen. Pfft, blood gushed out. His soul was almost blasted out of his body. A shadow that could be seen with the naked eye almost left Luo Tian's body. After a fierce struggle, it re-entered Luo Tian's body. Huh? Haotian deity king's face turned sinister, soul-killing palm. Bam! Another palm landed on Luo Tian's abdomen. Luo Tian's entire body was trembling. His sea of consciousness and mind were trembling crazily as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. His conqueror body collapsed in an instant, and his body was about to be crushed into powder. Uncomfortable, it was incomparably uncomfortable. However, demonized Luo Tian did not care at all, and continued to laugh wildly, saying, "Too weak, your strength is too weak, wahahaha. Do you think I will be grateful to the point of pain? Ha ha ha. Bullshit divine king, I, the demon lord, will not suffer any harm. What you hit is only this puppet, ha ha ha, so what if it's the soul-killing palm? The soul that was killed is also Luo Tian's, it has nothing to do with me, ha ha ha." Haotian deity king was enraged, he grabbed Luo Tian's throat with one hand and started to attack with the other, bang, bang, bang. Luo Tian's soul was constantly being struck out of his body. It entered his body again. Countless illusions appeared on his body. Intense pain, Luo Tian's body was about to be shattered. No, don't. Big brother Luo Tian. And Chen Chun cried. Li Shuer knelt on the ground, and said, Lord Divine King, I beg you to spare his life, I beg you. Xianxia also knelt on the ground and begged. Fatty Lei's face was scarlet red. Next. The Shuedan in the depths of his pubes exploded, and his entire body was covered in scarlet devil flames. He took a step forward, flew into the air, and directly landed on top of Haotian deity king's head, *CK your 18 generations of ancestors. Ah, Feng Lei roared, releasing all the power of the Shuedan, both of his fists were like hammers as they heavily smashed down. His strength was incomparably powerful. The Shuedan was the power that he had accumulated bit by bit over the course of millions of years. It was extremely powerful. However, the corner of Haotian deity king's eyes turned cold, and he slapped down with his palm. Bam! With his power crushed, Fatty Lei was struck down, creating a 1,000-meter deep crater. He was completely unconscious, too strong. Chapter 3. There were still 2 more chapters at night. The Divine King realm was truly too powerful. Fatty Lei's blood pellet condensed the power of hundreds of millions of demon beasts' blood essence, but he couldn't even get close to his body and was directly crushed. Humph! An existence as lowly as an ant. Haotian Divine King snorted in disdain, and stared at the demonized Luo Tian in the blink of an eye, and said, I don't care who you are, what you want to do, whether you are the dark overbearing dominator or not, you will die today, and it will definitely not be like last time. This time, I will turn you into ashes, strip your soul, and seal it forever. While they were talking, Haotian Divine King channeled his divine power, released Luo Tian, and began to form seals with lightning speed. Whoosh whoosh. Heaven, earth, man, God, ghost. The power of Haotian is for me to use. The divine light shone brightly, and a huge 6-light array appeared where Haotian Divine King's hands were forming seals, flashing with a strange divine light. The divine light rotated in the array, forming a vortex, and a strong suction force appeared from the vortex. Demonized Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and the black devil flames were constantly being sucked into the array. Tianyin great art. You really aren't a simple inner demon. You even know about the Tianyin great art. Haotian Divine King's eyes darkened, and the power in his hands circulated even faster. There weren't many people in this world who knew about the Tianyin great art, and coincidentally, the dark overbearing dominator was one of them. The more it was like this. Luo Tian was even more of a dead man. However, the corner of demonized Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he laughed coldly. The Tianyin great art is indeed very strong, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, but, in that instant, demonized Luo Tian's body shook. Then I'll let you experience my power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The dark devil flame was released, and demonized Luo Tian's hands continuously pressed on his acupuncture points. The devil flame became even more ferocious, and like a roaring tiger, it burst out. His hands also began to form seals quickly, and a 6-light dark array appeared. Inside the array, the dark devil flame was also spinning rapidly. He gently pushed the formation. Floating in front of the demonized Luo Tian, he suddenly roared. His palms turned into claws, and it was as if a black hole had been opened in his palms. Dark Star Absorption Great Technique, Absorb. I want to suck all of your power dry. Boom, after passing through the Dark 6 Lights array, the Absorbing Star's Great Skill became the Super Absorbing Star's Great Skill. Rumble. 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 Just like the engine of an airplane, it started to rotate crazily, and a powerful suction force was recklessly absorbing. The two suction forces collided with each other, causing continuous explosions. Clear Sky Divine King's eyebrows sunk as he was shocked. I didn't expect that someone with a shattered dantian and no origin energy would be able to refine such a powerful inner demon. It has already surpassed the Dark Dominator of the past. No matter what, we must kill him today. Otherwise, the God realm will never have another day of peace. His heart sank. The strong suction force of the Heaven Seal became even stronger. Furthermore, the 6 points matrix on his hands began to float as well. Haodian Divine King continued to form seals. Suddenly, Haodian Divine King suddenly shouted, "Break for me." Rumble. The 6 points matrix directly crashed into it and moved in reverse. Bam. Demonized Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, "You want to destroy my array? Bullshit Divine King, you think you're worthy? Eat him for me." Roar. With a roar, the dark 6 points matrix suddenly turned into a huge bloody mouth. In that instant, it directly devoured Haodian Divine King's array. Crack, crack. A series of strange sounds came from the void. Next, demonized Luo Tian made an even crazier move. He opened his mouth and exhaled heavily. Then, huff, he suddenly sucked in. What is he doing? He wants to devour the power of Haodian Divine King's Heaven Seal. Isn't he afraid that the power of the Heaven Seal will seal him? Luo Tian, ha ha ha. He's going to die. The 4 great rulers became excited. Luo Tian was actually stupid enough to devour the power of the Heaven Seal. One must know that once this power came into contact with it, one's body would gradually be sealed. At that time, one would not be able to move and could only wait for death. However, the veins on demonized Luo Tian's entire body bulged. In that instant, his long black hair scattered and fluttered wantonly. Then, it suddenly turned silver white, and the power on his body exploded to a supreme realm. Devour. Whoosh. He ate them all. Boom, 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 the power exploded crazily in his body. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling non-stop, and at the same time, he was also crazily crushing and absorbing. A few seconds later, woo-ha-ha. Woo-woo-ha-ha. The power of the Divine King is indeed the power of the Divine King, it's simply too great. Devoured, it was completely consumed. Then, demonized Luo Tian moved his hands and quickly formed a seal. Now, I'll let you have a taste of this Demon Lord's Heaven Seal great art. Boom. With a loud sound, an endless amount of Divine King's power was released from Heaven's body. It started to spin in the 6-pointed star formation and began to frantically absorb it. It was exactly the same as the Heaven Seal Great Art that Haodian Divine King had released earlier. It was even stronger, even the Divine King's cultivation technique was absorbed. Haodian Divine King's face darkened as he moved his right hand. Buzz. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A cold sword appeared in his hand. The cold sword was as cold as ice, and the moment it appeared in his hand, it seemed to have been frozen. Even the powerful suction force released by the Heaven Seal Great Art was frozen. Supreme Artifact. Oh my god, there really is such a divine artifact. Even attacks can be frozen. Haodian Divine King is angry. I didn't expect Luo Tian's heart demon to anger him to such an extent. It's truly incredible. In the future, you must remember that you must not leave behind a hidden danger like Luo Tian. Those who deserve to be killed must be killed. Haotian Cold Divine Sword. The power of Haotian, forged from billions of years of ice, possesses an unparalleled freezing power. I have to say, you have made me very angry. Haotian Divine King took out the Haotian Cold Divine Sword. With a move of his right hand, the cold sword slashed down and directly froze the Heaven Seal Great Art, freezing all the power. Furthermore, the ice threads followed the power and attacked Luo Tian like lightning. Good sword. However, to this demon venerable, it's completely trash. The demonized Luo Tian's voice sank, and then, his body burned with black flames, tremor fruit. Crack. Rumble, the movement of the earth's crust directly shattered his own power. Then, Luo Tian's arm began to burn, supreme artifact, right? Then I will show you what is called the supreme magic art. Dark Flame Emperor. Open for me. Rumble, whoosh whoosh, Luo Tian's body was surrounded by a dark flame that soared into the sky. Moreover, Luo Tian held a huge dark fireball in his hands, tremble under the dark sun, wahahaha, arrogant, extremely arrogant, one more chapter. All of Luo Tian's moves were absorbed by the inner demons. And all of them could be released. Whether it was the divine fire or the devil fruit, they could all be used. Moreover, under the release of the inner demons, the power of these moves was unleashed to the peak, powerful to an unparalleled realm. This was a peak realm. The Dark Flame Emperor was raised into the sky by the demonized Luo Tian. Next, it slowly floated up into the air and directly replaced the sun. A solar eclipse-style sun, the Haotian Divine King's face was cold, the Haotian Cold Divine Sword emitted a dazzling cold light, the cold light rushed towards the dark sun, break for me. At the same time, the demonized Luo Tian suddenly roared, descend, darkness. Rumble. 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 It fell vertically. Sparks and lightning flashed along the way, crushing everything along the way. The power of the Haotian Cold Divine Sword was crushed into pieces. The moment the Dark Flame Emperor touched the Haotian Cold Divine Sword, the endless power of darkness crazily rushed into the Divine Sword, directly engulfing the Cold Divine Sword, and the moment it was engulfed, it shattered. Even the supreme artifact was crushed. Rumble. The Dark Flame Emperor exploded on the Haotian Divine King's body. The sky changed color. Space cracked. Everything in the demon abyss was trembling. The four great divine kings lay on the ground like dead dogs, shivering and not daring to look up at the sky. Too powerful, his white hair flew in all directions, and the arrogant aura on his body unscrupulously spread out. His black eyes stared and he roared, wahahaha. 9 heavenly gods, 10 hells, who can stop me? Ha ha ha, at the same time. He said arrogantly in his heart, Luo Tian, how does it feel to crush the Divine King? It must be very satisfying, wahaha, the Divine King was suffering in the Dark Flame Emperor. The Haotian Divine King was in an incomparably sorry state, the protective divine armor on his body was burned and shattered, his long hair was scattered, and his face was black. This was the first time. However, the Divine King was the Divine King. Not just anyone could kill him. Rumble. After a full 3 minutes, the Dark Flame Emperor's power disappeared. Haotian Divine King's face was as black as charcoal. His clothes were tattered and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar on the street. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. He stood in midair and stared coldly at Luo Tian. Demonized Luo Tian laughed wildly, Lord God King, how does the Dark Flame Emperor taste? Yo! Your face is so dark. Waha! Divine King? I think it's just bullshit. How dare you act so pretentious in front of me? Do you even have the qualifications? So what if you're a Divine King expert? God King experts were powerful? Now, show this demon lord how powerful you are, ha ha ha. Extremely arrogant, he completely crushed the Clear Sky Divine King. At this moment, the entire God realm was shaken. In the Divine Realm, the other 8 Divine Kings came out of seclusion one after another. His eyes were like torches. A thought was transmitted into Clear Sky Divine King's mind. Clear Sky, have you forgotten even his most basic weakness? All of a sudden, Clear Sky Divine King's eyes were filled with shock. Origin energy. That thought immediately said, that's right, origin energy. This is his weakest point. Knowing this weakness of his, even the Dominator can easily deal with him. Ha ha ha, Clear Sky Divine King laughed. He laughed excitedly. Demonized Luo Tian was slightly stunned, and said in disdain, you still have the face to laugh after being crushed to such a state? Clear Sky Divine King's smile became cold. I really didn't expect you to be able to force me to this extent. I almost forgot your fatal weakness. Weakness? This demon lord doesn't have any weaknesses. Demonized Luo Tian said. At this moment, Clear Sky Divine King's hands moved. Boom. Boom. 2 explosive sounds were heard, followed by the release of 2 origin energy. Demonized Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger. Origin energy. That's right. That's your weakness. You're the same as the Dark Tyrant Sovereign. You can't absorb origin energy. That's your biggest weakness. As he spoke, the Clear Sky God King turned around and attacked in a very ordinary manner. Bam. Bam. Demonized Luo Tian was actually unable to withstand it. Moreover, his chest was pierced by 2 streams of energy, and blood gushed out. Pfft! Demonized Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Origin energy, this body. His heart sank as he shouted, origin energy, Luo Tian, I need origin energy, hurry up and give me origin energy, if you don't want to die, if you don't want to see your brothers and women die, then give me origin energy. He was roaring. He was roaring. He never thought that Luo Tian would actually not have origin energy. Luo Tian did not have any reaction. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Suddenly, demonized Luo Tian found a stream of energy in the depths of his dantian, and then he grinned. Who said I don't have origin energy? His dantian moved. His dantian, which was already broken, was even more broken at this moment. A stream of energy rushed out and directly repaired the 2 bloody holes in his chest. Demonized Luo Tian laughed wildly. Isn't this origin energy? This was the origin energy that Luo Tian had obtained from killing the sector beasts these days. It only took a few thousand points. To repair his body like this, it directly consumed 1/3 of it. That's all? Demonized Luo Tian was extremely unhappy. You are really a piece of trash. You don't even have the most basic origin energy. Luo Tian still did not have any reaction. Clear Sky Divine King was shocked. Looking at demonized Luo Tian's body being repaired, his heart sank. Impossible, he can't absorb origin energy. Why does he have origin energy in his body? That thought said again, attack again. Yes. Clear Sky Divine King attacked again, still using origin energy. Demonized Luo Tian's eyes were ferocious. His body suddenly rushed out, turned into a ball of demon flame and flew out. At the same time, Heavenly Law Divine King moved, 1 step ahead of him, landed in front of demonized Luo Tian, and said ferociously, get down. 2 streams of origin force were released. They heavily blasted on Luo Tian's body. Bang! He fell instantly. Star Ruler also attacked, Fate Ruler also attacked, and Luck Ruler also attacked. They all received the Divine King's voice transmission. They all attacked him with origin energy. Boom! Rumble! Demonized Luo Tian was completely crushed. He couldn't resist at all. Luo Tian, give me the origin energy. Hurry up and give me the origin energy. Ah, you lowly things want to kill this demon lord? This demon lord will never die. No matter how they used origin energy to attack, only Luo Tian's body was injured. Only demonized Luo Tian was Luo Tian's inner demon. Even if he was crushed, he would not die. Even if Luo Tian's body was turned into dust, he would not die. Because he was an inner demon and immortal existence. Suddenly, Clear Sky Divine King looked at the spacetime crack not far away, and laughed coldly. Is that so? I want to see if you can survive in the spacetime crack where the laws are in chaos. Immediately, he kicked Luo Tian into the spacetime crack. This chapter is Confusion Castle, a reward of 10,000 book coins. Thank you for your generous support, thank you. The power of the origin was his fatal weakness. Luo Tian couldn't integrate the power of the origin in the god territory, so the devil in his mind didn't have the power of the origin. The power of the origin that was integrated by killing the sector beasts was too insignificant in the face of a godly king master. So, demonized Luo Tian couldn't resist the attack of the power of the origin. However, Haotian godly king couldn't kill Luo Tian's devil, but there was a place that could kill him. In the chaotic time and space, the power of law could kill the devil with the chaotic time and space. Boom! Luo Tian fell into the dark time and space crack. The sector beasts outside the crack were like wolves that saw food, running in crazily, "Can't kill you." "What about now?" Haotian godly king sneered proudly. Hearing the explosion in the time and space crack, his smile widened. In the chaotic time and space, even if you're a godly king, you can't resist the suppression. Ha ha ha, while they were talking, Haotian godly king looked at the four dominators coldly and said, "Now that you've made such a mess, why don't you go back?" Yes, yes, yes. They didn't dare to be disrespectful to Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. Haotian godly king looked at the time and space crack again and said coldly, "Luo Tian will disappear forever." Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared. "Brother Luo Tian." And Chen Chen rushed out crazily. Li Shuer and Xianxia did the same. They rushed toward the time and space crack crazily. None of them thought that it would end like this. It was impossible to survive in the time and space crack. Luo Tian was dead, the chief sovereign of Luxai's sank, and a wave of power came crashing down from the void, wrapping around in Chuanchuan's body. With a fierce tug, he threw her to the ground, then barked coldly, "Humph, get the hell back here. I've treated you far too well in the past. Now, I'm going to squeeze every last bit of power out of you. Don't even think about ever seeing Big Brother all heaven again." While speaking, and Chen Chen was instantly trapped in a cage. She then said to the other three juggernauts, "I'll take my leave first. If you need anything in the future, the Lucky Shrine will welcome you at any time." Boom, and Chen Chen was practically dragged out of the demon's abyss. "Chen Chen! Chen Chen!" Shuer and Xianxia both exclaimed. Then, the star venerable god's eyebrows sank, and a stream of star power bound Li Shuer. "Lowly thing, if it weren't for the fact that you were still useful to me, you would have died long ago. This time, I almost died here. Humph. You get the hell back too." Grabbing Li Shuer, he said to the Heaven Dao Divine Lord, "Brother Heaven Dao, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Come find me in the Holy City at any time. I'm very interested in the technique you use to fuse with the power of sovereigns. As long as you name the price, I'll give you anything you want. Of course, the power of my source of stars is out of the question." The center of the Heaven Dao Divine Lord's brow sank, and his face turned ugly. The ruler of fate also grabbed Xianxia. "In the future, you will never see the light. You can suffer the pain of fate." Immediately after, they left the demon's abyss in an instant. The Heaven Dao Divine Lord watched everyone leave, then looked at the spacetime crack. His heart was filled with hatred. The other sovereigns didn't suffer any losses, but his son was dead, and the heart of heaven was gone. This was his source of power. Now that he didn't have a source of power, his cultivation would quickly regress. His heart trembled as he looked at the fantasy ruler who was not far away with tears streaming down his face. He clenched his fists tightly. He sucked in a breath of cold air. His body felt like it was about to split apart. Being crushed by the demonized Luo Tian was incomparably uncomfortable. Right now, he was no match for the fantasy ruler. He had no choice. The Heaven Dao Divine Lord helplessly left. "I have to find the source of power. The Sea Region ruler, Dragon Sky ruler, I should be able to fuse with their source of power. If he didn't fuse with it, he would be removed from the ranks of the sovereigns. At that time, he would only be reduced to trash." With the power of the Divine King, the four sovereigns left. Only the fantasy ruler would be left. Fantasy Fairy moved and landed outside the spacetime crack. She felt the spacetime turbulence inside, and the chaotic power of laws that swept out made it impossible for her to take half a step forward. She cried and said, "Luo Tian, don't worry. I will find a way to save them." I will avenge you for what happened today. Star God, Heaven Tao Divine Lord, the two sovereigns of fate and luck, and clear sky godly king, I will kill them all for you. I swear on my life. Don't worry. After that, Fantasy Fairy moved and landed beside the giant pit. She looked at Feng Lei, who still had a trace of life in the pit. A force lifted him up, and then she took Feng Lei out of the abyss of demons. After a great battle, the abyss of demons returned to peace. Even the sector beasts didn't appear. Those demon overlords who were crawling on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe loudly walked out again. Everything that they had just experienced was like the end of the world. To them, it was too uncomfortable. Godly territory, godly king palace. Haotian godly king knelt on one knee. His body was still in tatters, and his face was black. After being burned by Dark Flame Emperor, his skin was forever black and couldn't be restored. Useless. On the throne, a man's eyebrows were furrowed. He was very dissatisfied with Haotian godly king. A mere godly spirit realm ant forced you to this extent. If I didn't remind you, you would be the one who died today. Haotian godly king didn't dare to raise his head or speak. Because, the man sitting on the throne was the strongest person in the godly territory. He was the strongest person among the 9 great godly kings, the number 1 godly king. It doesn't matter if he is the inheritor of the dark overbearing dominator. From today onwards, everything related to Luo Tian must be suppressed. Quickly make them disappear from this world. They can't be allowed to disturb the godly territory anymore. Haotian, the man said coldly. Haotian godly king immediately said, yes. The man continued, go to the Tianxian continent. I don't think there is any need for this plane to exist. Yes. The number 1 godly king said, as for the ancient continent. Since the natural body of the dominator has descended there, then let it exist for the time being. The natural body of the dominator was no small matter. Moreover, sooner or later, this person would reach the godly king realm. Naturally, the plane he was in could not be easily destroyed. Also, Luo Tian's forces in the divine realm must be eliminated as soon as possible. We cannot allow the remnants to disturb the divine realm. Did you hear that? Yes, sir. Divine King Palace. The 8 godly kings shouted in unison. He had to clean up everything about Luo Tian. Because, even the number 1 godly king felt a lingering fear in his heart. The eruption of Luo Tian's inner demons meant that he would become so powerful in the future. He could not allow anyone related to Luo Tian to live in this world, ancient continent, misty cloud palace. Wah wah wah, wah wah. The baby's cries were mournful. It was very sad. The listener was even sadder. Huang Fuya hugged her and shook her gently. Nyo nyo, what's wrong? Mother is here, don't be afraid, mother is here. No matter how she coaxed her, she was still crying. Yunmeng, Xianxia, and the heavenly maiden all walked into the room. Why are you crying so hard? Nyo Nyo never cries, why are you suddenly crying like this today? What's going on? Surrounding the baby in the swaddling clothes, the girls were helpless. Huang Fuya couldn't help but say, could it be that something happened to Luo Tian in the divine realm? After saying that, Tui, Tui, Tui. Huang Fuya slapped her own mouth and said, my crow's mouth, how could something happen to him? Absolutely not. However, when she said that something happened to Luo Tian, the baby in her arms cried even harder and kept struggling. If Huang Fuya wasn't her mother, she would have been sent flying by the power released by the baby. Could it be? The girls' hearts trembled. Yunmeng muttered, my heart has been in a panic since this morning. He's alone in the divine realm, and there's no one by his side. I'm really afraid. Xianxia ran out in a hurry and said, I don't care, I'm going to trigger the heavenly tribulation, I'm going to condense the divine lattice and enter the divine realm, I'm going to find Luo Tian. The feeling in her heart was very strong. Something had happened to Luo Tian. Not only Luo Tian, but she also had another kind of concern in her heart. It was very strong, and she immediately guessed that it was her sister, whom she had never seen before. Yunmeng said, I want to go too. The heavenly maiden said directly, I'll help you guard, I also want to go to the divine realm to see how he is. An hour later. Thunder roared in the sky above the ancient continent. Streaks of heavenly tribulation descended, and waves of shocking power exploded in their sea of consciousness, quickly condensing the divine lattice. After the 81st tribulation. When Xianxia sensed the embryonic form of a godhead in her sea of consciousness, she withdrew her aura and muttered, "Luo Tian, I'm here to find you." Boom, the 82nd heavenly tribulation descended. Buzz, Xianxia's body sank as though it was about to explode. How could this be? 82 heavenly tribulations have descended. Sister Fairy, how could this be? Could it be that the heavens want to stop me from finding all heaven? Don't talk, guard your mind. Don't use your power to resist, let your body endure it. This kind of heavenly tribulation doesn't happen even once in 1,000 years, you must endure it. When the heavenly tribulation is over, you will discover that your power is completely different from mine. The fairy became excited and thought to herself, Luo Tian, this is all because of you, because of the union. Xianxia's body also contained Luo Tian's power. Because of Luo Tian, the heavenly tribulations they had to endure were much more powerful than ordinary heavenly tribulations. Moreover, once they succeeded in overcoming this kind of heavenly tribulation, their power would be much greater than ordinary deities. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. One after another, the heavenly tribulation descended. A total of 100 bolts of lightning struck down. Xianxia gritted her teeth and endured it with all her might. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse. The moment the heavenly tribulation ended, her body flashed with a golden light, and a dense energy surged into her body from all directions. At the same time, Yunming's body was also enduring the 100th bolt of lightning. Similarly, he had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Moreover, her body released a cold aura, and the divine deity condensed from it was the ice divine deity, which was also a mutated divine deity. The two of them had successfully transcended the tribulation. The ancient continent was filled with cheers. Everyone in Cloud Mist College was extremely excited. Another person had become a god. Half an hour later, Yunmei returned to the Cloud Mist Palace, hugged Nyonyo, and said softly, "Nyonyo, little girl, I'm going to find your father. He will definitely be very happy to know of your existence. I will definitely bring him back to see you, he he he." Huang Fuya looked at Yunmei, her eyes filled with envy, and said, "Sister Yunmei, when you see Luo Tian, you must control him. You must not let him fool around anymore. Look at our Cloud Mist Palace, it's almost full." Yunmei laughed, "Isn't it good to have more sisters? Look, it's so lively." Xianxian also walked over and took the baby in Yunmei's arms. She gently kissed her forehead and said, "Little girl, you have to be obedient and listen to mother. I'll kiss you too." Yunmei leaned over and kissed the baby's forehead. Just after they finished kissing, they had an additional sovereign power protecting them, and even they didn't know. Huang Fuya laughed, "Nyonyo, look at how much auntie and second mother like you. When you see Luo Tian, you should hurry up. I can't do it, but my daughter can. Ha ha ha. In the future, all your children will have to call her big sister." As she spoke, Huang Fuya was filled with reluctance. The fairy said, "Let's go, the entrance to the divine realm from the holy mountain. This way, the two of you won't be separated." They entered the divine realm to look for Luo Tian. And Luo Tian, Wild City. The Lingtian business alliance was uprooted by an unshakable force within a day. Completely unaware, the Lingtian business alliance couldn't even react. They were even more unable to resist. Similarly, the Artificer Guild was also purged within a day, and everyone was replaced. No one knew what had happened. They didn't know who they had provoked. Even the sovereign powerhouses they supported were scared witless and ran for their lives. How powerful was the other party? The time Dominus Phantom landed in Ling Zixue's room. "The Lingtian Business Alliance has worshipped me for so many years. I have to do my part. Run quickly. Luo Tian is dead. All the branches of the Lingtian Business Alliance and everyone will die. It's because you helped Luo Tian. And the Artificer Guild. That Nai Shang is actually the daughter of the previous Artificer Guild president. The Artificer Guild was also massacred. Her father was killed directly. As for Xingtian City, it has been razed to the ground. The divine realm no longer has this place. Even the blood race was affected. They paid the price of several powerhouses and suffered heavy losses. All of this is because of Luo Tian. Zixue, you still have a chance now. Run quickly. If you escape to the outer region, you might be able to survive. This is a plane jump device that I developed. It can only fit the three of you. I can only help you this much. Run for your lives. Ling Yuer's tears flowed as she said, no, he won't die. Ling Zixue's face was also covered in tears. And Ai Shang's face was as pale as paper. How could so many things happen in just a few days? It was too much, so much that they couldn't take it. Ling Zixue grabbed the plane jump device and said, let's go. In the space-time crack. A group of chaos giant elephants formed a circle. The outer layer was filled with golden sector beasts, and the outer layer was filled with ordinary sector beasts. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could get through. The center point. A man stood there, his face full of curiosity, as if he had found something that he couldn't understand but also felt incredible. How could this be? It's impossible, how could it be? I spent more than 37 million years using the sector beasts to devour the laws, power, and divine essence of the plane on the other side to fuse with the ability to resist the turbulence of laws in this space-time crack. However, I can only walk in this space-time crack and can't enter the plane on the other side. But why is he fine after being kicked into the space-time crack where the laws are chaotic? There is no harm at all. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Could it be that his body has the power of the chaos realm? Or is it some other soul? Only a person with two planes combined can be unharmed in this space-time turbulence. For half a month. The man had been thinking about this question. After Luo Tian was kicked into the space-time crack, he didn't pay any attention to it. This was because any person or monster beast in the realm of the gods would be crushed into powder as long as they entered this chaotic law crack. But Luo Tian wasn't injured at all. This made him extremely shocked, of course. He didn't know that Luo Tian was a transmigrator and that he had the soul of Earth. Earth was also a planet plane belonging to the chaos realm. So, in the space-time crack where the laws were chaotic, he wouldn't be harmed at all. However, Luo Tian wouldn't be harmed, but it didn't mean that the inner demon wouldn't either. Just as Luo Tian was kicked into the space-time crack, the inner demon sneered, I won't die with you. Luo Tian, this rotten body is useless to me. It can't even cultivate the basic power of origin. Trash like you can't survive in the divine territory at all. You caused me to be crushed by the four dominators, by that little bastard Haotian God King. I'm so angry. If you want to die, go die by yourself. I won't accompany you. Suddenly, Luo Tian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly burst out with a powerful force, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you the supreme demon sovereign? Are you scared now? Since you're going to die, then you can die with me. Dragon God Soul Essence. Dragon Refining Seal. Suppress him. This was the power of the Dragon God Patriarch's soul essence that he had passed on to Luo Tian. When the heart demon controlled Luo Tian, the ancestor told him that the Haotian deity king could not kill the heart demon. He immediately thought of the space-time turbulence and decided to take a gamble. He bet that his physical body would not be crushed by the chaotic power of the rules in the space-time crack. Therefore, the moment he kicked into the space-time crack, the heart demon no longer controlled Luo Tian's body and wanted to break out. It was also at this moment Luo Tian released the Dragon Refining Seal, directly locking the heart demon in his sea of consciousness and forcefully suppressing him in the heart of the heavens. The heart demon struggled frantically and roared, Dragon Refining Seal? Ancient sealing technique. Luo Tian, are you crazy? Only by letting me live can I avenge you. Your woman has been taken away. Do you think those high and mighty divine kings will let your family go? He will kill everyone who is related to you. Let me go, let me leave this place, I will help you kill them. The heart demon was bewitching him. However, Luo Tian was not an idiot. The Dragon God Patriarch said weakly, Luo Tian, you must not let him out, otherwise, your heart demon will become infinitely stronger. Even if you don't die, even if you are separated by billions of kilometers, your power will be absorbed by him. You must not let him escape. Ancestor, thank you. Leave the rest to me. I will definitely let him know what I, Luo Tian, am capable of. Luo Tian's heart sank. He knew what the Dragon God Patriarch had paid for him. He had never been so weak before, not even when he met the Chaos Elephant last time. Soul Essence, the power of the Dragon God. Dragon God Patriarch chuckled and said, Dan, thank you for taking care of that child, and I don't want you to die. If you die, who will go to hell to save him? But don't worry, because of the changes in my bloodline, his cultivation speed will be stronger and faster in hell, and I, cough, cough, cough. While speaking, the Dragon God Patriarch coughed heavily and said kindly, Brat, I'm afraid I really have to sleep for a period of time. Thank you for allowing me to live such a wonderful life for the rest of my life. You will have to walk alone for the rest of your life. His voice slowly became weak. Luo Tian's heart sank. Ancestor. The Dragon God Patriarch laughed and said, Don't worry, we will definitely meet again in the future. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. At that time I will definitely be stronger than I am now, kid. Remember, persevere in your heart. You must live well. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's body seemed to have been pulled out of his body. The Dragon God Patriarch disappeared. Next, the Dragon God Forbidden technique in his system skill pane also dimmed and turned gray, unable to be used. Ancestor. Luo Tian roared in his heart bleeding. Dragon Realm, I'm here. The Dragon God Patriarch laughed. After the Dragon God died, he would return to the Dragon Realm, a separate world. It did not belong to the Divine Realm, nor did it belong to the Chaos Realm. If one had to divide it according to level, the Dragon Realm was one level higher than the Divine Realm and the Chaos Realm. In the air, a dragon's roar rang out, and a ray of divine light disappeared into the horizon. The soul returned to the Dragon Realm. I'll definitely want to see you again. Definitely. Luo Tian's heart was incomparably heavy. At this time, the inner demon laughed, Luo Tian, that old bug is gone, let me go, I will repay you, tell me what you want, I have all the supreme artifact, as long as you let me go, I will meet your 18 generations of ancestors. Luo Tian was also enraged. His mind tensed up as he released the second style of the Dragon Refining Seal, Divine Refinement. Next, the heart of the heavens began to spin crazily in his sea of consciousness. Rumble. Rumble. A powerful thunderous roar exploded in his sea of consciousness, and the inner demon roared ferociously, You actually want to refine me into divine deity, and want to turn all of my power into your power, Luo Tian, you are the inner demon, you are the most sinister person in this world, the inner demon screamed crazily. Luo Tian laughed wildly, you only know now? It's too late. I just want to refine you into divine deity, I just want to fuse all of your power into my body, you are my inner demon? Woohaha. I am your inner demon, I really have to thank you for erupting with such a powerful power, even the Divine King can crush you, ha ha ha. Good night. The heart demon had never thought that Luo Tian would seal him in the heart of heaven path, and he had never thought that Luo Tian was his heart demon. Everything he had done and all the power he had stimulated had all gone to Luo Tian. He wanted to refine him and make him into a dominator's godhead, this was something he had never dreamed of. Facing the dragon's seal, the heart demon couldn't resist. After several seals, he gradually lost the ability to resist. The heart demon was being refined. However, during all of this, Luo Tian was still unconscious. Clear Sky Godly King and the 4 Dominators' attacks had all landed on his body. If it weren't for the thousands of sector beasts he had killed in the past few days, his body would have turned into powder. He wouldn't be alive now. However, even if he was alive, Luo Tian didn't know when he would wake up. In the space-time crack, he didn't even know. He couldn't control his own life now. A sector beast could kill him, let alone the mysterious and powerful man in the space-time crack. However, he couldn't care so much. He could only resign himself to fate. This was not a good feeling. Time passed day by day. He was very lucky. The sector beast didn't tear him apart. That man didn't mean to touch him either. His body didn't feel uncomfortable in the spacetime crack at all. He wasn't crushed by the chaotic laws here at all. He was even more relaxed than that man. This was also the reason why that man didn't kill him. Why did he want to figure this out? If he could figure this out, it would be very helpful for his plan to swallow all the worlds in the God Zone. A total of 15 days. Luo Tian still didn't show any signs of waking up. The man guarded Luo Tian for 15 days. Seeing that Luo Tian's body was covered in wounds, he hesitated whether or not he should heal his wounds. Forget it, my purpose is to swallow this world. I'm not here to meddle in other people's business. Kid, you actually didn't die in this spacetime turbulence. This means that you have fate with the chaos world. Since that's the case, I won't kill you. Of course, I won't save you. As for when you'll wake up, it'll depend on your own fortune. The man said a few more words. He looked at the time and space crack slowly shrinking. He frowned. The tier world beast is not here. Creating a tier world beast will cost me 10,000 years of power. Sky Leader only gave me 1 million years. If I cannot complete it in 1 million years, I am afraid I will. If there were no sector beasts that could tear the space and time, the space and time cracks would slowly recover. In that case, then, the sector beasts would not be able to invade. Furthermore, after Clear Sky God King and the 4 great dominators appeared, his heart sank. He had seen the great beings in the God Zone, and he had to admit that they were very strong. In their eyes, the sector beasts did not have any advantages, not even the chaos giant elephants. The man was thinking, he was thinking. In the end, he looked at Luo Tian and said, I don't know when you will wake up, and I don't want to attack the space anymore. I might as well use this time to refine the Ripper World Beast. Immediately, the man moved his mind. An ordinary sector beast walked out. Immediately after, a strange power appeared on the man's body. He covered the sector beast's body. Slowly, a blue light flashed. A series of strange letter-like data was running on the sector beast's body. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Luo Tian was still unconscious. The man was still refining. 1000 years later. The two were still there. Those sector beasts were all lying on the ground as if they were sleeping. Because for 1,000 years, the sector beasts did not attack the abyss of demons. Gradually, no one paid attention to this place. Those demon overlords did not dare to come. 10,000 years later. The wounds on Luo Tian's body were all healed. It had to be said. The God King's attack was too strong. It had left a mark on his body for 10,000 years. However, he still showed no signs of waking up. He was still unconscious, lying there quietly like the 4 of them. During these 10,000 years, his sea of consciousness was running crazily. Although he had the power of Dragon God Ancestor's essence, it would take a long time to refine the Heart Devil. The heart of Skypath was transforming. Slowly, it became a godly persona state, floating in the sea of consciousness. However, this was only a prototype. It was not completely done. It still needed a long time to wait. During these 10,000 years, phew. The man exhaled and murmured, I finally refined a Ripper sector beast. The sector beast's body was shining with a blue light shield. It looked like an ordinary sector beast, but it had the power to tear space. This was also its unique power. It did not attack. It could only tear space. The man glanced at Luo Tian. Still not awake? His mind sank. He wanted to enter Luo Tian's body, but his mind was bounced back by the power of law. Because Luo Tian's body belonged to the God Zone and not the Chaos Zone, the man's mind could not penetrate the power of law of the God Zone. Therefore, his mind could not enter Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. The man frowned and said, could it be that his brain is dead and he is in a vegetative state? It has been 10,000 years. That is too long. If that is the case, then I will just refine another Ripper sector beast. the man then refined a second Ripper sector beast. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed. There were already 10 Ripper sector beasts around the man. If they were to operate, they would be able to quickly tear the space-time crack. At this moment, there was a slight breathing sound. Luo Tian's eyelids twitched. The man's eyes suddenly opened. His senses were very strong. He could even feel the sound of eyelids twitching. He immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Kid, you are finally awake." At this moment, Luo Tian's expression showed that he was in pain. He frowned. The man murmured, "Is your injury not healed yet?" He could not do anything about it. No power could enter Luo Tian's body. The man said, "Whether or not you can survive depends on you. I can heal your external injuries, but I can't do anything about your internal injuries. You can only rely on yourself." In the past 100,000 years, the man had treated Luo Tian as a part of the space-time crack. Luo Tian's breathing became more and more rapid. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was really enduring the tempering of the heart of sky path. Streaks of lightning flashed in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of any godhood required the tempering of the god's trial before it could be formed. Even the godhood that Luo Tian refined directly required the tempering of the god's trial. At this moment, Luo Tian was in great pain. Streaks of God's trial exploded in his sea of consciousness. He did not know how many streaks of God's trial he had endured. Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Sovereign Godhood, form. Thank you Carry, Green Grass, Dream Carrot Oh Carrot Nightmare for your support. Thank you. Hong Long Long." There was a loud noise. The whole time and space crack was shaking violently. Then, all the sector beasts were awakened. They stood up like mountains, their eyes shining with green light as they stared coldly at Luo Tian. The man suddenly stepped back, frightened by the strong power released by Luo Tian. "What power? Could it be that you were still cultivating during the 100,000 years you were in a coma? Did you just break through?" The man was puzzled. He was even more curious about Luo Tian. How could he cultivate in this chaotic space? He had been here for hundreds of thousands of years and hadn't found anything. Suddenly, Luo Tian sat up, sweating all over. He took a deep breath. Then, his back began to feel cold, and a pair of huge eyes stared at him. These were all chaos giant elephants and golden sector beasts. They surrounded him tightly, and he felt that he was too small. The man walked forward with his hands behind his back. "Kid, you're finally awake. Why weren't you crushed by the power of law in this chaotic time and space crack? How could you still cultivate in these 100,000 years? If I'm not wrong, you should have broken through some realm, right? What kind of secret are you hiding? You can even turn into a divine dragon. That dragon god should be from the dragon field. I didn't expect there to be a dragon field creature in this world. Where did you get it?" There were a lot of questions. After waiting for 100,000 years, the man couldn't wait to know all of this. Luo Tian was stunned. Looking at the man, he didn't know how to answer. However, he stood up, bowed, and said gratefully, "Thank you for not killing me." He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. The man didn't kill him, which was a great favor. The man was stunned, waved his hand, and said, "It's not too late to kill you when I know all this. Anyway, you'll die sooner or later. I just want to know why you're fine in the turbulence of law. This question has troubled me for 100,000 years. Huh? 100,000 years? Luo Tian's heart sank. To him, it was just a matter of a few minutes. He was crushed by the clear sky deity king and the four sovereigns. Li Shuer, Xianxia, and Chun were crying their hearts out. It's been 100,000 years. I didn't think that it would take 100,000 years to refine the heart demon. Luo Tian muttered to himself. At the same time, his brows sank as he tried to sense the heavenly Tao Godhead in his body. Dual Godheads. The power of the way of the heavens continued to surge out from afar. It was very powerful. It was as powerful as the power released by the inner demon at that time, or even stronger. This was because during these 100,000 years, not only was the power of the heart of the heavens refining the inner demon, but also the power of the dark divine spark and the power of the dragon god patriarch's soul essence. In other words, how powerful would the sovereign Godhead be when the three different forces refined the heart's devil? Seeing Luo Tian in a daze, the man became displeased and said, "Hey, you still haven't answered my question." Luo Tian looked at the man and asked, "I want to go out, can you let me out?" "Go out? That's impossible. Do you think I'll let you out after entering the space-time crack?" The man frowned. Luo Tian didn't answer the question he wanted to know. He couldn't help but become irritable. After waiting for 100,000 years, he still couldn't get an answer. He was really angry. Luo Tian said, "I really have something urgent. Take it as me begging you, let me out." How was Li Shuer now? Was Xianxia still being punished by the sovereign of fate, and Chen Chen could still live freely? What about Fatty Lei? Fantasy Fairy? Luo Tian wanted to see them. He really wanted to know how they were doing now. The man snorted and said, "Kid, you just woke up and you want to go out. Do you think this space-time crack is your home? You can come and go as you please. I've been here for more than 300,000 years. I want to go back and take a look, but what? Who let me go back?" Speaking of this, he became even more angry. He also wanted to go back to the chaos world and see his family, but he couldn't go back at all without completing the mission. Luo Tian said anxiously, "Then what do you want me to do to let me go back?" "You can't go back," the man said bluntly. He wanted to know from Luo Tian why he could survive in the space-time turbulence. If he knew this secret, he wouldn't have used the sector beast to devour the god domain. Luo Tian's face turned ferocious. The man immediately said, "What? Do you want to fight?" "Not me. With your current strength, I can defeat you with one hand. What can you do if you go back like this? Will you still be crushed by those great beings? Let me tell you, your woman was taken back. As for that fatty, he was taken away by another woman. Those great beings all know your fatal weakness. What can you do if you go back?" "Nothing can be done." Luo Tian's heart sank. His body couldn't help but tremble. Hearing what the man said, he smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Yes, what can I do if I go back? Even if I refine the Dominator Godhead, what can I do? The power of the origin is my fatal weakness. Any Dominator can defeat me. What can I do?" Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. He clenched his fists. Thick power of the great path raged out, making those ferocious sector beasts look scared. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They almost knelt on the ground. The power of the origin, if he couldn't solve this problem, it would be useless even if he went back. He couldn't do anything if he went back. The man was shocked by the power that erupted from Luo Tian. "I didn't expect that after 100,000 years of being in a coma, his cultivation would improve to such a terrifying level. Fortunately, he didn't attack me. Otherwise, how sick are the people in this world? They can cultivate while in a coma?" Just as the man was in a daze, Luo Tian suddenly walked in front of him and said, "I need the power of the origin." The man stared. "Why do you need the power of the origin? Why are you looking at me?" "It has nothing to do with me." Luo Tian looked at those sector beasts and said, "I can get the power of the origin from them. Can you let me kill them all? I'm begging you. I'll agree to any condition you have. Please." He was really begging. This was Luo Tian's first time. Because, he had to get the power of the origin. He had to kill his way back to the divine plane. Without the power of the origin, he couldn't do anything if he went back. He couldn't let his women and brothers suffer anymore. He had to kill everyone in the divine plane. The man was stunned. "Tell me, why can you get the power of the origin from killing sector beasts?" Luo Tian didn't hide anything. "My soul comes from Earth. For revenge. For Shuer and the others." For himself, Luo Tian could give up anything, including the fact that his soul came from Earth. He needed the power of the origin. He needed a lot of the power of the origin. The 10,000 worlds in the god territory were not his plane of origin, so he couldn't merge them. He could only get the power of the origin by killing the sector beasts in the time and space crack. This was his only way. If he wanted to kill Haotian God King and the 4 dominators, Luo Tian had to get the power of the origin. The man was stunned. He looked at Luo Tian strangely and said, "What did you say? Your soul came from Earth? You came from the same place as Heavenly Lord Yuanshi? Impossible, are you sure you're not lying to me?" Luo Tian was shocked. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi? He's like a boss in Taoism. He only exists in legends, myths, and prehistoric times. Do they really exist on Earth? When he heard the words Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, he was as shocked as the man. If that was the case, then those great beings in the prehistoric times on Earth really existed. They should have ascended to a higher realm. Earth was not as simple as it seemed. For the first time, Luo Tian had such feelings about Earth. I'm not lying to you. Is Heavenly Lord Yuanshi one of the 3 pure ones? Huh? You know about the 3 pure ones? It seems that you do come from Earth. I didn't expect to meet someone from my hometown here. The man was excited. After hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness, he finally met someone from his hometown. What a happy thing it was. Luo Tian asked, "You're from Earth too?" The man shook his head and said, "No, in the Chaos Realm, I'm the disciple of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. I'm on a mission in this time and space crack. Tens of millions of years ago, the time and space crack here was torn open, and then, the time and space crack on the other side was also broken. From then on, the Chaos Realm slowly explored the time and space crack. After all these years, we learned that the world on the other side, where your physical body is called the 10,000 worlds of the God Realm. It's a scary name, but the power of the God Realm can't compete with the Chaos Realm. Primal Chaos Realm, Yuanshi Tianzuan, the sector beast, devouring the godly domain. The godly domain cannot compete with the Chaos Realm." As Luo Tian muttered these words, he felt a chill in his heart. Ever since he stepped into the god's domain, he came to know that they were only slightly stronger in terms of cultivation. They were not the so-called gods. Thinking of this, Luo Tian couldn't help but think to himself, the universe is boundless, how many planets are there? If a planet represents a plane, then there are too many planes in the universe. A galaxy represents a plane. How many planes are there? The myriad realms of the divine realm, the primal chaos realm, the dragon field, and the Sirius star where little white is. Is that a star field? In the past, Luo Tian thought that he was a transmigrator, the kind that could never return. Now, it seemed that this world was too big for him to imagine. No wonder your body was able to withstand the pressure of the chaotic laws without breaking. After the man figured it out, he muttered, "Soul transmigration, together with the body, it's really a good method, but the reincarnation system of every plane is different. The people of the primal chaos realm can't enter the divine realm's reincarnation even if they die. Soul transmigration is too difficult," he muttered to himself. If everyone could soul transmigrate, then he wouldn't have to continue carrying out missions. Luo Tian asked anxiously, "Can you help me?" The man came back to his senses and said, "Are you talking about killing these sector beasts?" Luo Tian said, "I need to kill them to obtain the power of the origin. This is the only way for me to take revenge. You can name your conditions. As long as I, Luo Tian, can do it, I will do my best to help you." "Help me do it?" The man grinned and said, "My mission is to devour the myriad realms of the divine realm. Can you help me do it?" "Definitely not, but, if you are the soul of the primal chaos realm, then, if you can rule the myriad realms of the divine realm, my mission will be completed." Ding! Suddenly, the system beeped. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the ultimate mission of the divine realm, rule the divine realm. Mission level, SSSSS mission time, 1 million years mission objective, conquer the divine realm and become the #1 master of the divine realm. Mission reward, return to Earth, open the peaceful passage to the primal chaos realm, and the crown of the master god. The system beeped. Luo Tian was stunned. Triggered a mission, and it's a 5S level mission. F*CK. Is this an iPhone? Why isn't it a 6S level mission? But, conquering the divine realm and becoming the #1 master of the divine realm, how difficult is that? However, I, Luo Tian, am not afraid of anything. Isn't it just being the number one master? Accept. Luo Tian didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, he accepted the mission and said to the man, I can do it, and I will definitely do it. By then, I will open the peaceful passage to the primal chaos realm. The man looked excited and said, Really? Luo Tian nodded heavily and said, Really? The man laughed and said, That's what you said. You can kill as many sector beasts as you want. Since you can lead the divine realm, these sector beasts are useless to you. You can just kill them. The sector beasts were just machines to him, and he could replicate them infinitely. Once Luo Tian took over, his mission would be completed. Besides, he could also go back to the primal chaos realm and hand in the mission to Lord of Heaven. The reward for this mission was too good. The man was very excited and thought to himself, I've earned a lot this time. I didn't expect to complete an S-level mission in just over 300,000 years. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. Fortunately, I didn't kill him at the beginning. Otherwise, my intestines would be green with regret. Immediately, the man used his mind to control the sector beasts and said to Luo Tian, You can start killing now. The divine realm. For Luo Tian, 100,000 years had passed. However, in the divine realm only 10 days had passed. Because he had the time limit of the Master of Time, and only his time was passing. This was a restriction of the Master of Time. Boom. Tiandao City. Heavenly Dao Divine Lord's mind suddenly sank, as if it was about to explode. His expression changed greatly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The heart of Heavenly Dao has been beaten by Luo Tian. It's impossible to condense the sovereign Godhead in the chaotic space-time turbulence. He used to be the owner of the source of Heavenly Dao and could sense the heart of Heavenly Dao. The moment Luo Tian refined the Heavenly Dao Godhead, Heavenly Dao Divine Lord became nervous. Besides, he immediately rushed in the direction of the Holy City. He began to worry that Luo Tian would come back, and Divine Realm, Holy City Tribunal. What did you say? Luo Tian didn't die and even refined your heart of Heavenly Dao? Impossible. Star God looked at Heavenly Dao Divine Lord in disbelief and shook his head. The laws of space-time rifts are chaotic. Even if he really has the powerful strength of a mental demon, he can't survive in the space-time rifts. Even a godly monarch powerhouse can't survive in the space-time rifts, let alone him. How can he still be alive? Heavenly Dao Divine Lord said, I don't believe it either, but I have a very strong sense of the power of Heavenly Dao. I could clearly sense it the moment it was fused and refined, so I'm certain that Luo Tian is still alive. And, I can't sense the heart of Heavenly Dao now. It's no longer a source of power that belongs to me. At this point, he clenched his fists. He was extremely unhappy. At the same time, he was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have placed something as important as the heart of Heavenly Dao on his son. Who would have thought that all 1,700 of his clones would be killed in an instant? Star God was still in disbelief. We saw Luo Tian being thrown into the space-time rift with our own eyes, and there was no one around at that time. It's impossible for the fantasy dominator to save Luo Tian in the space-time rift, and he can't survive in the space-time rift. Even a zenith heaven can't save him. He still didn't believe it. He was clearly thrown into the turbulence, so how could he still be alive? The Star Venerable joked, Brother Heavenly Dao, could it be that you were frightened by the all-heaven heart devil? Don't worry, in my tribunal, even if that kid comes, he won't be able to touch you. Of course, if you can give me the technique to fuse with the Dominator's power, hee. I'll agree to any condition. Boom. At this moment, there was a huge commotion outside the courtyard. The Destiny Dominator rushed over after receiving Heavenly Dao Divine Lord's voice transmission. He said, Luo Tian is still alive? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Fortune Dominator also rushed over. No way, I clearly saw him being thrown into the space-time rift. How could he survive? The power unleashed by Luo Tian's inner demon was too terrifying. If it weren't for their fatal weakness, they wouldn't have been able to deal with Luo Tian at all. Moreover, they would have been the ones to die in the demon abyss. Upon receiving Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's voice transmission, they immediately rushed over. Star Venerable was taken aback as he looked seriously at Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. "Are you sure?" Heavenly Tao Divine Lord said, "Do you think I would joke around with you? He's the successor of the Hegemon of Darkness, and now that he's fused with my heart of the Heavenly Tao, he's basically a Luo Tian with two types of Hegemon power. Do you think I'm messing with you?" Everyone's heart trembled. The chief sovereign of fate immediately said, "Should we notify God King Clear Sky?" Star God immediately said, "Do you think he will believe what we say?" The fact that Luo Tian didn't die is equivalent to a slap in the face. A God King expert plus us 4 Dominator experts couldn't even win against a Luo Tian who didn't cultivate any origin energy. If the #1 God King were to know about this, wouldn't we lose face? It wasn't something to be proud of in the first place. If Luo Tian didn't die, they in Clear Sky would probably be mocked by others. The chief sovereign of luck exhaled heavily and said, "However, we don't have to worry too much. Even if Luo Tian didn't die, even if he came back alive, his weakness is too fatal. As long as we use origin energy to crush and attack him, he won't be able to resist at all. What's there to be afraid of?" Heavenly Tao Divine Lord continued, "Do you still remember that when Luo Tian was struck by Clear Sky God King's power of origin, his body released some power of origin? Although it was very weak, I could still sense it. According to what I know, he did not cultivate the power of origin in the ancient continent. I once checked his body. His Dantian was damaged and there was no power of origin in his body. But why did the power of origin appear then? I once spied on his body in the profound sky continent. There was no origin energy in his body. It was as if the profound sky continent wasn't his origin continent." The chief sovereign of fate had sensed Luo Tian's body the instant he entered the ancient continent and was about to kill him when he checked Luo Tian's body, but he didn't discover the existence of origin energy. The star ruler said, "Could it be that he cultivated origin energy after entering the divine domain?" "Impossible, the power of origin can only be found in the source plane. Now that the profound sky continent has been destroyed and billions of civilians have been killed, the profound sky continent has disappeared from the divine dominion. It's impossible for him to cultivate the power of origin." "That's right. Li Shuer's star bloodline, daughter of fate's Xianxia, an angel of fortunes and Xianxia. The origin energy in their bodies was also affected. I was even prepared to give that wretched girl to Clear Sky as a gift. From the looks of it, if Luo Tian is really alive, I'll have to keep her alive," said the chief sovereign of luck. The star ruler and the chief sovereign of fate had the same thought. Just a few days ago, a God King expert had arrived above the profound sky continent and destroyed the entire plane. The origin energy in Li Shuer, Xianxia, and in Xianxia had already disappeared. To them, the 3 women were no longer of any use. They had thought of getting rid of them, but now that they thought about it, they really had to keep them alive. They were Luo Tian's reverse scale. "Phew," the Heavenly Law Divine Lord exhaled heavily and said, "Given Luo Tian's character, as long as he's still alive, he'll definitely come back. When that time comes, we won't be able to deal with him easily even if we rely on origin energy. We have to become stronger." The star ruler's eyes flashed as he said, "Brother Heavenly Law, do you have any ideas?" The Heavenly Law Divine Lord smiled and said, "Don't you want the technique to fuse with the chief sovereign's power? I can give it to you, but I'll need your help. Speak. Brother Heavenly Law, please speak." The 3 of them were excited. As long as they could fuse with the chief sovereign's power, their strength would double. Half a day later. At the Dragon Sky Divine Art where the Dragon Sky ruler resided. Rumble. 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 The Dragon Sky ruler was instantly crippled by the 4 chief sovereigns' power. He stared at the Heavenly Law Divine Lord in pain and said, "You've already obtained my power. Why do you still want to attack me?" The Heavenly Law Divine Lord opened his hand into a claw and grabbed the Dragon Sky ruler's head. He laughed coldly and said, "What I need now is the source of your power." Ha ha ha. The Dragon Sky ruler was dead. The next day. The Sea ruler was also killed by the 4 of them. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord once again absorbed the Sea ruler's power. Because he had fused with the Sea ruler and the Dragon Sky ruler's power, only their source of power could replace the heart of heavenly law. He was now the powerful heavenly law divine lord again. Thank you to a nickname. For the 10,000 book coins reward, I'll add a new chapter for you tomorrow to express my gratitude. Thank you to Xianxia, and you always say scram? I'll give up the world to watch the sunset with you. You've absorbed the energy sources of Dragon Sky Ruler and Ocean Ruler. Can you tell us how to fuse them now? Heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled. Of course. It's exactly the same as what Fantasy Ruler said in the Demon Abyss. I'll teach you now. However, I also need your ruler's power. I will also provide my ruler's power to you. In other words, each of us will receive 6 types of ruler's power. Star God, Fate Ruler, and Luck Ruler were excited. However, they didn't know about Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's scheme. Fantasy Palace. Everything withered, and the Divine Palace was in tatters. The entire Divine Palace suffered a devastating blow. In a secret room, there was a huge pool of blood. All sorts of strange runes were carved around the pool, and all the runes extended into the pool. The blood in the pool was constantly churning. It was like boiling water. The blood pool's scarlet light was reflected in the secret room. Those runes flickered with a blood-red glow, constantly releasing powerful runic energy. This energy could be seen with the naked eye as it continuously flowed into the pool of blood. Drip. A drop of essence blood fell into the pool of blood. Boom. A thunderous sound came from the pool of blood. Lord Ruler, this is already your 1004 drops of essence blood. I really don't know if it's worth it to spend so much essence blood on an unconscious fatty. You're already heavily injured. If you use so much essence blood, I'm afraid you won't even be able to maintain your ruler cultivation. A maid looked at Fantasy Ruler worriedly. Fantasy Ruler's face was somewhat pale. His potential is much greater than mine. I've already been heavily injured by Clear Sky God King. He knows very well that it's already impossible for me to recover my ruler power. Since I can't, I can only rely on him. Luo Tian's death had to be avenged. She couldn't do it, but Feng Lei could. After bringing Fatty Lei back to the Fantasy Palace from the Demon Abyss, she finally found information on the Demon Buddha through countless secret manuals. He was formed by absorbing the essence blood of demonic beasts. The stronger the essence blood, the more beneficial it was to his strength. Because Feng Lei's bloodline came from a distant demon realm, their cultivation relied on blood essence as the source of their power. Over the past few days, the Sovereign of Fantasy had been constantly dripping his quintessence blood into the blood pool. According to the secret tome, he had created a secret runic chamber that would allow Feng Lei to quickly break through and form his blood god sovereign godhood. She didn't know if she would succeed. However, she knew that this was her only hope. For revenge, for Luo Tian, she was willing to give up everything, even her own life. Therefore, she didn't care about her own life and put everything on Feng Lei. If the records in the secret codex are correct, he will definitely be able to kill a God King expert and crush the 4 juggernauts, Fantasy Fairy thought to herself. Luo Tian, I told you that I would definitely avenge you. I can't do that, but I will do my best to help your brother. He can definitely do it. The essence blood fell into the blood pool. The originally boiling blood suddenly calmed down, but the blood pool then flourished with red light. The rune secret room was even more scarlet, incomparably terrifying. In less than half a minute, the blood pool began to churn once more. Yet another drop of the Sovereign of Fantasy's essence blood fell into the blood pool. Right at this moment, a maid hurriedly entered the secret room and said, Lord Sovereign, we just received news that the Sovereign of the Sea and the Sovereign of the Heavens have been killed. Their sources of power were stripped from their bodies and fused with the Heaven Tao Divine Sovereign. The Sovereign of Fantasy frowned, but he wasn't too shocked. The Heaven Tao Divine Sovereign's Heaven Tao heart was taken into a space-time rift by Luo Tian. He needs a new source of power. He fused with the Sovereign of the Sea, the Sovereign of the Heavens, and my power. He can only regain his source of power from the 3 of us. But, with his source of power gone, how did he kill the Sovereign of the Sea and the others? A sneak attack is impossible. It wasn't so easy to sneak attack a sovereign expert. Much less someone as insidious as the Heaven Tao Divine Sovereign. The maid said, it was the help of the sovereigns of destiny, starlight, and luck. Eh? They actually helped the Heavendao divine sovereign? Fantasy Fairy's expression shook slightly as she muttered to herself, Luo Tian has already been sent into a spacetime rift. His chances of survival are slim. Even if the sovereign of the stars and the others want to obtain the technique to fuse with the sovereign's power, they can't help the Heavendao divine sovereign kill the other sovereign experts. Unless they encounter a common enemy, and this enemy is extremely powerful. In the divine realm, only God King experts can make them their enemy, but... No. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed across Fantasy Fairy's eyes. Luo Tian. It must be him. He's still alive. That must be it. Luo Tian's inner demon erupted with great power, causing them to be incomparably afraid. They must know that Luo Tian is still alive, so they risked being punished by the God King to kill the other sovereign experts. Still alive, woo-woo. He's still alive. Fantasy Fairy was so excited that tears flowed out of her eyes. She said to the blood pool, did you hear that? Your boss is still alive. Haha. He's still alive. You must pull yourself together and quickly condense the blood god sovereign's godhead. Make the strongest preparations for his return. Rumble. 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 The blood pool surged like a fountain. The vigorous power of blood essence filled every corner of the pool. The blood-colored runes flashed with red light. The powerful rune's power constantly converged into the blood pool. At the same time, a bloody bald head slowly emerged from the blood pool. The demonic Buddha tattoo on the bald head had disappeared. Slowly, his body continued to rise. An even more ferocious demonic Buddha appeared on his back and chest. There was a sun behind the Buddha's head, and a moon behind the Buddha in front. The demonic Buddha's appearance was similar to the Buddha that Luo Tian had summoned in the ancient continent. It was eerie and terrifying. Endless power was crazily being absorbed into his body. The entire Fantasy Divine Palace was shaking. Fantasy Fairy smiled. He's condensing the sovereign's godhead. Luo Tian. Did you see that? Your brother is about to become a sovereign expert. I will make him stronger, strong enough to shake the #1 God King. We will wait for your return. Fantasy Fairy was incomparably excited. Her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Looking at Feng Lei in the blood pool, she saw hope. She saw hope for revenge. At this moment, she was looking forward to the moment when Luo Tian returned. Thank you to Jian, Chang, Kuang, for your 588 points of support. Thank you, brother. One day in the divine realm was 10,000 years for Luo Tian, because of the power limit of the Time Master. However, this was a very good thing for him. He had enough time to accumulate the power of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Sector Beast. You have gained 1 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 100 power of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the power of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You are now at level 4. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up your skill-absorbing star's great technique. You are now at level 6. In addition to experience, Luo Tian used skills and techniques every time he killed sector beasts. These techniques were very difficult to increase in proficiency. Every time he leveled up, his proficiency increased by several times. Fortunately, Luo Tian had enough time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach such a high level even if he died. I already have 100,000 power of the origin. Not enough. Still not enough. There are only 15,000 years left before I return to the divine realm, which means I will only be in the divine realm for 1.5 days. By then, I will be able to return to Wild City and participate in the #1 warrior battle. I need the third inheritance of the Dark Overbearing Master. I need more powerful dark power. Kill again. In the past 10,000 years, Luo Tian hadn't rested for even a second. Every second, he kept killing those sector beasts. He didn't use the power of the Heavenly Path Master's Godhead. Instead, he used his own power. Every time he attacked, he was very serious, and he used all his strength. Because this was also proficiency. At the Dominator realm, even the most ordinary attack contained the most powerful power. He was practicing with all his might. Xian Chun Chun, wait for me. I will be back. Luo Tian clenched his hands, and the silver of the 4 dominators flashed in his mind. He said in a low voice, you guys clean your asses and wait for me to explode. Who? Kill. Rumble, a flame power was released, and a sector beast the size of a small mountain was sent flying. He took a step forward and opened his 5 fingers. Absorbing Star's great technique. So. The sector beast in midair was sucked into Luo Tian's palm. The level 6 Absorbing Star's great technique did not need to be attached to the sector beast's body. It could absorb the sector beast from a distance, and the strong suction force weaved into a net, binding the giant sector beast so that it could not move. Overlord Battle Fist. Buzz, Luo Tian's 9 extremely thick streams of fighting power gushed into his fists like 9 swimming dragons. He punched the sector beast's head. Pung. Rumble. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the sector beast. You have gained 1 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 100 origin points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level God Break level 1. I leveled up. 9 more levels and I can break through to the Dominator level. 15,000 years. Phew. Luo Tian let out a deep breath. It was too difficult for him to level up now. Looking at the long string of zeros in the system's experience bar, his scalp was numb. He could not count them anymore. Little Luo, time to eat. The man waved at Luo Tian. He was holding barbecued meat, and the aroma was everywhere. He swallowed his saliva and tore off a big piece of meat. Seeing that Luo Tian's power had improved, he could not help but say, crazy. He broke through again. Forget it. It's useless to call him that. He's just a training maniac. What does he mean by killing sector beasts to absorb origin points? I think he's just killing sector beasts to break through. But. Is there such a training method in the world? The man frowned and murmured, I have to go back and ask Master. He's from Earth, too. Maybe he knows how to kill sector beasts to break through. If I can train like this, it'll be great. Then, the man's eyebrows sank, and his mind went into the darkness. Hong, 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 a big wave of sector beasts rushed out. The man shouted, go. Little Luo, I'll give you more food. You have to hold on. Ha ha ha, hit, ha ha. This punch is not bad. Aya, you're flying away. Little Luo, you can't even handle 100 sector beasts? You're such a noob. The man was eating barbecued meat and watching Luo Tian being beaten up by the sector beasts. He could not stop laughing. Luo Tian resisted with all his might. He kept dodging and punching while he was dodging. He practiced his body techniques and fighting techniques. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years passed. Luo Tian was still practicing. It was getting closer and closer to the agreed time, and he was getting closer and closer to the Dominator level, God Zone, Holy City, Judiciary Office, Hong, Hong. There were several explosions. Star God laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I did it. I've successfully integrated one of the Dragon Sky Dominator's powers. Now I have 2 Dominator powers. Ha ha ha. At the same time, explosions came from the Fortune and Fortune Divine Palaces. They had succeeded as well. However, compared to them, the Heavenly Tao Sovereign had already fused all 5 of his hegemonic powers, Destiny, Luck, Astral, Draconic, and Sea Domain. He now had 7 hegemonic powers. The power in Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's body was extremely rich, and he was very excited. 3 more Dominator powers, and I'll have the opportunity to break through to the Godly King level. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, when I become a Godly King level great being, I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my son's soul, Luo Tian, wait for me. I'll wait for you to come back. When the time comes. Ha ha ha. There were explosions in the sky above Heavenly Dao City. There was a deafening roar of thunder. Heavenly Dao Divine Lord's body flashed and disappeared. He was going to find the other three Dominator powers. He was going to break through to the Godly King level. Moreover, when he broke through to the Godly King level, he would absorb the Godly King's power and condense many types of Godly King's power. At that time, he would be able to control the entire Divine Realm and become the #1 expert in the Divine Realm, the true ruler of the Divine Realm. Outer Realm. A desolate plain. Ling Yuer looked up at the night sky and stroked her stomach. Her eyes were filled with longing as she muttered to herself, Luo Tian, do you know that I'm pregnant with your child? I know you're still alive. You won't leave us mother and son behind. Come back. Although it had only been 10 days, Ling Yuer's cultivation was different from ordinary people. She could feel that there was a small life growing in her stomach. Ling Zishue walked up and smiled gently. He will come back, he will definitely come back. From the first time I saw him, I knew that he was different. He will definitely come back, and when that time comes, I will also have a child with him, hee. Time flew. At the exit of the space-time crack, Luo Tian looked at the demon abyss and said in a deep voice, I, Luo Tian, am back. A new week had begun. Old Cow asked for a recommendation ticket to let Old Cow's position be higher. Tomorrow, 4 chapters. Holy City, Tribunal. The Star God had truly refined the second power of the ruler. Any expert would always have an endless thirst for power. However, just as he was concentrating on refining the power, a senior elder of the tribunal hurried into the secret chamber. This made him a little unhappy. He frowned and snorted coldly, saying, Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless there's something special? The senior elder immediately knelt and said, Sir, I just received news that the Time Dominator has released a time restriction on Luo Tian. 150,000 years. It's been exactly 15 days since he left, which is 150,000 years for Luo Tian. Last time, I heard Lord Tian Dao say that he's not dead. If he's not dead, then he'll definitely come back. All of a sudden, the Star God suddenly stood up and his eyebrows shook. Where did he disappear from? The senior elder said, Wild City. As far as I know, he was originally participating in the battle for the #1 warrior held in Wild City, but for some reason, he was sent to the Demon Abyss by the Time Dominator. Wild City? Battle for the #1 warrior? The corner of the Star God's mouth twitched and he said slightly, You may leave. I'll deal with this matter. Yes, sir. The elder retreated. The Star God did not continue to cultivate but disappeared on the spot. A few seconds later, he appeared in the prison of the tribunal's underground abyss. The prison was like hell, with ghost-like cries coming from time to time. The Star God landed in front of the door of the prison at the lowest level and looked at Li Shuer, who was half dead. He waved the power of stars in his hand and formed a seal with one hand. Then, the power of stars shrouded Li Shuer. Li Shuer was extremely weak and covered in wounds. After the power of stars shrouded her, she suddenly woke up and struggled violently. No, don't, before she could finish her words. Her expression suddenly changed and her eyes became dim. She walked to the Star Dominator and knelt on one knee. Master. The Star Venerable God smiled coldly and said, This dog of yours is still useful. Luo Tian will definitely scream in pain in the battle for the #1 warrior. If that's the case, how can I let him have his way? With your strength, you will meet him sooner or later. At that time, let's see if he will kill you or admit defeat. Ha ha ha. I can already see his painful expression. Li Shuer frowned slightly. Shortly after, Star Venerable took Li Shuer out of the prison. He sent a mental message to the Chief Sovereign of Fate and the Chief Sovereign of Luck. They did the same. However, this time Chun's memories were also sealed by the power of sovereigns. Furthermore, it was a seal formed by the power of 2 sovereigns. Other than that, the Heaven Dao Divine Lord had even personally made a trip to the Fiend Abyss. Standing at the spacetime crack, he began to absorb the surrounding energy with his mind, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Luo Tian, you finally returned. Palace of Fantasy. In the blood pool. Rumble, 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 the sound of violent explosions raged. In the sky above the Palace of Fantasy, a huge cloud vortex appeared. The vortex was like the blood in the blood pool, spinning crazily, and a blood-colored power directly shot down from the center of the vortex. Crack! A laser beam blasted onto Feng Lei's head. Rumble! The blood-colored Buddha on his chest looked incomparably ferocious, as if it could move. It was constantly absorbing the power of the blood-colored light beam, and the aura on Fatty Lei's body was also crazily changing. In his sea of consciousness, his blood god sovereign divine deity was crazily transforming. It was constantly absorbing the power of the blood thunder. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. One after another, the power of the blood thunder came crashing down. It was as if a miracle had appeared in the sky above the Palace of Fantasy. However, outside of the fantasy shrine, no one knew that Fatty Lei was condensing the blood god sovereign godhead. Fatty Lei's attributes were different, so the energy he absorbed was different. He came from the devil realm, so the energy he absorbed was also from the devil realm. Therefore, to be able to escape the restrictions of the divine realm's law, even the number one divine king expert couldn't sense that he was condensing the blood god sovereign divine deity. One after another, the power of the blood thunder blasted down. Fantasy Fairy's face was incomparably excited. Hold on, you must hold on. For your boss, for revenge, you must hold on. All the pores on Fatty Lei's body were bleeding. In less than a few seconds, his entire body was covered in blood. Enduring the crushing power of the blood thunder, he didn't use his strength to defend at all. Instead, he used his body to resist. Every time the blood thunder blasted down, the Buddha on his chest would crazily absorb it. At this moment, in his body, there was a real crazy transformation. Rumble! The last blood thunder blasted down. Fatty Lei raised his head and roared, "Ah!" Clang! The power of the blood thunder exploded between his eyebrows and rushed into his sea of consciousness. Do it for me. Buzz! The blood god sovereign divine deity turned sinister and flashed out countless rays of scarlet blood light. In the end, it suddenly closed and floated in front of him like a red crystal. A drop of scarlet blood mark also appeared between the fatty's eyebrows. This was the symbol of the infernal realm. It's a success. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. Fantasy Fairy was even happier than Fatty. At this moment, a maid whispered a few words into her ear. Her eyebrows twitched and she became even more excited. She walked into the secret room and saw the completely transformed Fatty Lei. He excitedly said, "Prepare to go to Savage City. Your boss, Luo Tian, is back." Fatty Lei's eyes turned blood red as he clenched his fists. He first knelt down on one knee and thanked Fantasy Fairy. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Then, Fatty Lei looked at the void and said excitedly, "Boss, I knew you wouldn't die." Wilderness City. Today was a very important day for Wilderness City. The number one warrior could also be said to be the day of the battle for the number one war god of the wilderness began. However, the city lord of Wilderness City couldn't be happy no matter how hard he tried. There was no excitement on his face. Instead, he frowned and couldn't raise his spirits. To him, the chance to advance to the sovereign realm was gone. Because Luo Tian had disappeared. He originally wanted to use the power of darkness on Luo Tian's body to break through the shackles and condense the sovereign divine deity, but now, in 15 days, there was no news about Luo Tian. Now, even Lin Yu and Ai Shang, and Ling Zixue had mysteriously disappeared. He thought about what had happened recently. The Lingtian Merchant Alliance was uprooted overnight and the Weapon Refining Guild underwent a huge change. One could imagine that something big must have happened. However, for someone of his realm, he didn't have the strength to know what had happened. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky above the Wilderness City. Several waves of Sovereign's power surged in. Thank yous, 588 plus 1888, for your support. Thank you Big Love Bull, 588 plus 588, for your support. Thank you Burial. Thank you Confused Reality, Green Grass, Eat, Drink, and Be Merry, I have a goddess's wife, I'm capricious for your support. Thank you brothers for your support. Are there any more recommendation tickets? Help me up. Although the Savage City Lord wasn't a sovereign expert, he was extremely sensitive to the aura of a sovereign expert. One after another, the auras of sovereigns poured into Savage City. He immediately walked out of the hall. Boom! An expert's figure landed. The star god's expression was cold and arrogant. Savage City Master, I want to arrange for a disciple to participate in the #1 warrior competition. Is that okay? His tone was cold. He wasn't asking for permission at all. He definitely wanted it. Before the governor could even reply, the chief sovereign of fate and the chief sovereign of luck had arrived as well. Just like the star god. They both wanted a spot. The city master didn't dare show any disrespect to these big shots. He immediately said, the Lord Ruler wants a spot. I can arrange a spot for you. What do you think? No need. The star god refused. I only want an ordinary spot. He knew that Luo Tian also wanted an ordinary spot. He wanted to meet Luo Tian as soon as possible and see how he would deal with his woman. The city master immediately said, I'll get someone to do it. What are their names? Li Shui Xian and Chun Chun. These are the three of them. I hope that you can announce their names to the public and place them in the most visible position, the chief sovereign of fate said. The city master's eyes flickered slightly when he heard these three names. He didn't ask anything else. He had someone record the names and said, I'll do it myself. Father, why did the three sovereigns suddenly request for a disciple to participate in the #1 warrior competition? Could it be that our savage region is being valued? Or do they also want the title of #1 warrior? The city master was puzzled. The city master laughed, unable to hide his excitement. Luo Tian is back. He had an understanding of everything related to all heaven. It was the same for everyone related to him in the profound sky continent. The profound sky continent had been destroyed, and the three sovereigns had suddenly sent 3 women to participate in the competition. This could only mean one thing, they were going to deal with Luo Tian. When he thought about what had happened in the abyss of demons, all the blame pointed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was back, then he still had a chance. The power of darkness. Savage City Lord's blood began to boil. Even in front of the 3 sovereigns, he had to fight for it. This was his only chance to become a sovereign. The Savage City was bustling with noise and excitement. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. The #1 warrior tournament was the grandest competition among the younger generation in the divine realm. All forces in the divine realm would send their disciples to participate. Even the infernal court would participate. Suddenly. It's out. It's out. Hundreds of bulletin boards in the wild city posted the names of the disciples who would be participating in the competition. Of course. These names were all ordinary contestants, and the names of the seeded contestants were not announced to the public. They would only be announced during the matches. In the crowd, a man wearing a black robe and a black hat was walking slowly. There were people everywhere on the crowded street, but he didn't feel the slightest bit crowded. The people walking beside him were naturally pushed away by a gentle force. An irresistible force. Walking to the bulletin board and seeing the 3 names at the top, the man frowned. Shui Xian Chun Chun. The man was naturally Luo Tian. Seems like Star God, Fate Sovereign, Fortune Sovereign, all of you are here. This is great. Luo Tian grinned and disappeared into the crowd. Among the many names, there was another name hidden in the list. Feng Lei. Luo Tian didn't notice it. Then, Luo Tian came to the Lingtian Business Alliance. It was the place where he left, but it was no longer the Lingtian Business Alliance. After asking around, he found out that the Lingtian Business Alliance had disappeared from this world. Disappeared overnight. The Blacksmith Guild had also been cleansed once. And Ai Shang's father was killed. As for Xingtian City, even the ruins of the city were gone. The civilians who survived the previous time were all killed this time. God King Hao Tian. You want to kill us all? Wait. Luo Tian clenched his fists and rushed to the venue of the #1 warrior tournament. "Boss, where are you?" "In the crowd." Fatty Lay searched everywhere, but he couldn't find Luo Tian. There were simply too many people in Wilderness City. Finding someone was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. He had no choice. Fatty Lay also rushed to the venue. There was a sea of people in the venue, tens of times more than the number of people watching the World Cup in his previous life. There were hundreds of battle boundaries set up in the middle of the huge square. Because there were too many disciples being selected, they had to use 180 battle boundaries to carry out the competition at the same time. On the VIP platform. Luo Tian is back. Tian Dao Divine Lord was the last to arrive. Looking at the three of them, he congratulated them, "All of you have fused with the power of the ruler. Congratulations to the three of you." "Ha ha ha, same to you, didn't you fuse with it too? Brother Tian Dao, your technique of fusing with the power of the ruler is too awesome." The three of them did not know that Tian Dao Divine Lord had already fused with the power of 7 rulers. Moreover, after dealing with Luo Tian today, he would make a move on the three of them. He wanted to fuse with their source of power as well. This way, he wouldn't have to look for any more dominator experts. He could just use their source of power to break through, becoming a divine king ranker. The master of Wilderness City walked out and swept his gaze across the entire arena. His aura suddenly released. Buzz. The entire arena instantly quietened down. The master of Wilderness City did not waste any words and directly said, "All of the contestants' names have been thrown into the black stone, and all of them have been randomly selected to fight. Choose 100 contestants from the ordinary disciples to participate in the second round of selection. Let the first round begin." The first battle was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, ordinary contestants were eliminated. Out of the tens of thousands of contestants, only 100 were qualified to enter the second round, which was the battle against the seeded contestants. Next, on the black stone screen in the center of the plaza, a list of all the parameters appeared, and the list began to scroll. Previous chapter next. Chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. One by one, the battle lists were displayed. Southern Heaven Gates Lu Xianhe vs Lin Hai. Ma Feng vs Li Wu. There was a total of 180 battle lists. The last one to appear was Luo Tian vs Wu Jiang of the Heavenly Dao City. All selected contestants, please step out and enter the corresponding battle enchantment to begin the competition. Contestants who do not enter the enchantment within 10 minutes will automatically give up. In VIP Lounge Number 1. Star Divine Venerable was slightly startled. He looked at Tian Dao Divine Lord and said, "Brother Tian Dao, you also sent someone to participate? And it's such a coincidence that your opponent is Luo Tian, that brat?" "Ha ha ha," Tian Dao Divine Lord laughed wildly, and said, "Just wait and see." The second chapter had been delivered. There were still 2 more chapters today. Was it a coincidence? There was no such thing as a coincidence in this world. Luo Tian had appeared in the first round of matches. At this moment, in the VIP lounge, the 4 rulers were all standing by the window, paying attention to the contestants who were walking out. They were paying attention. The Wild City Lord was also paying attention. Fantasy Fairy was also paying attention. Fatty Lay was also paying attention. "He's here," was Luo Tian back? None of them were sure. In the passageway, suddenly, a contestant fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. 2 medical staff rushed over, and after checking his pulse, they shook their heads. Immediately after, a guard walked to the Wild City Lord's side and said something. The Wild City Lord's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction of VIP Lounge Number 1, and then announced to the outside world, "Heavenly Law City's General Wu has suddenly died. This round Luo Tian has won, entering the next round of selection." As soon as his voice faded, the entire audience was in an uproar. The 4 people in the VIP lounge where Heavenly Law Divine Lord was located were dumbstruck. Suddenly died? What do you mean? Star Ruler looked at Heavenly Law Divine Lord and asked, "Could it be that he has some heart disease?" "Brother Heavenly Law, what kind of disciple did you send out? You can even send out this kind of disciple, aren't you embarrassing yourself?" Heavenly Law Divine Lord's expression was ugly. He wanted to use General Wu to test Luo Tian's current cultivation, but he suddenly died. One had to know that General Wu was an expert of the sixth step of the divine realm. Amongst the many contestants, he was an absolute peak existence, but now he had suddenly died. Destiny Ruler could not help but laugh. If you want to participate in the competition, then participate in the competition. Why do you have to put Heavenly Law City on it? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Ha ha ha, the three of them laughed. Heavenly Law Divine Lord's expression became even uglier. He was very clear about General Wu's strength. There was definitely a problem with his sudden death. I'll go out and take a look, see who dares to go against my Heavenly Law City. Then, Heavenly Law Divine Lord quickly disappeared from the VIP lounge. After he left, the three rulers laughed even more happily. He died before it even started, ha ha ha. I've never seen such a contestant, ha ha ha, outside the door. Heavenly Law Divine Lord's face turned sinister. Let's see if you can still laugh after the war. The Wild City Master also hurriedly retreated. There are no injuries on his body. Heavenly Dao Ruler, could he have died of illness? Wild City Master asked cautiously. Heaven Dao Divine Lord frowned. With a wave of his right hand, a seven-colored energy surged into Wu Zhang's corpse. Suddenly, his face sank. His mind shattered, his sea of consciousness shattered, and his godhead vanished. What kind of technique is this? The city master trembled inwardly. His mind, sea of consciousness, and godhead are all shattered. How is this possible? Even a sovereign wouldn't be able to do it without anyone noticing. Moreover, there were so many people at the time, yet he suddenly collapsed. No one did anything to him. Why is that? The corner of the Heavenly Dao Divine Lord's mouth twitched as he sneered, Luo Tian, it seems like you've become much stronger after not seeing you for a few days. How much did my heart of the Heavenly Dao raise your cultivation? I really want to know. His disciple had died so miserably that he couldn't even become a ghost. Only Luo Tian could do that. Heaven Dao Divine Lord suppressed a ball of anger in his heart. He then swept his gaze across the surrounding people. His aura moved as he constantly searched, but he couldn't find Luo Tian's aura. Let's see how long you can hide. So strong. Boss, you're still so strong. Fatty Lei was incomparably excited. He was sure that this was Luo Tian's method. The first round of the competition ended very quickly. The winners entered the next round, while the losers were directly eliminated. The first round of the selection took the longest. After Luo Tian killed Wu Jiang, he left the venue. Since the second round of the selection would take a few hours, there was no need to wait. This time, he once again came to the entrance of Wild City. He looked at the huge stone statue that towered into the clouds. It was 10,000 meters tall, majestic and domineering, with an aura that looked down on the world. Whoosh! Luo Tian took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he landed 10,000 meters in the air, stared at the stone statue, and muttered, the number one war god of the wilderness, was once the strongest dominator ranker of the wilderness domain. Your stone statue contains a powerful aura. At this moment, Luo Tian held a compass in his hand. The compass flashed with a golden light, and the golden light pointed at the huge stone statue. This was the parting gift that the man in the space-time crack had given him, the treasure-seeking compass. When he entered Wild City, he felt that the stone statue contained a powerful force. The idea moved. A wave of energy directly entered the huge stone statue. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz, in less than half a second, Luo Tian's energy was shaken out. Luo Tian's heart trembled, the treasure-seeking compass was right, the energy inside is really strong. It seems like the first war god stone statue has absorbed a lot of heaven and earth's essence energy over the countless years. Moreover, it still contains a strand of the first war god's sovereign aura. If I can devour this strand of sovereign aura, the heavenly Dao Godhead should be able to grow stronger. Absorbing Star's great method. Then, Luo Tian moved his palm and released the level 8 Absorbing Star's great method. Just as he was about to suck out the power from the huge stone statue, the statue's two eyes suddenly moved and opened. A divine might crushed down on Luo Tian's mind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It directly crushed Luo Tian to the ground. It was also at this time. A slovenly old man walked over, stroked his goatee, and said with a smile, "The power of the wilderness's #1 war god is not that easy to absorb." Luo Tian's eyes darkened, looking at the slovenly old man, his face suddenly turned pale. Patriarch Huashan, the old man naturally recognized Luo Tian, and said, "Brat, you really did not disappoint me. Although the profound sky continent has been destroyed, your power has not been affected in the slightest, but I'm afraid you will not be able to escape this calamity." Luo Tian was very strange, and was also wary of this Patriarch Huashan, and said, "Patriarch Huashan, how did you recognize me?" Patriarch Huashan laughed, "If I can't even recognize you, then I won't be called Patriarch Huashan. Do you want to listen to my advice and leave Wilderness City?" "Why should I listen to your advice?" Luo Tian asked back. Patriarch Huashan said, "Because I can help you fight against the natural law divine lord, and I can help you fight against the divine king rankers." Luo Tian said indifferently, "The profound sky continent has been destroyed, and the source energy has disappeared. What you need isn't the dark energy on my body, right? Patriarch, I am no longer the Luo Tian of the past. My current cultivation is something you cannot imagine." While they were talking, a burst of flames shot out from Luo Tian's body, and he placed his palm on the gigantic stone statue. "Absorb." Rumble. Rumble. The energy within the gigantic stone statue continuously flowed into Luo Tian's palm. Patriarch Huashan was not shocked, but smiled slightly, and said, "You've become a lot stronger, since you're willing to leave with me, then I can only stay, this calamity, without me, you won't be able to pass." The third chapter arrived. Luo Tian did not believe Patriarch Huashan. Not to mention a calamity. Even if he died, he would turn the divine realm upside down this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Luo Tian. So, he wouldn't let go of any power that could strengthen himself, not even the power hidden in the giant stone statue. After absorbing all the power from the stone statue, the heavenly law sovereign Godhead in his sea of consciousness started to absorb it crazily, becoming even stronger. His strength also increased by a bit. Patriarch Huashan did not say anything more to Luo Tian. When Luo Tian left, he followed. When Luo Tian stopped, he also stopped. Luo Tian was a little impatient, and said, "Patriarch, you helped me, I am grateful, but I also helped you, so we are even. Since you have predicted that I will be in trouble, then you should leave quickly, or else it won't be good for you to suffer with me." Patriarch Huashan smiled slightly, and said, "Just do what you need to do, treat me as if I don't exist, I will help you at the critical moment, we come from the same plane, there are very few people in the true God realm, do you think I can just watch you die?" Luo Tian had no choice but to let him follow. Fenglei wins, enter the next round. In the center of the venue. A fatty, domineering and awe-inspiring, shocked everyone in the spectator stands. What a powerful fatty. The God-break realm was actually killed in an instant, too powerful. If the ordinary contestants are so powerful, then wouldn't the seated contestants be even more powerful? In the VIP lounge. Heavenly Law Divine Lord was slightly stunned, and said, "Why does this fatty look a little familiar?" The Star Ruler laughed, "Isn't he the fatty who followed Luo Tian in the demon abyss? I didn't expect him to survive, and his cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit. Could it be that the fantasy ruler saved him?" The Sovereign of Fate chuckled. "That's definitely the case. However, the Sovereign of Fantasy's Godhead is probably on the verge of shattering. The Clear Sky God King personally came to the Fantasy Palace and struck her sea of consciousness with his palm, causing her Godhead to tremble and crack. The Fortune Sovereign said, since her sovereign Godhead has cracked, it's only a matter of time before she dies. No wonder Brother Heavendao didn't devour the source of her power. So you already knew that she was going to die. Her power is no longer at the level of a sovereign." The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord faintly smiled and said nothing. 2 sources of power were enough. As for the Fantasy Dominator, she was dead, after a long wait. The first round of the competition was finally over. Over 3,000 contestants were left behind. The second round began. Luo Tian was chosen once again. However, his opponent died mysteriously once again. It was the same method as before. His mind was shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his god had vanished. This time, it might be a strange coincidence. But the second time, even a fool would know that it wasn't that simple. Heaven Dao Divine Lord said slightly, from the looks of it, Luo Tian has become much stronger. Star Divine Venerable sneered and said disdainfully, so what if you become stronger? Can you still become a sovereign? So what if you become a sovereign? Can't we four sovereigns deal with him? You must know that he can't cultivate origin energy. Just this fatal weakness alone is enough for me to kill him with a single finger. The Fortune Sovereign also smiled and said, that's right. Even if he becomes stronger, he's still a lowly existence. In our eyes, he's still an ant. The Fortune Sovereign added, he's only strong because of his inner demon. After such a long time, even if it's still there, he can't erupt whenever he wants. If it erupts again, he won't be able to control it and will die. They weren't afraid of Luo Tian. After fusing with the sovereign's power, their confidence was a bit off the charts. After knowing Luo Tian's fatal weakness, they were even more fearless. No matter how strong the inner demon was, it was useless. Luo Tian disappeared again. He went to the north gate and absorbed the power of the stone sculpture there, waiting for him to return. The third round began. Just like before, he suddenly died again. The audience was in an uproar. What was going on? Everyone who fought Luo Tian suddenly died. Were they all cursed? The Savage City Master had no choice but to announce Luo Tian's victory. But now, half a day had passed and they hadn't even seen Luo Tian's shadow. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Round after round, they continued. After a day, Luo Tian's opponents all died mysteriously. And Luo Tian didn't appear in front of everyone. The Savage City Master didn't see him, nor did Heavenly Law Divine Lord and the others. In the end, the 100 contestants were determined. Luo Tian and Feng Lei were among them. Li Shuer, Xianxia, and Chun Chun were among them. However, the 5 of them didn't meet. The next day was a confrontation with the 100 seeded contestants. Today, the number 1 warrior was born. At night. Savage City Master's residence. We didn't find him. He's like a ghost, he hasn't appeared at all. We've searched through all the contestants, but we haven't found the person you're looking for. An elder said respectfully. The Savage City Master's face turned cold. Luo Tian, where are you hiding? Every time, he sent people to monitor everything. However, every time, he failed. His men had not discovered any traces of Luo Tian at all. In the end, even if he went personally, it would be useless. Luo Tian still did not appear, and the people who fought against Luo Tian died in front of him. Their minds were shattered, their sea of consciousness collapsed, and their divine deity disappeared. At this moment, a guard anxiously ran in and said, reporting to City Master, the South Gate's first war god statue is loose and might fall down at any time. What? The Savage City Master was shocked. The huge stone statue has the aura of the number 1 war god, how could it be loose? The guard said, someone saw a man dressed in a black robe with a slovenly old man beside him. That man placed his hand on the stone statue, and then the stone statue started to shake. I don't know if they did something to the war god statue. The Savage City Master's eyes were filled with shock. One must know that the power of the war god statue was not ordinary, even the Dominator rankers were unable to absorb it. What was he trying to do by absorbing the power from the war god statue? I understand. Send people to pay attention to the whereabouts of the black-robed man and the slovenly old man in the city. Once you find them, report to me immediately. The Savage City Master's mind was still on the power of darkness, so he didn't have time to care about the war god statue. In another place. After an entire day, Luo Tian still hasn't appeared. That dog can really hide. The star god was somewhat displeased. The Heavenly Dao Divine Lord laughed, don't worry, he will definitely appear tomorrow. I've already sent people to inform the Savage City Master. Tomorrow, the first match will be between Luo Tian and Li Shuer. He has no choice but to appear. That's good. I almost forgot about their existence. This way, we can force Luo Tian to appear. Alright, everyone go back and rest early. There will definitely be a good show to watch tomorrow. After the heavenly Tao Divine Lord, the Fortune Sovereign, and the Fate Sovereign left, the Star God directly controlled Xianxia to enter the main hall. Looking at her beautiful appearance, he muttered, "It took me so long to realize that you are so beautiful. Since you are useless after tomorrow, then serve me well tonight, ha ha ha." At this moment, on his roof stood a black-robed man. The man's eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. He was Luo Tian. Prepare to kill. The fourth chapter has been delivered. This chapter is titled Given a Nickname? 10,000 book coins as a reward. Old Bull once again thanks the brothers for their support, thanks to S for his 588 reward. Thanks to first meeting? Small mood, smoking, drinking, not lust, burial. Thanks to all the rewards and support. Thanks to all the brothers for their recommendation tickets. Thank you everyone. Take off your clothes. Star God was a person who didn't like to waste time. He liked obedient women. She would do whatever he told her to do. Most of the time, he would use the power of a ruler to control the women he wanted to play with. As for Xianxia, he had always been using her to absorb the power of the stars for himself, so he didn't have any thoughts about her. But today was different. There was no woman by his side. Xianxia resisted a little, but her hand still couldn't help but reach for the button. He gently pulled. His coat slipped off, leaving only his underwear on his body. Star God's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the body wrapped under the clothes to be so perfect. I really missed it in the past. Just as he was about to give another order, a figure landed in the courtyard. Star God's face was filled with anger. Who is it? Are you looking for death? How dare you disturb this God's good fortune at this time? The person who wants your life. A cold voice came from outside the house. Star God's brow sank. The voice sounded familiar, but his figure instantly appeared in the courtyard. At the same time, a black figure rushed into the hall, picked up the clothes on the ground, and gently draped them over Xianxia's shoulders. He smiled gently. All these years, I've made you suffer. Xianxia's eyes were trembling. Tears flowed uncontrollably, but she couldn't make a sound. She couldn't speak because her memories were sealed, her power was controlled, and everything was out of her control. Tears and trembling eyes were subconscious. Looking at the tears on Xianxia's face, Luo Tian gently wiped them away. Don't cry, it'll be fine in a while. Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Star God finally thought of who it was. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he laughed coldly. I waited for you for a day, but you didn't come out. I thought you would hide in the dog hole for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. All right. Save me the trouble of looking everywhere. I'll let you die now. After you die, I'll slowly play with your woman. When I'm tired of playing with her, I'll send her to her death. Before he finished speaking, Star God had already disappeared from his original spot. The power of the stars surged and slammed down on Luo Tian like a raging sea. Explosions continued to resound in the void. Rumble. Rumble. His sovereign power also soared. Against Luo Tian, the star hierarch used a killing move right from the start, not giving Luo Tian any chance to escape. Killing Luo Tian would solve a hidden danger. Luo Tian took a step forward. Eyes narrowing, he waved his right hand. Divine Flame. Boom, target locked, the divine flame burst out. He couldn't see the trajectory of the divine fire because it was moving too fast. The divine fire had already reached the 6th level. The power of the star god was instantly sealed. There was no instant kill. At the same time, Luo Tian's body was like a mirage. In the instant the divine fire suppressed star god for a tenth of a second, he shouted, Overlord War Fist. Darkness surge. Rumble. 9 thick dark fighting auras burst out from his body and surged into his fists. He threw a heavy punch and blasted Star God's head. A shadow appeared at the back of Star God's head and was almost blasted out of it. With Luo Tian's continuous breakthrough, the Overlord War Fist was becoming stronger. The Overlord War Fist was also becoming stronger. It could already bombard the soul. Star God's soul was almost blasted out. He was blasted away. In midair, Star God directly controlled his body. Blood dripped from the wound on his forehead. His eyes were ferocious and his expression became incomparably ferocious. Luo Tian, I want you dead. Those who said this are all dead. Those who didn't die are about to die. You? You have to die too. Luo Tian said coldly. His figure was like lightning as he faced the attack head-on. Sovereign power. Fuse. Star God's fist moved and directly condensed to sovereign power. All the power in his body erupted. I can kill you even without the origin power. To sovereign power, it could easily crush any existence of a single sovereign power. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. It seems that Heavenly Law Divine Lord has already taught you the method of fusing the sovereign power. I'm afraid he has already fused all of your sovereign power. You guys really have pig brains. To sovereign power blasted out. The void was trembling. Everything around him was crushed. Luo Tian's eyes tightened. He let out a deep breath and moved his mind. Buzz. Suddenly, the Heavenly Law Sovereign Godhead trembled slightly. Immediately after, Luo Tian's 9 battle chi merged into one and wrapped around Luo Tian, forming a defense. Rumble. The dark battle chi shattered. Luo Tian was unscathed. He directly blocked the attack. However, Star God was sent flying by the recoil. His face was pale. If he hadn't held it in, he would have spat out blood. He shook his head and said, Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It's impossible for your strength to become so strong. Astonishment. At the same time, he was furious. Whoosh. Star God floated up and moved his hands, releasing another type of power. He sneered and said, No matter how strong you are, it's useless. Luo Tian, the origin power is your fatal weakness. Die. This time, Star God did not use any other power. In just a few days, Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. He had become very powerful. So powerful that he was no match for him. The power of origin? Luo Tian sneered. However, this time, he did not wait for Star God to attack and attacked first. The flames on his body burned, all of them black, forming a huge dark flame. Dark Flame Emperor. Tremor Fruit. Tear. The power of the 2 devil fruits was strengthened and released at the same time. It was as if space was about to be torn apart. Dark Flame Emperor was grabbed by Luo Tian, and without waiting for Star God to attack, he directly blasted it out. Rumble. Rumble. Star God's body was disturbed by a vibration wave, and his mind felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Next. Before he could react, he was burned by Dark Flame Emperor, and countless dark dochi crazily rushed into his body. Star God protected his heart, and his body was also wrapped in the origin power. He sneered and said, Luo Tian, the origin power is your fatal weakness. With the origin power shield, you won't be able to kill me. In addition to attacking, the origin power could also defend. Moreover, if Luo Tian's attack did not have the origin power, it would not be able to hurt Star God. Is that so? Luo Tian smiled slightly, a strand of origin power condensed and released it on his palm, absorbing Star's great method, the ultimate profound meaning. I will suck out all your divine deity. Suck for me. Explode for me. Thank you Big Love Cow for your reward again, thank you Little Yuchen for your support, thank you for your support. The huge suction force contained the power of origin and directly pierced through the Star God's defense. At this moment, Luo Tian's hand was like a black hole, crazily sucking in the power of stars released by the Star God. The Star God slowly lost control of his body. His body kept moving towards Luo Tian's palm, and his face turned pale. The supreme ruler of the divine realm. Tyrannical for a lifetime. Even when the dark tyrannical ruler was around, he had not been in such a sorry state. Now, he was actually being crushed by someone who was not in the ruler realm. He was unconvinced, extremely unhappy, and kept struggling. However, it was completely useless. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the huge suction force. Even if he used the power of origin to continuously bombard it, he could not break free from the shackles. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your dantian is shattered, and you can't cultivate the power of origin. Your fatal weakness is the power of origin. You can't withstand the attack of the power of origin. Moreover, the Xianxia continent has been destroyed, and you don't have the power of origin to absorb. As the star god Venerable struggled, he also released his thoughts. However, his thoughts flew into the air and were suddenly bounced back by a force. Buzz, it was also at this moment. A dome appeared in the sky, covering his courtyard. None of his thoughts could be transmitted out. You want to call for reinforcements? Do you think I'll give you the chance? Luo Tian sneered and increased his strength again. It was easy to deal with one ruler, but it was very difficult to deal with 4 at the same time. Luo Tian set up a Heavenly Dao barrier in the courtyard after Heavenly Dao Divine Lord and the others left. The sound of the outside world could not be transmitted in. The sound could not be transmitted out either. Otherwise, with the cultivation of Heavenly Dao Divine Lord and the others, Luo Tian would be able to sense it before the fight even started. Other than that, the Heavenly Dao barrier had another advantage, which was to prevent the star god from absorbing the power of stars. Under the dome, he could not absorb the power of stars. Luo Tian came. He had to kill the star god Venerable. Otherwise, killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Luo Tian, all of this was caused by the Heavenly Dao Divine Lord. It has nothing to do with me. He was the one who wanted to kill you. He was also the one who asked us to come to Wilderness City. It really has nothing to do with me. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Are you scared now? That bastard Heavenly Dao asked you to come. Why didn't you do it when he asked you to?" Star Venerable God's face turned cold and extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why he was suppressed by Luo Tian even though he was in the sovereign realm. The aura on Luo Tian's body wasn't the aura of a sovereign, but only at the peak of the godly breakthrough realm. It should be known that even if there were 100 people at this realm, they wouldn't be a match for a sovereign expert. Could it be, what Heavenly Dao Divine Lord said was true? He had refined the Heavenly Dao's heart of Heavenly Dao, but why didn't Luo Tian have the sovereign Godhead's aura? He didn't understand. There was no point in understanding this now. All of a sudden, Luo Tian exerted force in his palm, his body also rushed forward, his 5 fingers forming a claw, grabbing onto Star Venerable's head. "If you touch my woman, you will die. If you kill my clansmen, you will die. If you want the power of darkness in my body, you will die even more." Star Venerable, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? When you were in the profound sky continent, in the demon abyss, you should have thought that this day would come. The time for me to take revenge has come. Absorb for me. Rumble, Star Venerable's body suddenly began to tremble. The veins on his forehead bulged, and all the blood vessels in his body began to twitch. Star Venerable even shouted, "Luo Tian, if you kill me, Li Shuer will also die. Only I can undo the seal on her body, killing me won't do you any good. As long as I die, the Clear Sky Divine King will immediately know, no matter how powerful you are, can you be stronger than the Clear Sky Divine King? I advise you to let me go. I promise that I will never go against you again, and I will also undo the seal on Li Shuer's body." His sea of consciousness was shaking. It was rumbling. His divine deity was shaking, and this huge suction force made him unable to take care of himself. It was too uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian grinned and laughed coldly. "Clear Sky Divine King? I was really afraid that he wouldn't come. Since your death can attract him, that would be for the best. Absorbing stars of darkness. Break. Rumble." A huge suction force shot out from Luo Tian's palm, and the divine deity in Star Venerable's sea of consciousness was directly sucked out of his body. Star Venerable watched as his divine deity broke out from between his eyebrows. His face was as pale as paper, and he immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Luo Tian, I beg you, let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. I will never betray you. Please." The stronger the person, the more afraid of death. The stronger the person, the more afraid of losing. What did divine deity mean? Because of his lifetime of cultivation, his divine deity was stripped away, his mind was crushed, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his soul would collapse at that moment. In other words, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation, not even have the qualifications to be a ghost. In other words, he would disappear forever, without the slightest chance to turn things around. He was afraid. Incomparably afraid. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was laughing maniacally. A sovereign? Ha ha ha. Do you think you'll be forgiven for something that's inferior to you? Shatter the mind. The heart of the way of the heavens suddenly moved. The power of a heavenly Tao sovereign divine deity came crashing down. Rumble. The star sovereign's mind shattered. Sea of consciousness broken. Rumble. The sea of consciousness that had been extracted from the divine deity collapsed, and even his soul was sucked out by Luo Tian. With a thought, it was directly devoured by the dark force. Star Venerable's eyes widened as he roared towards the sky. He didn't even scream, then. A bloody star sovereign divine deity appeared in Luo Tian's palm. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing star sovereign for obtaining 1 experience point, 1 divine essence point, and 1 source energy point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the star divine sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the myriad arts of stars. A series of notifications sounded. 2 sword divine weapons and a divine level cultivation method dropped. However, Luo Tian didn't even look at these. He walked to the hall and looked at the motionless Li Shuer. Luo Tian smiled lightly, cleaned up the bloody divine deity, and then said gently, "Shuer, swallow it. From today onwards, you are the ruler of the stars. Whether the seal on your body is broken or not, you will always be my, Luo Tian's, woman. If you don't know me now and forget me, I will get to know you again. I will make you fall in love with me again." While they were talking, under Luo Tian's control, Li Shuer swallowed the star divine deity. Whether Li Shuer could break through the seal or not, Luo Tian would make her fall in love with him and become his woman. After the divine deity was devoured. After about 10 minutes, the aura on Li Shuer's body began to transform. The power of the stars gathered once again. Suddenly, a burst of power burst out. Li Shuer's eyes flashed with a trace of light as she looked at Luo Tian and pounced on him, "Big brother Luo Tian, big brother Luo Tian," in an instant. Breaking through the seal, she threw herself into Luo Tian's embrace. She had been waiting for this moment for countless years. Now, she was even willing to die. Looking at her tears and listening to her cries, Luo Tian's heart throbbed with pain. He hugged Li Shuer tightly and said, "I will never let you leave me again. I will never let anyone bully you again." Li Shuer cried on Luo Tian's shoulder. She cried loudly. It was as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart. She couldn't say a single word. She missed him too much and had too much to say, but she couldn't say a single word right now. An entire hour later. The two of them hugged each other tightly. They didn't say anything and didn't do anything. In the end, Li Shuer suddenly thought of something and let go of Luo Tian. She immediately said, "Big brother Luo Tian, and Xianxia and Chen Chen, what about them? Let's go save them. I also have the power of a ruler now. Although I can't completely control it, I can definitely help you a little." The power of a ruler wasn't something that could be completely possessed after devouring the divine deity. It also needed to be slowly cultivated and controlled. However, Li Shuer's cultivation could only be that of a ruler for the rest of her life. She couldn't break through anymore. To ordinary people, a ruler was an unreachable existence. There weren't many in the entire divine realm. To be able to become a ruler was a goal that many warriors couldn't break through even if they worked hard for their entire lives. To Li Shuer, sovereigns were enough. Luo Tian said, "They don't have to worry, I've set up a will on them. As long as there's any danger, I'll be able to sense it immediately." It wasn't that he didn't want to save them immediately. But just now, he had consumed too much essence chi, divine essence, and origin energy. There was no way he could kill a second sovereign. Li Shuer said, "They definitely suffered as well. When the chief sovereign of fate and the chief sovereign of luck captured them, they furiously absorbed their quintessence energy. After returning from the Fiend's Abyss, Chun, in particular, must have been pressured by the chief sovereign of luck. I'm worried that she, one by one, don't rush. Luo Tian's heart clenched, his fists clenched within his sleeves. I won't let the sovereigns of fate and fortune go. I swear they'll all die before the end of the champion tournament. If Luo Tian still had the strength, he would definitely kill again. However, he had to rest now. He had to replenish his origin energy. Schwer, have a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll get Qin Tianjing to send you away. The power of the stars in your body is too eye-catching. If the Heavenly Law Divine Lord discovers it, he will definitely make a move on you. Luo Tian said. He had to get Li Schwer to a safe place. Qin Tianjing's puppet swamp was a very good choice. Today, he had given all the divine deity absorbed by the absorbing star's great skill to Qin Tianjing. With the power of these God Breakthrough Realm divine deity, even if the Heavenly Law Divine Lord wanted to enter the puppet swamp to capture Schwer, it would be very difficult. Li Schwer wanted to refuse. Luo Tian said softly, Schwer, be good, be obedient. Li Schwer nodded lightly and said, all right, big brother Luo Tian, you definitely won't leave me behind again, right? Luo Tian kissed her forehead and said, never again. Huff, Luo Tian sat cross-legged, quickly recovering his physical strength and profound qi. At the same time, he checked the system. Killing the Sovereign of Stars only gave him a bit of experience and a bit of divine essence, just like a level 1 monster in the beginner village. He couldn't blame the system for this. He was now at the peak of the God Breakthrough Realm. His experience bar was full, but he hadn't broken through to the Sovereign Realm. Why? Because he hadn't sensed the power of laws and hadn't fully activated the inheritance power of the dark overbearing Sovereign of Stars, he couldn't break through. This was a threshold, and he couldn't break through just because he had enough experience. That was why killing the Sovereign of Stars gave him so little experience. Looking at the consumption of the power of the origin, Luo Tian's heart tightened again. The absorbing star's great skill consumes too much power of the origin. Killing a Sovereign of Stars consumed more than 50,000 points. If this goes on, if I meet a godly king, the power of the origin was still his fatal weakness. Hunting sector beasts could replenish his power of the origin, but he couldn't replenish it in the divine territory. There would be a day when the power of the origin in his body would be exhausted. If only I could go back to Earth once. Luo Tian sighed in his heart. Earth was his planet of origin. Only there could he absorb the power of the origin without worrying about consumption. But, could he go back? If he wanted to go back to Earth, he had to complete the 5S ultimate mission. Otherwise, how could he go back, enter the space-time crack to the Chaos World? It was impossible. His body was fine in the space-time crack, but he couldn't withstand it in the Chaos World. The power of laws in the Chaos World was much higher than in the divine territory. I'll take it one step at a time. No matter what, I have to kill the 4 sovereigns and clear Sky Godly King first. Then I'll enter Hell to activate the inheritance of the dark overbearing Sovereign of Stars and save 2 balls. Luo Tian thought of 2 balls and couldn't help but think of Dragon God Patriarch. Dragon God Patriarch didn't hesitate to use his own dragon soul essence for him. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll take good care of 2 balls. I'll also take 2 balls to Dragon City to see you. In another place. No one in Wild City noticed the death of the Sovereign of Stars. No one made a sound. Everything was so peaceful. However, in the Godly King Palace, the name of Star God dropped from the list of sovereigns. At this moment, number 1 Godly King was furious. Luo Tian is still alive, Clear Sky Godly King. Buzz, number 1 Godly King's voice immediately reached Clear Sky Godly King's mind. Clear Sky Godly King said respectfully, Lord God. Number 1 Godly King coldly snorted, Star God has already been killed by Luo Tian, and he will also make a move on Fate, Luck, and the 3 sovereigns. I'll give you one more chance, you definitely can't let Luo Tian, this stinking bug, disturb the divine territory. Clear Sky Godly King was shocked. He never thought that Luo Tian would be able to return from the spacetime crack. Now that he knew of this news, his heart immediately surged with killing intent. Luo Tian, you actually didn't die. This time, I definitely won't let you off, definitely not. The next day. The competition proceeded as normal. However, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, Fate God, and Luck God didn't appear in the VIP lounge. Instead, they were in Star God's courtyard, looking at the corpse on the ground. His mind was shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his divine deity was extracted. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, Luo Tian, your movements are really fast. He couldn't help but look at the two sovereigns of fate and luck from the corner of his eyes, revealing a cold killing intent. Thank you to Little Mood, Green Grass, Love for supporting me again. Thank you, Anne. The star god was already dead. If either of them died, then it would be difficult for him to break through to the God-King realm even if he fused with the power of another god. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Luo Tian's cultivation had already exceeded his expectations. As long as he broke through to the God-King realm, he would definitely be able to crush him. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord retracted his cold gaze. In order to deal with Luo Tian, the two of you should sacrifice yourselves. The seven God Kings' powers suddenly moved. The God of Fortune and the God of Fate were slightly stunned. They turned around and asked, Brother Heavenly Tao, what do you want us to sacrifice? As long as we can kill that bastard Luo Tian, it doesn't matter how much we sacrifice. Of course. No matter how much did not include their lives. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly retracted his power and said, What I mean is that you should sacrifice some of your two disciples, Luo Tian's women. Before he could finish his words, the Clear Sky God King landed. The Clear Sky God King stared coldly at the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and said coldly, You better restrain yourself. Don't be too presumptuous. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. He immediately saw through the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's intentions. This was a God King expert. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart sank as he was instantly suppressed. He immediately said respectfully, This subordinate dares not. Humph. The Clear Sky God King snorted coldly and turned to look at the star god's corpse on the ground. He said coldly, Where is that bastard Luo Tian now? The God of Fortune immediately replied, He participated in the #1 warrior competition. He should be at the competition venue now. The Clear Sky God King did not say anything and instantly disappeared. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction where the Clear Sky God King disappeared. His eyes turned ferocious, Sooner or later, I will crush you. I'll let you have a taste of being crushed. He was unhappy. The God of Fortune said, Brother Heavenly Tao, I almost forgot that we still have Luo Tian's women. As long as we threaten him with their lives, we can definitely control him. When the time comes, won't we be able to crush him easily? The God of Fortune said, Doesn't Luo Tian have a fatal weakness? How could he kill the star god? Star Venerable God's origin energy is not weak. How could he be killed by Luo Tian? Or did Luo Tian have a helper? Heaven Tao Divine Lord said faintly, You'll know once you get to the venue. Furthermore, your disciples have also entered the venue. You'll definitely see Luo Tian today. The news of Star God's death quickly spread to the Wild Desolation City Lord's mansion. The Wild City Master was shocked. Even the Star God is dead? His mind shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his godhood vanished. From the looks of it, Luo Tian was the one who did it. In that case, I'm afraid that Luo Tian's cultivation base has already reached the level of the tyrannical sovereign of darkness complete legacy. His heart tightened. The Wild City Master clenched his fists tightly and sneered, That's for the best. Luo Tian, as long as you go on stage today, your strength will all be mine, ha ha ha, inside the venue. There were no empty seats. There were more than 100,000 spectators, and the outside of the venue was packed with people. Who do you think will win? Today is the day the #1 warrior will be born. I think that fatty is not bad. What's so good about him? He's just an ordinary contestant. You don't know how powerful the seated contestants are. They are the disciples of the various rulers, and there are also terrifying experts from hell. They are the favorites to win this year. Could any of you be the contestant who hasn't appeared yet? The entire city was in discussion. Who would win, who would be able to obtain the inheritance of the #1 war god of the Wild City, Would the number one war god still be able to bestow the power of inheritance? No one knew. The venue was bustling with noise and excitement. Luo Tian arranged for Li Shuer to stay in Chen Tianjing's puppet swamp and then came to the venue. Not long after, the Wild City Master walked towards the stage and said loudly, "After yesterday's intense competition, 100 contestants will be chosen from thousands of contestants. They will fight against the seeded contestants. The winner will enter the top 100, and the loser will be eliminated. Contestants, please show your true strength. Let's fight." As soon as he finished, the names of the contestants on the black stone screen began to scroll. Next, Luo Tian's name appeared first. The one fighting against him was the disciple of the Southern Heaven ruler, Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan moved in the air and instantly landed in the corresponding battle enchantment. He said arrogantly, "Luo Tian, get up here and die." As soon as his voice faded, the audience immediately broke out into discussion. "Look, there are no accidental deaths after encountering the seeded contestants. Luo Tian, this brat's luck has also run out. The Southern Heaven ruler is a middle-level ruler, and Yang Zhan's strength is also at the peak of the God Breakthrough realm. He only needs the power of other laws to advance to the ranks of the ruler powerhouses." Yang Zhan snorted again and said, "Luo Tian, are you scared out of your wits after encountering Laozi? You don't even dare to appear? What a useless coward, ha ha ha." The Wild City Master couldn't help but say, "Contestant Luo Tian, please step out. If you exceed the time limit, it will be regarded as forfeiting the competition. Please step out." He was also worried that Luo Tian would not appear. Suddenly, at the exit of the passage, a man in a black robe walked out. Everyone turned to look at him. The man slowly took off the black robe on his body, revealing his true face. Then, his gaze swept across and looked at VIP Lounge number 1. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the morning, he had already sensed the aura of the Divine King. The Star Divine Venerable was right. Once he died, the Divine King Palace would immediately know. However, this was good. He didn't have to look for the Haotian Divine King. He really didn't know where the Divine King Palace was. VIP Lounge. The Haotian Divine King's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing intent surged, filling the entire hall. The three rulers' faces immediately turned pale. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord said with difficulty, "My lord, let's take a look at Luo Tian's battle for the time being. He can kill the Star Divine Venerable. Since he has already solved the weakness of the origin energy, we don't have to rush to kill him." This was also something he wanted to figure out. The Haotian Divine King thought of the scene in the demon abyss when Luo Tian's heart demon erupted. He snorted and stared at Luo Tian, "I'll let you live for a few more hours." The Wild City Master's heart boiled as he thought to himself, "Luo Tian, you finally appeared." The idea moved. The battle enchantment that Yang Zhan was in flashed with a strange light. Under the scorching sun, no one noticed it. Yang Zhan's face was full of arrogance as he said, "Coward, you finally appeared. I've been waiting impatiently. Hurry up and die." Luo Tian slowly walked into the battle enchantment. His finger inadvertently touched the enchantment, and the corner of his mouth drew back as he sneered. Yang Zhan was even more unhappy when he saw this, sneering in front of me, "Die." Luo Tian took a step into the enchantment, moved his index finger, condensed a force, and the force directly exploded Yang Zhan's head, headshot instant kill. "Thank you, I have a goddess's wife, I'm willful, a small mood, Southern Yuan, Northern Sea, no longer silent, for the reward and support. Thank you Cripple for the 1888 reward and support." After one move, Luo Tian turned around and left, not even looking at Yang Zhan. Men never turn around to watch explosions. Yang Zhan collapsed in a pool of blood, dyeing the arena red. Everyone was still discussing how many moves Luo Tian would be able to take from Yang Zhan. How would Luo Tian die, but they looked at the corpse on the arena, unable to react. It was as though their brains were being twisted. What's going on? What happened? What happened just now? Was there a sovereign who ambushed Yang Zhan? How did he die just like that? I didn't even blink and he collapsed. What happened? They couldn't react. It was too fast. It was so fast that even the city lord couldn't see it clearly. The entire arena was silent. They watched as Luo Tian slowly walked into the tunnel. Only when he disappeared into the tunnel did they begin to discuss. Did you see it? I didn't see anything. I only saw Luo Tian lift his finger slightly. Then he turned around and left. Then, Yang Zhan's head exploded. I didn't even see how Luo Tian attacked. Could he kill someone with a lift of his finger? Crazy. Completely crazy. The battle ended too quickly. They didn't even see it clearly. They even suspected that it wasn't Luo Tian who attacked, but a sovereign who sneak attacked Yang Zhan. Luo Tian. Boom. A massive boom rang out as an old man with silver hair and white eyebrows descended from the sky. He roared as he looked at the corpse on the arena, then roared, Luo Tian, give me back my apprentice's life. Next, the aura of a sovereign filled the air. Like lightning, he charged into the tunnel. However, half a second later, the Southern Heaven Sovereign's body flew out like a kite with its string cut. He heavily smashed into the arena, shattering the barrier around the arena where Luo Tian had fought. A bald man walked out of the tunnel. He rubbed his bald head and smiled foolishly. Old man, what are you trying to do? Incomparably domineering, he sent the Southern Heaven Sovereign flying with a single punch. Furthermore, judging from the pained expression on the Southern Heaven ruler's face, it was clear that he had sustained serious injuries. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Southern Heaven ruler had been severely injured. Was it this fatty who had attacked, or was it Luo Tian who had disappeared into the passage? Oh my god, there's someone who's even stronger than a sovereign in this year's #1 warrior tournament. This is unbelievable. That's impossible. The ruler of the Southern Heaven must have been ambushed. Which ruler would participate in the #1 warrior competition? That's true. No matter what, I like this fatty very much. Ha ha ha, the South Heaven ruler was rendered speechless by the punch. He wanted to be angry. However, the punch just now was not a sneak attack at all. It was a punch that was thrown from right in front of him. He would never forget the power of that punch. Flying up into the air, he coldly snorted and said, Luo Tian, I will definitely not let you off. Although he had been sent flying, he still had to speak arrogantly. After all, he was a sovereign. He wanted to save face. Feng Lei glared at him, you old thing, try saying that again. Before he could finish his sentence, the South Heaven ruler had disappeared. In less than half a minute. Rumble. Ah, a corpse fell from the sky. The crowd was in an uproar again. It's the South Heaven ruler who had just left. How did he get killed? What happened? Who can kill a sovereign? In the divine realm, only god kings can kill sovereigns. Moreover, every single sovereign is protected by the God King Palace. No one would dare to casually kill a sovereign. The corpse was lying there, it was right next to his disciple. The Savage City Master immediately flew over and checked. His heart sank, his mind is shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his sovereign godhead disappeared. Could it be? Impossible. Luo Tian can't be so strong. Even if he has the power of a sovereign, he can't kill the South Heaven ruler in such a short time. Killing a sovereign is too difficult. Fatty Lei glanced at the South Heaven ruler and laughed, you're such a coward, yet you still won't let my boss go. Now you're satisfied. The Savage City Master believed that he could instantly kill Yang Zhan, but he didn't believe that he could instantly kill the South Heaven City Master. However, what he couldn't believe the most was that his absorption barrier had been destroyed. He recalled everything in his mind, not letting go of a single detail. In the end, the scene stopped at Luo Tian's finger gently touching the barrier. Could it be that my barrier's power was destroyed just like that? If that's the case, then, his back began to break out in cold sweat. His heart turned cold. He couldn't provoke him. He definitely couldn't provoke him. Destroying his barrier meant that Luo Tian had already seen through it. It was also a warning. If he dared to provoke him again, he was afraid. The Savage City Master thought of the Star God. Looking at the South Heaven ruler's corpse, his body couldn't help but tremble. Luo Tian, just how strong are you? It was also at this moment The savage city master dispelled all his thoughts and no longer dared to have any thoughts about Luo Tian. In the VIP lounge. The clear sky divine king's face was a little ugly. He clearly saw how Luo Tian attacked just now. That power was comparable to the power of a ruler. Yang Zhan couldn't resist it. He didn't expect Luo Tian to cultivate to such a level in just over 10 days. What was even more unexpected was that he could kill the South Heaven ruler in less than half a minute. His cultivation level, the murderous intent in the clear sky divine king's eyes intensified. This kid can't be left alive. Except for him. The one who felt the most pressure was Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. His back was also breaking out in cold sweat. He didn't know how Luo Tian killed the star god. He felt that Luo Tian would definitely be injured. However, the death of the South Heaven ruler proved that Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. His current cultivation level was even stronger than the heart demon of the demon abyss. In Luo Tian's hands, his heart of heavenly Tao could unleash its strongest power. He can't be allowed to live. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord swore to himself. He looked at the clear sky divine king's back and thought to himself. Outside the venue. The patriarch of Mount Hua chewed on a chicken leg and chuckled, "Good move. You actually killed a ruler expert in one move." The names of the rulers are recorded in the Divine King Palace. The number 1 Divine King will know immediately if one dies. You killed 2 rulers consecutively. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Luo Tian ignored him. What would the consequences be, he didn't know. However, he was clear about his goal this time. He wanted to turn the entire divine realm upside down. If anyone dared to stop him or laugh at him, they would have to pay the price with their lives. Moreover, he would make his brothers and women all become sovereigns. 2 ruler godhoods weren't enough. The moment Luo Tian came out of the space-time crack, he secretly swore that he would definitely turn the divine realm upside down. Moreover, his 5S ultimate mission was to become the number 1 expert in the divine realm. Only by becoming the number 1 expert could he truly lead the entire divine realm. Killing 2 Dominator experts was just the beginning. The Star Dominator's godhead was given to Li Shuer, and the Southern Heaven Dominator's godhead was given to Chen Tianjing. Only when he became stronger would his puppets become stronger and be able to protect them better. The Hua Mountain Elder tore off a large piece of chicken drumstick and didn't say anything else. When Luo Tian left, he also left. 2 hours passed. The first round of battles ended, leaving behind 100 contestants. And Chen, Xianxia, and Feng Lei were all among them. The second round soon began. However, this time was a little different. The Fate Master personally went backstage and said a few words to the Wild City Lord. Although the Wild City Lord didn't want to go against Luo Tian, he didn't dare to offend the Fate Master either. He could only nod and agree to his request. The second round's battle list appeared on the black stone. Luo Tian vs. Chen. Feng Lei vs. Xianxia. Seeing the battle list on the black stone screen, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. At this moment. So damn despicable. Feng Lei walked up and asked, "Boss, what should we do?" "I admit defeat. I can't fight with sister-in-law." Luo Tian had already contacted Feng Lei and said faintly, "Don't worry, neither of them will go on stage." "Huh?" Feng Lei asked, "Do you have a way?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know later." If he didn't even prepare for this, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. When he knew that Chen and the others were participating in the number 1 warrior competition, he wanted to fight. This was used by the 4 Dominators to deal with him. Yesterday, he killed the Star Dominator because Li Shuer was in danger. And Chen and Xianxia also had Luo Tian's power planted in their bodies. He could clearly sense Chen and Xianxia's position in the crowd. Shortly after. The competition has begun. Contestants, please step forward. The chief sovereign of fate laughed coldly. Luo Tian, let's see how you deal with your own women. If you don't do anything to them, you'll die by their hands. Ha ha ha, Heaven Tao Divine Lord said, let them use their origins powers to attack Luo Tian. I want to see how Luo Tian will defend against it. The Fortune Dominus laughed. Everything is under my control. that lass is completely under my control. She'll do whatever I want her to do. She'll even strip in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, the Supreme Sky God glanced at the Luck Dominus from the corner of his eye, but he didn't say anything. He also wanted to know how Luo Tian defended against the attack of the Origin energy. How did Luo Tian make up for this fatal weakness? He desperately wanted to know. Half a minute later. And Chen coldly walked out of the passageway. Her body emitted a demonic charm that no man could resist. Her appearance once again caused a commotion. So beautiful. The title of #1 beauty in the God domain is hers. Just looking at her makes my heart feel like it's going to jump out. I can't take it. If such a woman can become my wife, I'm willing to exchange anything, even my life. And Chen was truly beautiful. The fox demon race was born with a seductive body. Coupled with the cold expression on her face, she made countless men gasp in admiration. Even some sovereigns couldn't resist her demonic charm. The Supreme Sky God King's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he gently swallowed his saliva. The Fortune Dominus immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Supreme Sky God King, after we deal with Luo Tian, I'll personally send this lass to your God Palace. The Supreme Sky God King smiled. He was very satisfied with the Fortune Dominus. He also couldn't resist in Chen-Chen's demonic charm. Amidst the commotion, Luo Tian also slowly walked out. Seeing in Chen-Chen's cold appearance and the cold look in her eyes, the anger in Luo Tian's heart suddenly rose. And Chen-Chen, you're innocent. You're lively and cute. That's the real you, not this cold appearance. He walked towards the arena. The barrier closed. And Chen-Chen didn't hesitate at all. She directly released all the power of luck. The moment Luo Tian entered the barrier, her killing move was activated. The power was all the power of origin. Swish swish swish, countless phantoms of Chen-Chen appeared in the barrier. Below the phantoms were all sword energy. The sword energy contained this vigorous power of origin. In an instant, Luo Tian was in the middle of a killing intent. The Fortune Dominus's eyes turned ferocious as he said coldly, Luo Tian, I want to see what you will do. Kill your woman? Or be killed by your woman? Ha ha ha. If he didn't kill Chen-Chen, and Chen-Chen wouldn't stop. She was now like a puppet, completely controlled by the Fortune Dominus. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord stared at Luo Tian carefully. He didn't miss any detail or movement. He wanted to know how Luo Tian would defend against the attack of the power of origin. The Supreme Sky God King also stared at Luo Tian with rapt attention. In the barrier, Luo Tian looked at the phantoms of Chen-Chen all around him. Looking at her cold face, he said faintly, and Chen-Chen, I've made you suffer. Be good, close your eyes. It'll be over soon. I'll take you home. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian's palm suddenly moved. Wang, he released the Absorbing Star's great technique and placed his palm on Chen-Chen's chest. He suddenly pressed down, plop, a force directly penetrated Chen-Chen's heart. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze turned and stared in the direction of the VIP lounge. Soul absorption, open for me. Boom. A power of origin penetrated Luo Tian's palm and searched along Chen-Chen's power of luck. In less than half a second, it found the power of luck that controlled Chen-Chen. In an instant, Luo Tian moved with all his might and directly absorbed the power of luck. Swish swish swish, swish swish, in the VIP lounge. The face of the old woman, the Fortune Dominus, began to distort and her body began to tremble. A huge amount of luck was being absorbed. She immediately begged the Supreme Sky God King for help. Supreme Sky God King, save me, save me. The Supreme Sky God King didn't immediately take action. His idea sank. A divine king's might directly penetrated the barrier and entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. I'd like to see what kind of power you're using. However, just as his divine might entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, his entire body was stunned. Dual divine deity. It's actually dual divine deity. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The Supreme Sky God King's face was pale, as if he had discovered something incomparably terrifying. At this moment, Luo Tianyin smiled coldly and said, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. You want to crush me with your divine might? Turn all of it into my power. Heavenly law divine deity, darkness divine deity. Absorb. Thank you to Moment Degree for a series of rewards. Thank you to equals asterisk arrogant young man yen equals green grass, who is at 4, for the rewards and support. Thank you brothers, thank you, N. The ultimate profound meaning of the absorbing star's great skill. It could absorb the owner's power through other people's bodies or the power in one's own body, as long as it did not exceed a certain range. And Xianxia was being controlled by the lucky dominator. The absorbing star's great skill was not to absorb in Xianxia's power, but to find the power that was controlling in Xianxia and directly absorb the lucky dominator's power. Luo Tian purposely let the clear sky god king's divine might crush into his own body, followed by another round of absorption. This was the ultimate profound meaning of the absorbing star's great skill. The clear sky god king's body sank, his heart was incomparably shocked. It's actually dual godhood? Immediately after, his hands quickly formed seals. In the blink of an eye, a doppelganger was formed, while his original body instantly left the area. Boom. Boom. The clone could not hold on for more than 3 seconds before its body exploded and turned into dust. Phew, the clear sky god king's back was covered in cold sweat as he took a deep breath. This Luo Tian is already so strong. It seems like he has already grasped the secret of dual godhood. It was also at this moment the lucky dominator's body was withering and trembling non-stop. Save, save, save me, God King, Lord God King, save me. He no longer had any energy left to condense a clone. Luo Tian's power was in every corner of his body, binding him like thousands of silk webs. Those silk webs were crazily absorbing the power in his body. His body was weakening, his mind was trembling, and his sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and the lucky dominator kept retreating, fear rising in their hearts. The clear sky god king's eyebrows turned sinister as he formed a blade with one hand and released a blade energy. Origin slash. Swoosh. Bang. A slash in the void directly cut off those invisible energy webs. The lucky dominus stumbled backwards and fell on his butt. His face instantly looked like a wolf that had aged several decades. He panted heavily and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." When he thought of what had just happened, he felt a wave of lingering fear. Haotian Shenhuang looked coldly at Luo Tian, who was under the boundary, and murmured, "Your power is still afraid of the attack of the power of the origin. I don't know where the power of the origin comes from, but I know very well that the power of the origin in your body will be exhausted one day." Luo Tian also looked up at the clear sky divine king and laughed loudly. "What? Even a god king would be afraid? Didn't you want to use your divine might to crush me? Continue. What's the point of creating a clone? What a piece of trash." This was a direct provocation. His voice exploded throughout the entire venue. Everyone heard it. What did he say? "Your Excellency, could it be that there are other experts besides the Southern Heaven Ruler? Even God King experts are here? It can't be? No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he is just an ant-like existence in front of a God King expert. He dares to provoke a God King expert. Is he courting death?" Although they didn't believe it, they didn't hear it wrong. Luo Tian was provoking the clear sky divine king. The most important point was, the clear sky divine king didn't dare to reply. If he hadn't condensed a clone in time to block Luo Tian's absorbing star's great method, he didn't know if his power would have been completely absorbed by Luo Tian. Then again, double divine deity, he was afraid of the power of double divine deity. Seeing that the clear sky divine king did not reply, Luo Tian laughed coldly. "God King expert? Bullshit." Then he picked up Xianxia and walked down the boundary. The master of Wild City was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He knew that the 4 rulers had come, but he didn't know that even the God King expert had come. If what Luo Tian said was true, and the God King expert was really here, he actually didn't dare to reply to Luo Tian. Then how strong was this Luo Tian? The master of Wild City was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. VIP Lounge. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord finally couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, what exactly is double divine deity? Could it be that 2 divine deity were nurtured in the sea of consciousness?" This is impossible, no one can do it. He had also let people try to nurture double divine deity. It was completely impossible. Either he was devoured by the divine deity's power, or his body exploded from the powerful force. Unbearable, the master of fate also looked at the clear sky divine king, waiting for an answer. Luo Tian was too powerful. He was so powerful that they were afraid. He was even more terrifying than Luo Tian when his heart devil erupted in the demon abyss. The secret of double divine deity was only known to the people of the Divine King Palace. In other words, only the Divine King experts knew. Haotian God King pondered for a moment and said, dual godhoods only exist in legends. Legend has it that the myriad worlds of the divine realm were created by a master with dual godhoods. In the past, there was no such thing as the myriad worlds of the divine realm being created by a master with dual godhoods. As for how to nurture double divine deity, no one knows. However, there's one thing I can be sure of. People with dual godhoods are extremely powerful. They'll definitely become god kings. Of the two godhoods hanging in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, one is the darkness godhood. It should be the inheritance of the tyrannical sovereign of darkness after he endured 999 heavenly tribulations of darkness. The other one is even more powerful. I can sense the power of heavenly Tao, the power of darkness, and the power of the dragon god's soul essence. The dragon god's soul essence is especially powerful. If he can fully grasp this power, I'm afraid even I won't be his match. The clear sky divine king did not hide anything. Moreover, this matter had already exceeded his expectations. He had to make a trip to the Divine King Palace. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord was stunned. He had always thought that he was awesome for being able to fuse with the power of a ruler, but now, compared to Luo Tian, he was simply too weak. He had felt at the moment the heart of the heavens was refined. However, he never thought that Luo Tian would be able to condense his divine deity from the heart of the heavenly Tao, and it was even a ruler divine deity. His heart was filled with incomparable shock. The ruler of fate's voice trembled as he said, "My lord, what should we do now?" The clear sky divine king glanced at him, and said, "You'd better release the seal on your disciple's body now, or else Luo Tian will follow your seal's power and absorb your power, just like the ruler of luck." At this moment, the ruler of luck had turned from a beautiful woman into an old woman, and the skin on her face was wrinkling. The ruler of fate was so scared that his face turned pale. With a thought, he immediately removed the seal on Xianxia's body. He didn't dare to stay in the slightest. Heavenly Law Divine Lord asked, "My lord, is there no way to deal with Luo Tian?" The clear sky divine king's brows sank, and said, "I need to return to the Divine King Palace. I need to check on the weakness of the dual divine deity. The number one divine king will definitely know." Backstage. And Chun slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, he was so scared that he cried, "Big brother Luo Tian, I can't control myself. You, quickly run." Luo Tian pulled Chun into his embrace, and said, I'm sorry, thank you to Tears Have Stopped Flowing for the large wave of rewards, thank you to Little Mood for the continuous support, thank you." In the match between Feng Lei and Xianxia, due to Xianxia's seal being released, he automatically admitted defeat and entered the next round. Xianxia had also reunited with Luo Tian early on. The two women hung around Luo Tian's neck, unwilling to part for even a moment. When they were in the demon abyss, they thought that Luo Tian was dead. Now that they saw him again, they were naturally crying. Tears of joy. It was the same for Feng Lei, who was standing at the side. Luo Tian hugged them tightly, and said faintly, "A lot of people are watching." And Chun said coquettishly, "I don't care, I don't want to lead big brother Luo Tian ever again." His voice, coupled with the evil charm on Chun body, made Luo Tian almost unable to control himself, and his little brother instantly went into a state where he was about to go berserk. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned, patted Chun's back, and said, "You two come down first, I have something to take care of." Feng Lei immediately stepped forward and asked, "Boss, what happened?" Luo Tian grinned, and said, "Someone wants to escape." "Huh? Who?" Fatty Lei asked. Luo Tian laughed, "Haotian Divine King, he should be going to call for reinforcements, but..." The dead in the demon abyss has not been settled, how can we let him go? Divine King Rancor? The three of them said at the same time. They were also immediately worried about Luo Tian, but Xianxia and Xianxia still obediently let go of Luo Tian. No one could stop Luo Tian from doing what he wanted to do, and they would not stop him either. Feng Lei said, "Boss, do you need help? Help me protect the two of them. Hao Tian Divine King won't be able to leave Wilderness City." Luo Tian instructed, then turned and disappeared. Buzz. At the city gate. Luo Tian placed his palm on the huge stone statue, and instantly channeled a wave of energy into it. Following that. South Gate, North Gate, East Gate. The huge stone statues at the three city gates were all injected with energy by Luo Tian. You want to leave? Let's see how far you can go. While speaking. With a thought, Luo Tian's heavenly Tao sovereign godhead's power surged out. His darkness element godhead also started to circulate. The two godheads' power intertwined, and in the end, the energy poured into the stone statues at the four city gates came to life. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Buzz buzz, bursts of buzzing sounds could be heard. The entire desolate city was enveloped in a buzzing sound, and even the ground was shaking. What happened? What's that sound? It seems to be the sound of a spirit formation being activated. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful spirit formation. It was also at this moment. Boom, in the sky, a black shadow was bounced back. The clear sky Divine King floated in midair and frowned. Dome enchantment? Luo Tian leaped into the air and sneered, "Your Excellency, where are you going?" Clear sky Divine King frowned and his heart sank. He knows that I'm leaving Wild City? When did he notice it? The Divine King realm was one realm higher than the ruler realm, so it was impossible for him to sense the movements of the Divine King. The only possibility was that when the Divine King was condensing his clone, Luo Tian had left a power to monitor him. Then. Clear Sky Divine King sneered, "Luo Tian, do you think that you can stop me with just two divine deity?" Luo Tian laughed, "If you have the ability, then break through the barrier. You are a Divine King Rancor, what can't you do? Go, break through this barrier." For waves of dual divine deity energy poured into the stone statue of the number one war god in the desolate city, and released from their bodies. The combined barrier was extremely powerful, and Luo Tian was sure that the clear sky Divine King would not be able to break through the dome barrier. Huashan Ancestor was slightly shocked, and muttered, "Good boy, I thought he was absorbing the energy from the giant stone statue, but I didn't expect him to use the giant stone statue to form a formation. He is indeed smart and powerful, but," his eyebrows tightened, and his fingers moved slightly, "the calamity is still there, could it be?" He raised his head to look at the clear sky Divine King in the sky, and his heart sank, saying, "The calamity is not in the clear sky Divine King, but in the Divine King Palace? If that's the case, then..." Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, how good would it be to leave with me, now I'm afraid. Sigh. The clear sky Divine King continued to attack, constantly using the power of the Divine King to break through, but it was completely useless. He could not break the barrier at all. It was the same even if he used the power of the source to attack. He was in a sorry state once in the demon abyss, and here he was in a sorry state once again. Luo Tian seemed to be his nemesis. Luo Tian smiled slightly, "Continue, why did you stop?" Actually, every time the clear sky Divine King attacked, Luo Tian's heart would have to endure a strong pressure, because he was the eye of the formation, he was the source of power for this formation. When the clear sky Divine King attacked the barrier, the first one to bear the brunt was him, the eye of the formation. However, the arrogant look on his face, the clear sky Divine King did not see it at all. The clear sky Divine King did not attack Luo Tian either. He sneered, and said, "Do you think that by stopping me, the Divine King Palace will not know what is happening here? Then you are underestimating the Divine King Palace too much. At this time, the Divine King Rancors in the Divine King Palace are probably already impulsive." He originally wanted to go to the Divine King Palace to look through the information on dual divine deity, but he did not expect to be stopped by Luo Tian. He actually did not break the barrier, and he did not want to continue. Anyway, when he arrived, the Divine King Palace had already moved out. Luo Tian sneered, "What? You called for help? What a useless Divine King rancor, but... It's good that you called for help, it saves me the trouble of looking for some bullshit Divine King palace. Call them all over, I'll deal with them one by one. Overestimating yourself. The Clear Sky Divine King disdainfully said, Luo Tian, your dual divine deity is indeed powerful, the number one person in all of history. However, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be a match for any of the Divine Kings in the Divine King Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the Clear Sky Divine King instantly disappeared and returned to the VIP lounge. In the Divine King Palace, the Clear Sky Divine King was ranked 9th, and was also the newest Divine King ranker. The other Divine King rankers had all become Divine King rankers hundreds of millions of years ago. Their cultivation was several times higher than the Clear Sky Divine King. Luo Tian looked at the sky, come, all of you come. If the heavens want to go against me, I will break through the heavens. What is the Divine King Palace? He was not afraid at all. In the sky above the Divine Realm, where the Divine Palace was, the number one Divine King was furious, dual Divine Deity, there is actually an existence of dual Divine Deity in the Divine Realm. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Master? No. Master is not dead at all, how can he be reincarnated? No matter what. Dual Divine Deity, in the Divine Realm, only Master has the qualifications to be eternal. Only he can teleport, anyone else has to die. Suddenly, the number one Divine King bellowed, Divine King Palace, listen up. Huh. 7 Divine Kings flew over from the void and stood heavily on the main hall of the Divine King Palace. The number one Divine King shouted, go to Wild City. VIP Lounge. Fortune Dominator stood up and said, Your Excellency, didn't you return to the King of God's palace? She felt afraid when she thought of Luo Tian. At the same time, Fortune Dominator hated Luo Tian to the core. It was Luo Tian who had sucked her beauty. She couldn't wait for Clear Sky God King to bring all the God King experts from the King of God's palace to crush Luo Tian and trample on Luo Tian. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and Fortune Dominator couldn't help but look at Clear Sky God King. Clear Sky God King's expression was cold as he snorted and said, Luo Tian stopped them. Huh? Luo Tian stopped them? The three of them were stunned. Luo Tian was strong, but was he so strong that Clear Sky God King wasn't his match? Heavenly Tao Divine Lord began to plan, I have to break through and become a God King expert. Otherwise, I won't be Luo Tian's match. Similarly, he won't let me go. If not for the protection of the King of God's palace, I would have captured Luo Tian's relatives in the ancient continent. The ancient continent had a natural sovereign body, so it was protected. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord would definitely capture everyone related to Luo Tian and bring them to the divine domain. Clear Sky God King said, I only returned to the King of God's palace to check on the information of dual godhoods. The King of God's palace knows everything about my situation here. I believe the number one King of Gods will definitely send someone over. That's good, that's good. Fortune Dominator finally relaxed, we must kill Luo Tian. We must kill him. He is the greatest scourge of the divine domain. She now had a psychological shadow over Luo Tian. Touching the wrinkled skin on her face, she even had the thought of eating Luo Tian. Clear Sky God King said, just you wait, Luo Tian. Your days are numbered. In another place, Luo Tian brought in Chun Chun and Xianxia to Chen Tianjing's puppet swamp. Fatty Lei also went. When he saw Chen Tianjing, the two big men hugged each other and cried bitterly. I have something to tell you. Luo Tian looked at the scene of the three women crying tears of joy in the distance and said softly, the Divine King Palace should be sending people over. I'm worried that the number one Divine King, the number one expert of the divine domain, will follow along. At that time I'm afraid. It was not a coincidence that the Clear Sky Divine King rushed over the next day after the death of the Star Venerable. The palace of the Divine King must have some kind of magic treasure that allowed them to know everything that happened in the divine domain. Therefore, Luo Tian concluded that the Divine King Palace would definitely send someone over. It could be one Divine King, or two. It could even be all of the Divine King rankers. After all, he knew that his dual divine deity was special. In the divine realm, only the person who created this interface had dual divine deity. The palace of the king of gods would never allow anyone who could threaten him to exist. Luo Tian already knew this when the clear heaven divine king appeared in the abyss of demons. Fatty Lei said, F***ck him to death. Chen Tianjing also said, boss, just tell me what to do. I have now fused with most of the power of the Southern Sky Dominator's divine deity. With my ability, creating 10 low-level Dominator puppets is not a problem. Fatty Lei looked at Chen Tianjing in shock, and said, damn, Big Beard, you're too awesome. Next. Fatty Lei said, boss, I don't know about the Divine King rankers, but any Dominator rankers are not my match. During the time that you disappeared, with the help of sister-in-law Huan, my cultivation has also become much stronger. It was more than just a lot. It had simply increased by several times. He even knew where he came from now. Infernal Domain, furthermore, it was an extremely powerful bloodline race in the Infernal Domain. Since his brother had become stronger, Luo Tian was naturally happy, and said, I want you guys to leave the divine realm and hide in the outer realm. No matter what happens, don't come back. Huh? I won't leave. Boss, don't tell me you want to leave us behind again? The two of them became anxious. Luo Tian said, this time I will bear everything. Last time I left you guys and endured everything. However, don't worry, my life won't die so easily. Even the vast heaven divine king is not my match, and the other divine kings are the same. Divine King Palace. All the divine kings. Luo Tian didn't even dare to have 100% confidence in dealing with the vast heaven divine king, let alone dealing with the other divine kings. It was precisely because of this that Luo Tian needed them to leave. Luo Tian had left them behind in the profound sky continent and let them suffer the pain of death. Now, he would definitely not let these brothers suffer this kind of pain again. Fatty Lei looked as if he was going all out, and said, Big Beard, protect sister-in-law and leave. I'll stay. Chen Tianjing immediately said in a bad mood, what are you saying? I want to stay too. Luo Tian said seriously, you guys don't understand at all. Only when you leave can I go all out and kill them. You guys will only drag me down here. If you guys are here, I will also be restrained and distracted. Fatty, Big Beard, I promise you that I will definitely not die. I still have to bring you guys back to where I originally lived. Luo Tian smiled slightly, that's a very beautiful place. The two of them fell silent. Luo Tian continued, don't worry, once I'm done with the Divine Realms matters, I'll look for you guys. Leave the Divine Realm immediately, understand? They still remained silent. Huff, good brother. Luo Tian put his hand on their shoulders, patted them heavily, and then left. Sigh, Patriarch Huashan let out a long sigh, and said indifferently, Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, why don't you understand them? Do you think they will leave? Do you think you can survive again? This is a calamity. Luo Tian walked out of the puppet swamp and saw Patriarch Huashan. Luo Tian said with some annoyance, Patriarch, I think you should worry about yourself. The Divine King Palace will kill anyone related to me. You are also one of them. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Huashan laughed, Luo Tian, if you leave with me now, you still have a chance. I guarantee that within 1,000,000 years, you will be able to kill your way back and become the #1 expert in the Divine Realm. Bear with it for now. 1,000,000 years? How many million years does a person have? Moreover, if I leave, what about them? What about their relatives in the ancient continent? Do you think the Divine King Palace will let them go? Lingtian Business Alliance disappeared overnight, and the Refining Guild was purged. Do you think the Divine King Palace will let anyone related to me go? No way. Since that's the case, then I'll kill them all. Luo Tian cursed. He had no other choice. He regretted his decision to run away in the Tianxian continent. This time, even if he had to face a powerful enemy, he would never back down. Patriarch Huashan sighed, and said, why don't you understand? You will die. All the Divine King experts in the Divine King Palace have been mobilized, including the #1 Divine King. Luo Tian was not surprised, but revealed a death god smile, and said, they've all been mobilized? That's exactly what I want. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Thank you to Confused Reality for your support. Thank you to 809825052 for your support. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Thank you, N. At this point, was there any other choice? If the Divine King Palace did not meddle in other people's business and did not go to the Demon Abyss, Luo Tian would not have dealt with the Divine King Palace. Since he wanted to participate. Since he wanted to provoke him, with the power of the Divine King Palace, he did not give Luo Tian a choice at all. Moreover, the Divine King Palace was destroyed by the Lingtian Business Alliance, and everyone related to the Lingtian Business Alliance was killed. Why was the Refining Guild purge? Just because you're strong enough? Just because you're the overlord of the Divine Realm? You can control the life and death of others? Luo Tian refused to accept it. Since he dared to deal with the Haotian Divine King, Luo Tian was prepared to deal with the Divine King Palace. However, he wanted to deal with the Divine King Palace alone, so he didn't want to implicate his brothers and women. Feng Lei and Big Beard were already Dominator rankers. Xian and Chen Chen and Li Shuer had also recovered their memories. Now, as long as they hid in a certain continent in the Outer Realm, even a Divine King ranker would find it difficult to find them. Luo Tian would take care of the rest by himself. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the Huashan ancestor laughed helplessly. All of this is destined by the heavens, there's no way to change it. Then, the Huashan ancestor muttered to himself, Luo Tian, no matter what happens, I will help you. I will definitely help you change the laws of the Divine Realm and change everything in this world, because only you can change this world. And my mission is to help you ascend to the throne of the Divine Realm's #1 expert. Mission. When the Huashan ancestor mentioned the mission, unfortunately, Luo Tian had already walked far away and could not hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked. The battle for the #1 warrior was still ongoing. After a few rounds, it was already the top 16. Luo Tian against the Hell Region's contestant, Wu Buwu. 2 contestants, please step forward. As soon as the voice faded, the entire audience began to discuss. Hell Region contestant, Wu Buwu is the favorite to win the championship. Along the way, he only used one move. I heard that he is the direct disciple of the Hell Lord and is the most dazzling genius in the Hell Region. His cultivation level should be at the ruler realm. Very strong. Luo Tian is also very strong. Those deaths that happened yesterday must have something to do with him. The strength he displayed in today's match was too strong. I think Wu Buwu is stronger. I think so too. The contestants from the Hell Region were all seeded contestants. Out of the top 16, 4 of them took up a quarter of the slots. It had to be said that the players from the Hell Region were all very strong. Wu Buwu lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cold expression attracted the screams of countless young girls. So cool. So handsome. Wu Buwu, you're the best. Wu Buwu's face didn't change at all. Looking at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking out of the passage, Wu Buwu hooked his finger and said coldly, hurry up and die. If I kill you, I will be one step closer to freedom. He could not wait any longer. Only by becoming the #1 warrior would he be able to escape from hell and regain his freedom. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and walked up the stage unhurriedly. With a thought. He did not sense Wu Buwu, but the aura of the VIP lounge. Eh? None of them are here? He was shocked. The Clear Sky God King was not here. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, Fate God, and Luck God were also not here. Luo Tian thought, where could they have gone? Are they hiding? His heart trembled. If they were really hiding, it would be really hard for him to find them in the huge wilderness city. Trash, why aren't you serious when fighting me? Why don't you take a look at who your opponent is? Bastard, go to hell. With a cold expression, Wu Buwu moved his hands and released the power of hell, directly wrapping Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's absent-minded expression, Wu Buwu felt insulted. No one dares to ignore me like this. No one. Hellfire, burn for me. The power of hell directly turned into hellfire and turned into a fire dragon that pounced on Luo Tian. Too fast, too fierce, even the enchantment on the stage was trembling. However, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. Wang. Rumble, with a snap of his fingers, his arms began to burn. The flames soared into the sky and were wrapped in dark do qi. Then, the thick flames instantly engulfed the hellfire, and a Dharma statue appeared in the flames and struck down with a palm. Luo Tian did not look at Wu Buwu. After striking down with his palm, he turned and walked towards the exit of the enchantment, not putting Wu Buwu in his eyes. Wu Buwu's anger soared. However, facing the fire Dharma, he did not have the slightest bit of temper. His entire body was being roasted. He let out a painful scream and roared towards the sky, rumble! 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 With a slap, it turned into powder. The enchantment above the stage was trembling violently. The audience instantly quietened down. It's another instant kill. Is he still human? A seated player from the Hell region? This is too weak, right? One move and he was instantly killed. Furthermore, Luo Tian did not even look at him. This is a player with dominating power? Damn, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu Buwu for obtaining 1 experience point, 1 divine essence point, and 1 source strength point. The system continuously sounded out a few notifications. It was still the same as before. They were all points of experience and were completely useless. Luo Tian frowned and thought to himself, could it be that I really have to go to hell to find the source of darkness to break through to the Dominator realm? He was unable to break through. No matter how much experience he obtained, he was unable to break through this level. Because he did not comprehend the power of law, it could also be said that he did not obtain the source of darkness, so he was unable to break through. He kept trying, but it was to no avail. He still could not break through. He could not help but become anxious. Tomorrow, the people from the King of God's palace will arrive. Before that, I have to break through. Only dual dominator godheads can withstand the attacks of the King of Gods. There is no time to go to hell to find the source of darkness. I have to rely on myself. But how can I comprehend the power of law and condense my own dominator consciousness and dominator power? If anyone was here, they would definitely say that he was crazy. It was the heavenly Tao Godhead and darkness Godhead. 2 types of dominator power, but he actually wanted to comprehend a 3rd type of power. If he was not crazy, what was he? Phew, what should I do? Luo Tian exhaled. At this moment, Patriarch Huashan walked towards him. In another place, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord came out of the clear sky God King's room and looked at the Fate God and Luck God in the courtyard, revealing a strange smile. Thank you to Little Mood, Blank World, Transparent World for the donation and support. Thank you. At the competition venue. On the semi-final stage, Luo Tian stood inside the barrier and swept his gaze across the entire arena. Instant kill. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. The shouts shook the sky. They were all hoping that Luo Tian would be able to instantly kill his opponent. His opponent was an expert from the Hell region. Luo Tian did not kill him immediately, but asked, "Do you know a guy called Murong Bai?" "I don't know." The man replied. Luo Tian asked again, "Do you know a woman called the Poison Widow?" "I don't know." The man said again. Luo Tian exhaled, and said, "If you don't know anything, then you should go back to hell." At this moment, that person suddenly said, "I don't know them, but I know a dragon called 2 Balls." Huh? Luo Tian's heart tightened, he took a step forward, rushed to the man's side, and asked in a low voice, "Where is 2 Balls?" "What did he say?" The man said, 2 Balls told me to bring you a message. He said that he has already seen the ancestor. And that he is fine in hell. He told you not to worry, Anne. He also told me to tell you that he knows the location of the source of darkness. After he finished speaking, that person walked to the exit and said to the Wild City Lord, "I admit defeat." The Wild City Lord was startled. He really wanted to know what he had just said and why Luo Tian was so agitated. The enchantment opened and that person walked out. However, previous chapter next chapter boom. A bolt of power struck down like lightning, directly turning that person into ashes. A huge black shadow descended from the sky, its voice was hoarse and extremely low, and it said coldly, "Useless thing, you actually embarrassed hell, and you actually admitted defeat, humph." The voice came from a certain place. Everyone in the venue felt their minds being crushed by the power of death. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if the scythe of death was placed on their necks. Luo Tian was the same, his body sinking slightly. The mayor of Wild City was shocked and thought to himself, what's going on with this year's champion battle? The 4 sovereigns are here, the god kings are here, and now even the sovereign of hell, who has never left the infernal realm, is here. What do they want? Immediately, the mayor of Savage City said respectfully, "Greetings, ruler of hell. Please be magnanimous and give Savage City some face. After all, the competition still needs to continue." Lord of Hell? Luo Tian raised his eyes and looked at the huge shadow. In the meantime, the Hell Overlord was also looking at Luo Tian. The sky was so dark that it blotted out the sun. There was no light in the world. Red lightning kept flashing in the dark clouds. It was as if Savage City had turned into hell. It made people feel incomparably scared. After shooting a glance at Luo Tian, the Hell Overlord's silhouette flickered and disappeared. Everyone in the venue felt their hearts drop as they gasped for air. Just now, they felt like they were about to die. Too powerful. So this is the power of the Sovereign Lord of Hell. I almost wanted to kill myself just now. The power of death, this is the power of the Sovereign Lord of Hell. Too terrifying. Indeed. The Death Overlord was the only sovereign lord in the infernal realm. In the divine realm, his strength was comparable to that of the God King rankers, which was extremely powerful. This was also the reason why Luo Tian felt such a strong pressure. However, Luo Tian raised his head and looked in the direction where the Hell Overlord disappeared. He sneered and said, acting cool with lousy, "Just you wait. You dare to squeeze my people, just you wait for me to come to your hell and burst your chrysanthemum." After knowing the news about Erdan, Luo Tian was eager to enter hell. However, it was impossible now. 2 balls, Poison Widow, Xiao Bai, Tang Tang, Cold Frost. Just wait a little longer, I'll go to hell to save you guys in a few days. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. He had to go to hell. The master of Savage City walked onto the stage and said, "The list for the finals has been decided. Luo Tian against Long Ao, the battle will be held tomorrow afternoon." Originally, it would have continued today. However, why did the master of Savage City suddenly receive orders from the Clear Sky Divine King to arrange the finals for tomorrow afternoon? He didn't know either. Of course, he didn't dare to ask either. He didn't dare to offend the dignity of a Divine King ranker. Luo Tian frowned, "Tomorrow's finals? Seems like the Clear Sky Divine King wants to stall for time." Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the world began to shake, and the Savage City began to shake violently, as if a great earthquake had occurred. A gigantic beam of light shot up into the sky, directly breaking through the 9 heavens. Next, the divine light shone brightly. It was peaceful, and when it landed on one's body, it made one feel as comfortable as a spring breeze. The entire venue was in chaos. As the divine light shone down, everyone was dumbfounded. The master of Savage City was even more shocked. "Divine King. The new Divine King has been born, who is it? Who broke through to the Divine King realm in Savage City? Oh my god, the first person to become a Divine King in tens of millions of years, just which Dominator ranker is it?" It was too shocking. It was as if a miracle had descended. The master of Savage City was sure that this Divine King ranker was in his Savage City. The surrounding people also had shock on their faces. It was too difficult to break through to the Divine King realm. A Clear Sky Divine King had only appeared tens of millions of years ago. He had been promoted by the number 1 Divine King because of the meritorious service of the murderous demon, the Dark Tyrannical Dominator. As the divine light shone down, his sovereign godhead had already transformed into a Divine King godhead. Luo Tian's heart sank. He did not even think about who it was, because the heavenly law godhead in his body was trembling and resonating. He thought to himself, Heavenly Law Divine Lord, you really couldn't help but fuse with the sovereign Godhead of the Destiny Sovereign and the Fortune Sovereign, and break through to the Divine King Ranker. Indeed. It was the Heavenly Law Divine Lord. Moreover, he had even obtained the consent of the Clear Sky Divine King, who had even protected him. However, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord had taken a huge risk to break through to the Divine King realm. He had forcefully broken through. In the end, he succeeded. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord clenched his fists tightly, and laughed wildly towards the sky, Wahaha. Wahaha. Power, power, the power of the Divine King, I have finally broken through, ha ha ha. Divine King Ranker, I have finally broken through. His laughter was filled with endless arrogance. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord bellowed, Luo Tian, prepare to tremble under my Divine King's pressure, ha ha ha, actually. He, too, had been forced to the edge of a cliff. He knew full well that all heaven would never let him off the hook. The Astral Sovereign's godhood had been extracted, but he absolutely couldn't afford to lose the Fate Sovereign and Fortune Sovereign godhoods as well. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord's wild laughter echoed in the sky above Savage City. Luo Tian walked out of the venue. The Hua Mountain Patriarch walked over and said faintly, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord has already become a Divine King. If he joins hands with the Clear Sky Divine King, you have no chance of winning. Haven't you always wanted to break through the Sovereign Realm? I can help you. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had broken through to the Divine King realm. In addition to the Clear Heaven Divine King, which was 2 Divine King experts, and the Divine King experts in the Divine King Palace who would arrive tomorrow, Luo Tian did not know how many Divine King experts he would have to face. The pressure in his heart also multiplied. He wanted to become stronger, but how could he become stronger? Experience, he could not rush up. Comprehension, how could he comprehend the power of law? If he wanted to suddenly comprehend the darkness divine deity, it was impossible without the source of darkness. It was too late to go to hell to find it. The only way he could become stronger now was to comprehend the power of law by himself. But, he had no clue. I can help you. The old ancestor of Mount Hua stood in front of Luo Tian. For some reason, Luo Tian always felt that the old ancestor of Mount Hua was a little mysterious. From the Tianxian continent to the ancient continent, he was incomparably mysterious. Who exactly was he? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Mount Hua was not a Divine King expert. Then who was he? What was his cultivation level? Luo Tian had no idea. However, since he had said it, Luo Tian asked, how can I help? The old ancestor of Mount Hua said, killing Tao. Huh? Luo Tian frowned, and his mind suddenly trembled. The old ancestor of Mount Hua continued, in the Tianxian continent, you comprehended the profound meaning of the killing Tao. However, you walked the path of the killing Tao of death, which is indeed very strong. However, after entering the ancient continent, it disappeared from your body. I don't know the reason. Luo Tian looked at the old ancestor of Mount Hua seriously, and said, continue. Seeing that Luo Tian was interested, the old ancestor of Mount Hua lamented, you're finally willing to listen to me seriously. I'm suffocating. He immediately said, think about it. What's the thing you've done the most along the way? Kill. Luo Tian said without hesitation. Ever since he crossed over to this world, he had been killing non-stop. Killing people, killing demon beasts, beheading all kinds of evil spirits. He killed everything because only by killing could he become stronger, gain experience, and obtain divine tools. The old ancestor of Mount Hua smiled and said, that's right. From the very beginning, you walked a path of killing piled up with blood and corpses. I dare say that in the entire divine realm, there is no one who can kill like you, so, you are a natural god of slaughter. God of slaughter? Luo Tian shivered. He had killed many people and killed many demonic beasts. This was also his cultivation path. Suddenly, he felt that Patriarch Huashan knew everything about him. In fact, he knew Patriarch Huashan better than he did. Luo Tian thought to himself, system? Or someone arranged by the system? He couldn't help but suspect. However, Luo Tian did not reveal these suspicions, and said to Patriarch Huashan, continue, how do I cultivate the Tao of slaughter, and how do I become a god of slaughter? Patriarch Huashan said, it's very simple, as long as you start comprehending the first person you kill, from that scene of slaughter, you will slowly accumulate. You don't need to comprehend it, nor do you need to force it. You only need to slowly recall it, and from your memories, you will understand the concept of killing. You will know what killing is, what Tao is, what the power of the law of slaughter is, what the power of the god of slaughter is. He spoke very slowly. Patriarch Huashan looked at Luo Tian, and thought to himself, your body was born for the Tao of slaughter, you are the only person in the history of the divine realm who was able to cultivate the power of the god of slaughter, you are a natural god of slaughter. He did not say these words out loud. Patriarch Huashan continued, you still have one night left. It's very, very short. Whether or not you can break through will depend on your luck. Luo Tian, remember my words. Kill, why do you kill? Tao, why do you achieve Tao? Slowly understand, slowly recall, I believe that you will definitely succeed. Finished. Patriarch Huashan's figure slowly disappeared into the crowd. The sloppy old man was like a beggar on the street, but he was also so mysterious that Luo Tian couldn't see through him. This was the first time he couldn't see through a person, just like how others couldn't see through him. Kill? Why do you kill? Tao, why do you achieve Tao? Huff, Luo Tian moved in the air and landed on a desolate mountain. The scene of his first battle appeared in his mind, the scene of his first kill, starting from Jade Mountain City. Starting from Li Shuer. Starting from Ma Tong, starting from Murong Wanjian, starting from Yin Mountain Corp City, starting from the Gnome Tribe. Nether Sea Domain, Heavenly Palace Divine Race. Broken Sky City, Heaven Sword City. And then the ancient continent, everything replayed in Luo Tian's mind bit by bit. He was especially careful with every scene of killing. It wasn't difficult for him, who was at the peak of the God Breakthrough realm, to recall these things. Slowly. A power that even he himself couldn't detect was gathering bit by bit in his sea of consciousness. Power to kill. Power of the Tao. The power of the god of killing was slowly awakening. Actually, just as Patriarch Huashan had said, he was a natural god of killing. These powers had always been lurking in his body, and now that he needed them, the attributes began to crazily rush over. The sin value in the system was increasing bit by bit. Every time Luo Tian recalled killing a person, his sin value would increase by 1 point. Every time he killed a group of people, his sin value would increase by 1 point. Even he himself didn't notice the increase in the sin value. He wasn't sure why it was like this. Slowly. Luo Tian was intoxicated by it and forgot everything. Wasteland City. Haotian Divine Lord's residence. Natural Law Divine Lord opened his eyes, and streams of divine power entered his body. His eyes suddenly opened, what a powerful force. He immediately stood up and said respectfully to the Haotian Divine King, thank you for your help, Lord. I am now able to unleash the power of the 8th level of the Divine King. Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to kill Luo Tian and make him pay the heaviest price. Haotian Divine King smiled slightly, and said, in the future, we will all be people of the Divine King Palace, there is no need to be polite with me. The ruler of hell was also here, and laughed, Natural Law Divine King, you killed Luo Tian, I hope that you can turn him into a ghost and reincarnate in my hell. I will let him suffer the torture of my hell, and let him have a taste of my hell's methods. The reason he appeared in Wasteland City was also because of Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian's brothers and women were still locked up in hell, he could not let Luo Tian barge into his hell. At the same time, he was also worried. Natural Law Divine King laughed, definitely, definitely. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the three of them laughed at the same time. In a certain place. Xianxia, where do you think Luo Tian is? I miss him so much. Big Sister Yun Meng, don't worry. He must be living better than anyone else. There must be a lot of beautiful women by his side. What are you worried about? It's strange. We just entered the divine realm, why did someone try so hard to get us to come to Wasteland City? Thank you Green Grass, I belong to her for your support. Thank you, N. It was a long night. The moment Luo Tian opened his eyes, he felt as if he had experienced life and death. Every time he killed someone. Every time he killed a demon beast. The obsession in his heart had never changed, to become stronger and protect the loved ones around him. This obsession grew stronger and stronger. Slowly, it formed a strong resonance in his sea of consciousness. Early morning. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister, and the obsession in his sea of consciousness, or it could be said to be consciousness, or the killing Tao essence, slowly floated in his sea of consciousness, slowly being absorbed by the dark divine deity, bit by bit. Suddenly. Rumble. Rumble. The world began to shake. The thick clouds began to rotate, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. This bolt of lightning did not strike Luo Tian's body, but directly penetrated his body and entered his sea of consciousness, heavily striking the dark divine deity. Luo Tian's body instantly sank, almost unable to sit still. It was incomparably uncomfortable. At the same time, Luo Tian was also abnormally excited. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's this feeling, it's this power. He had already touched the threshold of the killing Tao law. It was precisely because of this that the heavenly thunder struck his sea of consciousness, heavily tempering his dark divine deity. Not enough. Not enough, not enough at all. Luo Tian raised his eyes, suddenly opened his arms, and stood up directly. Looking at the center of the vortex, he roared out, "Come, come, kill me. If you can't kill me, I will definitely destroy your sky." Crack. Rumble, another bolt of lightning struck down, and the dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness began to tremble slightly. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious as he unleashed all of the Tao of killing that he had comprehended since last night into killing intent. His fleshly body, on the other hand, was completely defenseless. Killing intent soared to the sky. The power of the killing Tao soared to the sky. It wrapped around Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the sky with an arrogant and overbearing posture. The murderous aura on his body was constantly rushing up. It was as if he wanted to slash apart the heaven and earth. Kill, fearless of death. Fearless heaven and earth. Fearless of everything, kill. It was a path with no turning back. Luo Tian never looked back, never gave himself any leeway. He did as he pleased and moved as his heart desired. Those who refused to submit would be killed, anyone who dared to touch his brothers would be killed, anyone who bullied his woman would be killed, those who humiliate, bully, curse, kill, kill, kill. Streams of energy converged, and all heaven's hair fluttered in the wind. His robes fluttered, and he stood there like a mad devil. Lightning bolts bombarded his godhood, causing it to tremble violently. The killing path, true meaning in his sea of consciousness, was condensing. It was being absorbed by the Godhead. At this moment, the wind howled, and the world was dark. The clouds were constantly changing, from black to scarlet. In the end, even the heavenly thunder became dark red. Within the vortex, above the 9 heavens, bolts of heavenly thunder came crashing down. Blood was oozing out of every pore of Luo Tian's body. It was too uncomfortable. At the same time, every pore was transforming, and his power was becoming stronger. It was too comfortable. He was suffering between pain and pleasure. At this moment, Savage City. Countless experts flew out and floated in the air, watching the red lightning strike in the Savage Mountain range. Who is transcending the tribulation? No, who should be condensing the sovereign Godhead? The power of the lightning is too strong. Could it be that someone has comprehended a new power of law? Who is it? This power is too strong. A new power of law, red lightning, what kind of power of law is it? Countless experts were discussing. At the same time, there were also many experts who wanted to get closer to find out. However, the moment they got close, they were engulfed by the powerful power of law and turned into ashes. In that instant. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding. Sin value +1 inch ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding. Sin value +1 inch. Along with these notifications, the sin value in Luo Tian's body had already soared to the peak, and all the people he had killed were also released at this moment. Rumble! Rumble! The powerful power of sin surged into the heavenly thunder, turning from the original dark red heavenly thunder into another color, a thick black. It was even more ferocious than the dark force heavenly tribulation that the dark overbearing dominator had struck down. The pain Luo Tian suffered was even stronger. It changed. It changed. It changed again, the color of the heavenly thunder changed again. Could it be that he comprehended two powers of law? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one in the entire divine realm can comprehend two powers of law at the same time. Even the number one divine king can't do it. The change in the color of the heavenly thunder also means the change in the power of law. Just now, it was dark red, and now it has turned black. It must be two powers of law. Who is it? Is there such an expert in the divine realm? Crazy, he was completely crazy. It was impossible for two powers of law to appear at the same time, and it was even more impossible for them to appear on one person at the same time. They even suspected that there were two people condensing the sovereign divine deity. However, there was only one heavenly thunder. Everyone in the savage city was watching, looking at the savage mountain range. No one dared to take half a step closer. Everyone was discussing who it was. The heavenly law divine lord was also watching. The Haotian divine king and the hell overlord were also watching. However, their powers could not penetrate the laws, and they also did not know who was condensing the sovereign divine deity. Who could it be? The heavenly law divine lord frowned. Although he did not want to think of that person, he could not help but think of Luo Tian, and muttered, could it be Luo Tian? The Haotian divine king immediately said, impossible, he has a heavenly law sovereign divine deity in his sea of consciousness and a darkness divine deity. If he wants to condense the sovereign divine deity, he must find the source of darkness, otherwise it is impossible to condense the sovereign divine deity. The heavenly law divine lord asked, then who could it be? Although, he believed what the Haotian divine king said, and he also knew that if Luo Tian wanted to condense the second sovereign divine deity, he must obtain the source of darkness. However, he still could not help but think of Luo Tian. The Hell Overlord said, could it be that he comprehended another power of law and integrated it into the darkness divine deity? As soon as his voice faded, the Haotian divine king and the heavenly law divine lord looked at him at the same time. The Hell Overlord was slightly stunned, and slowly said, as far as I know, the darkness divine deity, the power of darkness, has the power to fuse and devour everything. If Luo Tian really comprehended another power of law, he can also integrate it into the darkness divine deity. Immediately, the three of them were shocked. The thing they did not want to see the most had happened. Thank you to JQK for the tip of 20,000 plus 1888 book coins. Old Bull will add 2 chapters to express his gratitude. Thank you to Little Mood, and you always say scram? Green Grass, Mites Bonway, I belong to her, Southern Yuan, Northern Sea, Darkness's support, thank you so many brothers for your support, thank you. The heavenly thunder continued. Luo Tian continued to endure the pain. The dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness was still transforming crazily. Above Wild City, a ball of divine light scattered down. Immediately after, 8 golden figures descended from the sky. Divine light spread out and enveloped the area within a radius of several million kilometers. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, everyone involuntarily knelt down and kowtowed. Including the experts of the Dominator realm. The people from the Divine King Palace had arrived. And, it was everyone. Boom. Welcome, Lord Supreme Divine King. Haotian Divine King knelt on the ground, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord also knelt on the ground. Because he had no choice but to kneel. From the moment the 8 Divine King experts from the Divine King Palace landed, his mind seemed to be crushed by a force. It was abnormally uncomfortable, and his knees uncontrollably knelt down. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The first Divine King was also known as the Supreme Divine King. He was the first expert to become a Divine King in the Divine Realm, and he was also the disciple of the expert who created the Divine Realm. It could also be said that he was the manager of the divine realm's myriad worlds and had unparalleled power. Haodian Divine King was very shocked. He had never thought that the Supreme Divine King would personally come. The Supreme Divine King looked at Haodian Divine King coldly and snorted softly. But with a soft snort, Haodian Divine King almost peed in his pants. "You can't even do this well, what a piece of trash," the Supreme Divine King said. Haodian Divine King immediately cowed out and said, "I beg for the Supreme Divine King's forgiveness. This disciple will do his best to kill Luo Tian." The Supreme Divine King ignored him and walked to the side of Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. His eyes moved and he said coldly, "You are Heavenly Tao Divine Lord? The new Divine King expert who was promoted yesterday?" Without waiting for Heavenly Tao Divine Lord to speak, the Supreme Divine King said again, "Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for killing a Dominator Realm expert?" His voice, the aura that was slightly released from his body, and the pressure of a Supreme Divine King expert. All of them showed the cold arrogance that despised everything. Arrogance that ignored everything. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord could not even raise his head in front of the Supreme Divine Lord. A force was crushing down on the back of his neck, making him extremely uncomfortable. All he could say was, "This disciple also wanted to kill Luo Tian and get rid of this scourge of the divine realm. I had no choice but to do so. I hope that the Supreme Divine King will forgive me." Supreme Divine King sneered, suddenly bent down, looked into Heavenly Law Divine Lord's eyes, and said, "Do you know what I see in your eyes? Ambition." He could see through it with a single glance. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart shrank. The Supreme Divine King sneered, "Martial Tao should have ambition. Having ambition is a good thing, but your ambition must not be too rampant. Otherwise, even if your ambition is as big as the sky, I can destroy it with a single finger. Do you understand?" It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The Heavenly Tao Divine Sovereign's mind was shaken, and his sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Even his God King Godhead was on the verge of shattering. The power of a Supreme Divine King was too strong. So strong that the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord realized that even though he had become a God King expert, he was too insignificant in front of the Supreme Divine King, as insignificant as a speck of dust. In the past, he did not feel it, but now, he finally understood what it meant to be the number one God King, the strongest expert of the divine realm. The Supreme Divine King walked into the main hall and coldly snorted at the kneeling God King Clear Sky and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. "Come in. All of you come in as well." Boom. Buzz buzz buzz, the 8 God Kings landed in the courtyard and walked into the main hall. Only after they entered the main hall did the God King Clear Sky and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord dare to stand up and quickly enter. The Supreme Divine King said, "Since you have become God Kings, you are part of the God King Palace. You are responsible for maintaining the stability of the divine realm. You must not let the divine realm fall into chaos. I do not wish for the dark tyrannical sovereign's matter to happen again. Do you understand?" The 9 God Kings immediately said in unison, "Yes, sir." The Supreme Divine King looked at the God King Clear Sky and said, "Now, tell me about Luo Tian's situation. You told me through telepathy that he has 2 godhoods in his sea of consciousness. I want to know if you can confirm it." This was the key to his arrival. Otherwise, he would not even bother to appear here. 2 godhoods, in the billions of years since the birth of the divine realm, there had never been one. In this realm, other than his master who was a God King, no one else could have 2 godhoods. The God King Clear Sky immediately stood up and replied, "Lord Supreme Divine King, there are indeed 2 godhoods in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. One is the Heavenly Tao Godhood formed from the heart of the Heavenly Tao, the power of darkness, the Dragon God's soul, and his heart demon. The other is the Darkness Godhood from the Dark Tyrannical Sovereign's inheritance. The Heavenly Tao Godhood is already the Sovereign Realm's Godhood, while the Darkness Godhood is still at the peak of the God Breakthrough Realm. To actually condense the Sovereign's source of power into a Godhood, it seems like he must have had a fortuitous encounter." The Supreme Divine King's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes flashed. He directly looked at the spacetime crack in the demon abyss, looking at the void, and the chaotic spacetime crack, and secretly said, "What exactly is inside? Why is he not crushed to death by the chaotic power of law? What kind of secret is he hiding?" 2 godhoods, if the legend is true, then when he grows to a certain extent, he will be able to open up a plane, opening up a plane. To the Supreme Divine King, this was something he had always dreamed of. He also wanted to learn from his master and open up a plane that belonged to him. However, no matter how he tried, he failed. He did not have enough strength. Huff, the Supreme Divine King exhaled and said, "When I came here just now, I felt that someone was condensing the sovereign godhood near Wild City. Do you know who it is?" The God King Clear Sky looked at the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "The space where the sovereign godhood is condensed is protected by the power of law. We are unable to enter, so we do not know who it is." The Haotian Divine King was slightly shocked. Just now, they had all determined that it might be Luo Tian, but the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord actually said that he did not know. What was he planning to do? The Supreme Divine King did not ask any further. He did not have the time to care about the matters of the sovereign expert. Of course. He did not know that two powers of law had been awakened just now. The Supreme Divine King said, "Where is Luo Tian now?" The Haotian Divine King trembled, and said, "At noon, he will appear at that time." "Lord Supreme, how do you want to deal with him?" The Supreme Divine King was not in a hurry, and said, "That will depend on whether or not he knows how to appreciate favors." Rumble. 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 It was unknown how many bolts of lightning struck Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, but in that instant, Luo Tian hysterically roared, "Do it for me." It was a bit late, but there would be another chapter today. 1819 Boom. In the blink of an eye. The power of the law of sin, the power of the law of killing crazily poured into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness from the natural laws. It was quickly absorbed by the dark sovereign divine deity. At this time, the dark sovereign divine deity was transforming crazily. All of a sudden. Bam! There was a loud sound in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, like a bomb exploding. His ears buzzed and his mind couldn't take it. Huge shock waves spread out from his sea of consciousness one after another, causing the entire sea of consciousness to turn upside down. It was completely out of Luo Tian's control. He couldn't even sense the existence of his sea of consciousness. Is this the power of the law? Is this the process of condensing the sovereign divine deity? It's too King uncomfortable. It's like being seasick. It's too uncomfortable. Luo Tian didn't stop it. He couldn't stop it either. He could only let it develop on its own. Gotcha. A clear and crisp voice rang out in his mind. Immediately, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened and trembled in fear. What could make a gotcha sound in his sea of consciousness? The divine deity cracked. Oh my God. F***ck, bless me. Luo Tian's mind turned sinister. All the divine essence in his body surged into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to control it and check what was going on, but his power was instantly repelled. He couldn't enter his sea of consciousness at all. What's going on? What's going on? I can't control my sea of consciousness. Luo Tian tried again and was once again repelled. Gotcha. Gotcha. The sound became more and more brittle, like a thick layer of ice cracking. Every time there was a gotcha sound, Luo Tian's head felt like it was about to split open. That intense pain was unbearable. It was too uncomfortable. You're going to play me to death. Luo Tian roared and used his head to hit rocks and trees crazily. He didn't know if it was because his strength was too strong or because his head was too hard after being struck by lightning. Everywhere he went, it turned into dust. A towering tree gently bumped into it. They instantly withered and turned into fine powder. A boulder weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was smashed into smithereens. This power was a little too terrifying. Luo Tian was in so much pain that he almost died. Suddenly, it was unknown when the patriarch of Mount Hua had come out. He was shocked by what he saw. Looking at Luo Tian's pained expression, he said, "Hold on. You must hold on. You are splitting the Godhead now." "What is it?" "Split the Godhead?" "I think it's splitting my head," Luo Tian said in pain. His sea of consciousness had become a battlefield. The crazy battle was for the control of his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian had to bear all the pain. Splitting of the Godhead, did such a thing really exist? How could the Godhead split? Godhood was something that had been tempered by heavenly tribulation. Even without heavenly tribulation, it still required some sort of source of power to form it. Furthermore, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. How could Godhood be split? It was similar to schizophrenia. Looking at Luo Tian, the patriarch of Mount Hua's palms were sweating. He didn't know how to explain it to Luo Tian. The only thing he could say was, "Hold on. You must hold on. Don't do anything now. Just let them settle it. You just have to grit your teeth and hold on. If you can hold on, you will gain power that you can't imagine. Hold on your head. Try holding on for a while. Your head is about to split." As Luo Tian was speaking, a surge of energy was moving under the surface of his scalp. It was fighting in his head, and there were loud banging sounds. This wasn't some Godhead splitting at all. They were trying to kill him. The patriarch of Mount Hua was anxious. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only rely on Luo Tian. Bam. 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 King hell. It hurts so much. He had never felt so uncomfortable before. It was worse than death. However, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and held on. The patriarch of Mount Hua had no reason to harm him at this time. Moreover, he wanted to control his sea of consciousness, but he couldn't. The only thing he could do was to hold on. Luo Tian was drenched in sweat. He was rolling on the ground in pain. The patriarch of Mount Hua was anxious. He muttered to himself, "You must hold on. You must hold on. This is the only way for you to change your fate. You must hold on. Luo Tian, all my hopes are on you. Don't let me down." He had his own mission. He couldn't do it himself. Luo Tian was his last hope. After an unknown period of time, Luo Tian was in so much pain that his face was white as paper. He fainted, woke up from the pain, and finally fainted. "Wake up. Luo Tian, wake up quickly. The battle for the #1 warrior is about to begin. Don't you want to take first place and complete the mission?" The patriarch of Mount Hua kept calling out to Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger. Huff, he took in a deep breath and finally regained his senses. He shook his head, "It's finally over. It's even worse than death." The patriarch of Mount Hua became excited, and said, "You're finally awake, you're finally awake, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, sense your sea of consciousness and see what's new." Huh? Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. He also wanted to know what was going on in his sea of consciousness just now. The idea moved, sea of consciousness, oh my god. Luo Tian was stunned. His sea of consciousness was incomparably huge, comparable to the size of a plane. What shocked him even more was that there were 4 divine deity floating above his sea of consciousness. It wasn't 2, nor was it 3, but 4 divine deity, Heavenly Tao Sovereign Divine Deity, Killing Tao Sovereign Divine Deity, Sin Dominator Divine Deity, Darkness Divine Deity, 3 Dominator Divine Deity, 1 Darkness Divine Deity. Luo Tian was about to go crazy. He looked at the patriarch of Mount Hua and said, "How could this be? For divine deity, there are actually 4 divine deity in my sea of consciousness. How is this possible?" Even he himself couldn't believe it. The patriarch of Mount Hua was also shocked. "You said 4 divine deity?" He had thought that Luo Tian had split out a divine deity just now, but he had never thought that he would split out the 2 powers of the ancient code just now, forming a body of 4 divine deity. Ha ha ha, the patriarch of Mount Hua laughed out loud in excitement. Luo Tian asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" The patriarch of Mount Hua laughed out loud, "I'm happy, of course I have to laugh." "Wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you again." While they were talking, he started to calculate with his fingers again like an old swindler. The more he calculated, the tighter his brows became. How could this be? Impossible, why isn't there any trace of change? There's no reason. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian completely ignored the patriarch of Mount Hua. Because, the moment he sensed that there were 4 divine deity in his sea of consciousness, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding. I'm so tired, good night brothers. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. It was a little strange. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for condensing the physique of 4 divine deity. You have received a reward of 100 million experience points, a reward of 100 million Xinyuan points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Slaughtering Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Murdering Sword techniques. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Remnant Soul Reconstruction Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? The system's voice exploded. Luo Tian was a little stunned. The happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't take it anymore. He actually rewarded me with so many good things? Luo Tian moved, and immediately said, cultivate, cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating God Murdering Sword techniques. Skill method, God Murdering Sword techniques grade, Supreme God level description. This sword technique possesses the power of the God Slaying Sword, and is divided into a total of 9 moves. Each move will be layered with a layer of sword chi, and after 9 moves, the sword chi will form God Slaughtering Berserk Slash, and all of the God Slaughtering Sword chi will explode out. Description 2, Instant Kill Rate, 1%. Description 3, when this sword technique is released together with the God Slaughtering Sword, the damage will increase by 300%. Rub. God Slaughtering Berserk Slash? Luo Tian became excited. Furthermore, there was an instant kill rate, and together with the God Slaughtering Sword, it could increase the damage by 3 times. System, you are really sending charcoal in the snow. Knowing that I am going to do something big today, you rewarded me with such a good thing. This is too great. If I don't destroy the Divine King Palace today, I would be letting myself down. Luo Tian muttered. Then. Weapon, God Slaughtering Sword grade, Supreme Artifact description, possesses the power of the God Slaying Sword, causing damage to the Divine King to increase by 200%. Description 2, the God Slaughtering Sword hides the soul of the God Slaughtering God. Once released, it can destroy the heavens and earth. Supreme Artifact, a spirit treasure that surpassed ordinary Divine King. Luo Tian's blood boiled once again. Both of these items were good and would be of great help to him. His weapons were the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Tang Saber. Although they were top-grade weapons, it was impossible to use them to kill a God King expert. They couldn't withstand the aura of a God King expert and couldn't even break through their defenses. However, the Godslayer was different. It was a supreme artifact. It could easily break through the defense of a God King expert. Coupled with the God Murdering Sword techniques, it was like adding wings to a tiger. But what is Remnant Soul Recasting Art? Luo Tian muttered. He didn't quite understand. He opened the system to check. Cultivation method, Remnant Soul Reconstruction technique grade? Description, this technique can only be used once. Use your will, soul, Godhead, or sea of consciousness to reforge your physical body. The reforged body will appear randomly and will not be in a specific location. Description 2, the user of this skill will have everything returned to 0. Description 3, as long as the user of this cultivation method retains a trace of their soul, their physical body can be reconstructed and resurrected. A one-time use cultivation technique? This was the first time Luo Tian had encountered such a thing. Looking at the description of the 3 levels, Luo Tian thought to himself, looks like this is a life-saving trump card technique that can revive me, but all of my cultivation might disappear, and the location of my rebirth is uncertain. It could be the 10,000 realms of the divine realm, or it could be the ancient continent or some other plane. Cultivate. Luo Tian didn't hesitate and confirmed the cultivation. No matter what, it's a life-saving trump card. This trump card can allow him to do it again. That's why he's so strong. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the Remnant Soul Recasting Art. Notice. The Remnant Soul Recasting Art is in operation, automatically absorbing player Luo Tian's soul will, permanently retaining it. Ding. The Remnant Soul Recasting Art has disappeared. After absorbing Luo Tian's soul will, it immediately disappeared from Luo Tian's cultivation method column and appeared in his sea of consciousness, quietly hiding in a corner, motionless. As long as Luo Tian's idea moved, it would immediately activate. Alright. It's time to return to Wilderness City, Luo Tian said slightly. However, he was stopped by the Huashan ancestor, who looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "You possess the physique of 4 divine deity, your cultivation has increased, and you have already reached the early stage of the Divine King, but..." This time, the entire Divine King Palace was mobilized, and your calamity did not change because of your physique of 4 divine deity, Luo Tian said directly, "Get to the point." The Huashan ancestor frowned, and said, "You will die." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "Everyone will die, it's not strange that I will die." The Huashan ancestor said, "I said you will die today." Luo Tian continued to laugh loudly, and said, "I don't know why you said that I will die today, but I don't believe in fate. I didn't believe in it in the past, I don't believe in it now, and I won't believe in it in the future." The Huashan ancestor still wanted to say something, but he knew that no matter what he said, he would not be able to stop Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the Huashan ancestor's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and muttered to himself, "I will definitely let you live, I will definitely let you stand at the peak of this world." Then he quickly followed after her. Wilderness City. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly. In the venue, it was packed with people. Although there was only one competition today, they were exceptionally excited. They all entered the finals with complete victories. I'm looking forward to it. This year's battle for the #1 warrior is too exciting. Why hasn't Luo Tian appeared yet? Could something have happened? Yeah, it's already so late, why isn't he here yet? The master of Wilderness City stood on the stage and said loudly, "Contestant Luo Tian, please step forward." The voice spread throughout the entire Wilderness City. The space between his brows secretly tightened. Could it be that he escaped because of the appearance of the experts from the Divine King Palace? Fortunately, I didn't do anything to him, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. But how did this Luo Tian offend the Divine King Palace? In the Divine Realm, who would dare to go against the Divine King Palace? It's an existence that's seeking death. VIP Lounge. The Supreme Divine King sat there with his eyes slightly closed, quietly waiting. Haodian Divine King and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord continued to watch. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord could not help but say, "Luo Tian couldn't have escaped, right?" Haodian Divine King looked at Supreme Divine King and shook his head. "No, Luo Tian will definitely appear." "Sister Yun Meng, did you hear that? The voice I heard just now was calling Luo Tian. Is it our husband?" Xianxia said happily. Yun Meng was also happy, it must be him. I didn't expect him to be in the Divine Realm for such a short time and enter the finals of the battle for the #1 warrior. The two girls were exceptionally excited. However, in the moment of excitement, 2 rays of golden light enveloped them. Immediately after, Yunming and Xianxian disappeared from where they were. "Thank you to Lone Wolf for your 1888 reward and support. Thank you to Wandering in the Breeze? Just a little mood, just to meet you on the next road, green grass, I will only favor you, reward support, thank you brothers for your support. Luo Tian, please step out. This is the last summon. If you don't appear, you will automatically forfeit." The Wild City Master's voice once again sounded in the air above the Wild City. Still not here? What exactly happened? What the hell is going on? Many people around the stands were getting impatient. Even the Clear Sky Divine King couldn't help but suspect that Luo Tian had escaped. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He landed heavily on the stage, tidied up his messy hair, smiled faintly, and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Almost at the same time, the Supreme Divine King opened his eyes. "He's here." Then, his shadow moved, and in the next second, he appeared above the stage, looking down at Luo Tian, and said faintly, "You are Luo Tian?" Cold and arrogant, with a tone of contempt for everything. He was like this to anyone. Because, he was the supreme divine king, the #1 ranker in the divine realm. Luo Tian did not raise his head to look at the sky, but said to the Wild City Master, "I'm here, we can begin." At this moment, the Wild City Master knelt on the ground, looked at Luo Tian, and said in a low voice, "Lord Supreme Divine King is asking you a question." Luo Tian still did not raise his head to look, and said, "Talking to me? If you want to talk to me, then stand in front of me. Don't think that you are superior to others, what do you think you are?" It was as if he was completely ignoring the Supreme Divine King. Rumble. 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 Several rays of golden light descended, and the powerful divine might attacked Luo Tian like a tsunami. "You dog, how dare you? Impudent. Do you know who the person talking to you is? Don't waste your breath with him, let me send him to the Western Paradise with a single sword strike." The 6 experts from the Divine King Palace suddenly moved and directly landed in the air above the arena. The powerful aura of the Divine King was released, causing the sky to tremble, the earth to shake, and the entire audience to involuntarily kneel down. He didn't dare to raise his head. He didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. The pressure of the 6 divine kings continued to crush Luo Tian's legs, forcing him to kneel down. His sea of consciousness was in turmoil. His physical body felt a strong pressure, as if he was 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. It was extremely uncomfortable. If he had not broken through to the 4 divine deity physique, he would not have been able to withstand the pressure of 6 divine king rankers at the same time. Kneel. Boom, the power of a god king poured down, directly blasting onto Luo Tian's head. At this moment, buzz, a dark fighting aura naturally shot out and blocked the god king's power. Boom, boom, the collision of powerful forces directly shattered the enchantment on the arena. The power rushed out like a light wave, cutting off half of the roof of the venue. It was abnormally powerful. Huh? He was actually blocked by Luo Tian. The divine king's face turned cold. Although he did not use his full strength just now, he was still blocked by Luo Tian. To him, this was a great humiliation. He roared, "You dog, I told you to kneel down." Rumble. Rumble. With a move of his hands, the power of the divine king was released, forming a powerful shockwave that carried the power to intimidate the soul. It was abnormally powerful. The power of this move was extremely dense. It crushed down. Luo Tian's eyes turned slightly sinister, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Just as he was about to circulate his power, the Supreme Divine King waved his sleeve, and with a light wave, the thick power shattered and disappeared into nothingness. So strong. Too strong. Luo Tian's heart sank. Was this the power of the Supreme Divine King? He could withstand the power of the Divine King ranker just now. However, he could only block it, but he couldn't dodge it, much less shatter it. However, to the Supreme Divine King, this was a piece of cake. Too valiant, the figure of the Supreme Divine King moved, and descended from the sky. Standing in front of Luo Tian, he smiled and said, "I only want to know one thing, how did you cultivate your dual divine deity? As long as you tell me, if you can leave here alive today, your family, your brothers, and your clansmen, I will definitely not touch a single hair on their heads." He wanted to know the secret of the dual divine deity. He desperately wanted to know. Because, he also wanted to become a strong warrior like his master. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "You want to know the secret of the dual divine deity? Beg me." Luo Tian. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? Lord Supreme asked you because he thinks highly of you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. A few divine kings immediately shouted angrily. Luo Tian completely ignored them, looked at the Supreme Divine King, and said again, "You don't have to beg me now, as long as you kill all of them, not only will I tell you the secret of the dual divine deity, I will also tell you how to cultivate the dual divine deity." You. Good, Luo Tian. He's simply tired of living. Those divine kings were enraged again. The Supreme Divine King faintly smiled and said, "Luo Tian, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you a chance to live. Just like what they said, don't be shameless when given face, understand?" His voice became cold. The pressure of a supreme being came crashing down. Luo Tian almost couldn't stand still, but he still said arrogantly, "I'll shoot your grandmother in the face," as soon as he finished. Divine fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In that instant, Luo Tian took out the god-slaughtering sword, activated the sword art, and used the god-murdering sword techniques. He channeled all of his power into the god-slaughtering sword, and thrusted his sword out. Go to hell. No one would have thought. Even the Supreme Divine King himself did not expect this. Luo Tian was actually so bold as to launch a sneak attack. Lord Supreme, be careful. Brat, you're really tired of living. Sneak attack on the Supreme Divine King? Oh my god, what exactly is going on in his head? Madman, he's completely crazy. The distance was less than 3 meters. Very close. The divine fire was dizzy, the god-slaughtering sword exploded with the power of the god-slaughtering sword, and then using the god-murdering sword techniques to kill, it could completely cause several times the damage, and it might even cause an instant kill. So what if he was the Supreme Divine King? The Supreme Divine King was also human. He would die too. From the very beginning, Luo Tian had been calculating. He had been waiting for this moment. The chance had come. He would never let it go. Moreover, this sword pierced into the Supreme Divine King's body with incomparable accuracy. Luo Tian's body moved, and his arm began to burn. Dark Flame Emperor, burn for me. A dark vortex of flame soared into the sky. In an instant, it enveloped the Supreme Divine King. The Dark Flame Emperor began to burn. The Divine King rankers in the air were all dumbfounded. Luo Tian had really gone crazy. However, what surprised Luo Tian was that the Supreme Divine King did not have the slightest reaction. His heart trembled. This is bad. Chapter 2. This is bad. It was impossible for the Supreme Divine King to be so weak. Moreover, there was no reaction at all. If it was this kind of trash, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the throne of the Divine Realm's #1 expert. Everything was going smoothly. It was so smooth that Luo Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. As expected, a wave of power came crashing down like a layer of heaven. Puchi! Luo Tian's Dark Flame Emperor broke. It directly turned into a small flame. The Supreme Divine King on Luo Tian's god-slaughtering sword also disappeared. Instead, a hole appeared in the clouds in the sky, and a shadow descended once again. It was completely intact, without the slightest bit of damage, and even the long blood groove on his head did not change in the slightest. The attack just now. Luo Tian did not even break through his defense. In other words, miss. He didn't even know how much HP he had. The fake power instantly disappeared, and the Supreme Divine King once again appeared in front of Luo Tian, laughing coldly. Sneak attack me? If I was that easy to sneak attack, I don't know how many times I would have died. Luo Tian. I'll give you one more chance. This is your last chance. While they were talking, the Supreme Divine King looked in the direction of the VIP lounge and said, bring him down. Haodian Divine King and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord each grabbed a woman and directly landed beside the Supreme Divine King. Luo Tian. Hubby. Yunmeng, Xianxia. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his anger instantly erupted. Supreme Divine King? You are also the #1 expert in the Divine Realm, yet you actually did such a despicable and sinister thing. He didn't expect it. Yunmeng and Xianxia came. He never would have thought. The Supreme Divine King laughed. The process is not important, the result is the most important. Luo Tian, can you tell me the secret of the dual divine deity now? Nothing mattered to him. He could send people to make the business alliance, which had stood for tens of millions of years, disappear overnight. He could make the equipment refining union clean up overnight. He could even make a plane disappear in an instant. Why would he care about 2 women, treacherous? Despicable? These were the excuses of the weak. Supreme Divine King laughed complacently. The 2 of them are your women, right? Luo Tian, I'll say the same thing again. As long as you tell me the secret of your dual godheads, I'll let you go, and I promise not to kill you. The clear sky divine king's face turned stern as he said in a low voice, Lord Supreme, Luo Tian cannot be left alive. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord also said, this punk cannot be left alive. The Supreme Divine King frowned. The two of them didn't dare to say another word. Luo Tian looked at them, his anger boiling. He hated being threatened the most, but being threatened all the time made him feel really uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Hubby, don't bother about us. Hubby, don't worry about us. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about us. Xianxia said. They never thought that they would be discovered the moment they entered the divine realm. They only came to the divine realm because they missed him too much. Who would have thought that they would become Luo Tian's burden? If she knew, she definitely wouldn't have come. Supreme Divine King laughed playfully, what a beautiful woman, it would be a pity if she died. All right. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, and said, give me some time to think about it. The Supreme God King laughed, sure, but not for too long. Luo Tian said, I'm here to participate in the finals, so the time for one match should be enough, right? Supreme Divine King said, I'll give you the time for one match. Then his figure moved and disappeared, standing on the VIP platform. Let the match begin. Huff, Luo Tian frowned, he exhaled heavily, looked at Yunmeng and Xianxia, and said, it'll be fine soon, don't worry, don't worry. The two girls didn't know what to say. Luo Tian stood on the stage and closed his eyes slightly. In that instant, the idea sent a sound transmission to the Patriarch of Mount Hua, how are your preparations? The Patriarch of Mount Hua replied, I'm just missing the power of your divine deity. All right. I will release the power of my 4 divine deity during the battle. Pay attention. Luo Tian sent a sound transmission. Haotian Divine King shouted, Luo Tian, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and start, our time is not something that trash like you can waste. Natural Law Divine Lord also said, hurry up and start, how long do you want Lord Supreme to wait? The surrounding spectator stands also burst into shouts. Hurry up and start. Hurry up, Laozi is getting impatient. Luo Tian, hurry up and make your move. On the stage, the other contestant was a contestant from hell. He looked at Luo Tian coldly and said faintly, although I know I am not your match, I will still do my best to fight. Luo Tian. I'm coming. A long sword flickering with black flames attacked the center of Luo Tian's brows. Sword of Hell. The moment the sword appeared, it carried a dense power of hell. It was also at this time Luo Tian moved, and said, let's begin. Then Luo Tian looked at the VIP lounge and said, double divine deity? I'll show you what the power of 4 divine deity is. Dark divine deity. Buzz. A powerful force suddenly sank, and a ray of dark energy shot out from Luo Tian's body, forming an incomparably arrogant black dragon. It did not rush towards the hell player, but instead soared into the sky, roaring in the sky. The power of darkness spread throughout the entire wilderness city. Then he rushed to the west. Following that, Luo Tian shouted once again, Natural Law Sovereign Divine Deity. Buzz. The power of the heavens also turned into a huge dragon, roaring as it rose up, crushing everything in the air, flying towards the east and disappearing without a trace. Sin Sovereign Divine Deity. God of Slaughter Sovereign Divine Deity. 2 waves of power burst out at the same time. This. Is it really the power of 4 divine deity? 3 types of power of law, 1 type of power of darkness inheritance. How did Luo Tian do it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Double divine deity doesn't even exist, yet he was able to cultivate 4 divine deity. Could it be that he was the one who condensed the power of law in the barren mountain this morning? Everyone was shocked. 4 divine deity was simply a fantasy. Moreover, 3 types of divine deity had already broken through to the ruler realm. Supreme Divine King stood up and looked at Luo Tian heavily. He clenched his fists tightly and clenched them even tighter. His heart was filled with excitement, he actually did something that even Master couldn't do, wahaha. All of his power will be mine, ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. Supreme Divine King's aura also spread out. At the same time, That hell player immediately fled. Too terrifying, I forfeit, I admit defeat, quick, I admit defeat. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. It was already difficult for him to deal with a Dominator rancor. Now, with the power of 4 divine deity, was there still a need to compete? The master of Wilderness City was also shocked, and at the same time, announced, Luo Tian wins, becoming the #1 warrior. At the same time, Luo Tian said sinisterly, didn't you want to know the secret of the double divine deity? Then get the hell down here. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out, there should be another chapter in the 3rd chapter. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the #1 Warriors Battle for Hegemony quest. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 3rd inheritance of the Dark Tyrant Ruler. Buzz. A loud sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Next. The dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness began to transform, split open, and float out a drop of thick black liquid that looked like blood essence. With a drip sound, the liquid dripped into the vast sea of consciousness, and then, the vast sea of consciousness began to churn. One after another, powerful forces surged and struck the shore. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dark Mode. Huh? The 3rd inheritance of the Dark Tyrant Ruler is the Dark Mode? Luo Tian was shocked, and immediately opened the system to check. Dark Mode. Time, 180 seconds attack, increased by 500% instant kill rate, increased by 50% description. When the dark mode is activated, targets enveloped in darkness will have their defense reduced by 20%. User, speed, attack, defense increased. Description 2, the user will suffer a backlash from the power of darkness, use with caution. Good stuff. I'm just missing this. Luo Tian became excited, looked at the Supreme Divine King in the VIP lounge, and laughed wildly. Didn't you want to know the secret of the dual divine deity? Come down and take it, it's in my mind, if you have the guts, take it. Supreme Divine King smiled slightly, and said, you want to play with me? Alright. Then I'll let you know what the power of the Divine King is. The space between his brows sank. Supreme Divine King was also enraged. A Divine King walked out first, and said, Lord Supreme, there's no need for you to personally deal with a piece of trash, I'll do it. I will make him kneel in front of you and kowtow to admit his wrongs. Then. Haotian Divine King also walked out, and said, Lord Supreme, leave it to me. He looked at Natural Law Divine Lord. Natural Law Divine Lord was a little unwilling, but he still walked out and said, just leave it to us. The Supreme Divine King said, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. As long as you capture Luo Tian, I'll bestow upon you the power of the Divine King. Clear Sky Divine King and Heavenly Dao Divine Lord were delighted and immediately replied, understood. Tian Dao Divine Lord condensed all of his origin energy and fused it into the power of the Divine King. He roared, Luo Tian, kneel down. Origin Source Energy. He would always be Luo Tian's nemesis. Heavenly Dao Divine Lord had studied Luo Tian's powers. Even though he had the power of origins, his weakness, his fatal weakness, was still the power of origins. Clear Sky Divine King did not want to be left behind. He also fused his origin energy into his Divine King power. 2 waves of divine might came crashing down. Luo Tian smiled. Just the 2 of you? I crushed you like a dead dog back in the demon abyss. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me now? Their expressions changed slightly. The demon abyss was their humiliation. Immediately. Heavenly Dao Divine Lord moved with all his might, get down. Rumble. Rumble. A wave of divine power was released. Heavenly Dao Divine Lord's divine power was very special. Because he had forcefully broken through to the Divine King realm, the power he cultivated was all absorbed from the bodies of other Dominator rankers, so his power contained the power of many experts. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the God Slaughtering Sword. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as the God Slaughtering Sword aura soared into the sky. Shwa. The origin source energy in Luo Tian's body was released. Facing the attack of the origin source energy, he could only use the origin source energy to block it. Otherwise, he would be like in the demon abyss, completely unable to block it. Just as Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had said. The origin source energy was his fatal weakness. It used to be. It was still the same, however, after killing those sector beasts, Luo Tian had obtained a large amount of origin source energy. God-murdering sword techniques. The first move. Luo Tian thrusted out his sword, and the supreme artifact also erupted with an unprecedented power, piercing through Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's power. Luo Tian did not hide the sword chi, and directly released it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The sword chi slashed down. It broke through everything. The combination of the God-slaughtering sword and the God-murdering sword techniques was perfect. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's expression turned cold. Facing this unavoidable sword chi, he sneered and said, Luo Tian, even if you have a powerful divine artifact, it's useless. Because of your realm, with 4 divine deity, you are still in the Dominator realm, and I am in the Divine King realm. Bam! As soon as he finished, that sword chi directly split Heavenly Tao Divine Lord into 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Heavenly Tao Divine Lord for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining it Divine King's Divine Deity. Release it and fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining instant kill. Luo Tian himself did not expect that he would be instantly killed. The God-slaughtering sword did indeed have an instant kill chance, but it was pitifully small. Combined with the God-murdering sword chi, it was actually an instant kill. It was too awesome. The entire arena was silent. Even the Haotian Divine King who was preparing to attack was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the Supreme Divine King was not angry, but instead laughed out loud. Strong, as expected, the power released by the 4 divine deity has a mutated attribute, to actually kill a Divine King ranker in one move, too strong. He was extremely excited. The stronger Luo Tian was, the more excited he became. Haotian Divine King frowned. At this time, he could not care less. The power of the Divine King's divine deity erupted. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His body became incomparably huge as power churned within his body. Lord Supreme, if OL9 activates all of the Divine King's divine deity's power, will that brat be killed? A Divine King said worriedly. The Supreme Divine King laughed. You guys have no idea how strong the physique of a dual divine deity is, not to mention the physique of a 4 divine deity. The power of the Haotian Divine King can at most crush Luo Tian, it can't kill him. The other Divine King's faces turned cold. Wasn't the power of the 4 divine deity too strong? If he were to break through to the Divine King realm, who in the entire divine realm would be his match? The Supreme Divine King also understood in his heart. Of course. No matter what happened today, he would not let Luo Tian live. Similarly, he had to obtain the secret of the 4 divine deity. The power of the Haotian Divine King came crashing down. Luo Tian stood in place without moving, with a contemptuous smile on his face. He said, Haotian Divine King, you old dog, you almost killed me in the demon abyss. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. While they were talking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Without waiting for the Haotian Divine King's power to crush him, Luo Tian's fists turned black, Conqueror's War Fist. Boom, boom, punch after punch, he punched forward. The Haotian Divine King also rushed down with all his might. Luo Tian, I will kill you. However, in front of the 4 divine deity, the power of the Haotian Divine King was completely unable to withstand a single blow. Die. Add more chapters. This chapter would like to thank JQK for his support, and I will add another chapter for you. Thank you to Southern Yuan Beiming, Confused Reality, for his continuous support. The old cow sincerely thanks the brothers for their support. Thank you. There was still an hour before Monday. The old cow begged for a recommendation ticket, to let the undefeated rank a little higher. Please brothers. The divine power of the 4 divine deity moved. All of the power was concentrated on Luo Tian's fists. A black fist wind erupted. The heavy cannon attacked. Rumble. Both fists punched out. Haodian Divine King's power was gradually disintegrated, collapsing, and finally shattering bit by bit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The black fists exploded on Haodian Divine King's chest. His chest caved in, his body sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a painful expression. Supreme Lord, save me. He called for help. Supreme Divine King had a smile on his face, but he had no intention of helping. A Divine King ranker beside him asked, Supreme Lord, do you want to make a move? After all, they are from the Divine King Palace. Supreme Divine King waved his hand, and said, Haodian Divine King did not do his job well, he does not have the qualifications to continue staying in the Divine King Palace, and he condoned the heavenly law Divine Lord to kill the other two rulers, which is a violation of the rules of the Divine King Palace. Let him kill it. No one from the Divine King Palace came out to save him. Haodian Divine King's heart turned sinister. Luo Tian, I'll fight it out with you. Divine Deity exploded once again. The power of the Divine King continued to surge out from the Divine King's Divine Deity. As for Luo Tian, after his fists struck Haodian Divine King, he did not stop there. His fists were like lightning as he crazily struck out, you don't even have the qualifications to fight with me right now. Haodian Divine King, die. Bam. Bang, 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 his fists were like a torrential rain as he crazily bombarded. Haodian Divine King couldn't withstand it at all. After being beaten down from the sky by Luo Tian's fists killed him one punch after another. His health point was dropping rapidly. He was no match for Luo Tian, not because he wasn't strong enough, but because Luo Tian's four Divine Deity were too strong. Every ray of power contained the power of the ancient code, and even if he used the Divine King's origin energy to block it, it would be useless. Of course. Luo Tian's consumption was also huge. The power of four Divine Deity, 4 times the consumption. Moreover, there wasn't much origin energy left. This was Luo Tian's Divine Deity. Boom, Luo Tian threw a punch down. Looking at the empty HP bar above the clear heaven Divine King's head, Luo Tian roared, explode. Boom, the earth trembled and cracked open. It was also at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Clear Sky God King for obtaining 1 billion experience points and 1 billion divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a God King's Godhead. Will you assimilate it? Congratulations, player, continuous notification sounded. Then, Luo Tian slowly stood up. His fist was still dripping with blood. He looked around and roared, who else is there? The entire place was silent. The Wild City Master was so scared that he almost peed himself. He felt a lingering fear after absorbing Luo Tian's power of darkness. If he had continued to do so, he would have died a long time ago. Amazing. The God Kings were all killed. Is he still considered human? He's so strong that it's a mess. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. The entire audience began to cheer. In the savage domain, the divine realm was the most intrepid and most revered strength. These people only respected the strong. The strength that all heaven had displayed was too shocking, causing them to involuntarily shout out his name. It was as if he had gone mad. The Supreme Divine King's expression was also abnormally excited. He kept saying, "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the power of the four godhood. This is the power of the four godhood. Ha ha ha. Too strong." Being able to kill a Divine King expert at the Sovereign Realm. He was exceptionally excited. More excited than anyone else. The Divine King rankers from the Divine King Palace could not understand the Supreme Divine King. Killing someone from the Divine King Palace, that kind of excitement, suddenly. The Supreme Divine King moved in the air and directly landed in front of Luo Tian. With a sinister expression, he said excitedly, "The power of four Divine Deity is indeed beyond my imagination. Luo Tian, you have truly surprised me. That's even better. Now, I don't need the secret of two Divine Deity, for Divine Deity. I want to turn everything you have into mine." While they were talking, Walala, rumble, the sky changed color. The clouds churned as a huge amount of power was released from the Supreme Divine King's body. The Supreme Divine King's expression was filled with excitement. Mine, mine, the power of 4 divine deity is mine, wahahaha, it was too crazy. He was a martial arts fanatic to begin with. His pursuit of power had never stopped. And now, what he wanted to do was to seize everything from Luo Tian. He wanted to turn Luo Tian into a part of his body. This way, he didn't need to grasp the secret of 2 divine deity at all. At this moment, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness began to churn. The 4 divine deity were also trembling, unable to withstand the Supreme Divine King's power and wanted to break out of his body. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian frowned. Dark mode. Buzz, a ray of dark doqi exploded in the sky like fireworks. Suddenly, the entire venue turned pitch black. The dark mode of the dark overbearing dominator? Next, Luo Tian held onto the god-slaughtering sword, and the idea sank. Huashan ancestor, boom. Understood. The moment the dark mode was released, in the 4 directions of the savage city, the 4 stone statues suddenly moved. Their bodies were infused with the power of Luo Tian's 4 divine deity, and after the Huashan ancestor activated them, they began to circulate. The 4 huge statues raised their battle axes. The 4 battle axes towered into the 9 heavens. Crack! 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 Lightning flashed as the power of 4 divine deity erupted from their bodies. The Huashan ancestor suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, with a thought, Luo Tian said, "Divine flame." Ding! Target locked. Boom! With a move of his palm, a flame spewed out. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "This time, I will definitely take half of your life." Walala, 4 battle axes cut through the sky. The Supreme Divine King's body suddenly stopped moving. After being attacked by the divine fire, if he wasn't instantly killed, he would be stunned, even if he was a supreme expert. The Supreme Divine King sneered, and said, "Luo Tian, it's useless, ha ha ha, 4 battle axes chopped down." Rumble. Rumble. The axe chopped down on the head of the Supreme Divine King, but the body of the Supreme Divine King did not move at all. The battle axe was still half a meter away from the head of the Supreme Divine King, and no matter how hard it chopped down, it could not chop down any further. He wasn't injured, even his defense wasn't broken. The Supreme Divine King was simply too powerful. At this moment, Luo Tian had no choice. The idea moved, activate the Remnant Soul Reconstruction Palace. At the same time, a sword pierced towards the space between the Supreme Divine King's eyebrows. Fight it out. Thank you to the 2 brothers Little Mood and Green Grass for their continuous rewards. Thank you for your support. The combined attack of 4 slashes could not even break through the defense. The 4 gigantic stone statues, each of them infused with the power of the 4 divine deity, Luo Tian's god-slaying power, but he didn't expect it. Still miss, too strong. The Supreme Divine King was truly too strong, an existence that Luo Tian was unable to shake. However, at this time, he had no choice but to risk it all. At the same time, Luo Tian made all his preparations and activated the Remnant Soul Reconstruction art. Come on, come on. Luo Tian held onto the god-slaughtering sword tightly, and instantly released the 9 moves of the god-murdering sword techniques, forming a new combined attack of sword chi, god-slaughtering berserk slash. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Sword chi flew out one after another, forming a half-moon shape that crushed outwards. The huge shockwave caused the god-slaying power to dance wildly. However, Supreme God King stood motionless in his original position. Those sword chi that were half a meter away from his body were either bounced off or shattered. They were completely unable to harm Supreme God King in the slightest. When they hit his body, they were all misses. The Supreme Divine King laughed wildly, and said, "Luo Tian, do you think I'm trash like the Haotian Divine King? I am the #1 person in the Divine Realm, the #1 expert in the Divine Realm. I became famous hundreds of millions of years ago, with my cultivation reaching the heavens. In the Divine Realm, I am the law, I am the God who controls everything, a true God, ha ha ha. Come on. Become a part of me. Hand over all the power of your 4 divine deity and let me break through my shackles." The Supreme Divine King said sinisterly. He seemed to have seen the moment he broke through to the Divine King realm, chasing after his master's footsteps and entering a whole new world. A world that truly belonged to the strong. Luo Tian's body was trembling, the four divine deity in his sea of consciousness were colliding with his brain, it was extremely painful. His body was enveloped by the Supreme Divine King's power. Unable to escape. What should we do? What should we do? If he can't even break through his defense, he must have a protective magic treasure that is even stronger than the god slaughtering. Sword. Where is the Supreme Divine King's weakness? Luo Tian had no idea that the Supreme Divine King was too strong. Moreover, the origin energy in his body was about to run out. Without the origin energy, he was completely unable to withstand the Supreme Divine King's fusion technique. You won't be able to stop it. In this divine realm, I am everything. There is nothing I can't get if I want it. Luo Tian, tremble, ha ha ha. The Supreme Divine King laughed wildly. He was incomparably excited. His desire for the four divine deities was too intense. In an instant, Luo Tian frowned. You want to merge with me? All right. Then I'll drill into your body and see how you're going to fuse with me. There was no other way. He had no choice but to take a risk. However, all heaven knew that the Paragon God King was going to refine him. Patriarch Huashan, he said. Patriarch Huashan. The Patriarch of Mount Hua was extremely anxious. He was even more anxious than Luo Tian. When he heard Luo Tian's voice, he immediately replied, Luo Tian, you can't be fused with by him. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape and will forever be his slave. Luo Tian laughed, do me a favor. The Patriarch of Mount Hua replied, what favor? Luo Tian said, help me save Yunming and Xianxia, get them to follow Feng Lei out of the divine realm and into the outer realm. The further they escape, the better. Don't come back. The Patriarch of Mount Hua said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, what exactly do you want to do? Don't act recklessly, don't act recklessly. Following that, Luo Tian said again, I still have two divine kings divine deity here, I will leave them below the stage as your reward. Patriarch of Mount Hua. You must help me protect them well, I beg of you. The Patriarch of Mount Hua became even more anxious, and said, protecting them is your own fault, what do you want me to protect them for? Luo Tian, I told you not to act recklessly, don't let him fuse with your body, or else you won't be able to come out for the rest of your life, don't. Luo Tian laughed, don't worry, I won't die. I swear. I don't think I'll die. Tell them that I, Luo Tian, will definitely come back. Finished. Luo Tian raised his head and laughed wildly, ha ha ha, you want to fuse with me, right? Alright. Then I'll let you fuse with me. Luo Tian gave up resisting and rushed straight towards the Supreme Divine King. The Supreme Divine King laughed cruelly, become a part of my body. As long as you enter the Spirit Refining Tower, your body will be refined, your strength will be refined, your divine deity, everything will be refined, and everything will be mine. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian rushed out. The Patriarch of Mount Hua shouted loudly, don't. In the VIP lounge, Yunming and Xianxia cried until their throats were hoarse, hubby, don't. Underground. Feng Lei struggled frantically, but it was completely useless. He was unable to break free from the restraints placed on his body by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Boss, boss, boss. Let me out, let me go, I want to go out. Supreme Divine King, F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. He was angry. He was raging. Chen Tianjing, Chun Chun, Xin and Li Shuer were all struggling. However, they were unable to break free from the restraints on their bodies, and could only watch helplessly as Luo Tian rushed into the Supreme Divine King's body. In hell. Erdan's eyes were wide open as he roared, boss, don't. Ancient continent. Niao Niao, who was in Huangfuye's embrace, was crying so hard that the entire ancient continent was trembling. The powerful energy continued to wreak havoc in the sky, as if it was about to pierce through the sky. Huangfuye's heart tightened as well, don't cry, be good. Daddy will be fine. He will definitely be fine. The heavenly lady returned from the sacred mountain, her expression extremely ugly. Looking at the crying Nyo-Nyo, her heart ached even more. Outer region, in a certain desolate plain. Lin Yuer's stomach was extremely uncomfortable. A powerful energy seemed to be about to burst out of her body, causing her intense pain. What's wrong? It hasn't even been a month, why is it so painful? Ling Zixue panicked. Lin Yuer was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. Her face was pale as she said weakly, Luo Tian might be in trouble. Luo Tian had tried his best. He had risked his life. But it was no use. The Supreme Divine King was too strong. Unshakable strength. He had tried all his attacks, all of them were misses. There was no other way. Luo Tian could only rush into the Supreme Divine King's body and think of a way to break through the Supreme Divine King's defense. This was his last chance. For his family, for his brothers, for his woman, he would give it his all. The moment Luo Tian entered the Supreme Divine King's body, he raised his head and looked at Yi Yunmeng in the VIP lounge. Yi Yunmeng said loudly, "Hubby, Yaya gave birth to a daughter for you. You must come back alive, you must." Luo Tian was stunned. The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Little Lily, Dan Yi, Nan Yuan, Bei Ming for your support. Thank you. I'm a father? Ha ha ha, I'm a father, I have a daughter. Luo Tian laughed. He laughed like an idiot. Supreme Divine King, did you hear that? I'm a father, I have a daughter, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was exceptionally happy, he had never been so happy before. He had always dreamed of having a daughter, and now he had one. He had a brother, a woman, and now even a daughter. During this period of time, he had truly lived his life to the fullest. Supreme Divine King sneered, and said, "So what? Even if you have another son, you will still be fused with me, and will also become a part of my body." Luo Tian. In the divine realm, no one can go against me, no one can be my enemy. Don't worry. After you die, I will send your family, your woman, your brothers, and your daughter that you have never even seen before down to you, ha ha ha. Luo Tian frowned, and said, "I have a daughter, so it's even more impossible for me to die." Is that so? Supreme Divine King said with contempt, "The source energy in your body has already been used up, any one of my source energy attacks can turn you into ashes, why aren't you dead? You are too weak as an ant in front of me. Now. Fuse with me. Rumble." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Supreme Divine King's body suddenly changed, undergoing an earth-shattering change. An incomparably huge source energy enveloped Luo Tian, and Supreme Divine King laughed wildly, using the source energy to refine you and integrate you into the soul refining tower. Everything you have will be mine, ha ha ha. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Absorb. Supreme Divine King suddenly moved, and Luo Tian's body was suddenly sucked into the darkness by a force. Then he instantly disappeared from his original spot. Boss. Hubby. Luo Tian. Yi Yunmeng and Xianxia both fainted. Li Shuer and Chun Chun and Xianxia also fainted. The bloody light on Feng Lei's body almost broke through the power that was restraining his body. He was furious. At the same time, old ancestor Huashan moved through the air and landed in the VIP lounge. While those God Kings were staring at the Supreme God King, he took Yi Yunmeng and Xianxia away. By the time those God Kings reacted, old ancestor Huashan had already disappeared. They didn't give chase. Because Yi Yunmeng and Xianxia had lost their value. The Supreme Divine King had already fused with Luo Tian, and before long, everyone related to Luo Tian would disappear and be killed. Therefore, they weren't worried that Yi Yunmeng and Xianxia would escape. After all, they wouldn't live for more than a few days. Mount Hua's ancestor found the God Kings. Godhead that Luo Tian had left behind, and dove straight into the ground. Let's go. Old ancestor Huashan did not explain. Fatty Lei was furious as he stared at old ancestor Huashan. He even had the heart to eat him. Why did you trap me? Why? Old ancestor Huashan said coldly, because even if you go up, you will be courting death. Do you think you are very strong? Who do you think Luo Tian is doing all of this for? Do you think he wants to die? It's all for you. Don't you understand? Old ancestor Huashan was furious. He was also extremely angry. He wanted to save Luo Tian, but his strength was simply not enough to fight against the Supreme Divine King. Moreover, his mission was not to fight against the Supreme Divine King. Feng Lei roared, I am willing to die with my boss, but I am not willing to do nothing here. Old ancestor Huashan laughed coldly, you are willing to die? Alright, since that's the case, then go. I want to see what kind of ability a bald man like you has. What qualifications do you have to die? If you go and die, won't you let down Luo Tian? Huh? Go, and die. With a thought, Patriarch Hua Mountain released Feng Lei from his bindings. Feng Lei stared at the Patriarch of Mount Hua, clenched his fists, and roared into the sky, ah! Couldn't vent it out. You're not going? If you don't want to go, then stay here obediently. The Patriarch of Mount Hua snorted and said to Chen Tianjing, leave Savage City now. Go to the west of the Divine Realm and leave as fast as you can. Enter the outer region. Chen Tianjing also wanted to rush out, but he stood there hesitantly. The Hua Mountain old ancestor shouted, if you want to see all heaven's women die here, then stay here and don't move. If you want to see all heaven, then move and leave this place. Feng Lei was suddenly shocked and said, Ancestor, is boss still alive? Yes, he is the boss. He is Luo Tian. He must still be alive. No one can kill him. The old ancestor of Mount Hua frowned. He had no idea either. He only knew that this was Luo Tian's greatest calamity in the divine realm. Whether or not he could get through it, he didn't know either. Everything depended on Luo Tian himself. The Patriarch of Mount Hua did not say much, and said, can you leave this place now? From today onwards, I will train all of you one by one. I will let all of you become super divine king rankers, and then we will kill our way back. Fatty Lei was excited. The Patriarch of Mount Hua raised his head to look at the sky, and muttered, Supreme Divine King, you little bitch, you dare to obstruct me from completing my mission. I will definitely not let you off, just wash your butt and wait for me. Luo Tian. I have done what I promised you. You must survive. You must. The Patriarch of Mount Hua bellowed, leave the divine realm. Chen Tianjing activated the puppet. The Savage City was in a mess. There were countless casualties in the venue. However, everyone was excited. This was going to be an incomparable great battle. As for Luo Tian, they worshipped him. They feared the Supreme Divine King. Too powerful, Luo Tian is really too powerful, killing 2 Divine King rankers in a row. Since ancient times, who could do that? So what if he's strong? In the end, he was still killed by the Supreme Divine King. That's right, going against the people of the Divine King Palace will not end well. Going against the Divine King Palace is going against the heavens. Luo Tian is overestimating himself. Everyone, the entire Divine Realm continent, was discussing. However, the master of Savage City was laughing. He was glad that he did not participate, otherwise he would have died. Divine King Palace. In the Supreme Divine Secret Room. The Supreme Divine King sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, quietly comprehending. In the secret room. It was filled with all sorts of power of law. The power of law enveloped him. He cultivated in several types of power of law. However, it was only cultivation. Just like the natural law divine lord, he cultivated in many types of power of law and did not condense a second divine deity. While he was cultivating, the soul-refining pagoda in his body began to operate crazily. Wahahaha, ha, it seems like another new rancor has been absorbed by the demon, Hong Tuesday. At this moment, Luo Tian opened his eyes slightly, and looked around at the countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Chapter 3, there's another chapter tonight. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Slowly, Luo Tian's line of sight gradually became clear, and there were people all around. Where is this? Luo Tian asked. One of them laughed, you don't even know how you got in? Luo Tian naturally knew how he had entered. This is the Supreme Divine King's body? Supreme Divine King? That means Han Tu, that bastard, has already cultivated to the Supreme Divine King realm? One of them revealed a shocked expression. Luo Tian asked again, where is this place? That person laughed, this is the Soul Refining Tower, Han Tu's body, of course. This place is a bit special, because this is the interlayer of the Soul Refining Tower. Luo Tian asked, what do you mean by the interlayer of the Soul Refining Tower? That person said, the Soul Refining Tower is divided into a total of 7 floors, each floor is like a plane, 7 levels, and 7 planes, also known as the 7 refinement 7 souls. Each floor can refine a strand of your power, but it won't happen in this interlayer, because he can only feel your existence and not your location, so it's useless for the Soul Refining Tower to operate. However, brat, your luck is really good. You were sucked into the interlayer. It's useless. As time passes, he will be assimilated. It's just that Han Tu, that bastard, is a bit slower in absorbing it. Dominator realm, how could he absorb such a trash person? Kid, is there anything special about you? Everyone was chattering non-stop with their questions. Luo Tian didn't know how to answer, so he looked at the old man and asked, is there any way to get out? Poochie. Ha ha ha, brat, you still want to go out? Stop dreaming, those who enter the Soul Refining Tower will never be able to leave, that is impossible. You just said that Han Tu has already cultivated to the Supreme Divine King realm, which means that he should be the strongest warrior in the Divine realm, so don't even think about leaving. If he could leave, he would have left long ago. Luo Tian looked at each and every one of them. They had lost all their cultivation, and they were no different from ordinary people. Their strength had been assimilated and absorbed. The old man smiled and said, do you know what realm I am at? Luo Tian shook his head. That person said, a divine king who has comprehended the law of water. He is someone who has comprehended the law of fire. He has the laws of wood. And they are all at the God King realm. They are all people who have comprehended the laws. Do you think that in the billions of years since the birth of the divine realm, there are only a few God King powerhouses from the God King palace? Ha ha ha. They were all devoured by that demon, Han Tuesday. Who does he think he is? In the past, he was just an ant-like existence. Ever since he obtained the Spirit Refining Tower, he has been constantly absorbing the power of God King experts, constantly growing stronger. Luo Tian's face darkened. Looking around, there were at least a few thousand people. If these people were all Divine King experts, then the Supreme Divine King had absorbed the energy of thousands of Divine King experts. No wonder. No wonder he was so strong that even his defense couldn't be broken. Fusing the power of several thousand Divine King experts, too terrifying, the old man asked, your cultivation is only at the ruler realm. I don't understand why he would suck you into the refining tower. Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not hide it, as there was no need to hide it here, and said, I have condensed multiple divine deity. Huh? What did you say? Multiple divine deity? There are 2 divine deity in your sea of consciousness? They were all shocked. Luo Tian shook his head, and said, there are 4 divine deity in my sea of consciousness. Oh my god. Impossible, dual divine deity has never existed in the divine realm. You actually have 4 divine deity, how is that possible? No wonder Han Tu would suck you into the Spirit Refining Tower. He wants to obtain the power of your 4 divine deity, and also wants to condense 4 divine deity, but what he condensed would not be 4 sovereign deity, but 4 divine king deity. Is he crazy? The Supreme Divine King is already the highest realm, what else does he want to break through? Wrong. Suddenly, an old man with white eyebrows walked out and said indifferently, legends say that the Supreme Divine King is not the highest realm, and that there is an even higher realm above it. The creator of the divine realm had dual divine deity, and he also had a cultivation that surpassed the Supreme Divine King. Han Tu must want to break through the shackles, and if he wants to break through, he can only comprehend the mysteries of the dual divine deity. Then, everyone looked at Luo Tian in unison. How did you condense 4 divine deity? Right, I want to know too. Sigh. What's the use of knowing? Do you still want to cultivate? There is no divine essence aura or source energy in the spirit refining tower, so it is impossible to cultivate. Furthermore, the power we cultivate is not enough for that grandson Hongtu to absorb. The more we cultivate, the more it will be absorbed by Hongtu's. As he spoke, everyone was crestfallen. It was impossible to cultivate in this spirit refining tower. Moreover, even if they could cultivate, the power they comprehended and the power of the ancient code would be absorbed by the Supreme Divine King. Ding. Divine Essence points decreased by 100 points. Ding. Divine Essence points, 100 points. The system kept beeping. Every 10 seconds or so, there would be a notification. From the moment Luo Tian entered this place, his divine essence points had been continuously decreasing. Moreover, when he entered the spirit refining tower, he still had a few hundred points of source energy, but now, there was only 0 left. Not only that. His cultivation technique, the power of his divine deity, his sea of consciousness, and the power of his mind were all loosening up. Looking at his shocked expression, an old man laughed and said, "The spirit refining tower is already operating. You can feel its power, right? Unknowingly, it has absorbed all of your energy. Judging from your expression, you should already know." Luo Tian frowned, and said, "Is there no way to resist it?" The old man shook his head, and said, "There's no way." F***ck. Who said there's no way? Of course there's a way. If you can rush to the 7th floor and kill the soul-refining demon on the 7th floor, you'll be able to resist the absorption of the spirit-refining tower. You might even be able to escape. Another old man said. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Soul-refining demon? The old man from before said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's sending you to your death. No one can kill the soul-refining demon. If they could, would we still be imprisoned here?" Thousands of divine king rankers. Wasn't he not as strong as Luo Tian, however? Luo Tian wanted to go out, he really wanted to go out, he wanted to see his daughter. What did she look like, and whether she looked more like him, or more like Huang Fuya? Tell me. How do I get out of this mezzanine? I want to shatter the spirit refining tower. This chapter would like to thank JQK Piao Hong for his tip and update. The old cow is extremely grateful for his brother's support. Thank you sect leader, Sinite Shan Liua for his support, thank you, and each powerhouse stepped on the airy white bones and stood at a high place. The Supreme Divine King Hongtu was no exception. There were actually several thousand Divine King powerhouses hidden in the soul refining tower. That was also to say that Hongtu fused with the power of several thousand Divine King powerhouses. This was his powerful aspect. An even more crucial point. He absorbed all of the power of laws of several thousand Divine King powerhouses. The number one powerhouse in reality. However, inside the soul refining tower, Luo Tian's divine essence was constantly decreasing. The source power was already depleted completely. Right now, even the power hidden in his divine deity was about to be sucked away. If he still did not do anything, he could only wait for death here, becoming like these Divine King powerhouses, only leaving behind a body, trapped here forever. It was just that, when he heard Luo Tian say that he was going to shatter the soul refining tower, the white-browed old man laughed bitterly and said, "Do you think that you're the only one who thought of doing this? Before you, countless people thought of doing this before, but in the end." Another old man smiled and said, "The result is to turn to ashes. Little brother, a bad life is better than a good death. Yeah. You being able to enter the mezzanine level is your luck. If you appeared in other levels, then you would have long been sucked dry." Everyone started persuading. Everything that should be tried had been tried, but the result was only to be devoured by the soul-refining beast. The soul-refining beast here would become stronger along with Hongtu's strength. It could be said that the soul-refining beast was a part of Hongtu's body, all incomparably powerful. Plus, this soul-refining tower was completely controlled by Hongtu's shattering the soul-refining tower, something that was simply impossible. Escape? It was even more of a fantasy story. Is there really no way? Luo Tian muttered and muttered, "Everyone has a weakness, any spirit treasure similarly has a weakness. As long as you find the weakness and hit it in one strike, it'll do." Don't waste your effort, it's useless. Not talking about other things, can you recover divine essence aura? Without divine essence, there's no source of power, let alone other things. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and he said with a smile, if I can recover divine essence aura, then wouldn't there be a chance? His voice faded. The entire place suddenly fell silent, all looking at Luo Tian. Immediately after, everyone roared with laughter again and said, what kind of joke is this? Recovering divine essence aura in the soul refining tower? That's impossible. Even if you have a supreme spiritual treasure, you won't be able to recover. Oh right, the power of your supreme divine artifact will also be absorbed by Hong Tuesday little brother, don't overthink it. Don't worry and stay here. While you're at it, tell us what happened outside. We haven't had a new member for a long time. Millions of years. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the edge of a vortex and said, this should be the entrance to the mezzanine, right? What do you want to do? Are you crazy? Don't go down, you will die if you go down. Listen to this old man's advice, as long as you go down, Hong Tu will immediately be able to sense your location and immediately allow the soul refining tower to absorb the power of your four divine deity. If you stay here, he will still be wary, and his speed will not be as fast. Listen to me, she didn't wait for him to finish. Luo Tian jumped down. The divine king elders were all dumbstruck, their mouths agape as they looked in the direction Luo Tian had disappeared. Following that, everyone shook their heads and sighed, sigh. Young and frivolous, don't you know where you are? How can a ruler realm cultivator resist against the soul refining beast? His brain must have been flooded with water. Are all the young people nowadays so impulsive? I still want to know some things about the outside world. It seems like I can only wait for the next newcomer. If there are more newcomers, we definitely can't let him be impulsive again. Impulsiveness is the devil. In their eyes, Luo Tian was already dead. The power of four divine deity. Everything would be absorbed by Hong Tuesday. Without a doubt, however, to Luo Tian, what was the difference between living without dreams and being a salted fish? Rather than living here, he might as well fight it out, accept his fate. There was no such word in his dictionary. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the strong wind wreaked havoc, and the aura of the soul-refining beast crazily surged into his body like a flood, constantly refining the energy in his body. The divine essence value had been decreasing by 100 points every 10 seconds, and now it was decreasing by 10 times. It was decreasing crazily at a rate of 100 points per second. At this moment, in the sovereign's secret room, Hong Tu grinned sinisterly, and said, Luo Tian, you've finally appeared. I thought you were hiding in the mezzanine like those old fellows, living a life of disgrace, ha ha ha, it's best that you came out. Then I can quickly absorb the power of your four divine deity. In that instant, with a thought, Hong Tu shouted, soul refining beast, attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian landed heavily on an empty ground. Above his head, a strong light shone down, like the eyes of a huge beast. The strong light shone on his body, and the surroundings were pitch black. Huff huff, huff huff, heavy breathing could be heard, and a strange aura appeared in the surroundings. Luo Tian shivered slightly, and secretly shouted, dark mode, buzz. Swish, the dark dochi spread out, but in the soul refining tower, the power of the dark mode was reduced by half, and the time was also crazily decreasing, because no matter if it was Luo Tian releasing a cultivation technique, a barrier, or space, they would all be crazily absorbed by the soul refining tower. There's no time. Luo Tian looked at the divine essence value. It was dropping too quickly. If he did not make a move now, he would be sucked dry. Young and frivolous, right? Just watch. Look at how young and frivolous I am. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly rushed out, releasing the god-murdering sword techniques, piercing through the darkness with his sword. The power of the god-murdering sword was being absorbed. The attack power of the god-murdering sword techniques was also being absorbed. The power that Luo Tian displayed here was not even half of the power of the Dominator realm. Under these circumstances, how could he be a match? Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying, and a soul-refining beast instantly rushed over. Its huge body was like an enraged King Kong. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Luo Tian's head. Divine Fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. God murdering slash. The sword technique was like lightning, 9 swords in a second, releasing all of the sword moves, forming the last 10 layers of sword chi stacked together to form the God murdering slash. Bam. Bam. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi wreaked havoc as it crazily slashed out. God explosion. Crack. The power on Luo Tian's body increased explosively. When the soul-refining beast was heavily injured, his fists moved, and the dark do chi wrapped around his fists. The dark green dragon and the dark white tiger rushed out, and directly pressed the soul-refining beast to the ground. Overlord's War Fist. Die. Thank you Little Mood, Green Grass, Black Face, White Teeth for your support. Thank you Three Good Brothers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The soul-refining beast was killed. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing soul-refining beast for obtaining 398 million experience points, 200 million divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining soul-refining beast blood essence. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining soul-refining beast blood points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission: kill the soul-refining beast. Rank S. Mission description: killing a soul-refining beast will give you 1 point of soul-refining beast blood points. When the player obtains a certain amount of soul-refining beast blood points, they will be able to exchange for the corresponding item, or exchange for a free lottery. Reminder: this exchange item and lottery can only be carried out in the soul-refining tower. The system sounded out continuously. Luo Tian was slightly stunned, triggering a quest and even activating the exchange and lottery system? Awesome. Seems like this soul-refining tower has its benefits too. Luo Tian was secretly pleased. Then, he checked the items that he had exchanged for: God's Armor, Tathagata War Buddha, Fairy of the Nine Heavens. And damn, there's actually Sister Guanyin. These people can all be exchanged for to fight for me. Damn. This is great. If I were to get Tathagata and Guanyin out, I'd like to see if the Supreme Divine King can handle these two awesome people. Then Luo Tian took a look at the soul-refining beast blood points required to exchange for Tathagata and Guanyin, and instantly felt unwell. System: you need 10 million points of blood points to exchange for a Tathagata War Buddha. Isn't this a scam? The item was too expensive. He couldn't afford it. Luo Tian looked at the lottery system. This was cheap. It only needed 500 points of blood points to exchange for 1 lottery. However, this was a scam. First grade pill, cloth armor, iron sword. And there's a huge blank space. This. What kind of lottery is this? Luo Tian scolded angrily. At this moment, one of the soul-refining beasts roared and came crashing down. Luo Tian immediately recovered and leaped away, dodging another attack. He thought to himself, the spirit-refining tower is divided into 7 floors, how many spirit-refining beasts are there in each floor? I don't know at all. Also, if I want to exchange for items, I don't know how long it'll take me to kill those soul-bound beasts by myself. I need help. Then Luo Tian thought of the thousands of God King experts in the mezzanine. If they could help him, not to mention the Tathagata Warring Buddha, he could even exchange for the Jade Emperor. However, it would be difficult for them to help Luo Tian. These people were frightened by Hong Tu and the Spirit Refining Tower. The most important point. They did not believe Luo Tian, even if Luo Tian possessed 4 divine deity, because no one could leave the Soul Refining Tower. Phew, Luo Tian took a deep breath, then carried the Soul Refining Beast on his back and jumped. Bang! 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 It was also at this moment. Supreme Divine King Hong Tu bellowed, Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape from my grasp, get down. Clang! A bolt of furious lightning struck down. The spirit refining tower shook violently. In the mezzanine. What's that sound? Soul refining thunder? If you hit it, you'll die instantly. Hong Tu, that bastard, actually released the soul refining thunder. It seems like he urgently wants to obtain the power in Luo Tian's body. However, just the soul refining beast is enough to deal with him. Why would Hong Tu use the soul refining thunder? Don't think too much, that kid is dead for sure. It's good that it's not aimed at us. Suddenly. At the entrance to the mezzanine. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A huge black shadow attacked and heavily smashed onto the ground, causing the mezzanine to tremble. One of them exclaimed, "Soul refining beast." Everyone's face turned cold, and many of them retreated in fear. Their fear of the soul refining beast was too strong. Then, a figure flipped and stood on top of the soul refining beast. Luo Tian said slightly, "The soul refining beast has a large amount of soul refining blood essence. It can help you replenish your divine essence, and there are still a lot of soul refining beast below. As long as you follow me to kill these soul refining beast, I guarantee that your strength will gradually recover, and you can definitely rush out of this spirit refining tower." Luo Tian's voice faded. Everyone looked at him in unison. All of a sudden, no one took a step forward. An old man said, "I don't care who you are, no matter how many divine deity you have in your body, I ask you to get out of here, get out of the mezzanine. Brat, you will only harm us by doing this. No one can escape from this spirit refining tower, no one can kill the soul refining demon, and Hong Tu will definitely not let you escape." Luo Tian was filled with anticipation, but in the end, they were all blaming themselves for him. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed loudly. One of them said, "What are you laughing at?" Luo Tian said, "I'm laughing at all of you for being greedy for life and afraid of death. What divine king stage powerhouse, I think all of you are just bullshit realms, being crushed by the spirit refining tower, being crushed by Hong Tu, and all of you are still living happily. I really feel ashamed for you. Brat. Don't be too arrogant. When we broke through to the divine king stage, who knows where you were? That's right. What right do you have to criticize us?" Everyone said angrily. They were not divine king stage powerhouses, but they still had the cold arrogance of divine king stage powerhouses, the aura of superiority. "What a joke," Luo Tian sneered, "am I wrong? All of you are greedy for life and afraid of death, hiding in this mezzanine like mice to survive. Do you think Hong Tu doesn't know of your existence? He must be laughing at you, laughing at all of you pitiful worms." An old man said, "Brat, provocation is useless, we just want to live well. Is it wrong to want to live?" That's right. At least we can live here. If we break through the spirit refining tower with you, we will only die. The stronger they were. Or rather, they were once strong. The more afraid they were of death. Because, in this spirit refining tower, death meant disappearing forever. They were afraid of death, extremely afraid of death, and at the same time, they had seen a lot of death. People like Luo Tian had also used it, young and frivolous, to break through the spirit refining tower, but there was only one outcome. Death, disappearing forever. Luo Tian sneered. He did not want to say anything more to them, and said arrogantly, "If you want to leave this place alive, if you want to have a grand battle, and if you want to die a sensational death, then please follow me. I, Luo Tian, swear that I will definitely lead you to break through the spirit refining tower." Finished. Luo Tian strode towards the exit of the mezzanine, and did not look back. He jumped down heavily. After a short pause, a person walked out and said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you." It was also at this time. Another person walked out, and me. Damn it. At most, I'll just die. Dying is better than being a coward here for the rest of my life. Wait for me. Thank you to the two brothers Nan Yuan and Bei Ming. Don't act cool if you don't have anything to do for your reward. Luo Tian didn't expect this. Out of thousands of people, only 10 would be able to fight with him in the end. First floor of Soul Refining Tower. Luo Tian said, "You guys stay together first, don't do anything, wait for me to kill the Soul Refining Beast. You guys absorb the Soul Refining Beast's blood essence to recover, wait for you guys to recover, then hunt together." Alright. I'll listen to you. You're the captain. The 10 of them did not have much confidence in Luo Tian. The reason why they followed him down was mainly because they felt that there was no point in living like this. They might as well die. In their hearts, they all thought so. It wasn't that he wanted to follow Luo Tian, but that he wanted to die. Luo Tian also knew, but he couldn't care less. He had to make these people confident, and he had to make the people in the mezzanine confident as well. He couldn't escape by himself, he had to make Han Tu afraid, he had to make him panic. Once he was afraid, panic would make him make the wrong decision. Let's start. All of you listen carefully, the soul-refining beast are not especially strong. They are only strong because our strength is suppressed in the soul-refining tower, which is why they seem strong. When fighting against them, you must remember to attack their weak point, their throat. While they were talking, Luo Tian moved his green dragon crescent blade. A fire dragon swept out, illuminating the darkness. The surroundings were densely packed with soul-refining beast, but many of them were in deep sleep and were not awakened. The 10 of them looked around at the soul-refining beast, their bodies trembling. The 2 of them screamed, "I'm not playing anymore, I want to go back," the moment they made a sound and rushed out. Oh woo, previous chapter next chapter boom. Their bodies had been devoured, Luo Tian didn't have the time to save them. Even if he could, he wouldn't, because saving such a person would be useless. Luo Tian frowned, he turned around and slashed down with his green dragon crescent blade. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Flame soared into the sky, forcing a soul-refining beast to retreat. Then, he took out the god-slaughtering sword. The god-murdering sword techniques was released. The accumulated sword chi was released at this moment. Bam! Bang, 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 the shackled soul beast was forced to retreat again and again. Luo Tian followed up with another attack. Dark mode and God burst, he unleashed the Overlord Battle Fist. Boom, a punch landed on the soul-refining beast's jaw. After sending it flying, he continued to attack it until its HP dropped to 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Soul-Shackled Beast. Obtained 389 million experience points, 200 million Xin Yuan, 1 Soul-Shackled Beast Chi blood. You need to absorb the blood essence of this soul beast as quickly as possible, said Luo Tian. If you don't, it'll be absorbed by the soul-refining tower. With that, he flashed to the side. The burning fruit was released. Boom! Dark fire fist. The darkness godhead stirred. The power of darkness fused with the flames, Luo Tian's fists turned into black flames and continuously punched out. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Soul-Shackled Beast. Obtained 389 million experience points, 200 million Xin Yuan, 1 Soul-Shackled Beast Chi blood. You guys continue to absorb. Luo Tian instructed and continued to kill. He had to continue killing. Only then would he be able to maintain the consumption of Xin Yuan. He needed Xin Yuan. Without Xin Yuan, he wouldn't be able to release his cultivation technique. Without pills to replenish his energy, he could only rely on hunting these soul-shackled beasts. There was another reason. If he wanted to level up, he needed a large amount of experience to level up. This was the best place to level up. Ruler to God King. There were also 10 levels. Different from breaking through to ruler, Luo Tian didn't need to comprehend the power of laws. All he needed was experience. Level up, the 8 of them began to get excited. Their exhausted Dantian gradually had Xin Yuan's aura, just like an engine that had power. Slowly, they gained a trace of confidence in Luo Tian. Captain, when are you going to let us go? I can't wait. Soul-shackled beasts are just like that. Why were we so afraid back then? It's all because of those people who said that soul-shackled beasts were divine beasts. The 8 of them regained their confidence. This was a good thing. However, Luo Tian killed all the soul-shackled beasts around him. Now, he had to wake up those sleeping soul-shackled beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill them at all. The distance wasn't enough. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "Next, we have to cooperate. I will be the attacker, you guys are responsible for fainting and attracting the soul-shackled beasts." Wait for me to kill them. Remember, you must maintain the Xingyuan in your body. Finished. The 8 of them became excited. Come on. Luo Tian took a step forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The surrounding soul-shackled beasts were all awakened. The soul-refining tower was shaking. Hong Tu's eyes widened in anger. Sensing the changes in the soul-refining tower, his idea sank and he couldn't help but sneer. Luo Tian, you still want to break through the soul-refining tower? Kill the soul-shackled beasts? Ha ha ha. With just you trash? Come on. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for me. In any case, all the power you obtain in the soul-refining tower will be absorbed by me. Ha ha ha. Hong Tu laughed complacently. Hong Tu, you dog thief, despicable villain. Hong Tu, F***ck your ancestors. Sinister, despicable hypocrite. When the 8 of them heard Hong Tu's voice, they immediately cursed. Their hatred for Hong Tu soared to the sky. Luo Tian raised his head and sneered, Hong Tu, just wash your butt and wait for me, I will definitely kill you. As soon as he finished. Burn. Rumble, a dark flame spun beneath Luo Tian's feet, and said to the other 8, if you want to kill Hong Tu, then become ferocious now. Kill all the soul-shackled beasts in the soul-refining tower, and kill them all one level at a time. His voice was like thunder. Dark Flame Emperor. Explode for me. Flame soared into the sky, enveloping thousands of soul-shackled beasts. 10,890, 11,109, 17890. Dark Flame Emperor's AoE attack. Just in case. Luo Tian definitely could not miss out on any of the soul-shackled beasts' G. He wanted to exchange for Tathagata War Buddha and use him to destroy the soul-refining tower. Kill. The 8 of them looked at each other and moved at the same time. They flew directly in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian shouted, you guys are in charge of attracting the soul-shackled beast, leave the rest to me, hey, hey, hey. You guys, he shouted a few times. However, the 8 of them didn't listen to his commands at all. Luo Tian started to worry. Although they were all Divine King Realm S, their strength had not fully recovered. Facing such a huge group of soul-shackled beasts, they simply could not withstand it. However, in that instant, Luo Tian was dumbstruck and muttered, damn, they're all abnormal. Thank you Zhou for your support, and abnormal. This is too abnormal. Luo Tian stood there in a daze as he muttered to himself. The 8 of them were like lightning as they continuously harvested those soul-refined beasts. At the same time, in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Ding ding ding, a series of explosions rang out. 10 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 1 sovereign. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up and obtaining 100 points of soul-refined beast chi as a reward. F***ck. I leveled up in 10 minutes. Luo Tian looked at the long string of zeros in his experience bar and was dumbfounded. It was really too fast. He was worried that the 8 of them would take a long time to recover. He didn't expect their fighting strength to be off the charts. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, an old man landed beside Luo Tian and laughed, we are ancient Divine King rankers, as long as we recover our divine essence, dealing with these low-level soul-refined beasts will be easy. Ancient Divine King rankers? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The old man smiled and said, at the beginning of the Divine Realm's birth, there were many Divine King powerhouses with outstanding talent in the Divine Realm. At that time, the Divine Essence aura was thick, the power of laws was thick. Breaking through was much easier than now. But, only from Hong Tu's appearance, only from the soul-refining tower's appearance, everything changed. The source energy was constantly being absorbed, and Hong Tu's cultivation continued to increase. Then, he absorbed all the Divine King rankers into the tower, and absorbed all the power of law from our bodies. He became a supreme Divine King and controlled all the power of law. After losing our source energy and laws, coupled with the constant absorption of our divine origin energy, we've become trash. We can only rely on the God King's Godheads in our minds to survive. This is also the reason why we can't deal with the soulbound beasts. If we were at our peak strength, these soul-bound beasts would be sent back to their mother's womb with a single move. After hearing this, Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Isn't this soul-refining tower too powerful? How did Hong Tu get it? The old man said, it's his master, who is also the creator of this plane. However, it seems that the soul-refining tower is not a magic treasure refined by his master. There was once a rumor that the soul-refining tower came from another realm, some primal chaos realm, or some other realm. Primal chaos realm? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that Hong Tu's master is also from the primal chaos realm? The old man finally confirmed, yes, it is the primal chaos realm. In the legends, as long as you break through the shackles of the Divine King, you will be able to enter the primal chaos realm. Hong Tu has always wanted to enter the primal chaos realm, but his power is also restricted, and he is unable to break through the restrictions of the laws. However, your appearance has given him hope. His master is an expert with 2 godhoods. As long as he can control your 4 godhoods, I'm afraid he will be able to break through the divine domain and enter the primal chaos realm. Everything pointed to the chaos realm. According to what the old man said, the primal chaos realm's plane level was much higher than the divine realm. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, don't worry, I won't let him absorb the energy of my 4 divine deity. Continue killing. Dark Flame Emperor. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian continued to use group attack skills, injuring all the soul-refining beast once. Then, the 8 experts were abnormally valiant, all of them were quickly killed, and he could obtain all the experience. However, after leveling up, the soul-refining beast's experience points decreased by a lot. His leveling speed also slowed down. Luo Tian was not in a hurry either. The most important thing was that he could still kill soul-refining beast and obtain their blood. Even if they did not have any experience, he still had to kill them. The Tathagata War Buddha had to be exchanged. He had to use him to crush everything. In the secret room, Hong Tu had a smile on his face as he muttered to himself excitedly, my strength is still increasing, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I have truly underestimated you. Level up as much as you can. The faster you level up, the better it will be for me, ha ha ha. Luo Tian brought the 8 ancient divine kings to kill the soul-refining beast on the first floor of the soul-refining tower, but he did not stop them. Moreover, he did not use the soul-refining thunder to attack, but instead allowed Luo Tian to do as he pleased. The purpose was simple. Luo Tian's current cultivation was only at the ruler realm, which was not the ideal realm. What he needed to absorb was the power of 4 divine kings' divine deity. That would be the best time. Not to mention, Hong Tu knew Luo Tian's fatal weakness, the power of source. As long as Luo Tian lacked the power of source, then he could forget about escaping from his grasp. Hong Tu was very clear that although the power of source was not strong, it could not be lost. If you did not have it, then it would be fatal. That was because the source attack was the most powerful attack. Lord Jizun, do you want to send someone to clean up Luo Tian's remaining forces? They have already escaped to the outer realm, we can track them down. No need, they are no longer important. Once I absorb the power of Luo Tian's 4 divine deity, the myriad worlds of the divine realm will no longer be important. Yes sir. Luo Tian. Hurry up and break through, quickly become a divine king powerhouse, ha ha ha. All of your strength will be mine. Hong Tu's blood boiled. He could almost see the scene of himself breaking through the restrictions of the laws and entering the chaos realm. Bang! Bang, bang, in the mezzanine. One soul-shackled beast after another was thrown out. Luo Tian said, is there anyone following me? At first, the soul-shackled beast was not until not even bones were left. Seeing so many soul-shackled beasts this time, those divine king powerhouses in the mezzanine began to waver. Me. Me too. Damn it, I'm going all out, I'll join too. This time, more than 30 people joined Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, alright, follow me, I guarantee that you will have meat to eat every day. Luo Tian left the mezzanine. Those powerhouses in the mezzanine swarmed up like locusts. 10 soul-shackled beasts were instantly eaten until only bones were left. Quite a number of people's divine essence aura recovered a little bit, but it was absorbed clean again after a few seconds. The feeling of having meat to eat is really great. I don't know how many years it has been since I tasted meat. Did you all notice? The soul-shackled lightning has already been forgotten. It's very strange. Could it be that Hongtu, that grandson, is busy with other things and doesn't have time to care about the soul-shackled tower? I think it's possible. Everyone, why not follow that brat? Perhaps we can really break the soul-shackled tower and charge out? Is it possible? Not doing it is forever impossible. As long as we do it, it might be possible. Alright then, attack together. Luo Tian commanded the many ancient divine king powerhouses to kill the soul-shackled beasts. Suddenly, one divine king powerhouse after another descended from the mezzanine. A moment later, several thousand divine king powerhouses stood in front of him and said solemnly, "We'll follow you and do it." Luo Tian was excited, raising his head, looking at the eye of soul shackled. He muttered, "Hongtu, your days are numbered. Thanks to little mood, I have a goddess wife. I'm willful in and out, trembling for support. Thank you. Don't act recklessly. Let me kill him first, let me kill him first. Hey, 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 you bunch of perverts." Luo Tian was about to collapse. These ancient god-king rankers were each more ferocious than the other. After they recovered their divine essence, they all felt an abnormal tightness in their chests, like old pigs that had been starved for a few years. Fortunately, Luo Tian had some group attack skills, otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Rumble. Dark Flame Emperor, burn for me. Ha ha ha. Dark Flame Emperor would only be released. However, the large wave of ancient god-king rankers behind Luo Tian were like people who saw steamed buns as they rushed forward crazily. Ding. Ding, 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 the system exploded. It was so loud that his ears went numb. Awesome. This feeling is really too awesome. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Luo Tian was extremely excited, and his experience points once again soared. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 3rd Order Sovereign. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You have obtained 200 points of Soul Refined Beast Chi and Blood as a reward. At the same time, Luo Tian checked the Soul Refined Beast Chi and Blood. Soul Refined Beast Chi and Blood, 278,091 points, 270,000 points. To exchange for the Tathagata War Buddha, I need 10 million points. Damn, I'm still lacking a lot. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, then thought of the lottery system. Rubbing his hands, he said excitedly, "Do you want to try your luck? Let's try exchanging for 500 points. Ding. Do you want to exchange for a lottery? Yes. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. 500 points was equivalent to 500 Soul Refined Beast. His heart ached, but he became excited again. What if I get a holy artifact? What if I get something awesome? Who knows about luck? After exchanging for the lottery, Luo Tian's mind appeared an interface similar to a slot machine. Do you want to start the lottery? Activate. Luo Tian did not hesitate. With a thought, the slot machine began to roll. Walala walala, walala walala, stop, stop, stop. Luo Tian saw the fairy of the 9 heavens keep shouting, but it didn't stop. In the end, it landed on the iron sword, and it was a rusty iron sword. Luo Tian immediately cursed, "Damn you." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining iron sword. Do you want to start the lucky draw? One more time. This is the last time. If you draw again, I'll chop off my hand. Luo Tian looks at the 9 heaven fairies on the heavenly gate and salivates. Because the 9 heaven fairies' battle strength is all 5 stars, they are off the charts. If he could get her to come down and fight, it would definitely be great. Ding. Let the lucky draw begin. The slot machine started rolling again. Walala walala, Luo Tian's palms were covered in cold sweat, and he said, "Stop, stop, stop. Hurry up and stop for lousy, F***CKU. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining whip and candle. Do you wish to use it? I'll use your sister. Playing S&M? Luo Tian felt that he would never love again. Looking at the fairy from the 9 heavens who kept smiling at him on the slot machine, he couldn't wait to pull her out and have a good time with her. It was too hateful. 2 failures. Luo Tian thought in his heart, one more time? Don't do it 3 times. Chopping off my hand just now doesn't count. This is the last time. If I don't succeed again, I'll just chop off my little brother. Luo Tian said fiercely, and in his heart, he also secretly said, you really want me to use my killing move. Sister Ozawa, Sister Longza, Teacher Hatu. Please bestow me with strength. Yam 8. Start. Ding. The slot machine started to spin for the 3rd time. Walala, walala. It continued to roll. In the end, it still skipped over the fairy of the 9 heavens. Luo Tian's heart immediately turned cold, and he no longer had any hope. It's too difficult, this world is too difficult. Who invented the slot machine? Don't let me meet you, or else I'll beat you up until your mother doesn't even recognize you. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the God of Killing Gods divine deity. Do you wish to fuse it? Huh? Luo Tian's expression turned cold, he thought that he had heard wrongly. What is it? He immediately opened the system to check, and a God King's divine deity floated in his mind. God of Killing Gods divine deity? Holy sh*t. This motherf *cur. God King's Godhead. Moreover, it's the Godhead of the God of Slaughter that I comprehended from the God of Slaughter's law. This is too awesome. Asshole, you really are invincible. Luo Tian wanted nothing more than to prostrate himself in worship. Item, God of Killing Gods divine deity. Description, the fused person can ignore the God King's divine deity's law. The fused person can break through again. Simply put, it was. When others fused with the God King's divine deity, their cultivation would be stuck at the God King's divine deity realm for the rest of their lives, but the divine deity obtained from the lottery was different, and it was compatible with Luo Tian's God of Killing Gods divine deity. As long as Luo Tian fused with it, he would be able to break through to the God King's divine deity realm. Ding. Do you wish to fuse? Fuse? Of course I'm going to fuse with it. If I don't fuse with it, would I be an idiot? Luo Tian was excited. For him, the God King realm was too important. He needed a strong power that could rival the supreme God King Hong Tuesday. With a thought, the God of Killing Gods divine deity disappeared and entered his suitable state, instantly devouring the God of Killing Gods divine deity. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the soul-refining tower shook violently. Someone is going to break through to the God King realm. All the God King experts stopped. There was only one person here who was not a God King, and that was Luo Tian. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body continued to release the Killing God's aura, and the power of the Killing God's laws flocked into his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, the aura on his body suddenly changed, and he clenched his fists. Buzz. A wave of Killing God's power was released from the gaps in his fists. Scarlet. It was abnormally powerful. Luo Tian said excitedly, ha ha ha. Is this the power of the God Killing God King? Strong. The others cheered even more. He actually broke through in the soul refining tower. This is the first time in history. Ha ha ha. Good boy, you are indeed powerful. As expected of the possessor of 4 divine deity. In the secret room. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I really didn't misjudge you, your speed is too astonishing. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you would be able to comprehend the profound mysteries of the God Killing God's divine deity. There are still 3 left, I'll wait. Thank you Azura Chen Chen, and I is a scar on my heart, if there are no ifs for the reward and support, thank you. The happiest person was not Luo Tian, but the supreme God King Hong Tuesday. He was clear about everything that happened in the soul refining tower. He did not stop it. Because there was no need. He now realized that the stronger Luo Tian was, the better, because in the end, everything would belong to him. Soul Refining Tower, 2nd floor. The first floor was cleared, and there was not a single soul refining beast. Then, the 2nd floor continued to kill. Every time, Luo Tian would use the tremor fruit and burning fruit to kill a large number of beasts, causing group damage. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Kill all these beasts." It was like a flood. It was as if the powerful soul-refining beast was a human and they had become a monster. The scene was a mess. Ding! 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 The system exploded crazily. His experience soared crazily. 1 month later. 3rd floor, 1 year later, 4th floor. 5 years later, 5th floor. Each floor was bigger than the previous one, and there were more soul-refining beasts than the previous one. The most important point was that each floor was stronger than the previous one, and the further one went, the harder it was to kill them. Who? It's the 5th floor, the soul-refining beast is too strong. What do these beasts eat? Their skin is too thick. Everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures. 6 years had passed in the soul-refining tower. In these 6 years, they had a great time, killing to their heart's content. It was the best 6 years they had spent in the soul-refining tower. "Captain, what do you think?" They looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was deep in thought. In 6 years, he had already broken through to the 8th order sovereign realm. His cultivation did not break through to the God King realm just because of the breakthrough of the God-killing God's Godhead. He still had 3 more Godheads, and more importantly, there was still a darkness Godhead that was at the peak of the God-breaking realm. Luo Tian frowned, and said, "We have already come this far, no matter how difficult it is, we have to continue. 2 more floors. 2 more floors and we will be able to reach the top of the tower. At that time, we will definitely have a way to break through this soul-refining tower and rush out of here." There was no way to make the soul-refining beast stronger. Furthermore, the cultivation of these ancient God King experts would forever be stuck at the God King realm, unable to make any breakthroughs. On the 5th level, they also felt a strong pressure. "Yes. We've already come this far. No matter how difficult it is, we have to charge out. Only 2 levels left." An old man who was proficient in the laws of ice asked doubtfully, "Hong Tu hasn't appeared even once in the past 6 years. Why do I feel that all of this is a conspiracy?" "Ice Geezer, you're just a wretched wretch. Do I have to blast you with the soul-refining lightning a few times?" "Exactly. Maybe that bastard Hong Tu is cultivating in seclusion? Don't think too much. There are still 2 levels left. Once we break through this spirit-refining tower, we'll find Hong Tu and make him pay with his life." Luo Tian did not say anything. He was worried about Hong Tu from the very beginning. Furthermore, Luo Tian was worried that all of this had been arranged by Hong Tuesday. After being reminded by the Ice Elemental Elder, his heart sank. "Hong Tu, what exactly is your motive? Thousands of God King experts have appeared. If this force is controlled by me, do you think you can still live?" There was no movement. Luo Tian was a little scared. He would rather have a few soul-refining lightning strikes every day. That way, he would feel more at ease. No matter what. "At this time, I can't retreat. Let's rush to the 7th level first." Luo Tian made up his mind. He had no choice but to continue forward. Breakthrough, and breakthrough again. He was about to break through to the 9th order sovereign realm. Only 2 levels away from the God King realm. Continue to kill. Fight. Boom. On the 5th level, Luo Tian and thousands of ancient God King experts took a full 10 years. Finally, all the soul-refining beasts were killed. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at the stairs to the 6th level. Everyone was looking at him. Go. He took a step forward. His body lightened as he entered the 6th level. Luo Tian entered, and the thousands of God King experts behind him followed. They also had no choice. Wahaha, wild laughter rang out. Suddenly, An elder's body trembled as he said, "Soul-refining demon, the strongest existence in the soul-refining tower." Next, an octopus-like monster walked out from the darkness. Its body emitted an endless amount of power, all of it was the power of law. This kind of power crushed one's mind and sea of consciousness, making it unbearable. God King experts constantly let out painful screams. Run! Run! We are no match for the soul-refining demon. Just the pressure of the aura was enough to make them unable to withstand it. He hadn't even made a move yet. Rumble! Crack! The arrogant voice of the soul-refining demon sounded out, "Since you are all here, then no one can even think about leaving. All of you can die here, wahaha, boom. Boom." Just as he finished speaking, the aura on its body swept out like a shockwave. Wherever it went, it was instantly sent flying. Everyone started to panic. Luo Tian held onto the god-slaughtering sword and leaped out. His figure was like lightning, the god-murdering sword techniques continuously slashed out, and the sword chi continued to stack. Dark mode. God explosion. Divine fire. 3 cultivation techniques were released. The divine fire caused the soul-refining demon to slightly slow down. 1,000 slashes. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, the god-killing sword chi stacked up to 1,000 slashes, and like 1,000 wind blades, it crazily slashed down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. A long string of damage values appeared from the wound on the soul-refining demon's head. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Everyone attack, don't be afraid, it's just a slightly stronger soul-refining beast, and it's even a crossbred soul-refining beast. Luo Tian alone would not be able to kill the soul-refining demon." Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying. "Lowly human, a piece of trash like you wants to kill me?" the soul-refining demon said in disdain. Luo Tian flew up and rushed forward again, saying, "Die. Everyone attack together. I'll take on his attack. Release all of your strength and kill him. The soul-refining tower will be more or less done. Kill." The exit was blocked. If he didn't fight, he could only wait for death. Following that, thousands of Divine King rankers began to attack. The damage was not high, but there were many of them. 10 days later, Luo Tian looked down from above, the god-slaughtering sword in his hand fiercely pierced down. Looking at the last few hundred health points of the soul-refining demon, he roared out, "Die." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing soul-refining demon, for obtaining 1 million experience points, 1 million god essence points, and 100,000 soul-refining beast chi blood points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, First Order Divine King. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to Divine King Divine Deity. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to Divine King Divine Deity. Hong Tu, Laozi is here. Good night. Breakthrough, Sin Sovereign Godhead evolved into God King Godhead. Heavenly Tao Sovereign Godhead evolved into God King Godhead. At this moment, Luo Tian's body had the body of 3 God King Godhead. The God King's aura in his sea of consciousness was released, and the God King's aura on his body began to become incomparably strong, so strong that it was hard to shake. Breakthrough. Good boy, you actually broke through. 2 God King Godhead, you now have the body of 3 God King Godhead. The number 1 person in the divine realm. These ancient God Kings immediately sensed the changes in Luo Tian's body. That kind of aura was something they did not have. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and there was a loud explosion in his sea of consciousness. A powerful force was constantly released, and that feeling was too good. Looking up at the last floor of the soul-refining tower, he said heavily, "Hong Tu, it's the last floor." At this moment, Luo Tian did not immediately go to the 7th floor. Instead, he said loudly, "Rest for a day first. Tomorrow, enter the 7th floor and destroy the soul-refining tower." Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Hong Tu, you son of a b***tch, it's time for me to take your life. Everyone saw hope. They were so close to hope. To them, countless years had worn away their sharpness. Now that their sharpness had reappeared, they would definitely go all out. However, to Luo Tian, the Supreme God King had not made a move until now, which made him feel even more uneasy. Since he had come this far, he would continue no matter what. Tomorrow, it should be the last battle. Luo Tian sat down cross-legged, quietly sensing his surroundings. He had to understand the power of a God King's godhead. He had to maximize the power of a God King. He had to face the number one expert of the divine realm, the one who had once, he couldn't even break Hong Tu's defense. The damage was all miss. Huff, in his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's consciousness entered the world of the God King Godhead and felt the gentle flow of the energy. God of slaughter. Sin. Heavenly Tao. The three powers of law did not invade each other, maintaining a certain tacit understanding. What would happen if the three powers of law fused? Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, let's try it first. His thoughts sank. Under Luo Tian's guidance, the three God King powers gathered at the center of his sea of consciousness. Rumble. Rumble, at the moment of contact. Luo Tian's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFF, everyone immediately gathered around him. Captain, what's wrong? What happened? Is Hong Tu plotting something again? Luo Tian waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I just wanted to fuse the power of the three laws. I didn't expect that the conflict between them would cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. They are completely incompatible. The moment they touched, my consciousness was about to collapse. An old man was shocked and said, laws, the reason why they are called laws is because they maintain a tacit understanding and balance with each other. They don't invade each other, which is also called laws. In the world of laws, there are unique laws that cannot be fused. Luo Tian asked doubtfully, is there no other way? The old man shook his head and said, no, Hong Tu absorbed the power of law from our bodies, and only grasped our power of law. He can't release dozens of power of law at the same time. The laws are not compatible. This is the rule. Then. The old man continued, your sea of consciousness has given birth to four divine deity, three God Kings divine deity, your sea of consciousness must be abnormally wide, giving the divine deity enough space to nurture them. Furthermore, when you condense these divine deity, they will definitely collide with each other, just like three rankers fighting in the sea of consciousness, whoever is stronger will occupy more territory. It was just as he had said. When he condensed the sin and killing God divine deity, he almost died from the pain. The power of law is not compatible? Luo Tian muttered, and couldn't help but ask, what if it fuses? What will happen? It's impossible to fuse. The result of the fusion is that your sea of consciousness will collapse. The old man said. It was just like how the sea of consciousness of a divine realm ranker could only nurture one divine deity, unable to nurture two. The power of the two divine deity would collide violently and not be able to withstand it. Even though the old man said so. Luo Tian still wanted to give it a try in his heart, because he felt that the power of the three divine deity alone was not enough to deal with Hong Tuesday. Moreover, the appearance of the four divine deity must have allowed the four powers to fuse and condense a new power, the strongest power in the truest sense. He was sure that the reason why Hong Tu wanted his four divine deity was also because he wanted to cultivate the power of the four. His master must have been able to open up the plane because he had grasped this power. He was incomparably powerful. It was just that, this kind of fusion of the power of law had never happened before in the divine realm. Those who tried all died, so no one continued to fuse. Listen to my advice. The power of law is not compatible. The old man looked at Luo Tian and reminded him earnestly. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, thank you. But I still want to try. Then. Luo Tian closed his eyes, and the idea once again entered his sea of consciousness. This time, he directly activated the power of the four divine deities. It was still at the center of the sea of consciousness. Rumble. 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 The sky fell and the earth cracked. Luo Tian once again spat out blood. All F*** CK it. I don't believe that I can't fuse with you. Luo Tian's heart sank. There's nothing that I can't do. Continue. Bam. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. After continuous failures, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness almost couldn't take it anymore. However, in the process of every failure, Luo Tian slowly understood the attributes of the four powers. It was just like refining pills. If you didn't grasp the attributes of the spirit grass, it would be extremely difficult to refine a good pill. God of slaughter is brutal. Sin and death. The heavenly Tao is strange. Darkness devour. Four powers represent four attributes, four laws. Luo Tian slowly pondered in his heart. Then. Try again. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. He was still failing, but Luo Tian did not give up, and continued to try. In the secret room. Genius. Peerless genius, the number one genius in the divine realm is not an exaggeration, to actually know about the fusion of the power of law. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I really have to admire you, you actually thought of the fusion of the power of law, you guessed right. I want the power of your four divine deity, and I also want to fuse with them. As long as there are multiple divine deity in the sea of consciousness, you can fuse with the power of law, but it's very difficult. With your current cultivation, your current physical body simply can't withstand it. Hong Tu said excitedly. At the same time, Hong Tu laughed sinisterly. Tomorrow, everything you have will be mine. I really have to thank you for these past 10 years. Ha ha ha, thank you to Little Mood, Green Grass, and I is a scar on my heart for the reward and support. Thank you. Ding. Fusion failed. Prompt, the sea of consciousness is on the verge of collapsing. Player, please give up the fusion. Continuous fusion. Continuous failure. Luo Tian tried countless methods, but it still didn't work. It just didn't work. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't complete the fusion. The system beep sounded. In the sea of consciousness. Smoke filled the air, just like a battlefield where hundreds of millions of troops had fought. No one was willing to submit to anyone, and in the end, all of them were seriously injured. However, the one who was most seriously injured was Luo Tian himself. His sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. If this continued, his sea of consciousness would collapse. At that time, even the Divine King's divine deity would be lost. Stop fusing, it's useless. Why won't you listen to us? Don't fuse anymore. Listen to our advice. Captain, I beg you, stop fusing. All the ancient Divine King powerhouses gathered around. Looking at Luo Tian's pale face, they were all worried about Luo Tian. Fusing with the power of law was simply impossible. No matter how many attempts were made, it would be the same. Impossible was impossible. Rules were rules. Just like a game, the rules set by the GM could not be broken by any player. Luo Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth until they cracked. He looked up at the soul refining tower, at the stairs leading to the 7th floor, and said solemnly, I need a power that surpasses Hong Tu's. Otherwise, how can I fight against Hong Tu? In the divine realm. What kind of power could surpass Hong Tu? Only the fusion of the power of law. Evolve into a brand new power, a power that surpassed the divine realm. But, it really didn't work. What's missing? There must be something missing. What exactly is it? Luo Tian kept thinking. He had tried tens of thousands of times, and each time, he would come to a conclusion. Every time he failed, he would think that he could definitely fuse, but he was missing something. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his body trembled. The power of origin, the power of origin. I lack the power of origin. He looked up at the sky and sighed, God, you're too ket up. Instantly. If he could channel the power of essence into his godhood, then he would definitely be able to refine the 4 magical laws and evolve them into a new type of power that was superior to magical laws. But, origin energy was his fatal weakness. From the moment he had entered the soul refining tower, the thousands of points of origin power in his body had been absorbed. Without sector beasts hunting him, his origin power could not be replenished. It was impossible for him to fuse with the power of laws. Luo Tian's heart was filled with hatred, but at the same time, he sneered, origin force, mother ***. Phew, Luo Tian stood up and said, I'm fine. Give me half an hour to rest. I need to stabilize my sea of consciousness. Shortly after, Luo Tian sat down cross-legged and separated the 4 streams of power. His sea of consciousness was also rapidly recovering. Half an hour later, Luo Tian looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level and said solemnly, Hong Tu, I'm here. After that, Luo Tian stepped forward. Immediately after, all the ancient godly king powerhouses also went in. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound came from the 7th level. It was pitch black here, and he couldn't sense anything. The 6th level is the soul refining demon. What's the 7th level? No one has ever reached the 7th level. No one knows. Could it be Hong Tu himself? Hong Tu, you son of a b***tch, get out here. The 7th level was empty. It was completely different from the other 6 levels. Suddenly, a strong light shone down. Boom. It was like a searchlight shining on Luo Tian and the others. It was extremely dazzling, making it impossible to see what was emitting the strong light. Immediately after, Wahahaha, welcome to the 7th level of the Soul Refining Tower. Hong Tu's excited voice sounded, exploding in everyone's mind. Everyone's expression turned cold. Many people trembled in fear. Towards Hong Tu, the deepest fear in their hearts. Hong Tu smiled and said, Luo Tian, you're truly the divine realm's #1 genius, a peerless genius. Using a short 20 years to break through to the divine king realm. I have to say, I admire you very much. Of course. I have to thank you too. Thank you for providing me with so much ancient godly king's power. These old fellows have lived in the soul refining tower for hundreds of millions of years, and I have never been able to deal with them. Today, you brought them here, and each of them is full of essence qi and the power of law. I am truly grateful to you. Ha ha ha, Hong Tu laughed wildly. Everyone was shocked. One of them shouted, Hong Tu, could it be that you have always known of our existence? You let us follow Luo Tian to hunt soul refining beasts to recover our cultivation, just so that you can absorb all the energy in our bodies on the 7th level? That's right, 100 points, it's a pity that there's no reward. Hong Tu laughed, do you think that you old fellows can withstand the attack of the soul refining beast and the bombardment of the soul refining lightning? If I didn't deliberately suppress the power of the soul refining beast, would you be able to come here? Stop dreaming. Of course. I did everything for Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation by hunting soul refining beast, and all the way without any obstruction. I really want to know what kind of power you have in your body, to be able to cultivate like this. Hong Tu had been paying attention to Luo Tian. Paying attention every second, every time Luo Tian leveled up, every change in power, he could sense it clearly. In less than 20 years, from a sovereign to a godly king, even if he had the soul refining tower, he couldn't do it. We've been tricked. We've been tricked. Hong Tu, you bastard. I knew I couldn't listen to this brat. All along, we have been used by Hong Tu, used by this brat. Thousands of godly king experts panicked. Because, they all knew Hong Tu's methods and strength. Boom. The exit closed. Those ancient godly king experts were even more flustered. Luo Tian said solemnly, looks like you've calculated everything about me. Hong Tu laughed, of course. Your cultivation method, your divine artifact, I know everything about you like the back of my hand. Unfortunately, your power is completely useless to me, just that, there's one thing that I'm very disappointed about. Luo Tian asked with interest, what is it? Hong Tu said, you didn't fuse a new power of law, which I'm very disappointed about. If you can fuse a new power of law, I'll be even more satisfied. Now, all of you tremble under the eye of destruction. All of you, die. Thank you to depravity for your support, thank you. Go to hell, turn into my power. Hong Tu's sinister voice sounded. Then. Buzz. A dull sound rang out, and then the beam of light suddenly changed, turning into a huge eye. Eye of Destruction. It could also be called the Eye of Soul Refining. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. His eyes were like lightning, flashing with countless soul-refining thunder. It kept crashing down. Wherever the soul-refining thunder went, death followed. The ancient divine king rankers were instantly killed. Luo Tian, it's all your fault, all of this is your fault. It's all because of you, you dog. If not for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Luo Tian, didn't you say you were going to take us out? It's all bullshit, liars, liars, all of them are liars. Luo Tian, you and Hong Tu are in cahoots. You evil villain, if there is a next life, I will definitely kill you. There were constant screams. There were constant insults. Luo Tian stood where he was, motionless. He watched as the ancient god kings around him were killed one by the soul-refining thunder. He was actually unable to do anything. His heart ached like it was dying. It was incomparably uncomfortable. He had said it before. He wanted to take them out of the soul-refining tower, but he couldn't do anything. Hong Tu's complacent laughter resounded as he said, "Ha ha ha, all of you can die. All of your strength is mine. I'm a god in the myriad worlds of the divine domain, and I'm a god in the soul-refining tower as well. I'm the master of the myriad worlds of the divine domain, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you feel good? Ha ha ha. This is the result of going against me, ha ha ha. Don't worry, I will leave you to be the last one, wahaha." Wild laughter, a complacent wild laughter. Luo Tian looked at the eye that was constantly releasing soul-refining thunder, his eyes turned sinister, and summoned the god-slaying sword. Taking a step forward, he suddenly rushed forward. God-slaying strike. Humph. So what if it's a mere supreme artifact? Absorb for me. Just as Hong Tu's voice fell, a huge force directly poured into the god-slaying sword. In less than a tenth of a second, the Godslayer lost its luster. There wasn't the slightest bit of aura, nor was there the slightest bit of power of a supreme divine artifact. It was just like an ordinary iron sword. At the same time, a soul-refining thunder blasted Luo Tian down. A powerful force crushed Luo Tian's body, pressing him to the ground. Hong Tu smiled proudly and said, "I told you, I know everything about you. Your power. Your divine artifact, your martial technique, I know everything about you, but it's useless to me. Luo Tian, just accept your fate. Ha ha ha. Just watch them get killed by the soul-refining lightning. The feeling of death is too wonderful, isn't it? Ha ha ha." Luo Tian was unhappy, being crushed to the ground and watching the god kings around him being killed one after another, turning into ashes and disappearing forever. He felt an incomparable pain in his heart. We agreed to break out together. We agreed to live together. We agreed to bring them out. Luo Tian, what did you do? Luo Tian asked himself. Rumble. Rumble. The Eye of Destruction unleashed the soul-refining lightning even more brazenly. No matter how the godly kings tried to block it, it was useless. They couldn't block it at all. Some godly kings who weren't godly kings charged at the Eye of Destruction, but they were crushed to dust before they could even get close. Hong Tu understood each and every one of them too well. Just like Luo Tian. All the power was under his control. How could he be a match for him? In the divine realm, he was a god. The only god. In the soul-refining tower, he was the same. Can't I? My power is completely under his control. No power of law can escape his suppression. I need new power. I need new power, new power. Luo Tian's eyes flashed fiercely, and his heart sank. He immediately opened the system. He took a look at the soul-refining beast's blood qi. Immediately, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Hong Tu, don't you understand all of my powers? Then I'll show you what kind of power this is. Suddenly, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Ding. Do you want to exchange for Tathagata War Buddha? Yes, sir. Luo Tian did not hesitate, and used up 10 million soul-refining beasts' blood qi. In the blink of an eye, golden light flashed. A gigantic Tathagata War Buddha walked out from the void, walked to Luo Tian's side, and said respectfully, "Master, what can I do for you?" Luo Tian looked at the Eye of Destruction, and said, "Kill it for me." The Tathagata War Buddha slightly raised his eyes, and said, "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished, a golden light flashed out, and directly rushed in front of the Eye of Destruction, clasping his hands together. Buzz. The Dharma was boundless. Then he gently pushed out with his palm. Bam! Rumble! 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 With a violent shake, the entire soul-refining tower was shaking. Hongtu frowned. "What is this?" Luo Tian laughed wildly, and said, "Don't you know everything about me? You should be very clear about what this is, right? Give me a heavy boom." The Eye of Destruction's HP was extremely high, but after receiving a palm strike from the Tathagata War Buddha, it was as if it was broken. It was completely unable to release the soul-refining thunder, and continuously let out miserable cries. Rumble. Another palm strike came down. The strong light emitted by the Eye of Destruction weakened by half. Hongtu was incomparably furious. "Luo Tian, what exactly is this?" Luo Tian laughed wildly. "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you in control of everything? If you continue to be so damn arrogant, the Tathagata War Buddha will break it." Bam! A palm struck down. Eye of Destruction. Crack! It shattered, then the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Eye of Destruction, for obtaining 20 billion experience points, 100 billion God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Primordial God Eye. Several notifications sounded. Luo Tian did not have the time to care about what happened. Because, the moment the Eye of Destruction shattered, the soul-refining tower also collapsed. A ray of sunlight shone in. Fresh air diffused in. Luo Tian took a deep breath. Freedom! Everyone also cheered. Ha ha ha! It's broken, it's broken. Charge out, everyone charge out. Only a few hundred of the thousands of ancient divine kings were left. They swarmed forward. At this moment, the darkness pressed down. Luo Tian shouted, don't go out. You all, die, all of you bastards. Hongtu slapped down with his palm. The huge palm print directly smashed over 100 divine king powerhouses into powder. Too strong. It was so strong that it could not be shaken. Luo Tian's idea stirred, and he said solemnly, Tathagata War Buddha, kill him for me. Good night. Tathagata War Buddha, kill him. Luo Tian roared. Tathagata War Buddha, who was emitting Buddhist light, struck out with his palm. Supreme God King Hongtu also instantly struck out with his palm, and said solemnly, I don't care what this is, as long as I am in the divine realm, I am the God who controls everything. Luo Tian, no matter what, you won't be able to escape from my grasp, ha ha ha, previous chapter next chapter boom. The two forces collided. Immediately, the power continued to shatter the space. The exit of the soul refining tower was also getting bigger and bigger. Luo Tian's heart sank, the power of the Supreme God King is too strong. Once again, it exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't even think about it, and the idea moved, everyone run. Tathagata War Buddha, hold him back. Those ancient god kings reacted at lightning speed. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, they all rushed towards the exit of the soul refining tower. Luo Tian was among them. The Tathagata Warring Buddha had a time limit. Once the time was up, it would disappear. Furthermore, Luo Tian only had a few thousand soul-shackled beast vitality left. He could not exchange for another Tathagata Warring Buddha. While the Tathagata Warring Buddha could still hold on for a while, he should escape as quickly as possible. However, it was completely useless. A clone was released, and those ancient God King rankers who had just rushed out of the soul refining tower were instantly killed by the clone. In front of Hongtu's clone, the ancient God King rankers were like ants. They were both god kings, but the difference in strength was too great. It was unimaginable. Wahahaha. None of you can escape. Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape. Just wait for your death obediently. Hong Tu's wild laughter rang out. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy in his heart. At this moment, they had no choice. Ancient god kings were constantly rushing out and being killed. As long as they rushed out of the soul refining tower, they would be free. It was less than 100 meters away, but it was too difficult for them. What should we do? Luo Tian, find a war Buddha. Luo Tian, hurry up. It's all up to you. The remaining ancient god kings looked at Luo Tian. Right now, Luo Tian had become their savior. Luo Tian shook his head. I have no other way. I really have no other way. I really have no other way. Manic, unusually manic. With a move of his power, released all of his power, green, and dragon crescent moon blade, and slashed. Fire dragon area. Luo Tian's figure instantly landed in front of Hong Tu's avatar. Overlord Battle Chi. Burning fruit. Dark flame emperor. Ha ha ha. Hong Tu's clone laughed coldly and said, it's useless, you're too weak. Before Luo Tian could release the dark flames, Hong Tu's avatar slapped Luo Tian back like he was swatting a fly. Boom, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood as he landed heavily on the ground. He leaped up and rushed out again. Tremor fruit, nuclear shock. He grabbed at the air with both hands. Cracks appeared in space. At the same time, the three God King Realm Godheads' powers merged into the cracks, releasing black flames. Boom, 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 a powerful earthquake shockwave struck Hong Tu's clone. Hong Tu's avatar frowned. I told you, all your power is under my control. It's useless even if you try 10,000 times. The power of the God King. Open. Buzz buzz, a gigantic godly monarch shield appeared above Hong Tu's clone. The nuclear shockwave instantly disintegrated upon contact. It's useless. It's still useless. It's really useless. Luo Tian kept thinking that his power was just as Hong Tu had said. He had complete control over it. No matter what power Hong Tu used, it would be useless. What to do? A new power, fusing the power of the three divine kings, without the power of origin, there was no way to fuse it. What should I do? Am I going to die here? Luo Tian needed a new power that Hong Tu had yet to master. The three God King Realm Godheads had all broken through in the soul refining tower. Hong Tu knew the power of the three God Kings like the back of his hand. No matter how Luo Tian used it, it was useless. He still couldn't hurt Hong Tu at all. The soul refining tower was in Hong Tu's hands. After breaking through in the soul refining tower, he was very clear about all the power obtained. It was because of this that he could easily kill those ancient God King powerhouses. Because Hong Tu understood their power. How can I obtain a new power? The fourth God deity. Darkness God King Realm Godhead, but Luo Tian's heart sank. Darkness God deity is still in the God breakthrough realm. Without the source of darkness of the overbearing dark dominator, there is no way to break through. If he could obtain the overbearing dark dominator's godhead, this would be a new power that Hong Tu couldn't master. However, the source of darkness was in hell. Luo Tian wanted to fuse with it, but it was impossible. Luo Tian, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and think of a way. A God King powerhouse urged. Luo Tian looked at the sky and laughed bitterly. A way, if I can think of a way, would I still be able to watch him act arrogantly in front of me? F***ck. Since death is a solution, then let's go all out. Luo Tian frowned. He checked the system and found that there were still a few thousand points of soul refining beast chi and blood. Ding. Do you want to exchange for 500 points for the lottery? Yes. Begin the lottery. The slot machine started to spin. In the end, it landed on an empty space. F***ck. Let's draw again. Luo Tian laughed wildly. Anyway, I'm going all out. What's the use of these points? Take them all. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing cloth clothes. Do you want to use it? Use your sister. Continue the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing a level 1 heal pill. Do you want to use it? What kind of bullshit luck is this? Luo Tian cursed. 7 times in a row, all of them failed. It was either blank or trash. Looking at the last 500 points, he secretly said in his heart, this is the last time, after drawing, I will fight it out with him. Start the lottery. Walala, walala, while the slot machine was spinning in pain, Luo Tian once again used his killing move, God bless me, bless me. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing Fairy of the 9 Heavens. Do you want to summon it to fight for you? F***CK. Luo Tian's eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and he said excitedly, my luck has exploded, I've finally drawn something good. Looking at the red light flashing in the system, Luo Tian's idea moved, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, come out for me. Buzz buzz. The air moved, and celestial music lingered. The 9 heavens trembled. The fairy had descended, wonderful, beautiful, suffocating beauty. However, Luo Tian did not have the time to appreciate the beauty of the Fairy of the 9 Heavens. He roared, kill, 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 kill them all. At the same time. Everyone, charge. Thank you to a little mood. Memories, and green grass for your reward and support, thank you. He was extremely lucky to draw the 9th Heaven Fairy. However, Luo Tian was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the 9th Heaven Fairy. Because, the 9th Heaven Fairy could only last for 1 minute. This was his last trump card. After 1 minute, would it be life or death? He didn't even know. Buzz. Celestial sound technique. It directly pushed Hong Tu's avatar back tens of thousands of kilometers. The 9th Heaven Fairy was extremely powerful. Luo Tian saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of rushing out of the soul refining tower. He shouted, charge. The remaining ancient god kings were not fools. Hong Tu's avatar was pushed back and they frantically rushed out. At this moment, Hong Tu's original body was entangled by the Tathagata warring Buddha. Luo Tian. Don't even think about escaping. You can't escape in this divine realm. Hong Tu was furious. The powerful god king's aura was constantly released, constantly besieging those ancient god kings who escaped from the soul refining tower. However, although the Tathagata warring Buddha couldn't kill him, it wasn't weak. Every time, he was able to block Hong Tu's power. The moment Luo Tian rushed out of the soul refining tower, he stood in the void, Hong Tu, everything you gave me, I will come back one day. At that time I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Luo Tian moved in the void and tried his best to escape. A single thought could travel thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. However, it wasn't safe. Hong Tu was the #1 ancient god king. His sensing ability could cover tens of millions of kilometers. Moreover, he was very clear about the aura of Luo Tian and the rest. Boom. Boom. Die for me. Hong Tu was furious. His fists were like lightning, bombarding the chest of the Tathagata warring Buddha. The Tathagata warring Buddha's body sank. At this moment, the summoning time ended and the Tathagata warring Buddha slowly disappeared. The 9th Heaven Fairy went up and stopped Hong Tu instantly. Another round of entanglement. Hong Tu was furious. However, he could only passively defend against the unfamiliar power of the 9th Heaven Fairy. There was no way to kill her. The fight lasted for a full minute. The 9 Heavens Fairy disappeared once again. Hong Tu roared, Luo Tian, you can't escape. His voice covered millions of kilometers. Within these 10 million kilometers. Bang. Bang, bang. Over 100 million commoners were crushed by the God King's aura. Countless cultivators bled from their 7 orifices, and even ruler realm experts were forced to lie on the ground, unable to move. It was extremely uncomfortable. Cruel, it was extremely cruel. A single voice could kill over 100 million people. Instantly, blood flowed like a river. Bang, Luo Tian was knocked down by the godly king's godly aura. His sea of consciousness shook violently, and his body couldn't even stand straight. The other God King experts were the same. However, at this moment, no one wanted to help Luo Tian, and no one wanted to help anyone else. They only cared about escaping. If they could escape from Hong Tu's divine might, they would be able to live and regain their freedom. Hiss. Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. Hong Tu's divine might is really King strong. Ah, in his sea of consciousness, the vermilion bird suddenly screamed, turned into a ball of flame, and soared into the sky. It resisted Hong Tu's divine might. At the same time, Luo Tian's pain lessened, and he quickly escaped again. Hong Tu, I will definitely come back. I definitely will. It was too embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. Even when he was crushed by the four great beings in the demon abyss, he had never been like this. Thinking of the demon abyss, Luo Tian's heart moved. Demon abyss, as long as I escape to the demon abyss and enter the time crack, I will be able to merge with the God King's law power after I kill the sector beast and enter the time crack. By then, huff, 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 Luo Tian breathed heavily. Run. His figure moved like lightning. Ah, the dark vermilion bird suddenly spat out a big mouthful of black blood. It couldn't withstand Hong Tu's divine might, and its body couldn't stop shaking. Roar. The white tiger roared, jumped up, and blocked the vermilion bird. The green dragon moved and rushed up as well. The black tortoise directly used its body to block the vermilion bird. The four dark godly beasts' bloodlines exploded with their strongest power. But, it still didn't work. Luo Tian felt that they couldn't withstand it. He felt fear, and at the same time, he felt their determination to resist the divine might. Little White, who had been sleeping, whimpered. Suddenly, a little starlight sprinkled in the sky. Sirius Star, the Sirius Star light poured into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and the divine might weakened. Little White seemed to be exhausted after releasing the power, and it fell asleep again. Run desperately, the important thing was to escape to the demon abyss. As long as he merged with 100. No, even if it was just a little bit of the power of the origin, Luo Tian could merge the four great laws and create a power that was above all the power in the God realm. Hold on. You must hold on. While he was escaping. Hong. You are just an ant, and you dare to escape? Die. Hong Tu's palm cleaved down, and a divine king powerhouse was killed. His figure moved. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of kilometers away, he caught another god king and killed him in one move. In less than 3 minutes. Those ancient god kings who escaped from the soul refining tower were all killed. Luo Tian. You're the only one left, ha ha ha, you can't escape. In the god realm, I control everything. Hong Tu's voice continued to explode, seriously injuring Luo Tian's mind. It had to be said that Luo Tian being able to escape for so long was beyond his expectations, but no matter where Luo Tian escaped to, he would catch him. The power of the four divine deity, he must obtain it. Luo Tian couldn't fuse with the new power, but he could, as long as he obtained the four divine deity, it would be fine. He wanted to open up the plane, he wanted to obtain stronger power, break through the shackles, and go to a higher plane. After a full day and night, Luo Tian was still running. However, the distance was getting closer and closer. Boom, the third day. Luo Tian's body landed heavily, and he suddenly roared, Sector Beast, give me a Sector Beast. He came to the demon abyss. He kept rushing to the spacetime crack. The man in the spacetime crack heard Luo Tian's voice, and his body trembled. Huh? Did you finish the task so quickly? Ha ha ha. Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. Before he finished his words, he frowned again. What a strong power. At this moment, Hong Tu's power directly enveloped the demon abyss. Even the sector beast was trembling. Luo Tian, it's useless for you to escape here, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was also furious. Hong Tu, wait until I fuse with the new power of law, I'll see if it's useful. I'll beat the shit out of your mouth. F***ck, you've been chasing me for so long. the space-time crack was getting closer and closer. Luo Tian had already seen the man standing in the space-time crack. The power of origin, a little power of origin is enough. However, suddenly, a huge figure blocked his way. He caught up. Just a few hundred meters away, Luo Tian would be able to rush into the time and space crack. The laws were in chaos. Even the Supreme Divine King, Hong Tu, could not enter. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Hong Tu was flustered and exasperated, his entire body emitting flames of anger, and a ray of divine might came crashing down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The divine might was like heavenly thunder as it heavily smashed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Crack. Rumble, the dark vermilion bird was blasted into smithereens. The azure dragon died, the white tiger died, and even the black tortoise with the strongest defense spat out blood. After struggling for a while, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and then also fell to the ground. Slowly, the dark four divine beasts' bloodline slowly disappeared from Luo Tian's body. Hatred soared to the sky. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly rushed forward and roared, "Ah, divine fire! God explosion! Dark mode!" He unleashed all his strength. However, other than the divine fire that made Hong Tu frown slightly, he only waved his sleeve and dissolved all of Luo Tian's power. "I told you, it's useless. I know your strength like the back of my hand, so it can't cause me any harm. By the way, let me tell you something else. I have already absorbed your 4 great laws in the soul refining tower. Right now, I only lack the 4 divine deities in your sea of consciousness. As long as I occupy your body and completely control it, I will have the power of 4 divine deities." Luo Tian. What right do you have? What qualifications do you have to possess 4 divine deities? Only I am worthy of possessing them. I am the #1 person in the divine realm, the strongest person. Only I have the qualifications to break through the shackles of the divine realm's laws, and enter a stronger plane. You. Not worthy. Do you understand? Not worthy. Hong Tu looked down from above, coldly looking at Luo Tian who was struggling at death's door on the ground. Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with difficulty, and said, "I'm not worthy, am I? I don't have the qualifications, right? Good. Didn't you want to obtain the power of the 4 divine deities? Take it then." Suddenly, Luo Tian said in a low voice, "God's Park Fisher." There was no other way, there was really nothing he could do. Luo Tian had tried everything that could be done and used. He couldn't kill Hong Tuesday. His strongest strength seemed so weak in front of Hong Tuesday. He couldn't even deal a single damage. All of his attacks were misses. It was as if he had encountered an invincible boss. There was nothing he could do. Before his eyes, Hong Tu was an ultimate boss. Luo Tian's attacks all missed. No matter how much he increased his strength, no matter how much he changed, it was useless. Because this was the divine realm, a plane that belonged to Hong Tuesday. And where was the plane belonging to Luo Tian? Profound sky continent? Ancient continent? None of them. The plane belonging to Luo Tian was Earth. Only by returning to Earth and fully mastering the power of origin would he be able to fuse the new power of law and surpass Hong Tuesday. But, returning to Earth? How was that possible? That was simply impossible. He had originally thought that he could kill the Supreme Divine King, complete the mission, and obtain the passage to return to Earth, bringing his wife and brothers back to his hometown to take a look. Even bringing his wife and brothers to fight in the game, letting them understand his uniqueness. But none of this could be done. Returning to Earth was too difficult. It was impossible. So, Luo Tian chose to self-destruct. It was only his last choice, a choice that he had no other choice. He would rather self-destruct than let Hong Tu obtain the power of his 4 gods park. Huh? Hong Tu's eyebrows tightened. With a slight movement of his mind, he looked shocked and suddenly shouted, "You want to self-destruct?" Luo Tian. Everything you have is mine. If you want to self-destruct, then you have to ask me if I agree. Suddenly, Hong Tu's idea rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A powerful force shook violently, directly causing Luo Tian's idea to retreat. Self-destruct? Do you think I will let you self-destruct? Ha ha ha, Hong Tu laughed wildly and said, do you feel very powerless? You can't even commit suicide. Isn't this feeling very good? Ha ha ha, hatred, extreme hatred. He really couldn't even commit suicide. Luo Tian struggled desperately attacking with his power, but it was completely useless. He couldn't break through the restraint of Hong Tu's power at all. Right at this moment. Rumble. 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 The earth shook violently. Countless sector beasts rushed out of the time and space crack. The golden sector beast and the chaos giant elephant roared, trampling on the earth and roaring in the sky. The man stood at the time and space crack, frowning, extremely worried. Brat, hold on. The sector beast roared. It crazily rushed toward Hong Tuesday. Hong Tu's eyebrows twitched. Looking at the time and space crack, he said coldly, you think you are so great? You dare to interfere in the affairs of the God realm. I will let you know the majesty of the #1 master of the God realm. God King splits the sky. Rumble, there was a loud noise. The sky was cracking, and then the power of laws on Hong Tu's body became clear. It rushed into the cracked sky, and in a flash, it burst down like a heavy rainstorm. Rumble, 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 the power of laws fell, and the moment they touched the sector beasts were instantly turned into ashes. The power of laws directly penetrated the demon abyss and burst out from the other side. The golden sector beast was fine. The chaos giant elephant was also fine. They were all killed instantly and turned into powder. The demon abyss was full of holes. The army of tens of thousands of sector beasts disappeared in just a few seconds. Hong Tu stared coldly at the man in the time and space crack and said coldly, you want to devour the 10,000 worlds of the God realm? You are not qualified. The man in the time and space crack smiled and said, is that so? Right at this moment. Hong Tu's face darkened. He turned around and found that Luo Tian was gone. He roared furiously, and the entire demon abyss was shaking violently. Give me Luo Tian. Give him to me. The man laughed and said, aren't you the #1 master of the God realm? Aren't you arrogant? Don't you look down on the chaos realm? Come on, come and take him. With your cultivation level, if I could walk out of the time and space crack, you would be dead. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you. Just as he spoke, the underground of the time and space crack suddenly moved. An earth-drilling sector beast pushed Luo Tian out. Hong Tu saw the figure and stepped out. He instantly moved to the edge of the time and space crack and grabbed Luo Tian. At this moment, the man in the time and space crack didn't care about the power of laws. He reached out and grabbed Luo Tian. His arm trembled violently. His skin and flesh rotted, leaving only bones. At this moment, he dragged Luo Tian into the time and space crack. He kept spitting out blood. Hong Tu didn't catch Luo Tian. He was furious. Luo Tian, you can't live either. At this moment, the remnant will in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. This chapter is the final chapter of the God realm. The next chapter, Blow Up the Earth, look forward to it. End of chapter 1797. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.